You are listening to Novel Shadow's Slave, a dark fantasy novel by Giltis Volume 2 Part 2. Chapter 181, Rules of Hospitality. Effie regarded the cathedral for some time, then glanced at Sunny with doubt. I know for a fact that nothing comes out alive from that temple. Are you sure that this is where you live? With a carefree smile, Sunny shrugged. The fact that Effie knew about the danger hiding inside the ruined church did not surprise him. Even if it was situated outside of her usual hunting grounds, she had extensive knowledge of the Dark City, some from her own exploration, some from sharing information with other hunters. Dead tired and longing to return to the peaceful silence of his home, he didn't waste any time and told her about the Black Knight who guarded the cathedral. The unruly huntress scratched the back of her head. So there's a fallen devil inside? He's the roommate you were talking about? Sunny gave her a nod. The bastard endlessly patrols the ground floor and kills anything that comes through the doors. However, if we enter through the roof and stay hidden, we can reach my living quarters without any problem. More than that, nothing will bother us once we're there because the bastard never comes that way and obliterates anything that tries. Effie was silent for a while, then grinned. So you basically have a devil for a butler. Pretty smart, Sunny chuckled. Was that a compliment? For a doofus like you. Once they climbed up to the roof, there was a slight problem. Sunny failed to consider that the hole in the tiles that he used to enter the cathedral, while wide enough for his small frame, would be too tight for the tall and robust huntress to crawl through. Looking at the narrow gap between the massive plates of dark marble, Effie gave him a gloomy look. However, before Sunny could come up with an alternative plan, she simply bent down, grabbed one of the incredibly heavy plates and moved it aside. The words died on his lips. I wonder who is stronger, she or the stone saint? Honestly, he wasn't sure. Before proceeding further, Sunny instructed Effie on how they were going to get her inside the hidden chamber and watched as the huntress reluctantly dismissed her bronze armor. With only a short white tunic covering her lovely olive skin and abundant figure, she looked very comely. For a moment, his displeasure of having someone intrude upon the secluded peacefulness of his lair evaporated. But only for a moment. Don't you get any strange ideas? Your armor is just too much of a risk. We can't allow ourselves to make any noise, that's all. Why are you talking about having strange ideas all of a sudden, huh, Sunny? He gritted his teeth, turned away to hide his blushing face, and crawled into the hole between tiles. Once they landed on the support beam of the cathedral, Sunny guided Effie's hands to rest on his shoulders. Although the sun was still high in the sky, there wasn't any sunlight around them. Only the floor of the ancient temple beneath them was bathed in it. But even then, large areas of the grand hall were drowned in deep shadow. Only it was a really shadow, not one born from the absence of light, but true darkness, one which even his sight could not pierce. Sunny didn't know if it was summoned here by the Black Knight or simply obeyed him, but this was how the bastard had managed to sneak up on him unnoticed back when they first met. In any case, he had to guide Effie across the beams of the cathedral. One wrong step and they would plunge to their deaths. Feeling rather awkward because of how close their bodies were to each other, Sunny quietly sighed and took a step forward. It was hard to concentrate. Strange ideas? Who's having strange ideas? A few minutes later, they reached the hidden balcony behind the statue of the unknown goddess. Despite the fact that nothing out of the ordinary had happened, Sunny was rather on edge. Something told him that this was going to be a really long week. Once they entered his hidden chamber, Sunny informed Effie that she was free to create light and speak. Not wasting any time, the unruly huntress summoned a radiant memory and looked around with curiosity. The beautiful and spacious room that had once belonged to the priestess of this ancient temple was suddenly flooded with soft light. The intricate engravings on the walls created an atmosphere of sanctity and elegance. Here and there stood various pieces of furniture, most made out of opulent pale wood, with a few mismatched pieces that Sunny had scavenged from the ruins. Have to give it to you, Sunny. You sure know how to live in style. Who would have thought? The important thing is that even if Gunlog tracks us here, none of his people would be able to enter. So we're indeed safe. Slightly disappointed, Sunny shrugged. Well, make yourself at home. I'll show you the back exit and other stuff later. With that, he furtively glanced around and tried to quickly hide a few things from sight to make his home more presentable. If he had known that there was going to be a guest here, he would have cleaned up the mess a little in advance. Not that Effie paid it much attention. She walked around with curiosity, studying the engravings on the walls and ancient furniture. But then suddenly Sunny heard a loud giggle coming from behind. Turning around, he saw Effie standing in front of the wardrobe, hidden behind a stone panel. The wardrobe was currently open, showcasing the garments left behind by the priestess. The huntress looked at him with a strange smile. Why is she staring at me? Effie shook her head. It's just you know, Sonny, when I first saw you I thought, look at this tiny boy. He's just like a toy. You just want to dress him up like a doll and play with him. Sonny blinked a couple of times, then scowled angrily. Who are you calling tiny? I'm not tiny in any way, you beanpole. Not paying him any attention, the huntress glanced at the wardrobe and giggled again. Then suppressing laughter, she said, who knew that you are into playing another kind of dress up, huh? It took Sonny a couple of seconds to realize what she was implying. When he did, he turned bright red from outrage. What are you talking about? The priestess who lived here before left them behind. Effie nodded a couple of times. You just happened to have a wardrobe full of pretty dresses. By accident, that's the truth. She looked at him with a wide smile. It must be the truth. I totally believe you. Sonny stared at her with his mouth wide open, not knowing what to say. Effie meanwhile looked around and innocently fluttered her eyelashes. But Sonny, we have another problem. Gritting his teeth in irritation, he snapped. What is it? She lingered for a few moments, then said teasingly, there's only one bed. Ah, what a predicament. Whatever should we do? Sonny glared at her for a long time, then spat. You take the damn bed. I'll sleep on the floor. With that he turned away and tried to take a deep breath. Why did I ever agree to this? Women, damn women, they're the true terror. Indeed, this was going to be a very long week. Chapter 182. Dinner time. After Sonny calmed down a little and had time to think about it, he realized that things weren't as bad as he had thought. Yes, living this close to the rambunctious huntress was a very special kind of trial, especially due to how much joy she seemed to derive from tormenting him. But there was one redeeming aspect to all of this, aside from the fact that he would get to constantly feast his eyes on. Wait, back to the topic. It was that Sonny was a nocturnal creature. He didn't have to sleep on the cold floor or interact with the vigorous huntress that much, because he would be asleep during the day and out hunting during the night. The window of time when they would both be awake and stuck in the hidden chamber together was not that large. More than that, Effie had brought enough food to satiate her unnatural hunger in that bottomless bag of hers, so he didn't even have to feed her. So hosting her was not going to be as bothersome as he had initially assumed. After showing the huntress around and enduring several more good-natured jabs, he finally had some time to himself. Sitting down in a remote corner of the chamber, he closed his eyes and dove into the soul sea. As always, the tranquil sea met him with calming darkness and peaceful silence. Not paying any attention to motionless shadows that stood at the edge of the visible part of it, not even to gaunt and pitiful Harper, he walked over and stood beneath the black sun of his shadow core. Then Sonny summoned the stone saint. I brought dinner. Before commanding the memories he had purchased with the help of Kai down, he quickly glanced at the runes surrounding the taciturn monster. Shadow, stone saint. Shadow rank, awakened. Shadow class, monster. Shadow attributes, battle master, stalwart, spark of divinity. Shadow fragments, 6 by 200. Only 6 fragments and she was already so strong. He couldn't wait to see his monster grow even more ferocious. Not wasting any more time, Sonny summoned the first memory, a strange sword with a stupid amount of useless gems embedded into its blade for some idiotic reason, and handed it to the shadow. She took the sword without showing any emotion and ruthlessly shattered it with her gauntlets. Your memory has been destroyed. I wouldn't have guessed if it weren't for you. 2 torrents of ethereal sparks entered Stone Saint's body and were absorbed by the dark embers burning in the depths of the living shadow that hid in her body. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Was it just him, or did the spell sound a bit hurt? I didn't hear you complaining when Neff was promising to rip you to shreds. He grinned and glanced at the runes again. Shadow fragments, 7 by 200. Satisfied, Sonny summoned the next memory. The process repeated itself. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. As the number of shadow fragments saturating the core remnants inside his pet monster grew, his mood continued improving. This was the best feeling ever. Shadow fragments, 8 by 200. Shadow fragments, 10 by 200. Shadow fragments, 11 by 200. Finally, after the 9th memory was consumed, the runes describing the number changed to 20 out of 200. The Stone Saint looked considerably stronger already. Remembering the changes that happened to his own body after his first few kills, Sonny could more or less gauge how much her condition has improved. The increment wasn't really that substantial, but in battle the tiniest advantage could often decide everything. especially considering that it was going to be doubled by the augmenting effect of his indispensable but impudent shadow. All of this was just a prelude anyway. The main event was yet to come. Full of anticipation, Sunny called the onyx armor down. If his calculations were correct, this relic alone should give the stone saint 12 shadow fragments, almost as much as the 9 lesser memories combined. The jet black suit of ancient plate armor appeared in the air in front of him. Surrounded by the lightless vastness of the silent sea, the feeling of dark grace it emanated was even more pronounced. Sunny clicked his tongue. It was almost a shame to destroy it. Slightly reluctant to part with the ancient armor, yet Sunny read the runes describing it. Even the spell couldn't make sense of the damaged memory. Memory type, unknown. Memory description, PR First Army Shadow memory enchantments. Many of the runes were missing, and those that did appear refused to coalesce into any sort of comprehensible words. However, Sunny did notice a few of the strange runes that made his head hurt, the same ones present whenever the spell mentioned the mysterious unknown. The armor was clearly connected to the same tribe of nightmare creatures that the stone saint had belonged to before becoming a shadow. The origin of the strange living statues was tied to the unknown, so it was logical to assume that the onyx armor had something to do with them too. He knew that this memory was severely damaged when he bought it. Sunny was never planning on using it anyway, only feeding it to the saint. With a wide smile, he pushed the beautiful black armor to the stone monster. However, the smile soon froze on his face, because the stone saint did not move to take and shatter the armor like she did with all the other memories. Instead, she simply turned her head and looked at it. The hue of the crimson flames burning in her ruby eyes ever so slightly changed. It was almost as though they were filled with the tiniest shadow of sorrow. But no matter how much he tried to get the stone saint to destroy the armor, she refused. The living statue just stood there and did nothing. After a while, disappointed, Sunny stared at the onyx armor and sighed. Well, serves him right. To be honest, he had a slight inkling that this would happen. Nevertheless, Sunny had decided to buy the armor anyway. It's not every day that you stumble upon a Tier 6 fallen memory, even if it's damaged beyond your ability to repair. Perhaps he would don it one day. If Nephi's would actually manage to open the path to the gateway, and he would somehow find himself among those lucky few to reach it alive and become awakened. Until then, the awesome black armor was pretty much useless. With a deep frown, he left the soul sea and summoned it into existence. Soon the armor appeared on the floor of the hidden chamber. Effie looked at it with interest. Wow. Sunny lingered for a long time and then finally answered, "A decoration, I guess." The huntress raised her eyebrows. "Well, what are you staring at me for?" He gritted his teeth. A few awkward moments later, Sunny said, Can you help me move it? It's too heavy for me to lift." Chapter 183. Learning new tricks, your shadow grows stronger. With a rather unpleasant noise, the monster's head fell down. Sunny indifferently bent his arm and wiped the midnight shard on the sleeve of his armor, watching as the massive body slowly toppled over. Standing on the other side of it, the stone saint simply flourished her sword in and stopped it abruptly mid-swing, sending every drop of blood flying to the ground. Then she just stood there absolutely still, pretending to be a statue. That's a cool trick. Honestly, cleaning his blade on the puppeteer's shroud was not very fair to the Tier 5 armor. With the taciturn shadow observing the surroundings, he summoned the prowling thorn and used it to recover the soul shards from the carcass. This was the 4th nightmare creature Sunny had killed this night. With the help of the stone saint, his hunts became much easier than before. Not even mentioning the fact that the shadow was as powerful as most of his marks, the mere fact that he had a partner to draw the enemy's attention away changed a lot of things. Sunny was somewhat capable of, but preferred to avoid engaging in direct battle with these abominations. His way of doing things was to strike from the shadows and ideally kill the enemy with a single strike. If everything went smoothly, the prey would never even see its killer. Of course, such a hunting method required a lot of cunning, patience, and preparation. He had to observe the enemy for a long time to learn its behavior and weaknesses. The confrontation itself took just a few seconds, but only because days had been spent in advance to make that immediate resolution possible. After hunting in that meticulous way for 3 months, Sunny felt strange, simply overpowering the monsters with brute force. The combination of Stone Saint's indomitable defense and his swift blade was nothing short of miraculous. It was almost like fighting side by side with Neff. Almost with a sigh, Sunny threw the soul shards into his rucksack and stood up. He was facing a problem that he had never expected to face. It was honestly rather bizarre. He was running out of monsters to kill. Awakened nightmare creatures weren't that abundant in the Dark City to begin with, let alone those whom he had already tracked, studied, and felt confident attacking. After tonight's massacre, pretty much every one of them was dead. Sunny had cleaned the house, but he was so much stronger now, so much more dangerous. With the help of the Stone Saint, maybe there was no need to be so cautious. No. This is how you get yourself killed. This was a dangerous mindset. Despite his recent growth, Sunny was still in no way the apex predator in the ruins. In fact, he was the opposite of that. Of all the creatures stalking these streets, he was the weakest. Pride is the gravest of all sins. Next thing you know, you'll be trying to hunt the fallen ones. Sunny would perhaps survive a confrontation with a fallen beast, maybe, but actually defeating one was a whole other conversation. And if he had the misfortune to stumble on something of a higher class, his chances of making it out alive would not be very high. He could start investigating one of the awakened creatures that he knew of. However, something was bothering Sunny. There was this feeling in his head that he had a seed of an idea, but then got distracted and failed to fully form it. What was I thinking about just now? Whether or not to hunt again tonight, how powerful he had become with the help of the shadow, how it was not very practical to wipe the blood with the sleeve of the puppeteer's shroud. Oh right, back when he saw the Stone Saint shake off the blood of her sword, he had thought that this would be a cool trick to learn. And at that moment he got a feeling that he was onto something. I should learn it, I should learn it. Suddenly Sunny's eyes became bright. If he could learn this trick from the Stone Saint, what else would he be able to learn from her? This shadow of his had an attribute called Battle Master, which apparently meant that she was proficient in all forms of combat. Was there a better teacher for someone like him? With his technique stagnating because of the lack of guidance, there was no one better than the masterful Stone Saint to learn from. Suddenly excited, Sunny summoned the taciturn monster back into his shadow and headed home. By the time he returned to his hidden lair, Effie was already awake. Sitting on the bed, she was lazily staring at the ceiling and whistling a cheerful tune. Her long legs were somewhat covered by the blanket, but still, that white chitin of hers was way too revealing. Sunny had to be very careful to look the other way. Instead of answering, Sunny walked over to his chest, glanced at the huntress with suspicion, and opened it. Then he poured the contents of his rucksack inside. 7 soul shards fell on the pile, which was sadly visibly diminished because of his recent expenses. It was still nothing to scoff at, though. How many heads is that? Sunny closed the chest and sat on it. 3 monsters and 1 beast. Effie blinked, a bit stunned. How did you manage to kill 3 monsters in one night? He hesitated, then sighed. Trying to hide the existence of the Stone Saint would be very bothersome, especially if he was going to venture on an expedition with Neff's cohort. Out there in the labyrinth, chances were that none of them would be able to hold back to hide their aces. That was if he was even going to agree to it, of course. Anyway, there would be not much harm in revealing her now. Or rather, the benefits outweighed it. Just don't freak out. I'm pretty sure that nothing you're capable of showing can freak me out. Ignoring her teasing tone, Sunny glared at the huntress and summoned the saint out of his soul sea. Immediately 2 crimson flames ignited in the depths of his shadow. A moment later, the menacing Stone Knight stepped from it on the floor of the hidden chamber and turned her head to Effie. What the hell is that? Chapter 184, Value of Humility. The mighty huntress stared at the Stone Saint, her hand hovering in the air ready to grasp the shaft of the spear. Her beautiful hazel eyes were full of tension and dark anticipation. The contrast between that fierce pose and the fact that she was still comfortably wrapped in a blanket was so funny that Sunny couldn't help but snicker. Haven't you seen an echo before? That thing is yours? Wait, you got an echo? He gave her a nod and gestured at the Stone Saint. The huntress stared at the taciturn creature, then scowled with outrage. You do know that I haven't even caught a sniff of an echo after 3 years in this pit? How dare you get one before me, huh? Actually, this was my second echo. The first one got killed in the labyrinth. Effie glared at him for a long time, then shook her head with an expression of utter dejection. Finally, she turned to the shadow and studied her. Wait, is she what I think she is? The huntress stood up from the bed and, leaving the blanket behind, walked barefoot around the Stone Saint. She studied her from all angles and then said, How the hell did you manage to kill one of those things and survive? Sunny, who had found himself involuntarily studying Effie from all angles as well, blinked a couple of times and shrugged. Actually, they got wiped out by a group of fallen. It was an epic clash, to say the least. I just happened to be there in time to finish one off. Effie stared at the shadow with admiration, but I watched her kill 2 fallen beasts, so I'd say she's an elite among her peers. Anyway, you can see how it's not impossible to hunt 3 monsters in one night with her by my side. I studied them in advance, of course. That's why we were so fast in dealing with them. The huntress crossed her arms, thought for a bit, then gave Sunny a strange look. Why are you showing her to me? With how paranoid you are, I'd expect you to keep such a treasure hidden. He stood up, lingered for a moment, then said, with what I have planned, showing her to you is sort of a requirement. Effie grew silent, then gave him a mischievous smile. Don't get me wrong, I'm up for all kinds of fun, but Sunny nightmare creatures is where I draw the line. He frowned, not quite getting what she was talking about. Then his eyes widened. You, what kind of a degenerate are you? I wanted to use her for training. The unruly huntress blinked innocently. Sunny, there's nothing wrong with being a bit inexperienced at your age. In fact, it's quite charming. You don't need to resort to this kind of thing, you know, inexperienced. Who are you calling inexperienced? I'm plenty experienced. What are we even talking about? Dying from laughter, Effie left Sunny to fume with outrage and walked over to the makeshift kitchen while shaking her head. Soon the tantalizing smell of roasting meat filled the air. I'm going to kill her. It's going to be pure self-defense anyway. A week of this will be the death of me. With a sigh, he tried very hard to calm down. When his thoughts returned to their usual cadence, Sunny stood in front of the stone saint and slowly exhaled. It was time to learn. On his way back to the cathedral, Sunny had made a hard decision. He decided not to augment his body with the power of the shadow during his practice with the stone saint. Even though he knew that this was going to bring him a lot of pain in the future, he was adamant about his choice. There were several reasons why he wanted to face his pet monster with his own physical ability and nothing else. The first and most simple reason was that Sunny knew that the shadow would not always be there when he needed it. Just like during the battle against the Spire Messenger, when it had been away scouting, circumstances in which he was going to have to rely on nothing but his own prowess were bound to happen. Not to mention that it had been his own reflexes and not the shadow that saved him from being cut in halves by the Black Knight. The second reason was less evident. It had to do with the existing hierarchy of power in the Dark City. At the very top there were the fallen. Beneath them those creatures that were merely awakened, and at the very bottom sleepers. Any fight that a human could face in that cursed place was going to be against an overwhelming force. With time, Sunny had adjusted to this reality and was able these days to face the lower classes of the awakened abominations on almost equal terms with the help of the shadow. He was still weaker, but not by that much. However, deep down he knew that sooner or later he would be forced to fight against fallen enemies. And he was also almost sure that he would have to cross swords with humans that had saturated their cores to the brim with soul essence and were thus much stronger than him. For that reason, his experience hunting monsters who were not much stronger than his augmented self was actually an impediment. It dulled his edge and made him forget what it actually meant to struggle against an enemy who was leagues above him. The knowledge and mindset that he desperately needed to retain to have a chance of surviving the future. He had to keep himself humble. And lastly, there was one truth that he had learned during these 6 months on the Forgotten Shore, and it was that nothing was more beneficial to one's growth than fighting against a superior opponent, especially if that fight ended in your loss. One defeat taught a person more than a dozen victories against weaker enemies would. The problem was that in this cursed place any defeat meant death. So Sunny actually had little experience losing to someone. From start to finish he tasted loss only 3 times, once in a battle against the Carapace Centurion, once when he had faced Nephi's under the branches of the Soul Tree, and once in this very cathedral when the Black Knight's sword had sliced his stomach open. Each of those defeats taught him more than anything else did. So having the opportunity to fight with a monster who was much more powerful than him and yet had no desire to kill him was an extremely rare and precious opportunity. That's why Sunny steeled himself and let the shadow rest on the floor while he faced the stone saint. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the midnight shard, assumed a defensive stance, and looked the menacing stone knight right in the eyes. Not wasting even a second, she did just as she was told. Chapter 185. Battle Master. The shadow attacked with the vicious strength of a true monster. Knowing perfectly well that his strength was not enough to block her sword, Sunny desperately moved the midnight shard to deflect the strike to the side. The countless hours of practice and hundreds of thousands of times he had repeated his katas had not been in vain. His body moved with lightning speed, placing the blade in the path of the stone saint's weapon at just the right angle. Feeling the impact reverberate in his bones, Sunny gasped from the pain and stood his ground. Guided by the midnight shard, the shadow's sword glided to the side and missed his body by a wide margin. However, before Sunny had time to congratulate himself, the saint simply continued moving forward and slammed into him. Being hit by her shield felt like crashing into his stone wall at high speed. Flying back, Sunny impacted against an actual wall and rolled to the floor. A small yelp escaped from his lips. Getting distracted from her food for a moment, Effie glanced at him and called, "Sunny?" He weakly raised a hand and brought his thumb and index finger together in the shape of a circle. "Don't die yet, all right? It's going to be really inconvenient for me to get out of here without your help." Sunny gritted his teeth. "Is that all you care about?" Slowly rising to his feet, he staggered and had to lean on the wall for balance. The stone saint returned to her spot and stood there indifferently, not paying any attention to his furious glare. With a heavy sigh, Sunny walked back to stand in front of her, raised the midnight shard, and spat again. Over the course of the next few days, Sunny often wondered if he had really gone mad. Otherwise, why would he willingly subject himself to this torture? His life now consisted of only three things: spending time with Effie, practicing with his stone saint, and exploring the cursed ruins. Out of the three, the time he was spending in the deadly maze of the Dark City was by far the least dreadful. He even found himself enjoying it a great deal. Once you begin thinking about a cursed ancient ruin teeming with abominable creatures as a comforting place, you should really start thinking about your life choices. And yet Sunny knew that he was on the right track. Painful as they were, his training sessions with the menacing shadow had turned out to be even more advantageous than he imagined. Every bruise, every cut, every drop of blood that he spilled was making him stronger. After a long period of stagnation, his technique was finally improving again, and it was doing so with noticeable speed. The best thing about it was that he had not even scratched the surface of the immense didactic potential of the Battle Master attribute. For someone like him, who had never received a formal education in combat, it was simply a boon. It was a hidden treasure. Back when he had observed the shadow in the fight against a carapace centurion, he had noted her distinct battle style. The taciturn creature fought with the firmness of stone, combining flawless defense with devastating offense. Each action was efficient and perfectly calculated, with blocks, dodges, and deflections leading into deadly riposts. It was solid, indomitable, and inevitable. However, this was not the only battle style that the Stone Saint was perfectly proficient in. Rather, it was something that she used based on her current weapons and opponents. Back when her original fought against two harrowing fallen beasts, her style was reckless and brutal, disregarding any form of defense in favor of an endless onslaught of vicious attacks. Although there were some foundational similarities between them, these two techniques were vastly different. It seemed as though she was able to switch between countless styles to suit the situation. Sunny couldn't wish for a better sparring partner. His own style, or rather the kernel of one that had been given him by Nephi's, was flowing and unpredictable. It focused on adaptability and making it impossible for the enemy to anticipate your next move. The more Sunny fought against the Stone Saint, the more he realized how extraordinary it actually was. However, it didn't mean that the style couldn't be improved. In fact, Sunny suspected that it was actually designed with the intention of being able to incorporate various elements from other sources. If so, it was a perfect foundational style to learn. All of this made him wonder where this strange style had come from, and if Changing Star had taught him its basics for a reason. In any case, he was determined to make sense of it, improve his mastery of the things he had already learned, and begin to incorporate elements of Stone Saint Stark technique into his own. However, this was easier said than done. At first, fighting against the menacing shadow appeared to be almost impossible. Every time he gave her the command to attack, he would inevitably end up on the floor in mere moments, groaning and consumed with pain. His whole body was bruised black and hurting terribly. If not for the tenacious enhancement of the blood weave, Sunny did not know if he would have been able to continue, or at least continue at an acceptable rate. With its help, however, the speed of his recovery was considerably faster. It was almost inhuman. Because of that, he was able to train more intensely and for longer periods of time. Just as he had expected, every defeat taught him something new. Losing to a superior opponent was the best way to improve indeed. Back in the real world, many people were foolishly obsessed with their pride and lived for nothing but to achieve victories against others. He was perfectly content with losing time after time as long as he continued to become stronger with each loss. The only person he wanted to defeat was the version of himself from the last fight, over and over again. Just like that, he had slowly begun to put up at least some resistance to the Stone Saint. At first, he was happy with being able to deflect one attack. Before too long, he stopped counting the number of attacks and started counting the number of seconds he remained on his feet. It was just a couple at first, then 4 or 5, then a dozen. Finally, he was able to fight with the menacing stone knight for vast amounts of time, sometimes even up to a minute. Even Effie seemed to be impressed. She usually paid little attention to his training, but after some time Sunny noticed her glancing in his direction more and more. At first he thought that the unruly hunter simply enjoyed watching him suffer in his suffering, but then he realized that she was actually trying to learn from his mistakes too. His movements slowly became more confident, purposeful, and precise. His body, while damaged and bruised, was brimming with strength and agility. It was then, when his spars with the shadow turned less one-sided, that Sunny noticed something strange, and when he did, everything changed. Chapter 186. Eureka! It took Sunny a long time to perceive the anomaly for several reasons. To begin with, it was so subtle that it was almost impossible to notice. His whole mind was concentrated on the thoughts of battle technique and styles, and still he only saw it by accident. The second reason had to do with his decision to face the stone saint without the augmentation of his aspect ability. Because of it, the shadow had nothing to do. It returned to acting as a proper shadow and obediently repeated his every movement while he fought. The last reason was Effie, or more specifically the fact that she had brought a source of light into the hidden lair, making the shadow actually visible. Because of this unlikely combination of events, Sunny was able to see it. He was in the middle of a fierce battle against the stone saint, sweat and blood trickling down his battered body. The clamor of swords clashing against each other permeated the chamber, drowning the raspy sound of his laborious breathing. Deflecting another blow, Sunny swiftly crouched and let the edge of the creature's shield whistle through the air above his head. His rather clumsy attempt to imitate one of the stone saint's explosive riposts was easily blocked, and the two of them continued the duel. This time it lasted for an especially long time. Sunny was pretty sure that he had already withstood the oppressive assault of the monster for 1.5 minutes. If true, this was his personal best. After countless spars like this, he would sometimes enter a special state of flow. In it his mind was calm and clear, operating at a tremendous speed. When Sunny entered this state, his attention became simultaneously sharp like a blade and strangely unfocused. Normally he would have to concentrate on specific details like watching the enemy's footwork to predict where the next blow would come from. Sunny was even able to split his mind in two, with one part of it absorbing the information that came through his eyes while the other was preoccupied with what the shadows saw. In this way he could either concentrate on two enemies at the same time or have a full view of his surroundings so that no one could sneak up on him from behind. However, with his attention not focused on anything, he was somehow capable of perceiving everything. Every detail, be it the enemy's footwork, the direction of their gaze, or the slight change in the environment, simply became a part of the all-encompassing tapestry that he perceived as a whole. Needless to say, this ability to see everything simultaneously and think with sufficient speed to act on it dramatically boosted his combat performance. It was consonant with and felt like a natural continuation of the strange sense of clarity that he had achieved after almost dying in the battle against his first carapace centurion. Right then Sunny entered this state of flow once again. After a few more exchanges, he suddenly noticed that there was something strange about his shadow. Instinctively he paid it more attention while continuing to fight. It was then that he realized that his shadow's movements, while almost exactly like his, were actually not the same. There was a very slight, almost imperceptible difference, but he could feel something vast and profound hiding in this tiny divergence. Stunned, he slowed down and stared at the shadow. What did I just see? Sunny was so stunned, in fact, that for a moment he completely forgot where he was. In the next second, the rim of the stone saint's shield hit him in the chest, sending him flying at the wall once again. Sunny crashed into the cold stones, fell to the floor, and weakly groaned. However, he immediately forgot about the pain. Sitting up, Sunny stared at his shadow with wide eyes. This is what did he see? The shadow's movements, while exactly like his own, were also different. It was as though a light ignited in his head, or rather became drowned in shadows. Sunny suddenly had an epiphany. This revelation was so astonishing that he almost cried out loud. The divergence between him and his shadow was not random, nor was it chaotic. It was consistent and harmonious, hinting at a deeper meaning. And that meaning was that his shadow had a battle style of its own. Sunny only saw a glimpse of it through the slight discrepancy in their movements. If someone didn't know the shadow as well as he did, they would never notice anything. Even he only saw it by accident. What he saw wasn't enough to discern anything about that battle style except for the fact that it existed. He was also able to sense its essence. It was flowing and insidious, shapeless and ever-changing like the shadow itself. This description was so close to its nature that Sunny felt it was safe to assume that the movements of the battle style were not something the shadow performed on purpose, but rather a manifestation of its innate quality. Did his shadow have a battle art fused into its very being? It is an invaluable helper, he whispered. If this was true, then Sunny had just found the answer to the question that had been tormenting him for the last few days. While the battle style entrusted to him by Nephi's was versatile and deadly, and the technique of the stone saint was indomitable and oppressive, they were not his own. No matter how much he practiced them, he felt that there was something missing. Only by creating a style of his own would Sunny be able to become equal to the best fighters out there. Until then, he would always be just an imitator. Of course, creating a true battle style was not something that a novice like him was capable of doing. More than that, there was a difference between knowing that the mysterious shadow style existed and actually understanding what it was. But still it was a beginning. If he learned the secret hiding inside his shadow and combined it with the flowing adaptability of his current style, what would the result be? Standing up, Sunny spat a mouthful of blood, wiped the sweat off his brow, and walked over to his tormentor, the stone saint. Raising the midnight shard, he gritted his teeth and said, again. Soon the clangor of swords resounded in the hidden chamber once more. Only this time Sunny paid close attention to his shadow. Chapter 187. Trial of Strength. Trying to learn the secrets of the shadow was a very slow process. Sunny could only see glimpses of the mysterious battle style while fighting against the stone saint, and doing so usually required his full attention. As long as he wasn't fully concentrated on his opponent, their clashes ended in mere second-seeking, so that there was nothing to observe. But when he concentrated on the battle at hand, he couldn't really pay any attention to the shadow, which in turn eliminated the possibility of observing it. Finding the right balance between the two tasks was not easy, not to mention painful. Every time he failed, a new bruise appeared on his body. And yet there was progress. Although Sunny was still unable to peer into the depths of the battle art, he was slowly beginning to get a feel for it. The shadow was more treacherous, fluid, and malleable than he was. There was a hint of a graceful cadence to its movements that lacked in his. It was as though it was performing a dance. Frustrated by the lack of a breakthrough, Sunny wanted to push himself harder, but had to stop himself. Even considering the tenacious effects of the blood weave, his training regimen had already brought his body to its limits. He needed to preserve its condition if he was going to join Nephi's on her long expedition, unless he wanted to enter the labyrinth while crippled with exhaustion and injuries, of course. What Sunny failed to realize, due to the lack of experience and the fact that he had been mostly self-taught, was that this accomplishment had already made him an outlier as far as humans went. Most novices weren't even able to master the superficial aspects of different battle styles, let alone recognize their fundamental traits for what they were. They simply followed the rules without understanding them, regarding styles as something indubitable and rigid. Only the most experienced fighters had enough understanding of the essence of a battle art to attempt to manipulate it, so he was already far ahead of the curve. But since Sunny never had a proper mentor, he had no idea that he was trying to accomplish something that an average human would never be able to do. His only point of reference was Nephi's, who was an absolute outlier herself. If renowned masters of combat arts were to learn that a self-taught youth from the outskirts had managed to dismantle two incredibly complex battle styles into basic elements and assemble them together to better suit his tastes, while also trying to learn a third one from his shadow, they would be stunned. However, Sunny just thought that he was unsuccessful and incredibly slow. Maybe I'm just stupid. Picking himself up from the floor, Sunny sighed and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then he glanced at the stone saint and leaned on the wall. "You're done for today?" Effie was nearby, dying from boredom. Watching Sunny torture himself was her only way to entertain herself in this dark room. Well, that and torturing him herself. He gave her a tired nod. "It's already dusk, so I'll probably rest for a bit and go out." The huntress narrowed her eyes. "By the way, I wanted to ask, how do you even know what time of day it is? There's no windows here and we can't hear the sea yet." He glanced at her with a gloomy expression and reluctantly answered, "The shadow of the Crimson Spire." Effie blinked a couple of times, then shrugged. "Anyway, since you're done, can I have a turn with your girlfriend?" Sunny gritted his teeth and answered without even thinking, "She's not my girlfriend." Only then did he realize what Effie was asking. She had never shown interest in sparring with the stone saint before. Not that it mattered. The huntress titled her head. Do I need to explain it? What if something happens to you? So let me get this straight. You can train with her all day every day, but you think that for me she's too tough? It's just that if something happens to me, the worst outcome is that I die. If something happens to you, however, I'm going to get killed by Nephi's. The end result is the same, but one way is vastly better than the other. She crossed her arms. I just want to see which one of us is stronger. Don't even think about it. Effie silently glared at him. There's no way I'm letting you fight her. The huntress grinned. That's not going to be a problem. A few minutes later, Sonny was staring at the scene in front of him in disbelief. How did it come to this? Leaning over the opulent wooden table stood Effie and the stone saint. The elbows of their right hands rested on the table while their palms were pressed against each other. The shadow was taciturn and indifferent while the huntress was full of enthusiasm. They were preparing to arm wrestle. Effie glanced at him and grinned. Wanna bet who's going to win? If I overpower your girlfriend, you'll owe me a shard. No, 10 shards. The unruly huntress winked at him. You know what I don't even want to know. I don't gamble, so forget about it. Anyway, let's do this. She gripped the stone saint's hand and prepared to wrestle. Instantly, both the shadow and huntress tried to bring the opponent's arm down. The table groaned, subjected to a crushing amount of pressure. For a moment it seemed that the stone saint was on the losing side, but in the end her hand only moved by a millimeter. The monster stared at the young woman with her ruby eyes, her face hidden behind the visor of the helmet. There was no emotion in her gaze. Effie's hazel eyes, on the contrary, were full of mirth. There was a relaxed smile frozen on her face. However, Sonny could see that she was putting her all into this struggle. The lean muscles tautened under the olive skin of her back. Her whole body was like a loaded spring brimming with strength and overwhelming power. And yet the shadow's hand did not move. It seemed as though neither of them could overpower the other. I wonder who will give up first. As second after second passed in silence, but nothing changed. Both Effie and the stone saint were persisting, not giving up even a tiny bit of ground. The amount of strength they were exerting to keep this volatile balance made Sonny sweat a little. They're both monsters. In the end, the first one to give up was the table. Not able to withstand the pressure anymore, it simply exploded. Covering his face to protect it from the flying splinters, Sonny froze for a moment, then stared at the pile of tiny debris. A feeling of deep sorrow and indignation pierced his heart. Chapter 188 of Heaven and Hell. Just like that, a week had passed. Miraculously, Sonny had survived. Even more miraculously, he had somehow managed not to kill Effie, which was a big accomplishment in and of itself. In fact, by the end of it, their forced cohabitation had turned rather pleasant. They were both solitary hunters after all. There was an instinctive understanding between the two of them. His overall combat skill and particularly comprehension of both his own battle style and that of the stone saint had improved by leaps and bounds. He felt faster, stronger, and better prepared to face the horrors of the dream realm. Although he had yet to reach the same level of physical power that he had possessed before sacrificing 100 shadow fragments to create the Shadow Saint, Sonny felt that the current him was far deadlier of an opponent, which was good considering how fast the grim future was approaching. Currently, Sonny and Effie were sitting on the support beam of the main hall of the cathedral, looking down from the head-spinning height. Far below and away from them, the Black Knight walked through the patches of light and darkness, continuing his never-ending patrol. Effie scowled, then whispered, "So this is the bastard." Sonny gave her a gloomy nod. "In the flesh, or whatever he has instead of it." The unruly huntress gave him a long look. "How the hell did you manage to live through a fight with that fiend? Also, calling it a fight is giving me too much credit. I just got myself gutted and crawled outside. He never leaves the cathedral, so I got away. Are you sure that he won't hear us? As long as he doesn't walk past that column, and as long as we're not too loud and keep our voice down, we're safe. I've been studying that bastard for 2 whole months." Effie suddenly grinned. "So how loud are we talking about?" "Because I can promise to." Sonny rolled his eyes. "We're in a temple, for God's sake." He didn't need to hear the end of the phrase to know that it was going to be highly suggestive and very inappropriate. After a couple of minutes passed in silence, Sonny looked down and saw that the pale light of dawn was slowly turning brighter. It was almost time for the two of them to leave the cathedral. He had yet to come to the final decision regarding Neff's request. Depending on his choice, he and Effie would perhaps never see each other again. Sonny quietly sighed. Then turning to the huntress, he said, "Hey Effie, can I ask you something?" She looked at him with a silent question in her eyes and shrugged. Sonny hesitated, feeling the somber mood of the situation. Then looking away, he said, Tell me honestly, were you dropped on your head a lot when you were a kid? Effie blinked a couple of times, then suddenly pressed both hands against her mouth to suppress a laugh. In the process, she almost fell down from the support beam. Heavens, Sonny, do you want me to laugh out loud and get us both killed? What's up with that question? He looked at her with a dubious expression. Then why are you so damn cheerful all the time? You're like a crazy person, and I know a thing or two about that, mind you. Sonny waited for the explanation, noticing an unfamiliar air of melancholy around the vigorous young woman. Her usual infectious vitality somehow felt. It's because I don't think that this place is as bad as all of you seem to believe. Everyone in this dark city is convinced that this is hell, but to me it's a paradise. Sonny glanced at her and frowned. You wouldn't understand, but for some of us the real world was more of a hell than the dream realm. Sonny turned away, thinking about his one life in the outskirts. The reason he was able to adapt so well to the ruthless terror of the nightmare spell was because at its core it wasn't that different from his own reality. What kind of a paradise is this? A sad smile appeared on the young woman's face. The only kind we deserve, I guess. Then she looked at Sonny and asked, Say Sonny, you're from the outskirts, right? So you didn't receive a lot of education, I bet? Well, not like it would have changed anything. The schools are basically propaganda camps anyway. They teach kids some useful stuff but also turn them unable to ask questions and blind to the truth. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Effie gave him a nod. The truth that our world is dying. Well, not the world really, just the part of the ecosystem that we need to survive. Something moved in his memory. A year or so before Sonny was born, a whole continent was lost because a Category 5 gate had opened on its coast, but the hunters quickly overturned his expectations. And I'm not talking about the nightmare spell. I'm talking about what we humans have done to our planet without anyone's help. There were more than 10 billion people on Earth a couple of hundred years ago, did you know? But now there's barely 3, and half of them only have food and shelter because of us awakened and the powers we possess, which were given to us by the spell. Sonny remembered the poisonous, acrid air of the outskirts, the inhuman conditions in the underground factory where his mother had worked, the towering barriers protecting the city from the deadly winds of the wasteland outside. He knew, of course, that the planet was not in a good shape compared to the past, but he never really thought about it that much. To him this was simply how life always worked. Who knows how many of us would still be alive without the spell? I honestly don't know. But if you ask me, I think that one day in the future more people will believe that this realm is a paradise. On that ominous note, she stood up and stretched her whole body, making Sonny hurriedly look away. Anyway, it's already morning. Time to meet up with Princess and the others. Let's go soon. They were standing in front of the cathedral. The morning sun was slowly crawling through the sky, washing the ancient city in its pale light. Sonny and Effie did not have to wait long before Nephi's and her companions appeared from the ruins. There was Changing Star herself, Castor, Cass, and Kai. What the hell was he doing here? Once the 4 sleepers approached and greeted them, Sonny immediately stared at the beautiful young man. Naito, why are you here, buddy? I'm very happy to see you too, Sonny, my friend. Lady Nephi's has asked me to join her on this expedition, and after careful consideration I have decided to agree. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Alright, I know that I'm crazy, but when did you lose your mind, too? Kai looked at him with a strange expression. What do you mean you're crazy? Then he turned to Neph. I'm ready to join the expedition, but on one condition. I will not become a part of your cohort. Rather, you can provide sufficient compensation to acquire my services. Nephi's looked at him for a while, an inexorable expression on her face. Then she said in an even tone, Do you have something in mind? As a matter of fact, I do. Behind us you can see a magnificent ancient cathedral. Inside that cathedral lives a creature which is called the Black Knight. In return for my help during the expedition, I want your help after it is concluded. Once we return, he paused for a moment and then added, I want you to help me kill it. A dead silence fell on the small square. After a while, Castor finally spoke, an expression of subtle shock on his face. Sonny, did you perhaps misspoke? We are only sleepers after all. How are we supposed to kill that Black Knight of yours? A nightmare creature of his rank and class. Sonny's grin widened. Then with an immense feeling of vindication, he looked at Castor and said, It's just a fallen devil. Chapter 189. Sonny's brilliant emporium. The expressions on the faces of Casper, Effie, and Kai were simply priceless. Sonny had to stop himself from laughing out loud. His shadow, however, did not. Luckily, it had no vocal cords, so all it could do was hold its stomach and shudder silently. Meanwhile, Nephi's just looked at him. The corner of her mouth slightly curled upward. After a while, Castor was finally able to answer, "Just a fallen devil." "Did you say Jay?" However, changing star interrupted him. Glancing at the cathedral, she simply shrugged and said, "This is acceptable." Everyone became silent. They simply stared at Neff with bewildered expressions. With some satisfaction, Sunny nodded and said, "Don't be so quick to judge. We won't be going into that battle unprepared. I spent months studying the bastard. I know his every ability, every trick, and every weakness. More than that, if you can't even handle someone like him, how are you going to challenge Gunnalug? Isn't that what this expedition is all about?" Actually, he debated for a long time whether he should demand that they attack the Black Knight now or after the expedition was over. In the end, he decided that they were all too weak to face the devil for now. But after months spent in the labyrinth, things were bound to change. There were more nightmare creatures out there, and most of them were not impossible to kill. By the end of the expedition, every member of the cohort was going to have much more soul essence in their cores than they had now. They would also have a wider arsenal of memories at their disposal. More importantly, they would have time to hone and perfect their teamwork. If they wanted to have a chance in a fight against the Black Knight, this was the most important part. It's not like it's impossible to kill a fallen creature. In fact, both Gemma and Tessai had done so in the past, not to mention Gunlog himself. It just takes a lot of preparation and a little bit of luck. By the end of this, we should be able to take on a single devil and win, provided that we learn its secrets in advance. Speaking of preparations, while everyone was looking at him with confusion, well, except Cassie, of course, he took the rucksack off his shoulders and placed it on the ground. Then he opened it, revealing the soft shine of numerous soul shards. "Welcome to Sunny's brilliant emporium. This here is around 50 soul shards, each of them of the awakened rank. Since we will be venturing into the labyrinth, I've decided to give you guys an opportunity to empower yourself a bit before facing the terrible dangers of that ghastly place. Of course, I'll give you a family discount." He had emptied his treasure chest before leaving the hidden chamber. Currently, all of his remaining shards were inside the rucksack. Of course, he hadn't done so out of the kindness of his heart. Sunny never had any money and so understandably didn't know a lot about how to handle it. The one thing he did know was that rich folk never allowed their riches to sit idly. Even money had to work to create more money once it fell into the hands of the wealthy. In the language of rich people, this was called an investment. By investing his shards into the cohort, Sunny was increasing his own chances of making it back alive. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't imagine a worthier cause. Plus, he wasn't going to just give the shards away for free. The rules of the Emporium are rather simple. You give me memories, I give you shards. I don't care about how powerful or useful the memories are. In fact, the worse the better. Any useless junk you have gathering dust in your soul sea will do. If you don't have any, no problem. You can just promise to give me a memory in the future once you receive one in the labyrinth. He smiled at the members of Neff's cohort. "No need to thank me, really." Kai stared at the shards, then raised his eyes and looked at Sunny. "Sunny, buddy, please forgive my bluntness, but why do you need all these memories?" "What a good question. You see, how should I put this? Let's just say that there's a beauty I know who just can't get enough of them, if you know what I mean." Saying that, he winked at the pretty archer. With a strange expression, Kai turned away and shook his head. However, after this performance, no one else asked any questions. In the end, Sunny was able to exchange his shards for 5 memories. Nephi's distributed the shards between the 5 members of the cohort, with each of them getting 10. This was a boon equal to slaying 10 awakened beasts. After absorbing the shards, all 5 of them were going to receive a significant boost to their power. As far as deadly expeditions went, this was the best start possible. Without wasting any time, Neff, Cassie, Kai, and Castor absorbed the soul essence from the shards. While they were busy doing that, Sunny silently dove into the soul sea and fed the memories he had received to the Stone Saint. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Satisfied, he summoned the runes and glanced at them. Shadow fragments, 27 by 200. Then he looked at his own. True name, lost from light. Shadow core, dormant. Shadow fragments, 318 by 1000. Looking south, he smiled darkly and wondered how much would these numbers increase by the time he returned to the Dark City. It had to be by a lot. When everyone was done absorbing their shards and getting accustomed to the changes caused by the sudden influx of soul essence, the cohort was ready to move out. The 6 of them headed south cautiously, traversing the cursed city. Nephi's was walking in the front of the party. Her stark black and white plate armor contrasted sharply against the gray stones of the ancient ruins. A step behind her and to the right was Castor, clad in a polished scale mail that glistened in the morning light like the skin of a silver dragon. To her left was tall and powerful Effie, clad in the archaic bronze armor with a white chiton beneath. A few steps away, wearing his elegant lamellar armor made out of burnished brown leather, walked Kai. On his back there was a quiver full of heavy arrows. Cassie was walking beside him, her light tunic and bright cloak just the same as before. However, now there was a sheath with a graceful rapier attached to her belt. At the very back, with an unhappy expression on his face, was a pale young man with messy black hair and a ragged light armor made out of dark gray fabric and black lustreless leather. He was periodically lowering his gaze and grimacing as though unaccustomed to being in the sun. Of course, it was Sunny. Their journey to the edges of the forgotten shore had begun. Chapter 190. Point of no return. Sunny was walking at the back of the cohort, but his shadow was scouting ahead. Without it by his side, he was rather uncomfortable. I wonder if I can summon the stone saint while it is away. How have I never thought to check it? Without both his shadow and his shadow, Sunny felt almost nacked. At least he had other people with him, including three powerhouses, Nephi's, Castor, and Effie. Come to think of it, he had never seen Kai in action. The beautiful archer didn't look like someone extremely dangerous, but Sunny wasn't deceived. With his unique aspect ability, Kai had to fight against the type of terrifying creatures that Sunny knew very little about too, the flying abominations that lived in the clouds, like the spire messengers. Speaking of Kai, Sunny hastened his steps and caught up to the charming young man. Glancing at Cassie, who did not seem like she wanted to say anything to him, he frowned for a moment and then turned to Nightingale. Hey there, Knight. The archer looked at him with a friendly smile. I mean, the weather is nice. Sunny blinked a couple of times. The weather was never nice on the forgotten shore. It was either too cold, too damp, or too hot. Honestly, he even missed the Black Mountain sometimes. At least it was consistent. Not one to make polite talk, Sunny went straight to the question he really wanted to ask. So really, what are you doing here? Kai glanced at him with a bit of confusion. From what you told me, your life in the castle was nothing short of peaceful. You have enough shards to stay there for a long time, everyone likes you, and even the host treats you nicely because of how useful your ability is. Why would you risk it all to go with us into the labyrinth? The beautiful archer lingered for a bit. Well, actually, I landed in a bit of trouble. The deaths of those guards who locked me in the well are being used to frame Effie, are they not? Well, what if someone knows that I am connected to their disappearance? Won't I be in danger? Sunny thought about it for a bit, then reluctantly agreed. But won't the danger you will face in this expedition be much worse than the one you are escaping from? But Sunny, there is something else that you failed to consider. Please don't tell me that you became one of Neff's converts. The charming young man chuckled. At least not in the way you think. He was silent for a long time, then sighed. Actually, I don't think that many people see things clearly. But really, it's not that hard to understand. Turning to Sunny with a somber expression on his usually carefree face, Kai suddenly asked, I came to the Forgotten Shore 31 months ago. Do you know how many of us reached the Dark City that year? Sunny shook his head. And do you know how many are still alive? He was silent for a while, which means that in just 2 years more than half of us perished. People die all the time in the Dark City, you see. The castle may seem safe, but actually the host is constantly bleeding people. Every week a few hunters don't return from the hunt. Every couple of weeks a nightmare creature attacks the walls and kills several guards before they manage to drive it away or destroy it. But most often of all, something comes into the outer settlement and simply drags away people. That's not even mentioning those who die of hunger, desperation, or by another human's hand. Do you see where I am going with this? Sunny scowled, a new understanding dawning on him. Seeing his expression, Kai looked away. Every year hundreds of people die in the Dark City, and every year hundreds more come to take their place. But Sunny, this year there were only 4. Not 400, but just 4 people. How had he not thought about it before? Sunny's eyes widened slightly. Meanwhile, Kai continued, which means that the Bright Castle never got the chance to recoup its losses. What happens if that spell cycle theory that people have is true, and 5 months from now, when the winter solstice comes, the same thing repeats itself? He shook his head, a dark expression on his face. It means that a year from now there will be maybe 600 humans left in the Dark City, and 2 years from now there will be only a dozen or 2. It takes a lot of people to maintain the semblance of civilization we have going on here, Sunny. Once we pass the point of no return, it will all come crashing down. The beautiful archer glanced at him and added in a heavy tone, Every non-combatant will die. Every fighter who is not powerful enough will die. Eventually, only a few strongest ones will be left. Am I strong enough to be among those few? And even if I am, who would want to live in a situation like that? He turned away and stared at Nephi's, who was walking ahead of them. So no, Sonny, I am not a convert, but I will follow Lady Nephi's to the edges of the labyrinth and back, because it's better to die trying to do something than to live on hiding your head in the sand. Just like that, their conversation ended. Sonny walked on in silence, thinking about what Kai had said. If the archer was right, then the future was indeed nothing short of disturbing. Of course, no one knew for sure how many sleepers were going to arrive here during the winter solstice. But now that he thought about it, Sonny felt that people who believed in the cyclic nature of the arrivals were almost right. He also believed that there would not be hundreds of new faces arriving on the forgotten shore in 5 months. However, while others expected that there would be a few dozen after a year and 100 after that, he did not. For some reason, Sonny felt that there won't be anyone else coming to the Dark City at all. He felt that the three of them and Castor were the last people to ever be sent to this hell by the spell. What's up with people today? First, Effie and her doomsday talk. Now this. I am already an extremely pessimistic person. I don't need anyone's help to feel terrible about the future, but as it turned out, he did need help. These two conversations had opened Sonny's eyes to a serious problem. He was too short-sighted. He concentrated too much on the problems at hand and failed to see the bigger picture. Was it because both Effie and Kai had spent more time on the forgotten shore, or was it because he had simply not paid enough attention to the details? Would things be different if he had? Just as Sonny glanced at Nephi's, Cassie suddenly turned her head in his direction. She has been ignoring me this whole time, but now she wants to talk. The blind girl hesitated for a moment and then quietly said, "Something is following us." Chapter 191, Pursuer. Something is following us. Sonny's frown deepened. Not wasting any time, he moved forward and caught up to Nephi's, Castor, and Effie. The huntress glanced at him and slightly tensed. "Did your shadow notice an enemy?" The shadow was currently a few hundred meters ahead of the cohort, scouting for any signs of danger. Cassie felt that we are being followed. I'm going to withdraw the shadow and send it back to take a look. Effie gave him a nod. Of course, as the pathfinder of the party, she was always vigilant. He was just warning her so that she could adjust her approach. The two of them were well accustomed to working together, so there was no need to waste words. Sonny commanded the shadow to return and fell back to the rear of the party. Once there, he concentrated on the shadows that surrounded them, trying to feel if there was something there that could not be seen. But there was nothing. Ahead of him, the rest of the cohort was silently preparing for the worst. Not wishing to let the unknown pursuer know that they were ready to act, no one summoned their weapons yet. No one had even turned their head. However, Sonny could see from the tension in their muscles that this peacefulness could explode into a storm of movement at any moment. Changing Star and her hunting party did not earn their fearsome reputation by mistake. Finally, the shadow was back. Not letting it rest even for a second, Sonny immediately sent it to observe the streets that they had just left. His perception was split between its vision and his own. The feeling of vulnerability he experienced when the shadow was away heightened. Sonny sighed with grim resignation. The fact that he was at the back of the cohort and as such would be attacked first if anything happened did not help one bit. You don't even know what is tracking the cohort. A few moments later, the shadow was safely hidden in the darkness of a ruined building, observing the crossroad that one would have to pass to follow them. Sonny continued walking, pretending to not know anything. A few seconds passed in tense silence, then a few more. Depending on the nature of the mysterious pursuer, their response would be different. If it was a nightmare creature, they would either have to fight it or try to throw it off their scent. However, if the creature turned out to be one of the truly horrifying existences that stalked the ancient ruins, then things would get really tricky. There was also another possibility, and that was that they were not being pursued by a monster but by humans instead. A team of hunters might have been sent by Gunlog to ambush Changing Star and her people. If that was the case, honestly, Sonny didn't know what would happen. However, he was sure of their ability to withstand an attack from the host even if the enemy held a numerical advantage. The others seemed to share the same thought. After a few minutes passed, the shadow finally noticed movement. Someone was slowly walking in the middle of the street, not even trying to hide their presence. At first, Sonny thought that it was one of the revenants that populated the Dark City. The figure, while human in appearance, was strangely crooked with a dark, unadorned cloak hiding its limbs and features. But then Sonny suddenly felt cold fear grip his heart. He recognized those glassy, lifeless eyes, the hideous pale face that terrified so many people. The murderous butcher who had torn Jubei apart with his bare hands, Gunalug's cruel executioner and hidden blade, walking through the cursed ruins with the same bored expression that he had in the grand hall of the bright castle on the day of Jubei's execution. Horace was following in their footsteps. Gunlug did not send dozens of hunters to ambush Changing Star. Instead, he sent just one man. Why am I so afraid of that guy? It was because deep down he felt that they were alike. Horace was the personification of everything that Sonny was afraid to become. Trying to shake off his fear, Sonny walked forward and glanced at Nephi's. Then he said in a raspy voice, "It's that damn hunchback." A sudden tension permeated the air. Without having to look, Sonny knew that everyone's faces grew dark. No one knew what his aspect ability was, let alone his flaw. All that was known about this terrifying man was that he was very powerful and that not a single victim of his had survived. To his right, Castor quietly scoffed. What is Gunlog thinking, sending one man against a 6? However, Neff did not share his disdain. Turning to her left, she glanced at Effie. There was a grim expression on her face. The huntress hesitated for a few moments. Then, looking down from her considerable height, she simply said, "I think we need to run. Surely no matter how strong Horace is, we can take him down. None of us are weak either. Even if we can't defeat him one-on-one." Effie shook her head. "You don't get it, do you? We can't fight Horace. Many people have tried and they're all dead now." She gritted her teeth. "He is a monster in human flesh, Castor. He is insanely powerful. But that's not even the problem. The problem is that no one knows his aspect. All we know is that once Horace comes for you, you die. I've seen many people try to resist once they caught wind that Gunlog is going to send Horace to get rid of them. Strong people, weak people. Some tried to fight him alone, others recruited fearsome allies. Come the next morning, all of them were dead. No matter how powerful they were or how many of them gathered to give him a fight, no one ever survived. All that was left was blood and corpses." Chapter 192, Lighthouse. As somber silence settled among the cohort, Effie grimaced. "The weirdest part is no one has even seen him come and go. Every time Horace was sent into the outer settlement, we only learned that people were dead in the morning. Doors, locks, and barricades can't seem to stop him either. Once Horace is ordered to kill you, you just die. It is as though fate itself abandons you. So are you telling us that we stand no chance?" The huntress shook her head. "I'm saying that fighting him right now would be stupid. Not unless we learn how he is able to seemingly turn his victims, no matter how many of them there are, completely powerless." With that, she glanced at Nephi's, who lingered for a moment and then shook her head. "Our friend in the castle doesn't know either. Also, that mysterious friend of yours is not omniscient after all. Well, in that case, my advice stands." At that moment, Sonny finally spoke up. "But Effie, can we even run away from him?" The smile disappeared from her face. Suddenly grim, she hesitated for a while, and then said, "I know of a way, but it's going to be dangerous. However, I don't know how else to shake him off our trail." "So you decide, princess." Neff was silent for a bit and then simply nodded. "We will face Horace some other day. Right now, reaching the resting place of the first cohort is the priority." The unruly huntress exhales almost as if relieved. Then she said, "Then follow me, and prepare yourself." After that disturbing discussion, Effie changed their course slightly. Instead of moving straight south, they were now traversing the ancient city, heading for its eastern border. Sonny wasn't too familiar with this part of the ruins. During the past few months, he mostly stayed north of the Bright Castle, sometimes venturing northeast. He stayed away from the western areas because they were closer to the Crimson Spire and had not explored much of the south because it was too far away from his cathedral. The last time he had been here was on the day of the bloody fight against the Spire Messenger. Back then they were headed for the ruins of the lighthouse that had once stood near the impregnable wall of the Dark City. Not that he had a lot of time to observe the surroundings. Pretty much all of his attention was concentrated on Horace, who was following them like a hound. He didn't like having to stare at the menacing hunchback at all. "Why don't you go fight some fallen creature and die, bastard?" However, Horace seemed to know the ruins just as well as Effie. He somehow avoided the worst creatures on his path while never losing the scent of Changing Star's cohort. At one point, a lone blood fiend attacked him from the deep shadows of a dilapidated building. Gunlog's executioner simply raised a hand and shattered the skull of the nightmare creature with one lazy punch. He didn't even blink. I killed plenty of those too. However, Sonny had to admit that he was deeply unnerved by the power of the murderous hunchback. Maybe because he couldn't get rid of the feeling that by the end of it all only one of them would remain alive, and he wasn't sure which one. Soon they were nearing the tall expanse of the city wall. Not too far away, the remnant of a giant tower lay broken on its side, stretching far away into the distance. The buildings that the tower had fallen on thousands of years ago were shattered and turned into dust. The ancient lighthouse might have been proud and magnificent once. Perhaps it had even served as a symbol of the defiant will of the people of the ancient city, burning as a shining beacon in the eternal darkness of the cursed night. But it had fallen a long time ago, just like the people that built it. At least its ruin remained. The ancient inhabitants of the dark city had just vanished, not even leaving bones behind. Effie gestured at the massive ruin. They were currently hiding in a collapsed building near the collapsed tower. This area was populated by an especially vile tribe of monsters, and attracting their attention would spell trouble for the entire cohort. Call your shadow back and keep it close. When we enter the lighthouse, we will have to act quick. Somewhat relieved, Sunny did just that. Not having to look at Horace anymore was a reason for celebration. Staying low to the ground, the six of them dashed from their hiding spot to the broken lighthouse. Without wasting any time, they found a breach in its wall and climbed inside. Effie summoned her radiant memory, bathing the interior of the ruined tower in light. Due to the fact that it was currently lying on its side, they found themselves in a massive echoing tunnel. Looking around, Effie found her bearings and led them deeper into the tunnel, extreme tension apparent in her every move. While walking, she began to speak. Listen to me very carefully, and do as I say. Once we're inside, don't separate from the group. Stay together and keep your weapons at hand. The place we're going to is full of nightmare creatures. They're not too strong, but they're special. Don't even try to kill them. Just defend yourself and keep moving. If you stop, you'll most probably die. Same thing if you slow down and get yourself surrounded. But if we can preserve our formation, we might survive. What do you mean you hope? Before Sunny could voice his outrage, they reached their destination. Right in front of him, the floor of the tunnel was broken, forming a narrow crevice. It was filled with darkness, leading deep down into the ground, and then deeper still. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see what was at the bottom. The huntress glanced at him. What are you waiting for, doofus? You want me to jump into that? By his side, Kai sighed and looked down on his freshly cleaned, stylish armor. An expression of pure sadness appeared on his beautiful face. Here we go again, chapter 193. The catacombs. Without wasting any time, Nephi silently jumped into the crevice. Just before she did, white flames ignited in her eyes. The darkness swallowed her lithe figure whole like the maw of some unknown creature. With a resentful expression on his face, Sunny stepped forward. However, before he could approach the crevice, Castor inadvertently blocked his path. A moment later, the proud legacy was gone too. Sunny lingered for a moment and then looked back. He wanted to check if Cassie needed help going down, but he didn't have to worry. Kai was already gently holding her in his arms. The charming archer softly rose into the air, hovered there for a second, and then glided into the darkness. Sunny blinked a couple of times and shook his head. Show off Effie soon followed the rest of the party, taking her radiant memory with her. Left alone in the darkness, Sunny shivered, wrapped himself in the shadow, and jumped down. He fell for a few seconds and then landed on hard stone, the impact sending a painful tremor through his bones. Standing up, Sunny found himself in a narrow tunnel. Its walls were made out of weathered stone, clearly put there by human hands. The rest of the cohort was already there, preparing for battle. Nephi had summoned her silver longsword. Because the tunnel was not wide enough to freely use it, she was holding it with both hands. One armored gauntlet rested on the hilt, while the other was on the blade itself, halfway to its tip. Castor was wielding a sword too. However, his was a graceful giant with beautiful patterns etched on its blade, with a triangular guard carved out of green jade. Sunny didn't know what was the tier of that memory, but he knew that it was extremely powerful. He had seen it cut through flesh, bone, and steel alike. Currently, the giant was emanating a ghostly green light. Effie had summoned her large round shield, but chose to leave the ancient bronze spear in the Soul Sea. While she was skilled enough to make use of it even in this narrow space, the shield would be much more formidable, especially considering her Herculean strength. Kai looked rather gloomy. Casting a mournful look over his shoulder on the fletching of his heavy arrows, he sighed and outstretched his hand. Instead of a bow, an elegant falcata appeared in it. The beautiful curve of its blade glinted, reflecting the light. The last one to draw her weapon was Cassie. Unexpectedly, she unsheathed a slender rapier from the scabbard that was attached to her belt and let go of it. To Sunny's surprise, the rapier did not fall to the ground, but rather stayed floating in the air as if attached to the blind girl by an invisible string. Then it rotated slightly and hovered in front of her with its tip pointing straight at Sunny. Cassie smiled and turned her head to him. "Ah, please forgive quiet dancer. She is shy around strangers." Sunny scratched the back of his head. Sensing his confusion, Cassie explained, "Dancer is an echo and a partner of mine. We work well together." As if answering her words, the rapier suddenly circled around the blind girl and returned to its. It was still pointing at Sunny in a rather unfriendly way though. Interrupting their conversation, Effie called out to him, "Hey Sunny, now would be the perfect time to invite your girlfriend to join us." The rest of the cohort stared at them with confused expressions. Sunny gritted his teeth. "How many times do I have to tell you she's not my girlfriend?" Noticing the weird stares that people were giving him, he sighed. The huntress did not even continue to tease him. Just this fact alone told Sunny how dire their situation really was. Sunny also has an echo, and a powerful one at that. He did, and a moment later the stone saint stepped into the tunnel out of his shadow. Her ruby eyes were burning with crimson flames from behind the visor of the helmet. The taciturn monster briefly glanced at the people gathered around it and then indifferently turned away to peer into the darkness. Just like that, their group of 6 had turned into a group of 8. Well, if a moody flying rapier could be counted to be a member. Suddenly, a distant noise made everyone freeze for a moment. With a dark expression, Effie looked in the direction it came from and sighed. "We've wasted enough time already. Follow me and be ready." With that, she took a step forward and headed deeper into the tunnel. Sunny followed, commanding the stone saint to stay close to Kai and Cassie. After a while, something crunched under his foot. Looking down, he saw Bone. The huntress glanced back and then answered in a somber tone, "The catacombs." "Since when are there catacombs beneath the Dark City? Why have I never heard you mention them?" Effie lingered before answering. "The catacombs were always here. They span beneath the whole city. It's just that most of the tunnels had collapsed a long time ago. As to why hunters don't like to mention them, it's because very few are crazy enough to explore what little remains of the catacombs, and even fewer return to tell the tale." Then she added, "No matter how powerful Horace is, a person can only survive here if they know their way around. And only a couple of us outer settlement hunters do. So we should be able to lose him." Meanwhile, Sunny noticed more and more bones littering the ground. All of them looked like they had once belonged to humans. Looking up, he asked, "Can we get back to that thing you said about how very few people manage to escape from here alive?" The huntress grimaced. "That's because, however, before she was done speaking, something appeared out of the darkness and barred their way." Sunny opened his eyes wide. Right there in front of them, a corpse was standing on the edge between light and darkness, staring at the 6 humans with the black chasms of its empty eye sockets. No, not really a corpse. Defying all laws of logic and physics, a creature made of nothing but human bones suddenly lunged forward, baring its teeth in a hungry grin. Chapter 194. Aching bones. How the hell is this thing even moving? Defying all logic, the skeleton lunged at Effie with a speed that even Sunny himself wasn't capable of. With no muscle tissue connecting the bones together, the strange creature was still able to stand upright, run, and attack with vicious strength. A moment before the undead monster closed the distance between them, Effie screamed, "Stay together." Then she turned her torso and slammed her shield against the lunging monstrosity. With a thunderous crack, the skeleton was thrown back. Its skull and ribcage shattered, showering the tunnel with sharp bone splinters. Like a broken marionette, it fell to the ground in a shapeless pile. Sunny stared at the mess of broken bones within confusion. The huntress yelled, tearing him away from these thoughts, "Don't stop, move." The cohort rushed forward, following Effie into the depths of the catacombs. When Sunny was approaching the remains of the reanimated skeleton, he noticed something that made a cold chill run down his spine. The bones were still moving slowly, assembling themselves back into the shape that resembled a human. Just as he stepped past the creature, one skeletal hand suddenly thrust in his direction, trying to claw at his leg. If not for Sunny's quick reaction, it might have succeeded in injuring him. With one slash of the midnight shard, he crushed the clawing hand and threw it away. Falling on the stones a few meters back, the hand remained motionless for a moment and then began crawling back to the quickly recovering skeleton. The monster was being rebuilt by some terrifying invisible force. Drawn by its unseen pull, the bones were putting themselves back together one after another. Those too damaged to be of use were simply replaced by one of the bones scattered on the floor of the tunnel. Soon the skeleton would inevitably rise again. A disturbing thought entered Sunny's mind. He finally realized why Effie had told them to keep moving instead of trying to kill the nightmare creatures populating the catacombs. Was it because these creatures were immortal? Sunny felt a sickening premonition that he was right. If so, things were going to turn from bad to harrowing pretty fast. It was at that moment that his ears caught a distant rustle coming from the darkness ahead of them. For a moment he felt fear grip his heart, thinking that the dark sea had somehow found its way into the catacombs. But no, this wasn't the cursed sea. Instead, it was hundreds of skeletal feet scraping against the cold stones of the catacombs. Maybe even thousands of them. The hordes of undead monsters populating the catacombs were coming to rip the 6 humans apart. With a grimace of dark resentment on his face, Sunny gripped the midnight shard tighter and hurried after the other members of the cohort. Come and get it, bastards. Pretty soon the undead creatures were upon them. First in ones and pairs, then in small groups, the bloodthirsty skeletons assaulted them in a constant stream. Appearing from the darkness of the catacombs, they lunged at the cohort in a whirlwind of bony claws and teeth, each bearing the same eerie skeletal grin. Effie and Nephi's, who were at the front of the group, faced the brunt of the attacks. The huntress exerted her inhuman strength, bulldozing through the skeletons like an incarnation of ancient fury. Her round shield acted as a wrecking ball, shattering the undead monsters left and right. Nephi's fought with the elegant fluidity of water, but also with the crushing force of a devastating flood. She was holding the long sword by the blade, using its crossguard and pommel as an improvised mace. With white flames dancing in her eyes, she moved from one skeleton to another, skillfully deflecting their blows and crushing one skull after another. If anything got past them, Castor was there to deliver the finishing blow. His sword shone with a ghostly green light, slicing through bones as if without meeting any resistance. The proud legacy fought with graceful precision, always managing to immobilize the enemy with just one clean strike. The skeletons fell to his sword before even having a chance to retaliate. The 3 powerhouses made paving the path through the horde of monsters seem almost easy. However, Sunny knew that it was anything but. Each skeleton was stronger and faster than a human could ever be. It took incredible skill, resolve, and coordination to cut through their ranks without slowing down even for a second. Soon he was forced to taste the true menace of these undead abominations for himself. Sunny, Cassie, and Kai were relatively safe at first, but with each passing minute their situation worsened. The catacombs were a real maze. More and more often the tunnels they were taking began to open into complicated crossroads and connect with other branching paths. When that happened, undead creatures could lunge at the cohort from the side, bypassing the impenetrable barrier of Changing Star and her 2 champions. More than that, as the number of skeletons destroyed by them increased and several minutes passed, the abominable monsters began rising back from the ground and dashing in pursuit of the party, soon attacking it from the rear. Eventually, the cohort was constantly assaulted from all sides. When Sunny first had to raise his sword to repel a straggler that lunged at him from the side tunnel, he acted with calm precision engraved into him by countless hours of practice. Slashing with the midnight shard, he cleanly beheaded the undead creature. Augmented by the shadow, his Takai managed to cut through solid bone without that much effort. Sunny knew that losing its head won't kill the skeleton, so he instantly shifted his balance and kicked the monster in the chest, throwing it back. Although he expected that this would happen, the lack of the familiar voice whispering into his ear still unnerved him. Usually he would have heard the announcement of the kill already, but these abominations were immortal, so the spell remained silent. Lamenting the fact that he would not be getting any shadow fragments today, Sunny moved away from the decapitated skeleton and sighed. Well, at least this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. But just a few minutes later, he bitterly regretted thinking those words aloud. Chapter 195, Rolling Battle. Once the cohort was surrounded from every side, Sunny, Cassie, and Kai had to join the battle in earnest. Sunny wasn't too worried for the blind girl and the archer because they were protected by both the Stone Saint and the Quiet Dancer. His shadow was possibly the worst enemy the bloodthirsty skeletons could face. Moving with the cold precision of an emotionless battle machine, she used both her sword and shield to deflect and destroy any enemy that dared to approach them from the sides. The graceful and devastating dance she was performing was a true sight to behold. The Quiet Dancer zipped through the air, supporting the shadow and covering any lapse left in the barrier of steel created by her. If something got past the 2 of them, Kai was there, using the curved blade of his falcata to crush the undead monsters almost as if felling them with an axe. He was holding hands with Cassie, guiding the blind girl through the dark maze of the catacombs. However, it seemed as though her ability to orient herself in space had seen a considerable improvement in the past 3 months, perhaps due to the connection she shared with the flying rapier. She was now able to move quickly without using her wooden staff for support at least. Looking at the two of them, Sunny grew somewhat sullen. Both Kai and Cassie were incredibly beautiful people, holding hands and surrounded by nothing but darkness and monsters. With the charming young man gripping an elegant sword, they looked like an image from a book cover. They looked perfect together. Sunny, on the other hand, well, at least he had his shadow to keep him company. And the ordinary rock, however, he didn't have a lot of time to wallow in self-pity, because his was the second most important role in this furious moving battle, holding the rear of the cohort all by himself. Let me show you what I'm capable of. As more and more skeletons rose from the ground and attacked the party from behind, Sunny had to really exert himself. At first he only had to fight one undead monster at a time. Despite their tremendous speed and strength, the skeletal creatures were not that hard to defeat. They seemed almost mindless, always attacking in the most straightforward way possible. Of course, a less prepared person would have been torn apart by these fierce creatures a long time ago, but Sunny was not the same weak and inexperienced kid he had been 7 months ago. The harrowing trials of the Forgotten Shore, as well as his tenacious will and grim resolve, had turned him into a fearsome creature too. In fact, in terms of pure viciousness, the skeletons had nothing on him at all. Wrapping the midnight shard into the shadow to slice through the tough bones of the undead monsters easier, Sunny employed every bit of battle prowess he had learned from his practice with the Stone Saint to destroy his enemies. Seamlessly weaving the firm and unassailable movements that he had learned from the taciturn stone creature into the flowing style taught to him by Nephi's, he made short work of one skeleton after another. His blade sliced, slashed, and pierced through monster after monster, sending broken bones flying and cluttering to the ground. Of course, maintaining the state without falling behind the cohort was not easy. Sunny had never practiced fighting while on the run, especially not while moving backward. However, remembering Effie's words, he knew that being separated from the group and surrounded meant death, and thus made sure to never get too far away from his companions. At first the situation was, if not easy, then at least within the scope of his capability. Sunny even thought that this was an excellent opportunity to put everything that he had learned in the past week to practice. Despite the fact that this battle was completely different from the way he had hunted monsters before, he was doing fine. Back on the streets of the Dark City, he hunted at night, always attacking the enemy from the shadows and aiming to finish the fight with one strike. The initiative was on his side, and so he was the one dictating the flow of the combat. However, right now things were completely reversed. Sunny was the one being attacked, with enemies suddenly appearing from the darkness and instantly lunging at him. Put on the defensive, he had to react to the enemy attacks as opposed to being the one attacking. And yet he was managing. He had anticipated that a situation like that would inevitably happen and put enough flexibility into his technique to withstand any type of peril. He was indeed putting his lessons to practice, cementing them in his muscles and bones. After all, just like Nephi's had said, 1,000 hours of training was not as impactful as one real fight. But then slowly things began to change. After he had ruthlessly cut down a handful of undead abominations, suddenly 2 attacked him at the same time. Sunny cursed and ducked to the side, narrowly avoiding having his head crushed by one of the skeletons. His sword blocked the vicious strike from the other one, and being pushed back a couple of steps by the force of the impact, he struggled to keep his balance. Not letting the monsters continue their assault unobstructed, Sunny dashed forward and twisted his body. Kicking one creature in the chest, he used it to propel himself toward the other one and put all that weight into a devastating downward slash. The skeleton crumbled into a pile of broken bones, and the edge of the midnight shard scraped against the stones, causing sparks to fly into the air. Knowing that his momentum was too strong to stop now, Sunny instead went with it, rolled over his shoulder, and got back to his feet just in time to meet the attack of the remaining monster face to face. His sword cut a sharp arc, severing both arms of the skeleton. Sunny instantly sidestepped the undead creature and delivered a low horizontal slash, breaking its legs, making sure that the monster wouldn't be standing up any time soon. By piercing its skull with the tip of the midnight shard, he hurried to catch up with the cohort. Briefly glancing at the rest of his companions, he made sure that they were not dead yet and swiftly turned around, ready to face the next monster. Then his heart skipped a beat. 3 skeletons were rushing at him, menacing grins frozen on their skinless faces. Chapter 196, Divine L Intervention. After that, things became hectic. Sunny had to push himself to the limit to fight against multiple opponents while maintaining the pace with the rest of the group. Knowing that slowing down meant death, he slashed, dodged, blocked, and moved back without allowing himself even a moment of respite. Slowly but surely, countless wounds began accumulating on his body, but even then it wasn't enough. So he pushed himself past his limit. After all, this was the exact situation he had been preparing himself for by enduring the ruthless onslaught of the Stone Saint day after day. The inevitability of having to fight against an overwhelming force. Dark, vehement fury ignited in his chest, washing away pain and fear. Come and get me! Who did they think they were trying to kill? Noticing 4 new abominations answer his call, Sunny couldn't help but laugh. Their assault came fast and without mercy, not leaving him any room to breathe. But Sunny welcomed it. Dodging one of the skeletons, he dashed forward and positioned himself behind another one so that its body blocked the path of the third. He couldn't do anything about the fourth one for the moment, but its attack was accounted for. It was going to hurt like hell, but not to the point of killing him. Blood Weave was going to take care of the rest. The midnight shard cut through the air and severed the undead creature's knee, causing it to clumsily fall to the ground. At the same time, cold fingers tore into Sunny's side. He had already shifted his body to make sure that they were not going to damage any vital organs. With Puppeteer's shroud taking most of the damage, Sunny only ended up receiving 5 deep scratches, which then instantly welled with blood. But he didn't regret it. The only thing he regretted was the fact that with the shadow wrapped around the midnight shard, he couldn't observe its movement during this long and arduous fight. Just imagining the kind of insight he could have gleaned from it filled him with avarice. Turning around and reversing his grip on the sword, Sunny commanded the shadow to move onto his body. Almost instantly, he felt a rush of power fill his muscles. In the same fluid movement, Sunny took a step toward the monster that had just wounded him and delivered a crushing blow with the pommel of the takai. The skeleton's jaw flew away in a rain of broken teeth. Taking another quick step, Sunny circled around the disoriented creature, hooked his hand around its damaged skull, and tore it clean off the spine. Then he pushed the decapitated creature into the 2 remaining ones, briefly slowing down their approach. By the time the undead abominations regained their balance, Sunny was already upon them. The midnight shard flashed 3 times, turning the 3 skeletons into 3 piles of bones. Taking a step back, he narrowly avoided the claws of the last remaining skeleton, the one whose leg he had chopped off at the start of the skirmish. Sunny glanced at the creature that was madly crawling toward him and finished it off with one powerful thrust. Ah crap, I think I overdid it. Sunny was bruised, hurting all over and covered in blood. What's worse, he was exhausted. This moving battle was too intense and had lasted for too long. Even with his endurance enhanced by the blood weave, he was nearing the point where his performance would start dropping rapidly. Once that happened, he would die, because the damn undead creatures were not only immortal but also tireless. Just as this thought appeared in Sunny's mind, a new wave of skeletons lunged at him from the depths of the tunnel. Tirelessly raising his sword, he gritted his teeth. Time for Plan B. At some point, the tunnel they were currently in was briefly drowned in a brilliant wave of pure white light. Glancing over his shoulders, Sunny noticed that Nephis had finally summoned her flames, channeling them into the blade of her sword. Just like on the day they had fought against the Carapace demon. Faced with the blinding radiance of the incandescent blade, the skeletons almost seemed to melt. Using the momentary disorientation of his own opponents, Sunny dashed back and commanded the Stone Saint to switch places with him. As they passed each other, he sent the shadow from his own body onto that of the taciturn Stone Knight. Almost immediately, the Shadow Saint's eyes blazed with menacing carmine fire. Her skin shone with dark radiance, and wisps of ghostly gray fog appeared from beneath her stone-like armor like dancing flames. The impenetrable darkness of the catacombs suddenly seemed to become even deeper, embracing her like a vast black mantle. Yeah, I have some tricks up my sleeve too. A second later, the shadow crashed into the undead creatures, sending splinters of bones and severed limbs flying through the air. She proceeded to massacre them, moving from one to another in a graceful storm of darkness and destruction. Taking her place near Kai and Cassie, Sunny was finally able to rest for a few seconds. His battered body was screaming with pain, and the gray fabric of the puppeteer's shroud had turned heavy with blood. With 2 wielders of divine aspects activating their hidden cards almost simultaneously, the cohort got a chance to catch their breaths for a few short moments. However, it was clear that this calm wouldn't last long. Sunny didn't really want to show all his cards yet, but the situation left him little choice. He doubted he could continue this mad dash for much longer. Plus, chances were that the rest of the party, preoccupied as they were with their own share of the undead monsters, would either fail to notice the sudden alteration happening to the stone saint or assume that it was just an ability of hers. Using the opportunity, Sunny took a look at the condition of his companions. Changing Star's armor was battered and torn, with blood seeping down her right side. Effie's shield looked like it was on the verge of coming apart, while her white chitin was painted red. Castor managed to preserve some semblance of a collected look. However, there was a deep gash under one of his eyes, his face bloodied and grim. Kai was doing not much better. He was pale and visibly exhausted, his auburn hair disheveled and soaked with sweat. Sunny didn't even want to think about his own sorry appearance. Only Cassie, whose tier 6 armor made her less likely to be attacked by an enemy, looked more or less fine. However, her flying rapier had several visible nicks on its slender blade and looked tired and dispirited overall, as much as a flying weapon could look like anything. In short, one thing was painfully apparent from their state. If things didn't change soon, all of them were going to die. Skillfully using his sword to cut down a skeleton that had suddenly lunged at him from a side passage, Sunny strained his lungs and shouted, "Hey, how far are we from the exit from this damned place? When is this going to end?" Swatting away an undead monster of her own, the huntress briefly glanced back and grinned. "What do you mean, N? What does she mean? What do I mean?" Turning back to concentrate on the horde of enemies in front of them, Effie yelled, "What N? This was just a warm-up." Chapter 197. Ultimate Test. Sunny cursed and prepared himself for the worst. A few moments later, the short respite they had gotten was over. With a sound that reminded him of rushing water, a terrifying wave of undead monsters crashed into their formation, threatening to break it apart. Effie braced for the impact and withstood the furious onslaught, somehow managing to split the wave in two. From one side, Changing Star dove into the torrent of skeletal wraiths, her incandescent sword cutting through them like a ray of pure sunlight, piercing the darkness. From the other, Castor's enchanted blade was doing the same. The scion of the Hyunlai clan moved with astonishing speed, turning into a blurry whirlwind of ghostly green steel. Everything that touched it turned to dust. Sunny glanced at Kai and said in a hoarse voice, "Prepare yourself." In the next moment, the wave of monsters was upon them. Left without the comforting protection of his shadow, Sunny could only rely on his own ability, cunning, and technique. Dashing forward, he clashed with the first skeleton. His sword flashed through the air with lightning speed, and a headless corpse instantly fell to his feet, blindly clawing at the stones in front of it. Sunny had never fought like this. From the first day on the Forgotten Shore, he always had something helping him resist the horrors of the Dream Realm, be it his shadow cover of darkness, Changing Star, or the Stone Saint. Now he had to face the torrent of nightmare creature with nothing but his own frail human body. This was the ultimate test of pure skill. Gritting his teeth, Sunny tried to remember the feeling of clarity he had experienced after the Carapace Centurion had crushed his ribcage with one strike of its terrifying bone scythe. All unnecessary thoughts were obliterated by his will, leaving only to prevent the enemy from killing you. Using this clarity, he entered the state of flow. His perception expanded, absorbing every detail and aspect of what was happening in the dark tunnel. His thinking accelerated, turning the mayhem that surrounded them into a stark and streamlined pattern of cause and effect. Connected to the underlying law of it all, Sunny was able to react to the actions of his enemies faster and predict them better. With a hissing sound, the Midnight Shard cut the air and slashed the next monster across the chest, splitting the skeleton diagonally in two. Without paying the defeated creature any attention, Sunny instantly lunged at the next one. His movements were fluid and unpredictable, but also grounded and firm. Every strike, every step was calculated and efficient, focused on delivering the maximum amount of damage while preserving as much of his strength as possible. It was a perfect combination of the two seemingly contradictory battle styles that he had learned. Just like that, Sunny danced between the countless undead monsters, his sword cutting one after another down. The Midnight Shard wasn't unimaginably sharp like Castor's giant, nor filled with annihilating white flame like Neff's radiant longsword. However, it refused to give in and remained unbroken. No matter how many tough bones the Takai cut, not a single dent appeared on its blade. With blood streaming down his body and sweat biting his eyes, his muscles on the verge of breaking apart, and his lungs desperately burning for air, Sunny somehow kept up this mad tempo and fought. At some point he heard a furious roar from somewhere ahead and briefly looked up, noticing that Effie had dismissed her battered round shield and finally summoned the beautiful bronze spear. With it in her hands, the huntress became even more deadly. Multiple skeletons burst into a shower of broken bones cut apart by a wide arc of the ancient weapon. However, at the same time, more and more wounds started accumulating on Effie's body. Despite everything, things weren't going well for the cohort, or at least it seemed that way for a while. At some point, however, Sunny noticed that the number of skeletons attacking the cohort from the front had begun to diminish. Pretty soon Nephi's, Effie, and Castor were getting a few moments to catch their breaths from time to time. The pressure on himself had also lessened. Letter 1 C0D and all the stent in the other hand had to hold of an ever-increasing number of undead creatures attacking the peta from the ra. When the balance of the rolling battle noticeably shifted, Changing Star gave a command to change the formation of the cohort. She quickly dashed back to reinforce the taciturn shadow while Sunny moved forward to support Castor and Effie at the head of the group. Once he got there, the huntress gave him a tired smile. Sunny glanced down and had to agree with her. With his armor torn in a dozen places and soaked through and through with blood, he looked pretty much exactly as dead as the nightmare creatures they were fighting. However, Effie's state wasn't any better. "You're quite a looker yourself, you know," the huntress scoffed and then turned away to face another of the undead abominations. After several more minutes of furious fighting, the tunnel they were moving through suddenly opened into a large cavern. A few meters in front of them, the floor of the catacombs was broken, collapsing into a vast, seemingly bottomless chasm. That terrifying abyss was filled with darkness that even Sunny's sight couldn't pierce. The chasm was no less than 40 meters across and stretched far into the distance to both left and right like a dark border separating the world of the living from the world of the dead. A rickety rope bridge was drawn across it, connecting to a similar-looking tunnel at the other end of the abyssal chasm. The rope bridge looked like a derelict of ancient times. It was flimsy, slippery, and rotten through and through. "She doesn't expect us to actually use it, does she? It's so obvious that this thing will collapse as soon as we step on it. Has she not seen any Sajuk? Even if others somehow survive, there's no chance that I, with that damn fated attribute, will make it to the other end." Sunny turned to Effie and scowled, really hoping to be surprised by her answer. The huntress looked at him in confusion. Chapter 198. Last Stand. Sunny sighed. Of course they had to cross the bridge. Why had he even bothered to ask? At least the damn thing was empty of the skeletons. The path to the other side of the chasm was clear. What is clear is that I'm going to die. While Sunny was consumed by these unhappy ruminations, Effie and Castor quickly threw the few undead creatures remaining in front of them over the edge of the chasm. Finally safe from their constant attacks, most of the cohort took a chance to quickly catch their breaths. Only Nephi's and the Stone Saint were still fighting. In fact, the overwhelming pressure of the pursuing horde had grown so heavy that they were barely holding on. Two figures, one shrouded in shadows, the other bathed in pure white light, were slowly buckling under the furious onslaught of the army of the dead. Sunny gritted his teeth. If nothing changed, they were going to be the ones being thrown into the dark abyss very soon. With a grim expression on his face, he glanced at Effie and said, "Go." Leaning on her spear, the huntress weakly shook her head. "Someone will have to hold them off long enough for everyone to get to the other side." "You should," Sunny interrupted her. "I'll be the last one to cross. Don't worry, I have a plan." But what else was new? Giving him a long look, Effie hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. "I didn't know you cared." She stared at him for a bit, and then calmly said, "No, it's just that if you die pretty soon, I'll have to fight your scrawny corpse." With that, Effie beckoned others to follow her and stepped on the rickety bridge. Sunny blinked a couple of times, watched her go, then turned his back to the chasm and sighed. What else did I expect? In any case, there was no way back now. Brandishing the midnight shard, he dashed forward and joined Changing Star and the Shadow Saint in their desperate fight. Dispatching a couple of skeletons, Sunny briefly turned to Nephi's and said, "Retreat to the bridge, Saint, and I will hold them off." Letter 1 C0D Ulhia's chin with wet flums through the visa of the still at Legend Emma's helmet. A moment later, he heard a hoarse voice. "Are you sure?" He dodged the claws of an especially menacing monster, bashed it away with the pommel of the takai, and yelled, "Yes." But another undead creature fell to the midnight shard. "When you get to the other side, you need to destroy the supports of the bridge." Changing Star hesitated, almost missing the timing of her attack. Then she asked, "What about you?" "Don't worry about it. I have a way to get across." Nef didn't answer for a while. Finally, she simply said, "All right." Not one to waste words, Changing Star didn't say anything else. When the opportunity presented itself, she silently retreated, letting Sunny take her place. Now for the hardest part. With Nephi's gone, all the monsters of the catacombs descended upon the stone saint and him. Sunny cursed, feeling that the tiniest mistake would spell his doom. The onslaught of the undead horde was beyond anything he had expected. Desperately trying not to drown in the torrent of ferocious abominations, Sunny fought with everything he had left. How the hell was she able to hold this position for so long? Not prone to heroic displays, Sunny used the shadow as a meat shield, stone shield, and hid behind her from time to time, emerging from the cover of the taciturn monster only to deliver a strike or two and disappear again. The two of them worked beautifully together, almost as if sharing one mind. Well, what else did he expect? She was his shadow after all, and his shadow was currently wrapped around her stone body. The armor of the menacing knight was still mostly intact. However, even it was battered and broken in several places. With a dark expression on his face, Sunny noticed a stream of ruby dust pouring from one of the breaches. The stone saint was wounded. This needs to end fast. Feeling his own endurance running out, Sunny wanted nothing more than to fall to the ground and rest, even if it meant dying. But instead, he doubled the intensity of his attacks. There was no need to hold anything back and preserve his strength anymore. He just had to last for a bit more, a dozen seconds at most, but even a dozen seconds seemed like an impossible dream. Impossible. He knew someone who was in the habit of making impossible things happen. With a furious growl, Sunny cut another skeleton apart, received a glancing blow to his already wounded side, and stumbled back. The shadow appeared in front of him, enduring a rain of attacks with the help of her already battered shield. Her feet slid on the stones, but the taciturn knight stubbornly held. As if answering his silent cry, and loud rattle followed by a thunderous boom informed him that the bridge had been brought down. Now there was nothing connecting the two sides of the terrifying chasm. Sunny was left alone against the horde of immortal monsters with no way to retreat. Turning his back to the undead creatures, Sunny peered into the darkness. Seeing the cohort waiting for him on the other side of the dark abyss, he lingered for a moment, sighed, and ran to its edge. The shadow slipped from the body of the stone saint and wrapped itself around his own. Suddenly weakened, the taciturn monster held the entire horde back by herself for a split second and then dissolved into darkness, returning to the tranquil expanse of the Soul Sea. With no obstacles to slow them down anymore, the flood of skeletons lunged forward. They were just a meter or two behind Sunny, stretching their deadly claws to tear him apart. Approaching the abyssal chasm, Sunny briefly glanced into the impenetrable darkness that filled it, and without pausing even for a second, jumped off the edge. Chapter 199, Cliffhanger Crab. Jumping into the bottomless dark abyss, Sunny briefly regretted every decision he had ever made in his life. How did he end up in this situation? Where did he go wrong? However, there was no time for self-reflection. He wasn't ready to see his whole life flash before his eyes yet. There were more pressing matters. Before the momentum of his jump waned, Sunny summoned the Prowling Thorn. By the time the triangular dagger materialized in his hand, he was already beginning to fall. Not wasting any time, Sunny threw it with as much power as he could, while simultaneously sending the shadow from his hand onto the blade of the kunai. The throwing dagger flashed in the darkness of the underground cavern, streaked the wide chasm, and embedded itself into the hard rock on the other side of it. Because of the enhancement of the shadow, it got deeply lodged in the stone. A moment later, the invisible string connecting the Prowling Thorn to Sunny's wrist drew tight. Instantly, his hand was violently jerked forward. Holding on for his dear life, Sunny swung through the darkness with incredible speed. Behind him, dozens of skeletons plummeted into the chasm, with more being pushed down with each second. However, he was already far away. "Bye, you bastards!" A couple of seconds later, all humor was smashed out of him by the hard impact against the opposite wall of the crevice. Sunny tried to soften the blow a little, but it still hurt like crazy. His bones groaned on the verge of breaking apart. A couple of them probably did. Sunny blacked out for a moment or two. When he came back to his senses, his wrist was in agony, with the invisible string of the Prowling Thorn slowly cutting deep into its skin. Hissing, Sunny gripped the thin string with his other hand and relieved a part of the pressure. 10 or so meters above him, 5 pale faces hovered above the edge of the cliff. On them were written expressions of horror, shock, and astonishment. "I guess they don't know about this memory of mine." To the cohort, his desperate trick must have looked like simple suicide. From the perspective of people who didn't know about the secret enchantment of the prowling thorn, Sunny just took a running start and jumped into the abyss only to disappear into its darkness without a trace. It was as though he had chosen to sacrifice his life to give the others a chance to escape, like some sort of a stupid hero would. Do they even know me? Like I'd ever do something like that. Swinging on the invisible string, Sunny strained his aching chest and yelled, "Hey idiots." Slowly 4 of the 5 faces turned to look straight down. Their expressions were rather comical. Cassie simply tilted her head, but her expression was priceless as well. Grinning, Sunny began to climb up. Since the string of the prowling thorn could change its length at will, he commanded it to shorten and rode comfortably all the way up, stepping lightly on the vertical wall of the chasm from time to time to make the process faster. Soon he climbed over the edge of the cliff and sprawled on the cold ground, breathing heavily. The rest of the cohort just stared at him. Effie was the first to speak. "Glad you're alive, Sunny. But also, what the hell?" He simply threw her the kunai. Once the huntress bent down to pick it up, Sunny pulled on the invisible string and made the dagger fly back into his hand. That was a piece of cake. Nothing that a knife and a piece of string can't solve. He decided to omit the fact that he had almost soiled his pants in the few short moments between jumping off the edge of the chasm and successfully embedding the prowling thorn into the rocks on the other side of it. Effie blinked a couple of times, then slowly straightened herself up. "Where did you get it?" Sunny dismissed the kunai and entirely waved his hand. "You know those porcupine monsters back in the city? I got it off one of those." With that, the others left him alone. They were all hurt and dead tired too. Everyone needed to rest and patch up their wounds. Nephi's made a move to try and heal them, but was stopped by Effie. The huntress darkly shook her head. "There's one last hurdle to overcome. We'll need you to be at the top of your game." Changing Star glanced at her, lingered for a few moments, but then sat back down. Out here the word of the Pathfinder was the law. If Effie said that Nephi's needed to save her strength, then she had to obey. Sunny was too exhausted to care. He knew that he was not going to bleed out thanks to the blood weave, and that was enough for now. He just wanted to rest. Some time later he heard a shuffling sound and looked up to see Kai sitting down near him. The charming Archer looked way too pretty and put together for a person who had just lived through the same mayhem as them, but Sunny was starting to suspect that this infuriating trait was just something he would have to come to terms with. Maybe Kai had some weird attribute that made him look good no matter the circumstance. Looking at the beautiful young man, Sunny sighed and said, "Hey Knight." Kai scratched the back of his head and answered, "Ah, that was intense back there, huh?" The charming Archer hesitated for a bit. "I just wanted to say 3 things to you." Kai looked at him thoughtfully and said, "Well, first of all, I now fully understand what you meant when you said that you are crazy. Because that jump of yours, that was really crazy. I'm alive though, aren't I?" The Archer gave him a nod and smiled. "Another thing I wanted to say is that I also understood how you managed to survive all those months in the ruins. Your swordsmanship, I've never seen anything like it. I think that very few people in the Dark City would survive a clash against you. So everything makes more sense now." Sunny didn't know how to feel about that praise. On one hand, it was nice to be acknowledged for something he worked so hard on. On the other hand, he still preferred being considered a cowardly weakling. It made killing fools far easier. "What is the third thing?" Kai was silent for a long time, as though trying to find the right words. Finally he shook his head and cautiously said, "Right. About that jump of yours, you do remember that I can fly, right? So I could have carried you over the chasm no problem. So why did you do it?" Sunny stared at him silently for a while, an inexorable expression on his face. To be honest, in the chaos of it all, he did forget about this crucial detail. After a long stretch of awkward silence, Sunny opened his mouth and said in a flat tone, "Oh, you know. It just seemed like a good idea at the moment." Kai blinked and gave him a strange look. Sunny cleared his throat, then glared at the charming young man. "So let's not talk about it again." Chapter 200. Descent. After a while, Sunny regained enough of his senses to warily look around. The tunnel they were currently in was somewhat different from those they had traversed while fighting the horde of undead monsters. It looked more weathered and decrepit, with its walls and floors smooth and uneven as though eroded by something over the course of countless years. What's worse, it was wet. With a cold shiver, Sunny realized that they were surrounded by puddles of black water. The smell of sea salt permeated the air. Looking up, he found the tall figure of the boisterous huntress and asked in a raspy voice, "Where are we?" Effie glanced at him and gestured up. 100 meters or so below the surface, pretty much exactly under the city wall. He stared at her blankly, slowly comprehending the meaning of these words. The huntress gave him a nod. Yeah, you guessed correctly. Come night, this place is going to be full of seawater. That chasm behind us is what prevents the catacombs from being flooded by the dark sea. So unless we want to drown or be eaten by some depth dweller, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Sonny closed his eyes, imagining a roaring torrent of black water erupting from the mouths of countless tunnels and falling into the abyssal chasm like waterfalls made of pure darkness. Yeah, if they were still underground when that happened, sea monsters would be the least of their problems. The sea itself would kill them. Luckily, the day was still young. Effie's words served as a signal. A few moments later, Nephi's rose to her feet and glanced at the members of the cohort. Her pale face was calm and composed. Gather your strength. With sighs and groans of pain, everyone stood up. Sonny was the last one to follow suit. I'm really starting to wonder if fighting Horus was a better choice. Terrible as it might have been, the battle with the skeletons was at least predictable. The damned hunchback, on the other hand, was a complete unknown. There was nothing worse than facing an enemy that you knew nothing about. As the cohort headed deeper into the tunnel, Sonny caught up with Effie and asked with a hint of idle curiosity in his voice, "By the way, how do you even know your way around the catacombs?" It wasn't like she could have leisurely explored these deadly tunnels alone. The huntress gave him a dubious look and shrugged. This knowledge is sort of passed down between the outer settlement hunters. I've been here a couple of times before trying to escape from especially terrible nightmare creatures. Although, to be honest, I only descended this deep into the catacombs once. I was new in the Dark City at that time. Back then, the strongest hunter in the outer settlement sort of took me under her wing. We went down here with an entire party. Sonny scratched the back of his head and grimaced when his battered body protested against the sudden movement. That party must have been very strong to return from this place alive. The huntress glanced at him and smiled darkly. Who said anything about returning alive? Actually, they all died. I was the only one to survive. Sonny stared at her for a long time and then asked, if they all died, then why the hell did you bring us here? Because no matter how strong that party was, they weren't even close to this one. Do you even realize how powerful the 6 of us are all put together? I wouldn't want to be our enemy. Then she hesitated for a few moments and added, plus this time I know what we're going to face. We'll get out of here in one piece, trust me. Sonny wasn't a particularly trusting person, but at this point he didn't really have a choice. Leaving the tall huntress alone, he walked in silence for a while. The tunnels were now strongly angled down. With each minute, the cohort was descending deeper and deeper underground. Slowly, his curiosity awakened. Now that the harrowing battle against the army of the dead was behind them, Sonny began to wonder about something peculiar. Where exactly did all those human skeletons come from? There were hundreds, if not thousands, of them down here in the catacombs. Even if every hunter that had ever lived in the outer settlement died in these tunnels, their number wouldn't account for that much. Not to mention that people who perished in the Dark City tended to end up eaten by some terrible monster, their bones pulverized into dust by its teeth. His pointless pondering was interrupted by Effie, who suddenly gestured for the cohort to stop. After discussing something with Nephi, she gave her a nod and turned to the rest of them. Listen up. We're close to the central chamber of this maze. The exit to the surface is right ahead. However, getting to it won't be easy. The tall huntress hesitated and then said, if we want to make it outside, we will have to act fast. There's a big fat bastard of a nightmare creature that lives in that chamber. However, it takes time for it to fully wake up. So don't stop to look at it, don't panic, don't lose your cool. It might look scary, but if you follow Neff and do what she tells you to do, you should be alright. She waited for a bit to make sure that everyone understood her meaning and then grinned. If everyone is ready, let's go meet the Lord of the Dead. While Lord of the Dead? Not liking the sound of this name one bit, Sonny summoned the Midnight Shard and reluctantly followed after Effie. Soon they entered a giant underground chamber. Once Sonny saw what was inside of it, his eyes grew wide. He finally understood where all those skeletal wraiths came from. He also understood where the inhabitants of the ancient city had disappeared to. Chapter 201, Lord of the Dead. The giant underground chamber was circular in shape and as immense as the grand hall of the Bright Castle. Its walls were built out of the same gray stone slabs as the mighty walls of the Dark City, but unlike them, the walls of the chamber were covered with whispering streams of cold, nebulous black water. In the center of it, a vast mountain of human bones rose from the ground, reaching almost halfway to the distant ceiling. Thousands, no hundreds of thousands of people must have perished to create it. With a harrowing realization, Sunny finally understood where the people who built the ancient city and the impregnable wall surrounding it had disappeared to. They were all here piled onto each other in this vile monument of death. This horrid dark chamber was their final resting place. An old memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Back beneath the branches of the soul tree, Cassie had seen a vision of a blood-soaked hill formed from countless corpses. On top of it, a tiny black seed was floating in a pool of blood. Was there a similar mountain of bones hiding under the soil of the ashen barrow? Was that how the soul devourer had been born? Sunny shifted his gaze, only now noticing the veins of crimson coral growing from the harrowing hill of white bones, almost like muscle tissue of some colossal creature. Following the coral pillars up, he finally saw that the dome of the immense chamber was broken, with pale sunlight streaming through the breach and falling on the ghastly visage below. A giant stone hand was reaching down through the broken dome, its palm open as though trying to wrest the mountain form from the bones of those people who had once populated this dark forsaken land. Looking at the stone hand, Sunny suddenly realized where they were. The vast underground chamber was situated directly underneath the headless statue of the graceful woman who had once saved them from drowning in the black waters of the cursed sea. One of her hands was raised toward the heavens as if trying to embrace them. The other had broken off and fell down thousands of years ago, lying in the mud at the base of the giant statue. Reaching into the depths of hell, that was the hand Sunny was looking at right now. It was also their way out of here. Brought back to reality by Effie's yell, he shuddered and looked around with a new understanding. So the exit the huntress had told them about was the breach in the dome of the underground chamber. With Kai's aspect ability and the help of the golden rope, escaping through it was not going to be a problem. But where was this Lord of the Dead that she had mentioned? From Effie's colorful description, Sunny had expected to see a giant monster slumbering in the heart of the catacombs. If memory served, her exact words were a big fat bastard of a nightmare creature. But he couldn't see anything, unless his eyes narrowed. And just at that moment, the mountain of bones suddenly moved. When the mountain moved, everything suddenly made sense. At first, Sunny thought that the unknown creature was sleeping inside the ghastly hill of bones. But then he realized that no, it wasn't. The mountain itself was the nightmare creature. This was the Lord of the Dead. Each of the countless bones piled on top of each other in the underground chamber was a part of its body. For a moment, Sunny was paralyzed by fear. That is what you call a fat bastard. But then the disparate pieces of information clicked in his mind, assembling into a vivid chain of cause and effect. Why didn't I realize sooner? The mountain of bones, the horde of immortal skeletons, the Lord of the Dead, it all connected. The nightmare creature in front of him was a fallen tyrant. Tyrants were a fifth step in the evolution of nightmare creatures, and the name of that class was not coincidental. The fifth step represented rule and authority. That's why the blind monstrosity he had faced on the slopes of the Black Mountain was named a king, and that's why the abomination in front of him was named a lord. Classes differed from each other in terms of pure might, but most of the distinction between them was caused by a more fundamental reason. Higher classes possessed characteristics that, while not directly affecting the quantity of their power, gave it a qualitative change. For example, wild beasts were mindless demons, and those above them were intelligent. That's why a demon, even if it was only slightly stronger than a monster, was in fact 10 times more dangerous. The characteristic of the tyrant class was that these nightmare creatures were capable of creating and controlling large amounts of lesser creatures. The Mountain King's larva that Sunny had slain during his first trial, which was born when a tiny worm living inside the Mountain King's body entered the corpse of a dying slave, was one such lesser creature. However, this power had its limitations. The minions created by a tyrant couldn't be of the same rank as it. That's why the larva was a dormant beast while Mountain King itself was awakened. Similarly, while the skeletons that the cohort had faced were awakened, they had to be created by a fallen tyrant. And something told Sunny that their immortality was tied to the Lord of the Dead too. If someone wanted to destroy the undead army, they would have to destroy the abominable bone colossus first. Said colossus, meanwhile, was slowly waking up right in front of Sunny. And if when it did damnation, nervously gripping the midnight shard, he glanced at Nephi's. The golden rope was already in her hands, and she was passing it to Kai. Before the beautiful archer could take it, the mountainous creature suddenly rippled. A moment later, a twisted pillar of bones shot from its body, flying in their direction with the force of a siege ram. Chapter 202. Risk and reward. Nephi's and Kai dove away, and the massive pillar of bone shot past them. Before the thunderous sound of it crashing against the wall of the chamber even reached Sunny's ears, the pillar was already moving, whipping sideways with tremendous force. Luckily he and Cassie were behind it, but Effie and Castor were not. Both of them reacted with admirable speed and fell to the ground, allowing the terrifying limb of the gargantuan creature to fly above their heads. Rising from the stone floor, the huntress screamed, "It's just thrashing in its sleep. We need to get out of here before the bastard wakes up." Cursing, Sunny dismissed the midnight shard and faced the mountain of bones, trying to predict its next move. He was beginning to understand how Effie's original hunting party had perished in the catacombs. A sword wouldn't be of any use in this situation. The Lord of the Dead was slowly coming to its senses. The bones constituting its repulsive body moved and rippled, unfurling from within the white mass like giant, twisting limbs. It seemed to be slowly turning from a shapeless hill into some semblance of a creature. What shape that creature would assume once it fully awoke, Sunny didn't want to know. Another twisting pillar limb suddenly shot from the mass of bones, blindly striking at the empty space behind the giant abomination. Sunny gritted his teeth, his ears ringing from the thunderclap of its impact against the wall. What followed was a deafening noise of thousands of ancient bones scraping against weathered stone. The massive pillar whipped left and right, then fell to the ground and slowly retreated back inside the body of the Lord of the Dead. Meanwhile, Nephi's was back at her feet. Dashing toward Kai, she pushed one end of the golden rope into his hands and pointed to the breach in the dome of the chamber. In the next moment, the archer soared into the air, flying to his destination with incredible speed. With a terrifying scraping sound, the whole white mountain rippled once again, and several devastating pillars of bone shot to intercept him. However, Sunny had no time to check on Kai, because the Lord of the Dead had extended 2 more limbs in his direction. Diving under the first one, Sunny felt a wave of fetid air rush past him. Knowing that he only had a second left to live, he then strained his muscles and jumped with all his shadow-augmented might. Sunny's body flew several meters into the air, avoiding the rushing bone tentacle only by a few centimeters. Landing in a roll, Sunny cursed and got back to his feet. What kind of an infernal jumping rope game is this? The Lord of the Dead was slowly coming to its sense. More bone tentacles appeared from the mass of corpses, each moving with growing precision. But Kai was already standing on the palm of the giant's stone hand, the golden rope looped around one of its fingers. Cassie was the first one to climb up. With the flying rapier loyally hovering over her shoulder, the blind girl effortlessly moved up the rope, reaching the distant ceiling of the underground chamber less than 10 seconds later. It was easy to forget that she had absorbed as much soul essence as the rest of them. Her delicate arms hid much more power than one would assume. However, back on the ground, those seconds were a real hell. The mountainous creature was waking up, making it hard for the rest of them to stay away from its blindly thrashing limbs. They needed to get out of here fast. Effie was the next one to take the rope. The huntress practically flew up, pushing herself with agility and Herculean strength worthy of an ancient hero. Then it was Castor's turn. Effortlessly dodging a pillar of bone with his incredible speed, the legacy grabbed the rope and turned into a barely visible blur. A second later, he was already landing on the giant stone palm. Nephi's and Sunny were the only ones left in the reach of the fallen tyrant. Glancing at Sunny, Changing Star yelled, "Your turn." However, Sunny did not respond. His eyes were fixed on the base of the gargantuan abomination, where amidst the ancient bones a weak golden glow emanated from a small, partially concealed object. Sunny lingered for a moment, his thoughts moving with incredible speed. He knew that he was a greedy person by nature, and one cursed with insatiable curiosity too. However, first and foremost, he was someone who put a tremendous amount of value on his own survival. That's why right now his reasoning was cold as sober. It was a question of risk and reward as well as his ability. Will he be able to reach the object shining with the light of divinity and come back alive or not? A second later, he looked at Nephi's and answered, "You go. I'll be just behind you." It would be a shame to go through all of this and not receive anything in return. With that, Sunny turned around and dashed toward the Lord of the Dead. The decision was made, and now all that was left was to execute it. Summoning the prowling thorn, he threw it at the mountain of bones. Of course, Sunny didn't hope to wound the tyrant. He just wanted to lodge the kunai in its body. Just as the throwing dagger pierced the mass of bones, a white limb suddenly shot in his direction, obstructing everything with its repulsive expanse. Commanding the invisible string to contract, Sunny jumped high into the air and flew forward as though launched from a cannon. Landing on the other side of the pillar, just a few steps away from the unencompassable mass of bones, he gritted his teeth and then thrust his hand inside the fallen tyrant's body. A moment later, his fist closed around the concealed object, and with some effort, Sunny pulled it out in the clatter of breaking bones. A sharp pain pierced his forearm. Opening his fist, he saw a small, intricate iron key. It looked almost ordinary if not for the ethereal golden glow emanating from within it. In the next moment, Sunny suddenly staggered, feeling a wave of weakness washed over his body. Rotating his forearm, he stared blankly at it for a split second, trying to comprehend what he was seeing. And when he did, his eyes widened in terror. Chapter 203. Corpse Eater. Glistening in the dim twilight of the underground chamber, an enormous leech was attached to his forearm. The creature was about a meter long, its slimy skin slightly translucent and red as dried blood. It was indescribably repulsive. What's worse, though, was that its sucker had effortlessly broken through the leather vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud and sunk deep into Sunny's arm, splitting open his skin and muscles. Currently, the leech was gorging on his blood, its belly slowly ballooning as crimson fluid rushed into it with frightening speed. With a sense of disgust and horror, Sunny slammed his fist into the spongy flesh of the revolting monster. Augmented with the power of shadows, his punch was powerful enough to easily break a human skull. The abhorrent slug, however, did not even react to it. It just continued sucking out his blood. All Sunny achieved was sending a wave of pain rolling through his body. Not good. Instantly summoning the midnight shard, he enhanced its edge with the help of the shadow and hacked at the leech, putting all his strength behind the strike. The blade of the Takai was as sharp as a razor, and with the augmentation provided by shadow, it slid helplessly off the leech's skin, not leaving even a scratch on it. The slug wasn't affected at all. It was still drinking his blood, consuming a dangerous amount of it with each second. Sunny stared at the disgusting creature dumbfounded. His body was already starting to suffer from blood loss, a sickening weakness slowly spreading through it. There wasn't much time left until it would cause him to lose consciousness, and then inevitably die. Think the leech had broken through his Tier 5 awakened armor without any effort. It was immune to the damage done by the Midnight Shard, which had never failed to cut down any monster he faced before. This could only mean one thing. The damn slug was a fallen beast. Sunny blinked in disbelief. That thing is a fallen one? If this was true, then nothing he could do would harm the leech. Maybe if he was at the very peak of his rank, there would be a chance. But with his core mostly empty and his aspect ability focused on versatility as opposed to pure might like Effie's, there was none. The gap between their ranks was just too wide. Stone Saint could probably wound it, but it would take several seconds for the taciturn monster to appear and take action. Seconds that Sunny didn't have. By the time she was able to do anything, he would already be dead, either sucked dry by the abominable slug or crushed to death by the Lord of the Dead. That left Sunny with only one option. If he couldn't get rid of the leech, he was going to have to cut off his arm. Maybe Nephi's would be able to grow him a new one. In any case, he had to do it in order to survive. Raising the Takai over his head, Sunny gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment. Despite understanding that this was the only way, he was still struggling with the idea of crippling himself so terribly. If you want to live, just do it. With a desperate resolve, he forcefully brought the Midnight Shard down, but then stopped it at the last second. The sharp blade hovered mere centimeters away from his skin. This was not due to the lack of determination, but because Sunny noticed a subtle change happening to the leech. Its belly, which had been expanding rapidly as his blood filled it, stopped ballooning at some point. Now strange spasms were running through it. What then? The next moment, the vile creature suddenly convulsed. Letting go of his arm, it dropped to the ground and writhed in agony. Through the translucent film of its skin, Sunny could see the innards of the giant slug bursting open. It was as though it was being torn from within by some invisible force. No, not a force, it was being killed by his blood. The damn leech got poisoned by it. It seemed that blood weave was far more odd and tenacious of an attribute than he had thought. A second later, the whole body of the fallen beast simply ruptured, spilling blood everywhere. Sunny stared at it with a blank expression. Bringing him out of the daze, the voice of the spell whispered, "You have slain a fallen beast, Corpse Eater. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." As his eyes grew wide, Sunny shook off his astonishment and lunged forward. He still had to escape from this damn place. Grabbing the bloodied soul shard from the eviscerated remains of the abominable leech, he turned around and sprinted to the golden rope. Dodging a bone tentacle that burst from the body of the gargantuan tyrant to pursue him, Sunny rolled on the ground, jumped over a pile of broken bones, and finally reached his destination. As soon as he grabbed the rope, it began contracting, bringing him out of the underground chamber. When Sunny was nearly reaching the hand of the stone goddess, a deafening roar thundered from below, washing over his body in an almost palpable wave. The Lord of the Dead was finally awake, but it was already too late. His prey had escaped. Climbing out of the mud, Sunny fell to his knees and then tiredly lowered himself to the ground. The breath was escaping from his lungs with laborious raspy sounds. But it was so good to see the sun again. The wounds he had received in the catacombs had finally caught up with Sunny. With adrenaline gone, he was now in a sea of pain. A quiet groan escaped from his lips. While Sunny was contemplating this, a shadow fell over him. Looking up, he saw Nephi's glaring at him with a dark expression. She was bloodied and battered, with a deep frown contorting the graceful lines of her usually calm face. Kneeling beside Sunny, Changing Star grimaced and said, "Are you insane?" He tried to chuckle, but ended up twisting in an excruciating coughing fit. When Sunny was finally able to breathe again, he said weakly, "Yes, no. I just saw something shiny." With that, he opened his fist and showed Changing Star the glowing crystal of the ascended soul shard he had scavenged from the corpse of the vile blood-sucking leech. She stared at it for a few moments and then sighed. Without saying anything else, Nephi's placed her cool hands on his chest and closed her eyes. A moment later, the purifying white flame spread through his body like a warm embrace, repairing any damage done to it. Even knowing how much pain this cost her, Sunny couldn't help but be happy to feel its touch again. Soon his pain disappeared. With his head cleared of the fog, he realized that they had done it. They had successfully escaped the Dark City. Who knew it would be so hard? Chapter 204. Mysterious Key. A while later, they were resting in the shadow of the giant statue. Every member of the cohort looked nothing short of terrible. However, beneath the bloodied slots and broken armor, their bodies were whole and sound. Changing Star had healed them all, and now she was the only one who was weak and exhausted. Using the white flame so much had taken a heavy toll on her. Sitting in the mud, Sunny raised his head and looked at the giant statue of the faceless woman. She was just like the last time he had seen her, slender and graceful, with her light flowing robe rippling in the wind as though made out of actual fabric and not hard stone. The statue was tilted slightly to the side, with its one remaining hand reaching high into the sky. A long time ago, on the night of their harrowing escape from the Ashen Barrows, Sunny, Cassie, and Nephi's had taken shelter in her palm. It was from its height that he had first seen the walls of the Dark City. Looking down, Sunny stared at the other hand of the giant statue, which had broken off a long time ago and fell down, crushing through the dome of the underground chamber. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and thought, "Thank you for saving us again." Then his face darkened. Remembering the events that had transpired in the catacombs, Sunny felt his good mood evaporating. Although he had found the answer to one of the mysteries that had been plaguing him for a while now, he wasn't happy about it. The fate of the inhabitants of the ancient city had always been something that Sunny was very curious about. As an amateur explorer who spent most of his free time studying the ruins of the Dark City, he was familiar with subtle details of their culture more than most. Learning about the mundane facts of their lives was somewhat of a passion of his. He had known that the history of this ancient civilization ended in tragedy, of course. A cataclysmic disaster had destroyed it, turning the once prosperous land into the desolate hell it was today. But against all logic, Sunny still hoped that these people had somehow managed to survive. Perhaps they had migrated somewhere, leaving the ruins of their city behind. But now he knew that it wasn't so. All of them were right there below him, buried forever in a damp underground chamber, piled onto each other high enough to form a ghastly mountain of bones. More than that, their remains had been soaked in the cursed waters of the Dark Sea and turned into a vessel for the soul of a vile nightmare creature. There were a lot of questions about the fate of these people still lingering in his mind. How did they end up in that dark chamber? Had they died there, or had their bodies been brought there by someone or something later? How was the Lord of the Dead born? Was its inception the same as that of the Soul Devourer? But he didn't really want to know the answers anymore. He felt that learning them would only break his heart. With a sigh, Sunny decided to distract himself from these depressing thoughts with something uplifting and summoned the runes. One cluster in particular interested him the most. Shadow fragments, 322 by 1000. He had received 4 fragments for killing the corpse eater, even though the manner of its death was rather peculiar. Having now killed nightmare creatures of the awakened fallen and great ranks, Sunny could surmise that his initial theory was right. The spell gave him double the fragments for killing enemies of higher ranks according to the number of soul cores they possessed. An awakened creature would lend him 2 fragments for each core, a fallen 1 4 and a great 1 16. It was easy to guess that killing a dormant creature which was equal to him in terms of rank would result in 1 fragment per core, while killing a corrupted one would result in 8. It was the same as absorbing soul shards, with the difference being that shadow fragments entered his core at the moment of the kill and without making a distinction between nightmare creatures and humans. Looking up, he glanced at the list of his memories. Memories: Silver Belt Puppeteers, Shroud, Midnight Shard, Ordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Blood Arrow. The last one was new. Slightly intrigued, Sunny read its description. Memory: Blood Arrow. Memory rank: Ascended. Memory description: a debt of blood must be paid in blood. Memory enchantments: Rain of Blood Restitution. Enchantment description: the arrows are created from the wielder's blood and as such can rain on the enemies for as long as the archer has any left in their veins. Enchantment description: if the arrow finds its mark, it will drink the blood of the prey and restore that which had been taken from the archer. If it misses, the archer's blood will be lost forever. Since Sunny didn't know how to use a bow, this memory was useless to him, which was a real shame because it was the first ascended one he had ever received. Memories of that rank were extremely rare on the Forgotten Shore. He could either feed it to the Stone Saint for a couple of shadow fragments, or Sunny glanced at Kai and frowned, lost in thought. While the blood arrow was of no use to him, it would be a real boon for the charming archer. With it at his disposal, he wouldn't have to carry a quiver with him, not to mention that each shot he made would be much more devastating. As long as Kai didn't miss, of course. If he did miss, he would be sacrificing his blood for nothing. Transferring the blood arrow to Kai would have made the cohort much stronger. But Sunny wasn't sure that he was ready to give up his first and only ascended memory. Not for free, at least. Torn, he dismissed the runes and decided to think about it later. In other news, the blood weave had revealed a new trait. Turns out Sunny's blood was poisonous, or rather damaging to anyone who ingested it. At least it seemed that way from the manner of Corpse Eater's death. He would have to experiment to find out more later. Honestly, Sunny didn't even know how one would go about checking something like that and wasn't particularly eager to find out. After dismissing the runes, Sunny finally decided to take a look at the mysterious key. Subtly glancing around, he furtively took it out from beneath the vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud where he had hidden it earlier. The intricate iron key lay on his palm, glowing with a pale golden light. The light of divinity. Sunny had no idea what the key was supposed to open. He had taken an insane risk and almost died to get it. Honestly, he wasn't sure, but deep down Sunny felt that it was. For some reason, he sensed that the small iron key would turn out to be extremely important to him. Chapter 205, Journey to the South. Sadly, the cohort did not get a lot of time to rest. Despite the fact that it wasn't even noon yet, they had a lot of ground to cover before sunset. The plan they had made at the start of the day was to leave the Dark City from the south by climbing the wall near the Grandiose main gates and then travel through the labyrinth to the next safe hide, which was about 10 kilometers away. However, due to the fact that they had ended up in the catacombs instead and had to escape through the chamber belonging to the Lord of the Dead, the party was now to the east of the ruins near the beautiful statue of the Faceless Woman. Not only did they have to circle around the city now, but there was also less time to reach safety before the flood of darkness devoured the Forgotten Shore once again. Standing up in a chorus of disappointed groans, the cohort assumed the marching formation and set out south. Luckily, with both Sunny's shadow and Kai scouting the way ahead, they didn't have to worry about being ambushed by monsters. So for the time being, the only thing the party had to struggle with was moving their feet through the wet dirt. The monotonous silence was broken only by laborious breathing and slurping of mud. A while later, the impregnable and seemingly endless gray wall that loomed some distance away and above them slowly twisted, drifting away from the edge of the crater. They were finally leaving the cursed ruins behind. Turning around, Sunny looked back and studied the site of the city that had been his whole world for these past almost 5 months. Far away, the floor of the gargantuan crater sharply rose, forming a tall slope. On it stood the unassailable wall of polished gray stone, firm and unyielding despite the thousands of years that had passed since the demise of its creators. From where he stood, Sunny could see the flood of crimson coral swelling at its base, sharp blades powerlessly scraping against the cold stone in hopeless attempts to find purchase. It looked as though the city was being besieged by the land itself. If it knew what awaits inside the labyrinth, would be trying to escape as far as possible from that damned place instead. With a sigh, Sunny looked up and noticed a lone human figure standing on the wall, watching them disappear into the distance. That figure was crooked and dark, emanating a cold feeling of foreboding. A few moments later, it turned away and disappeared from view. Paris had chosen to return to the bright castle. Trying not to shiver, Sunny lingered for a few seconds and then hurried to catch up with the group. They were safe from him, at least for now. Because the crater was too big, the bent of its edge was almost imperceptible. Only by looking far into the distance could one say that it was actually curved. Because of this, the cohort could have continued traveling through the crater for a long time without having to move farther away from the goal of today's journey, which lay to the southwest of their current position. However, they had to leave the crater and return to the labyrinth sooner or later, not only to escape the black water but also because there was nothing to hide behind on this vast muddy plain. If any flying nightmare creature decided to attack them from above, the cohort would have no defense against it. The labyrinth, while hiding its own fair share of terrifying threats, at least offered some measure of protection. That's why at some point Nephi's led the party to the sharp slope of the crater and the 6 of them climbed out of it. With the help of Kai and the trusty golden rope, the task wasn't hard at all. For some time after that they walked on the ridge separating the crater from the labyrinth proper, but then finally had to turn west and enter the maze of crimson coral. Sunny couldn't help but sigh once the familiar coral walls surrounded him once again. He didn't miss the first months of his infernal voyage into the dream realm at all. Well, maybe a little, but not because of the damn labyrinth itself, that's for sure. The Crimson Forest was simultaneously the same and vastly different from the region of it that he had traveled through before. The coral maze itself was pretty much identical to how it had been east of the gargantuan crater. However, the creatures populating it in these parts were vastly different. There were no members of the Carapace Legion around, at least not anywhere Sunny could see. Instead, the dominant tribe of nightmare creatures in this region seemed to consist of nasty spider-like critters that had a habit of decorating the walls and passages of the labyrinth with endless amounts of gray, incredibly sticky cobwebs. What's worse, their webs seemed to be made not out of spider silk, but out of thin metal wires that were as tough as iron and could cut the victim into little pieces if it thrashed too much after getting caught. Needless to say, getting yourself stuck in these webs was tantamount to a death sentence. The deeper into the labyrinth they went, the more of these cobwebs surrounded them. It came to the point where they had to use Cassie's flying rapier to clear the path ahead every few minutes, slowing down the speed of the cohort to a crawl. During one of these stops, Sunny rubbed his face and thought, "I just hope that nothing attacks us while we wait." Turning to him, the shadow glared for a few moments and then tiredly shook its head. It then placed one palm across its face and looked down as if defeated. A moment later, several massive spider-like creatures jumped out of the cracks in the coral and attacked them. Chapter 206. Triumph. The spiders were about the size of a human, incredibly fast, and had plates of something that resembled iron covering parts of their repulsive bodies. They looked like armored battle machines created for the sole purpose of slaughtering living things. They also looked strangely familiar. With a little effort, Sunny realized that these abominations looked a lot like lesser, much smaller versions of the giant fallen beasts that had destroyed the original Stone Saint and her kin. It's just that their size and armor weren't nearly as formidable. If so, I have bad news for you fools. As soon as the spiders attacked, the members of the cohort reacted with the deadly calmness of experienced Dark City hunters. Weapons flashed in the air, severing limbs and piercing through iron as though it was paper. Effie straight up flattened one of the creatures with a devastating strike of her battered shield. The poor beast didn't even have time to understand what a huge mistake it had made. The others were no less efficient. Sunny himself threw the prowling thorn and pulled on the invisible string as soon as it sunk into the flesh of one of the spiders, bringing its jump to an abrupt end and sending it crashing to the ground. Before the beast could stand up, Quiet Dancer streaked through the air and pierced its head clean through. Just a few short seconds after the spiders had tried to ambush the group of humans, the battle was over. 3 dead nightmare creatures were sprawled in the mud, while the 4th one ended up pinned to a coral wall with several arrows. They could have even shaved a second or two if it weren't for the need to look out for the spiderwebs. Sunny shook his head. Why was he disappointed? Not every victory had to almost cost him his life. If there was one thing to feel disappointed about, it was that this one was so swift that he had not even gotten the chance to finish any of the enemies himself, thus not receiving any rewards from the spell. But even then, he would be glad to only fight easy battles like this in the future. Nephi's cleaned the blade of her sword with a piece of cloth, listened to the silence for a few moments to make sure that nothing else was going to attack them, and then gave the cohort a go-ahead to start dressing the monsters down. Soon soul shard strips of meat and other useful parts were cut, cleaned, and put into Effie's enchanted bag. Everything was done with efficient speed and professionalism that could only come from a lot of experience. Sonny could only shake his head again. They were able to dispose of the iron spiders with such ease because of two reasons. First, as far as nightmare creatures went, these ones were not on the same level as, for example, carapace scavengers. They had a slight advantage in speed, but were not nearly as strong, agile, and ridiculously tough. If Sonny could guess, he would say that the iron spiders relied heavily on their webs and battlefield advantage to defeat the prey. Because the cohort had destroyed the webs in advance, their main advantage was gone. The second reason was the cohort itself. They were some of the deadliest humans on the Forgotten Shore. Sonny was sure that at least 4 of them could kill a pathfinder of the host in single combat, if not one of the lieutenants themselves. They were the best and the brightest the outer settlement could offer after all. Effie had been right when she said that there had never been such a powerful cohort outside the walls of the Bright Castle before. All in all, the 6 of them were more than equipped to handle just 3 awakened beasts. The labyrinth was going to really try harder if it wished to see them dead. Just 3 awakened beasts, yeah. How crazy did this sound? Finishing up with the dead spiders, the cohort indifferently left their eviscerated bodies behind and continued on their way. After several more minor skirmishes with the iron spiders, they had finally reached their destination. Not too far away from them, colored pink by the evening sun, a magnificent arch of white marble rose high above the sea of crimson coral. The giant structure was clearly created by the same people who had built the Bright Castle and made from the same stone. It looked like a much larger sibling of the pristine arch that guarded the entrance to the white road which climbed all the way to the outer settlement. Only this one was much more weathered, bleak, and damaged. Signs of corrosion and deep cracks covered its surface, with one of its sides being partially collapsed. Sonny studied the arch and looked at Nephi's. "This is our stop for the night?" She gave him a simple nod and said after a short pause, "We need to pick up our pace. The night is close and we might have to fight to clear the top of it." Fighting again? When would they finally be able to rest? It had been such a long day. However, he kept his mouth shut. Changing Star was the most tired out of all of them, due to healing all their wounds no less. And he didn't see her complaining, so it wasn't his place. To his left, Effie suddenly cursed and groaned, "More fighting? When are we finally going to eat?" "Well, that works too, I guess." Staring at the huntress, Nephi shook her head and silently walked forward. Soon they reached the giant arch. Kai summoned his bow and flew up, only to return a few minutes later and report that no terrible monster was nesting on top of the ancient structure. With sighs of relief, the members of the cohort climbed the golden rope one after another and were soon standing far above the labyrinth, silently watching as the flood of black water drowned it in the lightless depths. As the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, they were left on a rectangular island made out of white marble. All around it there was nothing but the undulating waves of the dark sea. Sonny was once again surrounded from all sides by nothing but darkness and black water. He did not like the feeling. Chapter 207. Beach episode. The night passed with no incidents. In the morning, Sonny was woken up by the sound of the surging waves and opened his eyes to see the sun slowly rising from beyond the horizon. Rubbing his face, he sat up and looked around, noticing that most of the cohort was still asleep. Only Kai, who had been the last one to stand watch, was awake, sitting on the edge of the arch and admiring the dawn with a dreamy look on his face. Sonny wanted to call out to him and warn the charming archer not to sit this close to the edge, but then remembered that Kai could fly. Like I would forget it again! Using the opportunity, he dove into the soul sea and summoned Stone Saint from the depths of the shadow core, where she was sleeping in the embrace of nurturing black flames. Just like if it did knock you from a sphere of light, like an echo would, but stepped out of a whirlpool of dark fire. Then she stood motionlessly in front of Sonny like an actual statue, seemingly indifferent both to his presence and the wounds covering her body. Sonny walked around the Stone Saint, studying the extent of damage done to her by the undead horde. The armor of the taciturn knight was battered and broken, pierced in several places by the claws of the countless skeletons she had fought. The ruby dust wasn't flowing from the breaches anymore, but he could see deep gashes on her smooth gray skin. Who dares to hurt his shadow? Shaking his head, Sonny dismissed the saint, sending her back into the restorative darkness of the shadow core. The damage, while extensive, was not really threatening to her existence. In a couple of days, his pet monster should fully recover. In fact, she already looked better than she had yesterday. Leaving the Soul Sea, Sunny inhaled the fresh air, lingered for a few moments, and then turned to Kai. "Hey Knight, don't sit this close to the edge." The charming archer looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "If I fall," Sunny scoffed, "I'm not worried about you falling into the cursed sea. I'm worried about something dragging you off into it. That'd be terrible, right?" Quite happy with himself, he grinned and turned away. What a nice way to start the day. Because everyone needed some time to rest and recuperate, they decided to spend a day on the Marble Arch and continue their journey tomorrow. As the result, Sunny was currently staring at the sight that wasn't really funny, but filled him with mirth nevertheless. Back in the real world, when he had time to consume some entertainment, Sunny had noticed a certain popular trope. In most dramas, webtoons, and cartoons aimed at young boys and teenagers, the heroes would inevitably end up spending a day at the beach during their adventures. He didn't quite know why such a trope existed, but suspected that it was just an excuse to show the female characters in nothing but revealing swimsuits. Not that he had anything against it. In any case, Sunny had never imagined that he was going to end up in such an episode himself one day. "This is simply hilarious." Barely holding himself from laughing out loud, Sunny glanced at his companions. Because everyone's armor and weapons were damaged during the battle in the catacombs, they had to keep these memories inside the Soul Sea for a bit of time to allow them to restore themselves, just like Stone Saint was currently doing in the depths of his shadow core. As the result, all of them, including Sunny himself, were currently wearing nothing except for some loincloths, and in the case of the girls, makeshift brassieres. Provided these crude undergarments were really swimsuits, and the Marble Arch could barely be considered a beach even at night, but still the situation was funnily similar. They were all half naked and relaxing in the middle of something that someone could call an adventure, so it was close enough. He was in a rather good mood. Everyone was busy doing their thing. There was a fire in the middle of the arch with roasting meat filling the air with an appetizing aroma. Effie was tending to it. The tan and lean body of the muscular huntress looked like it was cut from stone, as if she was a sculpture of an ancient goddess come to life. Sunny tried to count her abs and got distracted halfway through by not so stone-like parts of her robust figure. After a couple of seconds of thoughtless bliss, Sunny had to hurriedly look away. The last thing he wanted was pure thoughts. Nephi's was helping Effie with the breakfast. Next to the vigorous huntress, her figure seemed especially slender and lithe. However, she was also extremely athletic in appearance. Her ivory skin was pleasantly contrasted against the olive skin of their boisterous pathfinder. What a sight to behold! From a purely aesthetic standpoint, of course. Seeing changing starlight that reminded Sunny of the early days of their stay in the dream realm. Things had been much simpler back then. Suddenly wistful, he looked away and checked what Cassie was doing. The blind girl was resting near the fire, wrapped in her beautiful cloak. With her delicate features and small stature, she looked extremely lovely. And then there were Kai and Castor. Sunny sighed and looked down at his own scrawny body. Honestly, after all these months spent hunting monsters, eating meat, and absorbing shadow fragments, he looked much better than he used to. In fact, by human standards, he was nothing short of well above average. Even as far as Awaken went, he could probably compete with some in the looks department. But those two specimens were simply on another level. Kai was tall and shaped like a young god, with lean muscles rolling under his flawless skin and a svelte figure that begged to be sculpted into a marble masterpiece. Sunny could swear that even sunlight was attracted to him, illuminating the charming archer in just a way to make him look as gorgeous as possible. Currently, Kai was tending to his arrows, somehow managing to make even that simple task look glamorous. Castor was much the same, with a perfect body and broad shoulders that simply screamed of power, appeal, and potency. With a darker skin to match his gallant and manly image, he was basically the epitome of masculinity. This was contrasted by a handsome but gentle face and humorous green eyes, creating a rather tempting visage. Sunny grimaced and turned away. To hell with this beach day nonsense. Let's do something productive. Chapter 208. Something productive. Walking over to Kai, Sunny cleared his throat and forced himself to not cover his eyes. The damn archer was just too dazzling. Him being shirtless in crowded places should have honestly been categorized as a public hazard back in the real world. If not, there was a gross oversight. I wonder how he was made. Probably in a secret government laboratory or a magic cauldron of some sort. I mean, there's no way that this dude is the same species as me, right? After a few seconds of Sunny blankly staring at him, Kai smiled politely. Sunny, did you want something? Sunny flinched and covered his eyes. Breathing heavily, Sunny glared at him and slowly lowered his hand. And yes, I did want something. Kai suddenly livened up and pointed at his chest. What is he? Lowering his gaze, Sunny noticed the mysterious key hanging on a thread tied around his neck. He didn't really want to owe it to anyone, but with the puppeteer's shroud restoring itself in the solstice, there were not a lot of places where he could hide it. None that he was willing to use, at least. Plus, no one else was supposed to be able to see the light of divinity, so to them it just looked like a small iron key. It's not an accessory. The charming archer seemed a little confused. But if it's not an accessory, and it doesn't open anything, why are you carrying it around? His questions were starting to get tiresome. To open something, of course. Kai scratched his nose. But you just said that you don't know what it opens. Sunny gritted his teeth. It's a damn key, right? So it has to open something. I just carry it around in case I find something that can be opened by that damned key. What's so hard to understand? The beautiful archer gave him a strange look. That definitely makes sense. That's not how I plan to approach him. Sunny instantly changed his expression and looked at Kai with a wide smile. The sudden shift looked sort of creepy. Oh, what I wanted to say, Knight, my dear friend, we are friends, right? Anyway, what I wanted to say was that I hope that this answer satisfies your curiosity. That's something a friend would say, right? The charming young man gave him a dubious look. Sunny made his smile wider, feeling his face hurt a little. Well, some might say that it's your lucky day, buddy. Because today, and only today probably, Sunny's Gorgeous Emporium offers customers an exclusive friendship deal, just for friends of the establishment. Kai suddenly coughed. Wasn't it Sunny's Brilliant Emporium last time? The deal still stands. Are you interested or not? The archer lingered for a few moments and then cautiously said, But Sunny, you still haven't told me what exactly that deal entails. Is it a deal for customers you consider friends, or are you trying to sell me your friendship? Or wait, you want to buy mine? As if waiting for that response, Sunny nodded energetically. I'm glad that you asked. In fact, I have an incredible item that I want to sell. It's so incredible that I am even reluctant to part with it. But since you are my friend, I am willing to give it away, practically for free. Full friendship discount just for you. No need to thank me, really. Attracted by the noise, the others left what they were doing and were now staring at the two of them. Effie got distracted from preparing meat and was now observing the circus with an expectant grin. Realizing that he is now the center of attention, Kai sighed. What is that incredible item you want to sell me? Sunny remained silent for a few moments and then suddenly stopped smiling. Oh, just something I had gathering dust in my soul. See, it's a memory that can serve as an endless supply of arrows, as long as you don't miss. The beautiful archer's eyes suddenly lit up. He glanced at his quiver and said, Wait, really? You really have such a memory? After thinking about it for a long time, Sunny had decided to give the blood arrow to Kai. Having the archer of their cohort armed with it would make a lot of things easier during this journey. He could potentially earn himself a bow in the future and learn how to use it, but it wouldn't be anytime soon. Plus, with how dangerous the enchantments of the blood arrow were, nothing short of excellence would fly. And excellence took a lot of time to achieve, time that he didn't have. So giving it to a skilled archer like Kai was a better decision. The recent encounters with the iron spiders only made Sunny more certain that this was the right thing to do, but he wasn't going to give it away for free. Yes, I do have such a memory. Then he casually added, Oh, did I forget to say? It can provide an endless supply of arrows, and also all those arrows will be of the ascended rank. A grave silence settled over the marble arch. You're in possession of an ascended memory? That question was asked by Castor. Kai didn't have to ask because he already knew that Sunny was telling the truth. His eyes slightly widened. On the Forgotten Shore, ascended memories were exceedingly rare, for an obvious reason. Sleepers could only get one by defeating a fallen nightmare creature, and there weren't a lot of people capable of such a feat. Added to that was the fact that not every kill provided a memory. To receive one was the dream of every inhabitant of the Dark City, the other being the onyx armor, which was broken and useless, but they didn't need to know that honestly. Only the best wearers in the Sunny's astonishing emporium. Wait, oh, is it astonishing? You get the sentiment. Castor shook his head. How did you get an ascended memory? The grin froze on Sunny's face. When he spoke a few moments later, all humor was gone from his voice, replaced by coldness. Well, if you have to know, I got it by killing a fallen beast. This time I didn't have to shake my finger or spit. I just looked at it and it died. Then he turned his head and looked straight at Castor. I am very proficient in killing things, you know. Chapter 209. Fireside banter. In the end, Kai agreed to his deal. In exchange for the blood arrow, he gave Sunny 3 memories. the 2 weaker arrows he had and a small charm capable of producing fire. Sunny fed all 3 to the stone saint, bringing her amount of shadow fragments to 31. That was 4 more than she had in the past, which meant that he received the same amount of fragments that he would have gotten by feeding her the blood arrow itself. He didn't really gain anything but also didn't lose anything. Kai was the one who really profited from their exchange. So Sunny didn't lie when he said that it was an incredible deal. After breakfast, which transpired in somewhat awkward silence, Sunny sprawled on the ground and smiled happily. These past few weeks made me realize something. Actually, it was all thanks to Kai who introduced me. Effie stretched, making Sunny stutter and lose the train of thought for a second, then smiled with satisfaction and glanced at him. Sunny hesitated for a few moments and said, "When I was a little kid, I loved reading webtoons about the Awakened. You know, the ones where they always explore ancient ruins, battle nightmare creatures, and grow more powerful with each victory. The hero and his cohort decide on an adventure, vanquish evil, gain mighty memories, then return to the real world and sell their spoils at the adventurer shop. They spend their money to upgrade their equipment and immediately set out on a more epic and dangerous adventure. I loved to read those too." Sunny glanced at her and sighed. "But when I got older, I couldn't help but think, what are they thinking about? Exploring ancient ruins is not a wise thing to do. In fact, only crazy people would do it. No matter how good you are, sooner or later you will meet something more terrifying than any human can handle and die. If this was real life, why would all those adventurers go into the ruins over and over again?" The blind girl tilted her head and opened her mouth, but then closed it again. They were not doing it to vanquish evil. They were doing it to collect a wide variety of powerful memories. You see, the real dream is not to be the hero, one of their companions, or even the love interest. The real dream is to be the owner of the shop where the hero sells his trophies and buys new equipment. That way you can live a pretty life without risking your neck. That's the real goal. He crossed his arms and added, "After a few short years of adventuring around the dream realm and collecting memories, you can retire, open a shop, and leave comfortably for the rest of your life. All you need is to sell a memory once every couple of years. Maybe make some money off the younger, less fortunate adventurers too." Kai laughed and looked at Sunny with curiosity. "So say that we somehow manage to return to the real world and become true awakened. Is this what you're going to do?" Sunny thought about it for a few moments and shrugged. "I don't really have a lot to do in the real world. I'm all about the report and do it to a teacher who is not in them if everything of me. I don't have enough memories yet to open a real store though." He glanced at the charming archer and smiled. "What is the thing you really want to do if you return to the real world?" Kai suddenly turned away with a look of embarrassment on his face. "I haven't really thought about it." But after several seconds he suddenly said in a shy voice. The archer hesitated for a while and then explained. "Avatar Singer is a music competition show. Popular singers compete with each other, but the twist is that they are all using the stock VR avatars to perform. So the judges can only evaluate their voices and skill. They only learn the singer's identity after. Why would you want to hide your pretty face, Knight? It's your best feature." Kai was silent for a few moments and then smiled gently. I just think that it would be nice to be judged based on my skill and talent alone, with nothing else getting in the way. Also, that would be such a great way to announce my return to the fans. Just imagine, they would be so excited. That would be a perfect media storm." Sunny shook his head. It seemed that Kai was really a celebrity, talking about things like fan reactions and media storms with a straight face. Did he even hear himself? But it was a nice dream, at least. Better than his own stupid desires by far. Turning to Effie, he asked, "What about you? What would you do in the real world?" The huntress grinned. "I don't even have to think about it. I would go eat chicken wings, the real ones, and then start preparing myself for the second nightmare." Everybody grew silent. After a while, Cassie said, "Are you sure that you want to challenge another nightmare? For me, that is the only choice." The blind girl was quiet for a bit and then said, "I would go and spend time with my mom and dad. That's the thing I want to do most in the real world." Castor glanced at her and Courtly nodded. "Family is the most important. When I come back, I will greet my father and look him in the eyes with pride, knowing that I did not let our clan down. Then I will try to do everything in my power to grow as fast as possible to relieve him of his worries and propel our bloodline to new heights." How very legacy-like of him. Finally turning to Nephi, Sunny looked at her with a subtly dark expression and asked, "How about you, Neph? What are you going to do when you return to the real world?" Changing Star was silent for a while, looking into the distance with a calm expression. Then she sighed and answered in a quiet voice, "I would go visit my mom too." Everyone grew silent. Sunny blinked a little confused. I thought she was dead. Neff's eyes lingered for a bit and then turned her face away. Chapter 210. Shadow of the Past Technically Dead. Sunny glanced at the others and saw that they too were confused. Everyone except for Castor, that is, who seemed like he knew something. A few moments passed in tense silence, which was broken by Changing Star's sigh. Looking at them, she said evenly, "My mother is one of the hollow. She became hollow while pregnant with me, actually. So I never really met her." After a while, a strange smile appeared on her face. "When my grandmother was still alive, I made a point of treating that body as nothing but a corpse. But once she passed away, and we were the only ones left, well, I found myself getting a bit confused." Neff's eyes shrugged and turned away once again. "Anyway, before leaving for the first nightmare, I used what little money there was left of our estate to buy her a VIP spot in a specialized hollow care facility. They are treating her really well, but still I don't like the idea of her being alone there. So when I return, that's what I'm going to do." No one said anything, heavily affected by her words. Sunny stared at Changing Star, trying to imagine what it must have felt like growing up in the company of your parents' soulless shell, with death staring at you through those empty eyes every day, always looming over you like a dark shadow, both of your past and your future. Maybe that was a part of the reason why Neff hated the spell so much. Sensing the heaviness in the air, Changing Star glanced at them and smiled darkly. "Is this your first time meeting a Hollowborn? Well, I can't blame you. Creatures of my breed are pretty rare. In fact, even I have never met another one." Then she sighed and stretched her legs, moving them closer to the fire. "So yeah, that and dye my hair. These are the things I would do in the real world first. How is that a priority?" Feeling that he was missing something, Sunny scratched his head and asked, "Why?" She glanced at him in surprise. "What do you mean, why? I'm not used to it and it's weird. Do I need another reason?" He stared at her with a perplexed expression. Noticing it, Changing Star frowned and asked with a tiny hint of amusement in her voice, "Sunny, did you perhaps think that this is my natural hair color?" He was silent for a while, then opened his mouth and closed it again. Neff's eyes looked at him for a while with a strange expression and then suddenly exploded with laughter. Her laugh was melodic, pure, and very pleasant to the ear. With regret, Sunny realized that he had never heard it before. He wished that their lives were different so that people could hear Neff's eyes laugh more often. But they weren't, and would probably never be. After a while, she glanced at him and smiled. "Sunny, it's silver for spell's sake. Who has natural silver hair?" Luckily, at that point, Kai suddenly came to his rescue. "Actually, I thought that it's natural too." "Ah, it suits you very well, Lady Neff's." Changing Star turned to him with an expression of utter surprise. Then she glanced at Effie with a silent question. "I mean, who knows what you legacies are even made of?" Neff's eyes blinked a couple of times, then shook her head in bewilderment. "Well, no, it's not natural. It became like that after my first nightmare." Kai leaned forward with curiosity. "Really? What color was your hair before?" "A normal human color." The charming archer stared at her and then smiled. "That would suit you very well too, Lady Neff's." "Oh, I can just see it." However, Sunny couldn't. The idea of Changing Star without her arresting, eye-catching silver hair simply could not fit into his head, let alone the fact that she was a brunette. How was this even possible? That would look so wrong. Well, as it turned out, life was full of surprises. Today he learned not one, but two entirely new things about the person he had thought he knew the best in the world. Who would have guessed that this would happen? There might be something else except for skimpy swimsuits to these beach episodes, huh? After that, they spent some time resting and lazily conversing with each other. However, pretty soon people started to get restless from boredom. To combat it, somehow Sunny suggested the idea of playing a sports game. His motives were not at all dictated by a secret desire to see a bunch of absolutely gorgeous young people jump around and wrestle with each while very lightly dressed. However, things didn't go as he had envisioned them. Pretty soon, Sunny found himself cursing as he was desperately pulling on the golden rope in a furious match of tug-of-war. Well, it was supposed to be furious, but what was actually transpiring was Effie casually holding the rope with one hand while the four of them, Sunny, Cassie, Kai, and Castor, were trying to move her from the spot with no visible results whatsoever. After a while, the huntress simply pulled on the rope and sent their entire team to the ground. With a satisfied grin, Effie walked over and towered above him, her arms akimbo. Looking down directly at Sunny, she smirked. "When did you lose your spirit, Shorty?" Then she winked and said in a mischievous tone, "Back at the cathedral you were able to perform better." Not to mention last longer. Sunny grew bright red and gritted his teeth. Shut up. People will misunderstand. The huntress looked at him with a shocked expression. Then she pretended to be horrified and covered her mouth with one hand. You, what kind of a degenerate are you? I meant while you were training. While Sunny was staring at her in utter disbelief, his mouth wide open, Effie snorted, then turned away and exploded with laughter. Shaking her head, the boisterous huntress giggled one last time and walked away. No more sports games. That wretched troublemaker will win them all anyway. He needed to teach himself how to come up with better ideas. Chapter 211. Game of Lies. With a bit of disappointment, Sunny realized that all types of physical activities were out of the question. Not only because Effie was going to win every damn game, but also because Cassie couldn't participate in most. If that was the case, they would have to settle for a battle of wit instead. After thinking for a while, he made a few preparations and addressed his companions in a mischievous tone. All right, let's have another competition. This time it will be a challenge for your minds. Sunny paused for a few moments and then smiled. And to spice things up, this time there will be a prize. The winner will get this. With that, he produced the ascended soul shard that he had gotten from the corpse eater from behind his back and showed it to everyone. The beautiful crystal shined with an alluring ethereal light. Except for Nephi's, who was resting with her eyes closed, everyone stared at the shard with a lot of interest. Of course they were interested. It was very rare to see one of these after all. He didn't really have a use for this thing right now though, and making the cohort stronger would in turn increase his own chances of getting through the expedition alive. So parting with the shard was not that detrimental, especially if he could have some fun in return. Effie was the first one to speak. What are the terms of the competition? Sunny put the crystal away before answering. It's really simple. I'll give you a riddle and the first person to answer correctly wins. The huntress looked at him with doubt and shrugged. But all right, let's play. Smiling, Sunny commanded the shadow to separate from him and put the ordinary rock on it. Then he turned to Effie and said, listen carefully. Imagine, if you will, that the two of us, my shadow and I, are in possession of a rare treasure. One of us is an honorable, extremely attractive awakened that can tell no lie, while the other one is a vile, ugly, stupid devil that would never tell a word of truth. But you don't know which one is which. I mean, isn't it obvious? Also, it's an imaginary situation. Anyway, you have to find out which one of us is hiding the treasure. If you do, you'll get the treasure. If you don't, the devil will kill you. You can only ask one question, either to me or the shadow. The huntress giggled and flexed her muscles. Can I just beat the answer out of you? Sunny observed her vigorous figure for a moment too long and then smiled. Effie stared at him in bewilderment. He shrugged and glanced in her direction with disdain. Did I not tell you that you can only ask one question? Well, who told you to ask whether you can beat me up or not? What a stupid way to waste a question! While the unruly huntress was throwing daggers at him with her eyes, Sunny turned away and said, next. Kai smiled apologetically at Effie and approached him. What's your question? Do consider that our roles might have changed since the last round. The charming young man gestured at the marble beneath his feet and addressed the shadow. What color is the stone I am pointing to? Since Sunny had expected such a turn of events, the ordinary rock immediately answered in the deepest voice he could muster. Kai looked at Sunny with a triumphant smile and said, so, I win? The shadow is obviously the honorable awakened. Sunny gave him a nod. You indeed learned which one of us is a dirty liar. However, that was not the task. The task was to find out which one of us is hiding the treasure, and you have already used up your only question. So sorry, buddy, but you're also dead. I'll miss you very much. In this hypothetical situation, the charming archer sighed and looked at him with reproach. Sunny raised his eyebrows. Why are you looking at me like this? Be grateful that I allowed you to play at all. With your flaw, you are like a walking cheat as far as this game is concerned. He scowled, then added, in fact, the mere fact that you claim to have a flaw is an affront to us truly flawed people. Kai lingered for a bit and walked to the side to sit near Effie. Sunny had to suppress his laugh when he noticed that the boisterous huntress reacted to being this close to the charming young man's deific body pretty much exactly the same as he himself sometimes reacted to her. Get your head out of the gutter. A wide grin still found its way onto his face. Shaking his head, Sunny turned away to call the next contestant, but Kai suddenly spoke, interrupting him. You're not entirely right, you know, he said gently. Sunny raised an eyebrow. The archer looked down before answering. Yes, it is not as heavy of a burden as many others have to carry, but it still occurs. What is he talking about? It's almost entirely like a second aspect ability. Looking at Kai with a doubtful expression, Sunny asked, "Yeah, please explain because I really can't think of a situation where this flaw of yours could be a burden." The beautiful young man was silent for a while and then looked up at Sunny with a sad smile. Imagine hearing the person who is the most important to you in the whole wide world telling you that they love you only to realize that they don't. Imagine listening to your friend's words of encouragement only to understand that he secretly wishes for you to crash and burn. He sighed. Ignorance is bliss, Sunny. After returning from my first night, I had to come to terms with the fact that most of the people in my life were not who I thought they were, and that what hid behind their smiles was ugly and vicious. Kai gestured to himself and said, "Because of who I am, there was always a whirlpool of people around me, but after learning their true faces I couldn't dwell. Let's just say that if I had the choice, I would have preferred to stay blissfully blind to the truth forever." Suddenly Kai smiled. "But that's why I enjoy spending time with you so much, Sunny. No matter how bizarre the things you say are, they're always true. I never met anyone as stupidly honest as you. It's very refreshing." Sunny shifted uncomfortably. How did he just call me stupid? Now he was kind of sorry for mocking the charming young man about his flaw. Perhaps it would be useful to someone like Sunny, but to a person like Kai who always attracted the worst kind of attention from people, it could really be incredibly painful. The spell knew what it was doing. It always hit you in your most vulnerable spot. The being that weaved it must have been the worst kind of a sick bastard. Chapter 212, Knight and Knaves Assure. One day Kai would inevitably learn that Sunny was not as honest of a person as he considered him to be, but until then having the naive archer believe in this ridiculous notion was rather. Turning away with a bit of awkwardness, Sunny glanced at Castor and called, "Next." The proud legacy was looking at Nightingale with a heavy expression. Hearing Sunny's voice, he lingered for a moment and then shook his head. It seemed that Castor did not want to play his game. Sunny was also suddenly painfully aware that between the six of them, 4 people had openly shared their flaws with the rest, be it out of necessity or because of trust. One of the 2 was Sunny and the other one was Castor. Sunny knew why he was hiding his flaw from everyone, but what was the proud science reason? It sort of went against his whole honorable and dependable persona. With how devoted he acted toward Nephi's and the cohort, it was strange to see him keeping the secrets. Was his reason the same as Sunny's, a dire vulnerability that the flaw would uncover? Or was there some other reason? Maybe he didn't trust the members of the cohort as much as he tried to make them think he did. With a shrug, Sunny left Castor alone. There was no point in lingering on these thoughts now. Until he had more information, any conclusion he could make would be useless anyway. Looking at Cassie, he smiled and said, "Hey Cass." The blind girl hesitated for a bit and then slowly approached him. While she was walking over, Sunny couldn't help but think back to a conversation he had with her in the distant past. Back then Cassie had told him that knowledge could be the heaviest thing in the world. The burden of her flaw, while completely different from Kai's, was at the same time eerily similar. They both longed for the bliss of ignorance, but were doomed to always bear the crushing weight of unwanted knowledge. When Sunny thought about it, he found that all members of the cohort were connected with each other by invisible strings. Many things about them were like reflections, simultaneously the same but also completely opposite. Like the fact that he could tell no lie while Kai could not be lied to. Or the fact that Nephi's was like sunlight while he was made of shadows. Cassie could not see while he had basically 2 pairs of eyes. Changing Star dreamed of destroying the nightmare spell, but Effie dreamed of making it her paradise. Were these the strings of fate? Or was he just making empty connections because that was what humans were prone to do? Come to think of it, only Castor didn't seem to be connected to any of them in any kind of meaningful way. What was that all about? Cassie sat down near Sunny, pulling him out of his thoughts. He forced out a smile. "Just like I said, the roles might have switched. So, what is your question?" Cassie smiled and gestured to the shadow. "My question is, if I were to ask Sunny which one of you has the treasure, what would he say?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then gave the ordinary stone a mental command to speak one of the answers that he had whispered to it in advance. In the same comically deep voice, the shadow seemed to speak it. Cassie nodded and turned to Sunny with subtle glee on her exquisite doll-like face. "Sunny, you have the treasure." With that, she expectantly outstretched her hand. With a disappointed sigh, Sunny put the ascended soul shard in her palm and said in a listless voice, "Congratulations." Cassie grasped the shard and giggled. Meanwhile, Effie leaned forward with a bewildered look. "What?" She stared at the blind girl in astonishment and then asked, How the hell did you do it? Cassie smiled and crushed the shard in her small fist, absorbing the soul essence. Then she shook her head and said, "It's simple really. No matter who you ask about the other person's answer, their answer will always be the opposite of the correct one. That's because the awakened would have to tell the truth about the lie, while the devil would have to tell a lie about the truth." Effie thought for a moment, then shook her head. "All the words you said seem to be familiar, but I don't understand crap. What do you even mean?" "Well, you should think about it in your free time, or just beat Sonny up the next time he decides to tease you with such riddles." With that, she went away quite happy with herself. Sonny watched her go with his mouth wide open. Did she really just say that? Meanwhile, the perplexed huntress was staring at Sonny with a deep frown. "Yeah, I might just do that the next time," he paled. "This was an honest competition. Don't be a sore loser." Effie grinned menacingly. "Let's see which one of yous will be sore when I'm done with you." What kind of soreness does she mean, I wonder? What would I wonder about that? Standing up, Sonny glanced at Effie and scoffed. "Who's going to be done with who? Don't flatter yourself, beanpole." With that, he walked away with contempt clearly written all over his face. His pace, however, was suspiciously hurried. A while later, the day was drawing to a close. Some of the memories had already restored themselves, so almost everyone was wearing their clothes and armors, which as far as Sonny was concerned was a real shame. From a purely aesthetic point of view, of course. However, something else attracted his full attention. At the far end of the marble arch, Nephi's and Castor were standing facing each other with sharp swords in their hands. They were about to clash. Chapter 213. Sword Saints. Back when Nephi's was teaching Sonny how to use the sword, he had never been good enough to be her sparring partner. Once he learned enough to be of any use in a training fight, their fragile alliance had already broken and shattered to pieces. So apart from that short altercation on the somber slopes of the Ashen Barrow, they had never actually crossed swords with each other. Now it seemed Changing Star had found a reliable sparring partner. Castor had not only replaced Sonny as her right-hand man, but also filled the roles that Sonny had been either reluctant or unfit to take on. Well, good for them. Once the memories of the cohort were close to being fully restored, Nephi's and Castor moved to the far end of the White Arch to practice. Now they were standing opposite each other, ready to begin. Although no one called him over, Sonny approached the two legacies and sat down, ready to enjoy the spectacle. He was keenly interested in observing these two immensely skilled swordsmen in action. Both of them had been trained for combat from the day they could walk. Watching them would surely be helpful to his understanding of battle styles and techniques. Not to mention that he was very interested to see the rematch between Nephi's and Castor. The last time he saw them fight, Changing Star had lost, but not by much. She also had held back her aspect ability at that time, but he doubted that would change today. Neph's flame could be used both to heal and annihilate, but sadly not to train. Castor glanced at him and frowned with visible displeasure. Was he irritated because Sonny was about to learn a thing or two about his technique, or because Sonny was ruining his alone time with Nephi's? Either way, I don't care. What are you doing? Does this part of the arch belong to your clan or something? The proud legacy shook his head and turned away. Neph glanced at Sonny and didn't say anything. However, he could tell that she didn't mind. In fact, it was almost as if she was approving of his decision. Without wasting any more time, the two of them clashed in a whirlwind of steel, moving with the kind of speed that made it difficult for Sonny to follow along. The clangor of swords filled the air. A bit stunned, he stared at the furious fight with a blank expression. After the months of hunting monsters in the Dark City and his lessons with the Stone Saints, Sonny thought that he had developed his skill a lot. It's just that compared to Nephi's and Castor, he was still so far behind that it was nothing short of disheartening. Before, he had sometimes entertained the thought of maybe being able to stand against them, well, at least one of them on equal ground. But now this illusion was ruthlessly broken. If things went south and he ended up on the opposite sides of the barricades with Castor facing him, would be tantamount to committing suicide. Which of course simply meant that instead of facing him, Sonny would have to stab him in the back. He wasn't going to take on an enemy of this caliber in a forthright manner anyway. Concentrating on the fight, Sonny watched attentively. With the benefit of his new experience, he was able to discern more and learn more from how these two experts moved and acted. Sometimes he was even able to predict what they were going to do next. However, as time passed, a subtle frown appeared on his face. That doesn't make sense. Sonny had been able to notice two unexpected things from how Nephi's fought against Castor. The first one was rather easy to spot. While Castor did not use the full extent of his incredible speed, he did use a fair share of it, making it almost impossible for Nephi's to win any of their matches. She lost much more than she won, almost always by a few fractions of a second, which was seemingly not conducive to training at all. What was the point of training if one of the participants had almost no chance of winning because of how large the gap between them and their opponent was? There was a reason why Neph had never used Sunny as a sparring partner in the past after all. But then, with a bit of amusement, he realized that Changing Star was doing exactly what he had done with the Stone Saint. She was tempering herself against an overwhelming force. That's why she had instructed Castor to use just enough of his aspect ability to always be much faster than her. Losing in a fight against a superior opponent was truly the best way to learn. So, I was right in my approach after all. If Changing Star was doing the same, he had to be right. The second thing he had noticed, however, was much more perplexing. It was that Nephi's was not using her usual flowing and unpredictable battle style. Instead, she was moving with precise and firm elegance, hiding behind a carefully woven wall of defense and patiently waiting for an opening to appear, instead of creating one herself. While intricate and impressive, this style was still a bit lacking in comparison to her real one. What's more, while it was deliberate and dependable, it was also rigid. If there was one thing that Nephi's would never tolerate in her battle art, it was rigidity. Her whole worldview was built around the idea that nothing had more value than adaptability. That's why the style she had taught Sunny suited her so well. It was designed to be the epitome of changeability. So the question was why the hell she was using something so alien to her against Castor. The answer was pretty obvious. Either Nephi's was trying to experiment with something new in an effort to adopt elements of this style into her own, which didn't seem very likely, or she didn't want Castor to know her true combat style too well for some reason. But what could that reason be? Sunny rubbed his chin. Interest in Chapter 214, Transient Shadow. Did Nephi's distrust Castor for some reason? Sunny surely did, and to be entirely honest, he didn't even need any reason to do so. His intuition and general paranoia were enough. But Changing Star was different. He had learned a bitter lesson, and now knew that everything she ever did had a firm logic behind it, even if that logic was entirely different from that of a normal person. So if Nephi's was hiding her true battle style from Castor, there was a reason for it. But it didn't make any sense. From everything else that she had done, he was her most trusted lieutenant. Changing Star entrusted more to Castor than she ever had to anyone else. Castor himself also had never acted against Neph's interests. In fact, he was even a bit too loyal. The bastard was always near Nephi's, as though glued to her side. He also didn't seem to like it when others got too close to her. In that regard, he was almost like that flying rapier of Cassie's. During their entire day on the Marble Arch, the unfriendly Echo somehow always managed to remain between the blind girl and any men who tried to approach her for whatever reason. The message it was sending was quite clear. It was honestly rather comical. Sunny shook his head. The dynamic of Changing Star's relationship with Castor was really weird, but once again he didn't have enough information to make any conclusions. All he could do was keep his eyes open and try to sleep with one of them open when a handsome legacy was on watch duty. Maybe it was some strange legacy thing, like guarding the secrets of the clan against the prying eyes of other clans. Glancing at the fighting swordsmen, Sunny suddenly got an idea. After considering it for a bit, he looked at them again. This time his eyes were burning. That actually might work. The problem with his technique at the moment was that it lacked true individuality. Sunny knew that there was a secret hiding inside his shadow that could become the foundation of his own unique battle style. He just couldn't understand what that secret was. His progress at deciphering it had stalled. While training, Sunny had trouble keeping his eyes both on the Stone Saint and on the shadow. Whenever he tried, the taciturn night would inevitably send him into a sea of pain. But even if he managed it somehow, there was an invisible wall standing between him and anything even remotely resembling understanding. He was in a dire need of a breakthrough. So what if his shadows tried to imitate someone else instead of him? And not just someone, but a real sword expert in the middle of a fight? Not only would Sunny be able to observe every tiny detail of its movements, but there would also be something to compare them against. The shadow was a part of him after all. It was hard to tell where Sunny ended and the shadow began. That's why the difference in how it moved and how he moved was almost imperceptible. But if it followed someone else, he would be able to separate the cadence and pattern of that person's movements from the shadows by contrasting it against his own. Burning with anticipation, Sunny waited for Nephi's and Castor to take a short break and then send the shadow over to the handsome legacy. Leisurely strolling over the white marble, the shadow approached Castor and brazenly glued itself to his feet. Then it crossed its arms and glared at the legacy with almost palpable disdain. Castor stared at the shadow for a couple of seconds and then raised his head to look at Sunny. There was a very strange expression on his face. What are you doing?" His voice did not sound happy at all. Sunny shrugged with a carefree smile. "This cretin just lost me an ascended soul shard. As a form of punishment, I've decided to make him your shadow for a bit. Just do your thing, and don't worry about it." The shadow turned its head and pierced him with a menacing look. Sunny could practically hear its thoughts. "Who are you calling a cretin, you cretin? Did I guess right, huh? I forgot you cannot answer." Not paying the offended shadow any more attention, he just smiled wider. Castor frowned, hesitated for a few moments, and then said through gritted teeth, "I would prefer if you wouldn't." With that, he gave the shadow the command to leave the proud legacy alone. It separated itself from Castor, pretended to wipe its legs in disgust, and sauntered over to Nephi's only to get attached to her feet with visible delight. It even bowed gallantly to her own shadow and made sure to not get in its way. What is this moron doing? Of course, Sunny had ordered the shadow to approach Neph himself, but he didn't expect it to be so visibly pleased by it. It was as if the shadow was simply beyond itself to finally follow someone competent. Nephi's looked down on the shadow, smiled, and didn't say anything. The two legacies did not make him wait long. A few moments later, they were once again locked in a furious battle. Only this time, two shadows were following Nephi's. Both of them loyally imitated her movements, however one of them was slightly, almost imperceptibly different. Sunny looked at it with an intensity that threatened to burn two holes in the white marble. Soon his eyes widened. Therein the tiniest difference between the way Changing Star's own shadow moved and the way his shadow moved. He finally saw it. He had found his breakthrough. Chapter 215. Shapeless. Observing the motions of two shadows that followed Nephi's, Sunny was finally able to understand the foundation of the elusive shadow style. Before, he only sensed a hint of its essence. He knew that just like the shadow, the hidden battle art was insidious, shapeless, and ever-changing. But this was where lay the problem. A battle style was by definition a structured framework of patterns and principles, a doctrine that dictated how one should act to defeat an enemy. That doctrine was used as a foundation and expanded into a variety of specific movements to create a style. But if something didn't have a shape and its form was constantly changing, how could it ever be stable and structured? Sunny had no idea how the concepts he felt were at the core of the shadow style could create something even remotely applicable to practice. Insidious, shapeless, ever-changing. What was he supposed to do with that? But now he understood. The key to it all was so simple and evident that he almost laughed. Why had he not guessed earlier? The idea that tied everything together was as innate to the nature of shadows as formlessness and elusiveness. After all, what were the first two things that came to mind when one thought about shadows? That they lived in the dark and imitated the things that hid them from light. The foundation of the shadow style was indeed insidious, shapeless, and ever-changing. Its core concept was to steal that which made the enemies strong and use it to destroy them. To master that style, he had to learn how to behave like a shadow. Sunny stared at Nephi's and Castor but didn't see them. His mind was consumed completely by the sudden revelation. He had no time to pay attention to their fight anymore. This style had endless potential. If he managed to master it, he would be able to counter any style or technique used against him, not to mention become an immensely unpredictable opponent. What could be more unpredictable than a formless shadow? Of course, it was easier said than done. To begin with, while the ability to imitate the enemy was incredibly powerful, it also demanded an incredible amount of talent, experience, and insight from the user. You couldn't imitate that which you didn't understand after all. More importantly, this was just the foundation of the style. He still had to expand it into the actual collection of specific principles, and retrain himself accordingly. That was a mammoth task. Creating a complete style from scratch could take a true battle master years, if not decades. Sunny had not even scratched the surface of this ambitious undertaking. However, this was all right. Personal battle arts were not created in an instant anyway. It was a long and arduous process with endless iterations coming and going while being tempered by the crucible of combat. It's not like the style would be useless until it became perfect. Sunny just had to get it to the point where it could be applied in battle in one form or another. That alone would tremendously enhance his technique. He smiled, congratulating himself. However, the next moment a deep scowl appeared on his face. But how exactly am I supposed to do that? A while later, when the sun was already touching the western horizon, Sunny was sitting by himself and staring at his shadow. He was motionless like a statue and deep in thought. On his face there was a troubled frown. When someone approached him, Sunny lingered for a few moments and then slowly looked up to see who was disturbing him. To his surprise, it was Nephi's. The leader of their cohort stood there for a bit, her graceful figure illuminated by the setting sun. Then she sat down near him. Nephi gave him a nod. He waited for a few moments and then asked, "Did you want something?" The corner of her mouth slightly curled upward. With a sigh, Changing Star glanced at him and said, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to say that I saw you fighting in the catacombs. You have improved a lot in these 3 months. Well, it's not like there's a lot of opportunities to lead a peaceful life in the Dark City. I was bound to improve a little, no? Don't sell yourself short. Very few would have been able to grow so much and as fast as you, especially without a teacher." After hesitating for a while, Sunny shrugged. "You said it yourself. One real battle is worth more than 1,000 hours of training. There was a lot of battles in those 3 months. Nephi nodded and then asked, "That firm and grounded style you weaved into your technique, where did it come from?" He scratched the back of his head and, remembering the hellish training sessions with his pet monster, held back the urge to shiver. "I just observed how the Stone Saint fought and tried to replicate it." Changing Star smiled, "As I thought. I've seen her fight too. It's a very formidable echo, one of the finest I've ever seen. Coming from a legacy, this meant a lot." Sunny was indeed really lucky to be in the right place at the right time to get the echo of the Stone Saint. If the fallen siblings of the Iron Spiders had not brought her to the brink of death, he would never have been able to survive a battle with the living statue, let alone defeat her. He was even luckier to have a divine aspect that allowed him to turn echoes into creatures that were even more fearsome. All in all, Sunny was extremely fortunate. His fortune was exactly as incredible as his misfortune. "You know my attributes. I do get lucky a lot." She lingered for a few moments and then said, "I'm glad that you were able to understand the true design of the battle style I taught you." So he was right on this point too. The style Changing Star had given him was indeed designed to be as adaptable as possible and seamlessly incorporate elements of other styles. It was a perfect foundational battle art for those talented enough to make use of it, of course, which were most likely extremely few and far between. Sunny glanced at Nephi's and after some deliberation asked, "That style of yours is truly unique. Where did it come from?" He had been too inexperienced to realize this at the time, but what Neph had taught him could have been considered a rare treasure. The style he took for granted was in fact a work of pure genius. It deserved to be famous and ubiquitous, which suggested that this treasure was a secret one. Changing Star lingered for a bit and then said, "It's a part of my inheritance." Sunny blinked and stared at her, stunned. "Then why the hell did she teach it to me?" Chapter 216. Tacit understanding. Sunny stared at Nephi's with a complicated expression. After a while he asked, "Why did you entrust me with something so precious?" She glanced at him, lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "We had a deal, remember? My knowledge in exchange for your share of the spoils we earn." There had indeed existed such a deal. However, he had not exactly acted in good faith when proposing it. After all, he had no use for those spoils in the first place. If Changing Star had really revealed a family secret to him because of a lie, she had a valid reason to be resentful of him, just like he was of her. With a dark smile he looked away and said, "You must have realized by now that I have cheated you in that deal." Nephi's turned to him and said, her voice calm and even, "You mean the fact that you don't need to absorb Soul Shard to grow stronger?" Sunny froze for a moment, then gave her a nod. "You don't seem very surprised." When Sunny first learned about this ability of his, he was stunned. But Neph seemed to know a lot more than a normal person did. She didn't even try to pretend otherwise. It's a very rare aspect trait, but not unheard of among the upper echelons of the Awakened. In fact, I am capable of something like that myself, although your case does seem to be especially unique. Sunny glanced at her. Changing Star remained silent for a few moments and then said, her voice hinted with a bit of wonder, "Usually when an Awakened absorbs the soul essence directly, the process leaves the remnants of the soul core empty, but when you do it, the shards are left brimming with it. This is very unusual." He shifted uncomfortably and then said, "Yeah, well, you have your share of secrets too, Neph. Don't think that I didn't notice." Lineage memories domains. Nephi's interrupted him with a heavy gaze. When Sunny fell silent and looked at her with a frown, she said in a strangely somber tone, "Never say those words aloud again, Sunny. Just knowing them might get you killed." He stared at her for a long time and then scoffed. "Since you showed me the courtesy of not prying into my secrets, I won't pry into yours. I don't really want to know anyway. The mysterious upper echelons you mentioned can play their dirty little games all they want as long as they leave me out of them." Then Sunny frowned and added, "But there is one question I have to ask you because it involves me personally." She raised an eyebrow. "Why are you hiding the true core of your technique from Castor?" Changing Star looked at him for a bit and then smiled. "Yes, I've been using a different style when facing Castor." Sunny looked at her with a humorless expression. "Why did you incorporate elements of the Stone Saint's technique into your own? Also nice try at misdirection, but I won't fall for your tricks. I'm the one who taught them to you, remember." Nephi sighed and turned away, glancing at the silhouette of the crimson spire that loomed in the distance. After a while she said, "I'll answer you when we return to the Dark City. It won't change anything until then anyway. Your safety won't be compromised in any way." "What is that supposed to mean?" As he glared at her, Changing Star stood up and turned to leave. Before that, however, she lingered for a moment and said, "Keep sharpening your sword, Sunny. I expect big things from you." With that, she walked away, leaving him speechless. And what does she mean by that? After Nephi's left, Sunny returned to staring at his shadow. However, despite the fact that he had figured out the essence and foundation of the elusive battle art that hid inside it, he had no idea how to go about creating an actual style out of them. He did not have enough experience and mastery to be able to create something out of nothing. Why even hide that damn mystery inside the aspect if I can't do anything with it? Perhaps in the distant future he would be able to. But right now it was as though he had found the door, but was not strong enough to turn the key and unlock it. It just stood there and teased him endlessly, just like the damn gateway inside the Crimson Spire. Maybe I wasn't supposed to notice the existence of the hidden style so soon, and he worked so hard to gain insight into its secrets. Was it all for nothing? All the pain, all the effort? Why would spell do this to him? That's the damn spell we're talking about. Why wouldn't it do something like this to you? With a bitter sigh, Sunny turned away and tried to forget all about the shadow techniques and battle styles. It was almost dark anyway. Walking over to the center of the marble arch, Sunny lay down beside the other members of the cohort and entirely closed his eyes. The beach vacation was over. It was funny, visually stunning, and unexpectedly emotional, but ended on a bitter note. Tomorrow was going to be another long day. This exhausted by all of it, he fell asleep before even finishing the thought. Sunny opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. The world was enveloped in a strange dim twilight. Deep shadows surrounded him, shrouding the tall walls that were cut from black marble. Looking between the mighty columns, Sunny saw the black circle of the sun burning in the lightless sky. No, wait, what walls? Wasn't he supposed to be sleeping at the top of the white arch? Suddenly a woman's scream toward the silence like a sharp knife. It was full of pain and suffering. Sunny tried to summon the midnight shard into his hand, only to realize that he had no hands. Then something else resounded from the darkness. What though? Almost at the same time, Sunny realized something terrible. People were not supposed to dream in the dream realm. Chapter 217. Origin. When Sunny realized that he was dreaming, the first thing that came to his mind was that there was another soul tree growing somewhere near the white arch. However, after a few moments of panic, he quickly dismissed this idea. After all, he had never actually dreamt while under the mind hex of the ancient fiend. He had just mistaken the broken memories of his conversation with Cassie for a dream. But this one was real. The dreamscape that surrounded Sunny was ephemeral, shifting, and shrouded in shadows. Above him the sun was like a circle of darkness, with crimson light drowning in a burning sea of clouds. However, none of that light reached him. In the tenebrous hall of black marble there was nothing but empty silence, which was now destroyed by the sound of a baby crying. Of course, the woman's screams had long grown silent. Peering into the Stygian depths of the dark marble hall, Sunny saw nothing but endless shadows. The baby's cries were coming from somewhere beyond them, or from within them. A subtle thought entered Sunny's mind. The monumental walls, the colossal columns, the grandiose hall, all of it looked strangely familiar, as though he had already been here once a long time ago. All that was missing were the signs of desolation and a large altar cut from a single block of black marble. In fact, it should have been standing right where the crying sounds were coming from. Familiar words appeared in his mind, now full of new meaning. In the next moment, everything disappeared. The world was swaying. A seemingly endless surface of black stone was flowing past his vision, moving up and down. No, it wasn't the stone, but Sunny himself. He was the one swaying. In fact, Sunny found himself in the body of a toddler. He was currently held gently by a young woman who was walking down a long stone corridor which was dimly lit by burning torches. The girl was very young, not older than Sunny himself, his actual body that is. She was slender and exquisitely beautiful with soft porcelain skin and long raven hair. The lissom beauty was dressed in a flowing silk tunic that left her delicate neck and shoulders exposed. A black serpent was coiled around her arms and neck, its scales so intricately tattooed that sometimes it seemed as though the creature was moving. Whoever marked the girl's skin with this image was a true genius of their craft. Sunny had never seen anything like it in the real world. However, he had seen similar markings in a nightmare. This was the mark of a slave who belonged to the shadow god. The young girl was a temple slave, just like he had been in his first nightmare. The serpent coiled around her neck and arms served both as her collar and her shackles. She was also the toddler's mother. Sunny could tell from the love with which he held the child and the quiet smile that appeared on her face every time she looked at him. Sunny might have lost his own mother at a young age, but he still remembered that much at least. If the mother is a slave, then the child it is too. Finally, Sunny began to understand what was happening to him. The dream he found himself in did not belong to him. Instead, it belonged to the nameless temple slave whose role he had assumed during the first nightmare, the original child of shadows. This vision was his memory. Soon the young girl entered a vast hall that was shrouded in darkness. Judging by the black marble walls, they were in another part of the ancient temple. Sunny couldn't see much of his surroundings, but he could somehow tell that they were underground. In the center of the hall, 7 tall braziers were burning with strange pale flames. On the edges of light, motionless, stood a dozen or so people. Sunny shivered, suddenly reminded of the silent shadows populating his soul sea. However, these were not ghosts, but humans. There were several other slaves, while the rest appeared to be priests. To tell the truth, there was not a lot of difference between them. It seemed as though the servants of the shadow god did not pursue opulence and status. In fact, many of the priests bore the same markings as the slaves, suggesting that they themselves had belonged to the temple once. What are they doing here? Approaching one of the elder slaves, the young beauty entrusted the child to her. Separated from the warmth of his mother's chest, the toddler Sunny felt cold and scared. However, the older woman consoled him with gentle words, preventing the child from crying. Then she moved back to stand with the rest of the people gathered in the underground hall. Their faces were calm and solemn. The young woman, meanwhile, slowly walked into the circle of light. Her movements were elegant, flowing, and graceful. Stopping at the very center, she stood motionlessly between the 7 pale flames, surrounded by 7 shadows. Sunny stared at the beautiful slave, feeling that something important was about to happen. As he became pensive and uneasy, a sudden sound broke the silence. It was the deep and reverberating ringing of a zither. As the musical instrument sang, the slave girl suddenly moved. As she did, her 7 shadows moved with her. This is with his eyes wide open, Sunny watched the young woman. The beautiful slave danced in the circle of light, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, her every move full of indescribable grace and clear but elusive purpose. Her young body was flexible and lithe, but also strong and trained as much as a warrior's. Her skill as a dancer was like that of a battle master. The young woman weaved a beautiful pattern with her movements, their cadence and nature simultaneously firm and flowing, sharp and gentle, clear and unpredictable. She danced alone, but also with 7 partners, effortlessly controlling both her own body and the 7 shadows cast by it. At times it was hard to tell which one of them was real. Her dance was insidious, shapeless, and ever-changing. He recognized these movements. They were the same as how his shadow moved. This was the source and origin of the battle style he wanted to create. This was Shadow Dance Chapter 218. Shadow Dance. Sunny opened his eyes. The grand arch of white marble was exactly the same as when he had last seen it. The sun was already climbing the gray dome of the sky, chasing the remnants of the dark sea away. The rest of the cohort had woken up some time ago and were now preparing for the journey ahead. However, it didn't matter. With eyes burning with excitement, Sunny sat up and recalled everything that he had witnessed in his dream. The memories were still there, clear as day. He could recall every movement, every step, every breath of the dance that the beautiful slave had performed. The nameless slave's mother. His eyes dimmed slightly. That dream of his, while a precious gift, was also a source of numerous questions. Now that he was awake, Sunny was able to see a few things with more clarity. The scene that he had witnessed at the very beginning of it was that of the nameless slaves, the original child of Shadow's birth. He was born during a solar eclipse, not unlike Sunny. That fact put a lot of things into perspective. Everyone knew that the spell did not choose the role an aspirant would play during their first nightmare randomly. That was apparent from the fact that the bodies they inhabited in it, while different, were very close to their real ones. However, the actual principle of how the spell chose these roles and the events of the nightmares were largely unclear. But now Sunny knew that he shared more than simply outer appearance with the temple slave whose body he inhabited for a few short days. Both of them were born in similar, extremely rare circumstances. Both of them were at the very bottom of society, oppressed and unwanted, surviving against all odds instead of because of them. Both of them were left without a family at a young age. The tough life in the outskirts took Sunny's parents and sister away. To the nameless slave, it was the servants of the mighty war god that destroyed his childhood home and life. Sunny didn't know what happened to the beautiful dancer after the last temple of shadows was destroyed by them, but he doubted that it was anything good. With a heavy sigh, he looked down. What he shared with the temple slave was a similarity of fate. Sunny was growing more and more convinced that the spell was connected to the strings of fate in some way. Perhaps it was weaved from them. Remembering the void he had found himself in after completing his first trial, Sunny looked into the distance with wonder. That void was filled with a myriad of stars that served as nexuses for an inconceivably complex net made of countless strings of silver light. Were those the strings of fate? Wherever they were and whatever the spell was, it was not something he could know or understand yet. Numerous people, most of them better informed and smarter than him, had tried and failed. It was wiser to concentrate on something within his reach. He wasn't so engrossed by the dancing of the beautiful slave girl because it was truly stunning and enchanting. He was riveted beyond belief by it because he recognized the pattern of the battle style hiding in his shadow and her graceful movements. Turns out it wasn't a battle art at all. But was there a difference? Not in this case, not really. It wasn't a coincidence that people often described the way true masters of battle fought as dancing. At their core, fighting and dance were very close. That's why combat, when brought to a truly impressive level, was like a dance. So why couldn't a dance, when mastered to perfection, be like a battle art? Sunny was certain that he was right. He had already comprehended the essence of shadow dance and gained insight into its foundation. With the memory of the beautiful dancer moving as one with her 7 shadows, he now had the last piece of the puzzle. The actual set of moves and principles that he could use to create an actual battle style in their image. He didn't have the battle art yet, but he did now possess all the components needed to create it. Of course, it was not going to be easy. Even with all the it wasn't even certain that he would succeed. But Sunny would be damned if he wasn't going to try. Shadow dance would become his personal battle art. He was going to make it happen. As if echoing his last thought, the familiar voice of the spell suddenly whispered into his ear. When Sunny heard what she said, his eyes widened. "You have received an aspect legacy shadow dance." Sunny stared into the emptiness, stunned to his core by what the spell had just whispered. Aspect legacy? Did it really just say those words? Aspect legacy was something that every aspect contained, but very few awakened ever received. Unlike the boon of the first nightmare and every nightmare after that, as well as the rewards sleepers received after returning from the dream realm for the first time, each aspect legacy had a unique set of requirements that the owner of the aspect had to meet to unlock it. When they did, they were rewarded with a powerful relic. Usually it was a memory that synergized perfectly with their aspect abilities, or sometimes even an echo. Legacy clans weren't called that accidentally. While not every clan possessed an aspect legacy, most of them did. In fact, it was the acquisition of the aspect legacy that laid the foundation for the creation of many of these clans. By now, some of the most powerful clans even had several, but getting an aspect legacy was not an easy feat. Most of them were received by saints, followed by master, and only a few were won by mere awakened. Getting the aspect legacy while still being a sleeper, that was simply unheard of. Just like getting a true name during the first nightmare, I guess. Sunny couldn't believe his luck. Of course, he worked bitterly hard to be able to grasp it, and yet the magnitude of the harvest he reaped was utterly unbelievable. However, why was his aspect legacy not a memory but a battle art? That was really strange. Not wasting any time, Sunny summoned the runes and hungrily searched for new ones. What he saw made him tremble. Chapter 219, Relics of the Past. Right there in the glimmering field of familiar runes in the cluster describing his aspect, a new string of them appeared. Aspect, Shadow Slave. Aspect abilities, Shadow Control. Aspect legacy, Shadow Dance. As soon as Sunny concentrated on the aspect legacy, new runes shined to describe it. Shadow Dance description, once an elegant dance, now a deadly battle art. This mysterious style was created by the treacherous lost from light after witnessing a graceful slave dancing with her shadows. Who else could have taken something so beautiful and turned it into something so vile? Sunny coughed, trying hard not to think too much about the manner in which the spell had described him. Again with this treacherous stuff, I'm not that treacherous, okay? So what if I lie, manipulate, and backstab people all the time? That's just being smart. However, what grabbed his attention was not the description itself, but what glimmered beneath it. Shadow Dance Mastery Level 0/7. First relic, unearned. Second relic, unearned. Third relic. There were a total of 7 lines of runes, each promising him a legacy relic once he achieved the corresponding level of mastery with his newly envisioned battle style. Not 1, not even 2 or 3. Whole legacy clans were created around a single legacy relic. Sunny couldn't even imagine what he would be able to do with 7. Start a family and turn it into the most powerful clan in the world? No, that would mean putting all his eggs into one basket. Better create several clans. Why start a family when you can start 7? Wait, no, that didn't sound right? Consumed by avarice, Sunny looked at the rising sun with an excited grin. However, his excitement was short-lived. I would have to get back to the real world first. And that's not going to happen. Turning his head slightly, he stared at the distant silhouette of the Crimson Spire and lost himself in thought. A while later, Effie's voice brought him back to reality. Why are spacing out and smiling like an idiot? Sunny answered without thinking. Just thinking about creating a legacy clan. Have you ever thought about creating a clan, Effie? The robust huntress stared at him for a few seconds with a strange expression and then grinned. Is that an invitation? Still lost in thought, Sunny tilted his head and glanced at her astutely. Not bad, not bad. The choice of a partner has to be of utmost importance when starting a legacy clan. Take Effie for example. She is a very fearsome awakened. Her aspect is extravagant and powerful beyond belief. Plus her physique is nothing short of divine. Any heir she gives birth to is bound to be both strong and gorgeous. A very suitable candidate, I guess. No, not an invitation. Just considering different options. At that moment, Sunny suddenly realized that he had been unceremoniously ogling Effie up and down for a better half of a minute, and that her grin had long turned dangerous at some point. The huntress stretched her neck and said lazily, I see. So you have chosen death. He blinked. I didn't mean it like that. I was just, theorizing. The unruly huntress cracked her knuckles and smiled menacingly. Oh, so you were theorizing about me, huh? Do tell, no. So surprisingly, Sunny survived. Soon after that, they left the grandiose marble arch and continued their journey into the depths of the labyrinth. Before the expedition started, Nephi's had told him that they had a fast and comparatively safe way to reach the southern edges of the Forgotten Shore. As much as anything could be safe in this cursed place. Without it, getting to their destination would have taken them months. Now that they had left the dark city, Sunny finally decided to satisfy his curiosity and asked what that mysterious method of traveling with incredible speed was. When he heard the answer, he just stared blankly at Changing Star for a few minutes, trying to guess if she was kidding or not. In the end, he didn't even ask any questions and just waved his hand dejectedly. If Nephi's had come to know of this secret from Cassie's visions and believed that it was doable, then he did not have to worry. It's not like he could turn back now anyway. Plus, the expedition had shown itself to be extremely lucrative for him so far. Mere days after its start, he had already gotten plenty of shadow fragments and an ascended memory, not to mention making a breakthrough in his exploration of battle styles and earning an aspect legacy for his effort. In any case, they had to travel about a week's worth of time south to get the chance to access that fast method of travel. The heights they were going to use on the way as shelters during the nights there were planned in advance with the help of the Forgotten Shore map Nephi's had created. So make sure that these shelters were really with map and remove any pavilion and in the middle of the labyrinth with no way to escape the dark seas yet, even if during the week that Sunny had spent with Effie. The charming archer scouted the way ahead and confirmed that her map was correct. Now the only danger they really faced from the Forgotten Shore itself was that of a sudden storm. However, with a true oracle in the ranks of the cohort, this danger was dramatically diminished. Now that Cassie had grown into her powers and absorbed a lot of soul essence, she was often able to warn them in advance if something like that was going to happen. There were also the usual perils of the labyrinth, of course, and as they went deeper into its deadly maze, the situation slowly began to turn from bad to worse. Chapter 220. So you're a spider, so what? As they ventured deeper into the southern reaches of the Crimson Labyrinth, the situation slowly turned worse and worse. The iron spiders that had been not too friendly to the world have experienced Dark City hunters at the start of it all were grown more and more deadly with each step of the way. Their numbers grew exponentially, becoming a real danger pretty soon. More and more often bigger and stronger monsters appeared at the head of the attacking beasts, bringing with them all sorts of problems. What's worse, the spider web they used to trap their prey was changing too. The metal wires from which it was weaved became so thin that it was at times almost impossible to notice it, and sharp enough to cut through armor and bone, while maintaining the resilience of superb steel. The whole labyrinth was covered in it, turning from crimson to dull gray. The cohort bled much more because of the invisible webs than they did because of the spiders themselves. Of course, the iron spiders were cunning creatures too. More often than not, they only attacked once one of the humans was caught in their nets, leading to a few really harrowing experiences for the members of Changing Star's party. And there was a wide variety of other terrifying creatures waiting to ambush them in the twisting pathways of the Crimson Coral too. What made them so dangerous was that the cohort didn't know anything about their anatomy and abilities. Every fight was a gamble, often resulting in one or several of them sustaining serious wounds. There were three things that made the situation somewhat bearable. The first one was Nephi's and her healing flames. Although using the aspect ability took a toll on their leader, it was often worth it, especially if one of the members of the cohort received wounds that limited their mobility. One thing was far more dangerous than any nightmare creature that lived in the labyrinth, and it was not reaching safety before the torrent of black water flooded the forgotten shore, bringing inconceivable horrors with it. Thanks to Neph, they didn't have to worry about anyone slowing the cohort down. The second reason, unexpectedly, was the iron spiders themselves. Because of the peculiar way they hunted, a lot of creatures found their deaths in the cutting embrace of the wire spiderwebs. Finding these eviscerated corpses or cocoons containing old carcasses became a common occurrence once the party invaded the depths of the spider territory. Thanks to that, 6 humans were able to study and anticipate many of the monsters they had to face in this region of the labyrinth. A lot of potentially deadly surprises had been avoided due to the cohort stumbling onto a corpse of a similar creature prior to fighting against a living one and spending some time to learn about its strengths and weaknesses. The third reason was the blood arrow. In the hands of an experienced archer, it was almost as deadly as it would have been in the hands of an inexperienced one, the difference being that the latter would mostly be a danger to themselves, quickly turning into a bloodless husk. The first time Kai had used it, Sunny experienced a disturbing feeling of shock. That time they were facing a large group of iron spiders led by a much larger arachnid, the awakened monster of their tribe, similar in status to a carapace centurion. These creatures were much heavier and more powerful, with thick plates of iron armor covering their bodies almost completely. Even Castor's enchanted sword had trouble cutting through their defenses. What's worse, due to the speed with which the wretched abominations moved, it was especially hard to catch them in a gap between the armor plates. Sunny was facing 2 smaller iron spiders at once, while the stone saint was butchering the third one. With his shadow observing what was happening behind his back, he didn't miss the moment when the cunning awakened monster suddenly disengaged from Nephi's and dashed into his direction, its mandibles moving in anticipation of tasting human flesh. Calmly preparing to dodge, Sunny tensed his muscles and narrowed his eyes. Whistling over his shoulder, a menacing black arrow suddenly streaked through the air. It shuffled a dark house with black feathers, letter in a visible arrow that seemed to have like a terrible creature. The arrow easily pierced the thick iron plate protecting the spider and tore deep into his body. Even though Kai messed up his shot a bit and hit the monster in its abdomen instead of the head, the results were nothing short of harrowing. In the next moment, the awakened monster suddenly slowed down and staggered. Then it tried to lunge forward once again, but ended up losing its balance and weakly falling to the ground. Its limbs moved slightly, quickly losing any form of cohesion. Their movements grew slower and slower and then stopped. Beneath the iron plates, the spider's body grew taut and shriveled like that of a mummy. Soon it seemed completely drained. Sunny blinked, shaken by this disturbing image, and couldn't help but glance briefly at his forearm. If not for the blood weave, he might have ended up as a shriveled corpse too. He would have gone through with cutting off his arm and survived most likely. but if he had been a couple of seconds too late, better not to think about. Anyway, he was glad that the blood arrow was on their side now. Not too far away from him, gliding through the air, Kai suddenly made a strange gasping sound. Sonny didn't know what it felt like to have your blood magically drained and then suddenly return to your body, but he doubted that it was pleasant. Also, there was this question if Kai's blood was used to create the arrow and then returned to him. If he had hit his mark, of course. Then where did the blood drained from the prey went? He wasn't sure that he wanted to know. In any case, with Nightingale in possession of the morbid ascended memory, their battles with iron spiders and other inhabitants of the labyrinth became a bit less perilous. The blood arrow did not have any enchantments that needed to be activated by manipulating soul essence, so the charming archer could use it to its full potential. Although Sonny was still a bit bitter about having to give such a menacing weapon away, he was now more confident than ever that his decision was the right one. Just like that, 6 more days passed by. During this time, he didn't gain any new memories but managed to accumulate 18 more shadow fragments, bringing his total to 340. He was still not as strong physically as he had been before creating the Shadow Saint, but getting closer and closer. In the evening of the 6th day, bloodied and exhausted, the cohort had finally approached the goal of the first leg of their expedition. Looking at it, Sonny couldn't help but stop in his tracks. His eyes slightly widened. Of course, chapter 221, Zenith, in front of them the ground was shattered, creating a titanic fracture. The canyon was so deep and vast that Sonny had to strain his eyes to see the other side of it. Crimson coral clung to its walls, spilling over the edge like a torrent of blood. A long time ago, a graceful bridge of white stone connected the two sides of the canyon together. Now, however, it was broken, with only its base remaining in place. Looking at the bridge, Sonny realized that there must have been an ancient road somewhere beneath their feet. It led directly to the main gates of the ancient city, moving across the colossal canyon by means of the miraculous bridge and passing beneath the grandiose arch of white marble. Come to think of it, the headless knight, the ashen barrow, and the graceful woman whose hands had saved him twice were also situated in a straight line. Perhaps there was another road leading east too. However, this thought disappeared from his head as quickly as it had appeared. All his attention was drawn to the remnants of the stone bridge, where stood another giant statue. Right above the weathered ruins stood a colossal stone warrior. He was clad in an archaic cuirass with a beautiful spear resting on his shoulder. The warrior was facing south, as though greeting the travelers who traveled on the road to reach the ancient city. Of course, his head was missing. More than that, the whole statue was covered in vast sheets of dull gray spiderweb, as if dressed in a solemn burial shroud. Sonny shivered, afraid to imagine what kind of creature was capable of creating the thick metal cables of the web that encompassed the stone colossus. Noticing his expression, Effie smiled. Sonny gave her a nod, hoping against all hope that they would not have to find out the answer to his question. For once, his hopes were not shattered to pieces. The vivacious huntress sighed. I haven't seen it myself, but I heard stories of the creature that used to make its nest here. It was the mother of all these damnable spiders we've been dealing with for the past week. A huge menace of a nightmare creature as big as a house and utterly deadly. Armored like a hover tank too. Sonny gulped and cast a sideways look at Nephis. Effie blinked a couple of times, then answered in an amused tone. Oh right, you're a school dropout, I almost forgot. You've seen a PTV before, right? PTV stands for a personal transport vehicle, as you know. Well, a tank is sort of like that, only much bigger and heavier, with thick armor and a kinetic or energy cannon installed on it. The government sometimes employs them to support Awaken when a gate opens near populated areas. Sonny tried to imagine such a vehicle and hazily remembered seeing something like this on the news when he was a kid. Mostly these tanks Effie had described were shown open like tin cans, with their crews pulled out and eaten by attacking monsters. Mundane people had no business fighting against nightmare creatures. To be completely honest, even Awaken had no business facing them. It's just that they had no other choice. We're not going to try and kill that big spider, are we? Actually, it's you lucky day. We won't be meeting the spider, Mommy. In fact, no one ever will. Sonny sighed with relief and glanced at the huntress. Yeah, great. She was killed by the second ruler of the Bright Castle, before he went and got himself killed trying to conquer the Crimson Spire. The huntress who showed me the ropes when I arrived on the Forgotten Shore had actually been one of the members of his cohort once, if you can believe it. In fact, she was the one who dealt the finishing blow to the abomination. Effie looked at the giant mass of spiderwebs and shook her head. It must have been one hell of a battle, huh? Anyway, I'm glad that she did. That's how she received the Zenith shard which I then inherited. What exactly are you talking about? The huntress leaned on her beautiful bronze spear and patted its shaft. It's a tier 5 awakened memory, so the big bad spider was an awakened tyrant, I guess. All these creepy crawlers serving a sentient commander. Thank gods it's dead. Sunny looked at her with a dubious expression. Why would that mentor of your gave away such a treasure? Effie was silent for a few moments, then smiled. We were kind of close. Plus she had no idea how to use a spear. Sorcerers, am I right? In any case, she gave the Zenith shard to me. Despite her carefree tone, he could tell that that smile was fake. Effie did not let it show, but Sunny could tell that the death of this huntress, whose name he didn't even know had met, affected her more than she was telling. Since Effie's original cohort had perished in the catacombs, their corpses might still be somewhere there in those cursed tunnels. However, something else was on his mind. Sunny furrowed his brow. Midnight shard, Zenith shard. Was there a connection? There might have been. He had received the Midnight shard from Nephi's, who had gotten it after killing the Carapace demon. The demon, even though it had been enthralled by the Soul Devourer, appeared as the leader of the nightmare creature in that region of the labyrinths, just like the brood mother of the iron spiders had been. 2 headless statues, 2 powerful abominations, 2 memories with similar names. Wasn't it a little bit too much to be a coincidence? Glancing at Effie, he asked, was your spear forged from a shard of a fallen star by chance? Just as he said it, Cassie slightly turned her head, listening to their conversation. That small detail told Sunny everything he wanted to know. The huntress raised her eyebrows. It was, at least according to its description. A corner of Sunny's lips slightly curled upward. With that, he left Effie alone and walked forward. It seemed as though he was right. There was some hidden meaning behind the names of these 2 memories. Cassie seemed to know something about it, and that meant that Nephi's did too. And yet they chose to keep it from Sunny and the rest of the cohort. So this expedition is not as simple as it seems. Not that it ever seemed particularly simple to begin with. He had guessed a long time ago that Changing Star had some hidden motive to want to leave the Dark City, but now his suspicions were as good as confirmed. The smile disappeared from Sunny's face. He didn't like being kept in the dark at all. Kept in the dark, huh? Oh, the irony. At that moment his shadow reached the base of the giant statue. With a deep frown, Sunny summoned the Midnight Shard and glanced at Nephi's, putting all needless thought aside. There's a nest ahead. We will have to destroy it to access the statue. Some bigger ones too. She gave him a nod and turned to face the others. We need to clear the nest and climb the statue before the sun sets. Chapter 222. Clearing the nest. A clear and melodic sound of a ringing bell reverberated through the air above the labyrinth, alerting the monstrous spiders hiding in the enormous cocoon of gray webs that a new prey came knocking on their door. Moments later, swift bodies clad in heavy plates of iron armor shot from beneath the gray spider web, moving through the steel wires with terrifying speed. There were enough nightmare creatures in that wave to obliterate anything that stood in their way seemingly. However, what stood in their way were 2 figures. One tall and boisterous, the other one on the shorter side and radiating a strange feeling of indifferent firmness. They were Effie and the Stone Saint. Both held their shields raised, the tips of their weapons resting on their edges. As the huntress grinned, the shadow silently struck the rim of her shield with the blade of her sword twice. As if answering that call, a vicious black arrow suddenly appeared from somewhere above, hitting the leading spider right in one of its many eyes. The monster's legs buckled and it fell to the ground, forcing those creatures that followed behind to either dash around or jump over the massive body. A fraction of a second later, the wave of spiders crashed into the small shield wall. A deafening roar of iron striking against iron resounded under the gray skies of the forgotten shore like a thunderclap. Despite the furious force of the assault, Effie and the Stone Saint somehow held, at least for now. As soon as the momentum of the iron spiders was slowed down a little, Nephi's and Castor appeared out of nowhere and attacked the massive repulsive creatures from the sides. At the same time, a stone-like sword and a beautiful bronze spear lashed out from behind the shields. Black blood splashed into the air. Meanwhile, Sunny softly landed on the ground behind the nightmare creatures and stealthily moved through the shadows, swiftly approaching them from the back. The Midnight Shard flashed, sending one of the spiders into the embrace of death. You have slain an awakened beast. Without listening to the spell, Sunny used the precious moments before the enemy noticed his presence to wreak as much havoc as possible. His Takai moved twice more, severing several limbs and heavily wounding another abomination. After that, the spiders finally reacted to his treacherous attack. Not treacherous. with Effie and the Stone Saint holding the front, Nephi's and Castor attacking from the sides, and Sunny closing the trap from behind. The monstrous arachnids were now surrounded from all sides. Of course, a small group of dormant humans could never hope to truly surround this many superior nightmare creatures, not even with the help of a monster of their own. Trapped or not, as soon as the iron spiders had the time to react, they could easily overwhelm and tear them to pieces. Especially Sunny, who was behind the line, these vicious creatures, and all alone. If the spiders decided to shift the focus of their attack, he would be dead in seconds. As another black arrow hit one of the larger spiders in the abdomen, Sunny hissed and dove under a spider's scythe, then thrust his sword forward, ruthlessly piercing the head of the beast through its open, salivating mouth. You have with no time to tear the midnight shard from the spider's core. Sunny let go of its hilt and jumped back, narrowly avoiding being crushed by another ironclad creature. The few seconds of the advantage they had were coming to an end. A moment or two later, the spiders were bound to come to their senses. Even though the cohort had managed to kill 10 or so in this short window of time, there were still enough of the deadly creatures to rip them to shreds. Sunny didn't even have to look at Nephi's to feel the shift in her movements. The silent understanding the two of them developed during their journey through the labyrinth many months ago was still there, allowing them to cooperate perfectly without the need to use any words, as though they were two parts of the same whole. In fact, despite the rift in their relationship, this bond was stronger than ever. Perhaps because they understood each other so much better now. For better or for worse. It was so exhilarating to fight side by side with Changing Star once again. Just before the spiders were able to turn the tide of the battle in their favor, Effie and the Stone Saint, who was following Sunny's command, suddenly moved to the sides. Nephi's Castor and Sunny braced themselves. Behind the improvised shield wall stood Cassie. She was holding a wooden staff in her hands while an elegant rapier hovered in the air above her shoulder. The tip of the rapier pointed directly at the spiders. As though following the direction of the quiet dancer's blade, Cassie moved her staff and activated its enchantment. Immediately, a powerful gust of hurricane wind slammed into the mass of the nightmare creatures, sending several of them reeling and throwing clouds of dust into the air. Of course, it wasn't strong enough to truly throw these abominations off their balance or damage them in any way. However, that wasn't the plan. Spider-kin of these creatures back on Earth had a uniquely powerful sense of hearing, which was rather strange considering that they had no organs that resembled ears at all. The truth of the matter was that spiders were able to feel the vibrations of sound waves. They were also masterful architects, using the vibrations and especially created threads weaved into their webs to sense the movements of their prey from afar. These nightmare creatures were much the same, as the powerful wind threw dust into the air and made every wire of every surrounding spiderweb vibrate all at once. They were momentarily disoriented. The members of the cohort were waiting for this exact moment. Instantly they attacked with ferocious determination, spilling rivers of viscous black blood onto the ground. Sunny himself had already gotten his austere sword back and now used its razor-sharp blade to gut the beast that had forced him to retreat a couple of seconds ago. You have slain. By the time the iron spiders came back to their senses, their numbers were significantly diminished. But there were still so many of them. After that, the battlefield became consumed with chaos. There was no time for plans or tactics anymore. Every member of the cohort had to face off against multiple opponents, fighting with desperate resolve against enemies that surpassed them both in terms of personal power and numbers. Only the Stone Saint was calm and indifferent, moving through the ranks of the iron spiders like a graceful incarnation of pure darkness. The battle fell apart into several small pockets of fearsome violence. Kai was trying to support his companions from above, but with how intense the fighting got, he was having trouble finding the opportunities to take shots without risking hitting them. He was too afraid to take a risk, knowing all too well how harrowing the effects of the blood arrow were. If even the nightmare creatures of higher rank were doomed to succumb to a torturous death after being wounded by the ghastly memory, humans like them had no chance of surviving. For now, people on the ground were on their own. Sunny was struggling against two ironclad abominations, gritting his teeth in exasperation. The damn bastards were too fast to reliably hit them in the gaps in armor and too damn powerful to face them directly. As the result, he was forced to constantly dance between the two of them, dodging the whirlwind of strikes that rained on him from all sides. Jumping back, he held the midnight shard with one hand and used another to throw the prowling thorn in the direction of one of the spiders. The creature easily dodged the kunai and continued its attack, threatening to slice Sunny's hand clean off. He had no choice but to retreat once again. Behind the menacing beast, the throwing dagger continued to spin. A few moments later, it cut a smooth arch in the air and flew back as if turning into a boomerang. Sadly, just like the spiders back on Earth, these repulsive creatures had an almost absolute field of vision. The second spider simply moved its head down at the last moment without even bothering to turn it, dodging the heavy kunai that approached it from behind. But Sunny was never trying to wound the nightmare creatures with the prowling thorn to begin with. Instead, he wanted to let them taste their own medicine. A moment later, the invisible string of his kunai drew taut, wrapped around two massive bodies. Just like prey used to be caught in their webs, the iron spiders were now caught by the invisible string of the prowling thorn, tripping over it and crashing into each other. Sunny dashed forward and let the midnight shard sing. The graceful blade flashed twice, sending two ugly spider heads spinning into the air. "You have slain an awakened beast, Iron Spider. Your shadow grows stronger." Kicking one of the heads away, Sunny swiftly glanced around, searching for a new enemy. "You have slain an awakened beast, Iron Spider. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." The gargantuan cocoon of steel spider webs was empty. Corpses of its previous inhabitants littered the ground, oozing with black blood. The cohort had cleared the entire nest full of awakened abominations. No matter how incredible, this was the undeniable truth. Chapter 223. Natural selection. The danger was gone, so Sunny allowed himself to tirelessly kneel on the ground, his breathing heavy and laborious. The strenuous battle against the host of spiders had not lasted long, but he was utterly exhausted. The intensity of these perilous minutes was enough to bring anyone down to their knees. With a heavy sigh, he summoned the runes and glanced at the number of shadow fragments. Shadow fragments, 362 by 1,000. Clearing the nest had given him 22 fragments. 10 for the 5 iron spiders he had killed himself, and another 12 for those slain by the Shadow Saint. With the taciturn monster serving as his murderous pet, the speed with which Sunny was able to accumulate power was twice as fast at least. If things continued like this, the Stone Saint was going to return his investment of 100 shadow fragments in no time. "If I live long enough." With a grimace, Sunny dismissed the midnight shard and slowly got up. The sun was already rolling down toward the horizon, so they had to hurry with collecting soul shards from the corpses of the iron spiders. There were a lot of corpses. Cutting one of the beasts open with the prowling thorn, Sunny struggled with the idea that they had eviscerated this many nightmare creatures. Of course, he had expected this much. After all, Nephi's and Sunny had been able to fight against 2 or 3 carapace scavengers back when it was only the two of them. Both of them were much weaker, less experienced, and barely equipped with memories back then too. Now that they had spent 7 whole months in the dream realm, many times more than most sleepers ever had to, and tempered themselves against the perilous hellscape of the Forgotten Shore, both their skill and level of power had dramatically increased. Add the fact that there were 2 other powerhouses fighting alongside them, as well as Nightingale and the menacing Stone Saint, and the outcome of the battle ceased to be that surprising. And yet, observing the carnage that they had left if their wake still made Sunny doubt his eyes. These were awakened nightmare creatures still. The real reason why the cohort had won did not lie in the individual prowess of its members, but in their ability to cooperate and control the battlefield. The iron spiders were powerful and deadly, but at the end of the day they were still mindless beasts. That's why they had allowed themselves to be surrounded and trapped. Had they been commanded by a creature of a higher class, one that was as cunning and smart as the humans it faced, things would have turned out very differently. Come to think of it, the labyrinth was a curious place. It teemed with abominable creatures of all kinds, but almost all of them were of the mindless variety. The only 2 exceptions he knew about were the carapace demon and the spider matriarch, who had been either a devil or a tyrant. Perhaps it was just the nature of this place. Nothing too big and strong could escape from the flood of black water that drowned the world every night. Only comparatively small monsters were able to run away or hide, both from the dark sea itself and from the hungry terrors that inhabited it. These monsters were an almost insurmountable threat to those unfortunate young people who were sent to this forsaken hell by the spell, but by the standards of the Forgotten Shore itself, they were nothing but insects. A horde of parasites who fed on the crumbs left behind by the true masters of this place. What a depressing thought! This notion poured cold water on Sunny's pride over their achievement. Whatever, soon they were done with the gruesome job of fishing out the soul shards out of the dead spiders. While Nephi's was dividing the spoils among the members of the cohort, Sunny used the chance to dive into his soul sea and inspect the memory he had received during the battle. It turned out to be a cloak weaved from spider silk. Judging from the description, the cloak could provide him with a small amount of protection against physical attacks, simple by virtue of being very hard to piece. Without thinking too much, Sunny fed the cloak to the stone saint. It was just a tier 1 memory, so no amount of protection it could provide would be of any help in this damned place. He would also rather kill himself than go into a battle while wearing a cloak. There were easier and less painful ways to die. Didn't exactly go along with the dark gray fabric of the puppeteer's shard, not to mention being a hindrance to anything having to do with stealth. The stone saint absorbed another shadow fragment at least, receiving his share of the soul shards and entrusting them to Effie, who had more than enough space in her enchanted bag. Sunny glanced at Nephi's changing star was looking at the sun, calculating something in her head. After a few moments she sighed and said, "We still have some time. Let's explore the nest before ascending the statue." As an amateur explorer, this was exactly what he wanted to hear. The nest was formed by endless wires of the strange metal web and resembled a vast sphere. It was built around one of the legs of the stone colossus, effectively blocking the path to the bridge. The entrance was situated high above the ground and extremely wide. Looking at the diameter of that hole gave Sunny an understanding of just how big the spider matriarch had been. The second lord of the castle had been a very powerful individual. Sunny didn't even want to imagine what the battle with the giant arachnid must have looked like. Inside it was dark and damp. Drops of black water were falling from above, creating an ominous melody. Peering into the darkness, Sunny suddenly stumbled and froze for a moment. This he didn't expect. Chapter 224. Pyre. Inside the giant nest of spiderwebs, a desiccated corpse of the colossal matriarch lay shriveled on the floor, its iron carapace shattered by some devastating blow. The creature was long dead, but the sight of it was still terrifying. The vast abdomen of the broodmother, however, appeared to have been severed much later than her fatal battle against the lord of the bright castle. It almost looked as if it was torn apart from within. Inside the terrifying wound, Sunny noticed the shattered remnants of 5 giant metallic eggs. The size of them was about the same as that of the 5 monstrous fallen beasts that had destroyed the original stone saint and her brethren back in the Dark City. So that was where they came from. Looking away with a shiver, Sunny noticed numerous cocoons of spiderwebs attached to the walls of the nest all around the dead matriarch. Inside them, withered carcasses of nightmare creatures of all shapes and sizes were preserved in a strangely good condition. This was a true museum of terror. The nightmare creatures appeared as though they were kept alive inside the cocoons for a long time before finally succumbing to death and turning into mummified corpses. Perhaps the abominable spiders stored them there for later consumption. Noticing a few cocoons that had been broken open and what was inside of them, Sunny had to try hard to stop himself from vomiting. The iron spiders did not use the monsters caught in the cocoons for food. They used them as incubators. The creatures in the broken cocoons had been devoured from within. A few of them still had hundreds of small moist eggs embedded into their flesh, with embryonic spiderlings moving weakly behind the slightly transparent shells. Cursed all, damn these spiders, damn the labyrinth, damn the forgotten shore, and especially damn the damned nightmare spell that had brought him here. Sunny suddenly felt tired of this long, feverish, never-ending nightmare he had found himself in. But the worst was still to come. He was the first to notice it. With a dark grimace suddenly appearing on his face, Sunny called out to his companions. Then he led them deeper into the nest, where attached to the wall hung the cocoon that was different from all the others, because this one hid a rough silhouette of a human body. The 6 of them stood somberly around the cocoon, each consumed by their own dark thoughts. Finally Nephi's turned her head to Castor and said, "Can you sword cut it open?" With a short nod, the proud legacy summoned the enchanted giant and took his step forward. Approaching the cocoon, he stopped and hesitated for a few moments. Glancing back at changing star, Castor lingered for a second and then faced the cocoon with grim determination written on his face. As ghostly green light emanated from the blade of his sword, he swung it with the graceful precision of an expert swordsman. The tip of the giant cut through the metal wires of the cocoon, splitting it open. A shriveled human body fell to the floor, making the legacy jump back. Nephi's, Castor, and Sunny stared at it, their faces pale and full of ghastly resentment. Then Sunny bent over and emptied the contents of his stomach. This was just too much. The young man whose corpse they found in this harrowing place did not die an easy death. In fact, being eaten alive from the inside by 100 of tiny nightmare creatures was probably the worst fate imaginable. At least Sunny couldn't think of anything worse. but even worse still, he recognized the dead sleeper. His face was strangely intact with an expression of horrifying agony frozen on it forever. Despite the overall condition of the corpse, Sonny knew who it was just from one look. It was the young man who had attended the academy with him, the one who had called him a shorty when Sonny first approached Castor to create the impression that he was a boastful lunatic. Looking at their condition, Effie frowned. "Did you guys know him?" After a few moments of silence, Castor slowly nodded. His name was Steven. He was the youngest heir of the Pandavar clan. Steven Sonny had not even bothered to learn the name of this arrogant young man back when they were preparing to venture into the dream realm at the academy. In fact, he had really disliked him, and for a good reason. But looking at the hideous, terrifying corpse in front of him, he had forgotten all about it. Sonny would never wish this fate on anyone, let alone one of his fellow students. Slowly, a solemn mood overtook the cohort. They had already known that the other 3 sleepers sent to the Forgotten Shore this year never made it to the Dark City, which meant that they had perished somewhere in the labyrinth. However, finding one of them served as a stark reminder of how fragile their own lives were. Who knew what would happen to them in the future? If not today, death could be waiting for them tomorrow. Perhaps years from now it would be their corpses that someone would stumble upon by accident. Some time later, Nephi's gritted her teeth and turned away. Then she said, her voice suppressed and hollow, "We need to leave." Her words broke the silence and brought everyone back from their grim reveries. Castor lingered for a few minutes, then spoke in a hesitant tone. Aren't we going to bury him?" Changing Star shook her head. "There's not enough time. I also don't want anyone touching the bodies infected with these eggs." The members of the cohort looked at each other. No one had a reasonable objection, but it felt wrong to just leave their fellow human here. Finally, Nephi sighed. A complicated expression appeared on her face, and then she said, "I'll catch up with you guys later." Sonny stared at her for a few moments and then slowly turned away. One after another, the 5 of them glanced at Changing Star and left, leaving her alone with the dead young man and numerous cocoons, each hiding as slain nightmare creatures. The purifying fire unleashed by Changing Star engulfed the remains of their fellow student and then spread to the numerous cocoons, the nightmare creatures inside of them, and even the corpse of the spider matriarch herself. The insides of the nest turned into an incandescent, incinerating furnace. Everything inside of it was doomed to be annihilated and turned to ashes. A few minutes later, the whole structure was consumed by furious white flames. Nephi's had escaped the burning nest shortly after the rest of her cohort, her face pale and tired. Leaving the grandiose funeral pyre behind, they began ascending the statue of the ancient warrior. The night was approaching. Chapter 225. On the shoulders of giants. Once they climbed all the way to the broad shoulders of the statue and found a suitable place to make camp, everyone looked down without having to say anything. Far below them, the giant nest was still aflame. The cables that constituted it were melting and turning into rivers of liquid metal flowing down from the edges into the vast abyss of the canyon. The turbulent black waters were rising from below to meet them. When the 2 streams met, one lightless, the other incandescent, billowing columns of hot vapor shot into the air. For a few moments it seemed as though light and darkness were on equal footing. But then the cursed sea rose from the depths of the canyon in a surge and washed away the brightness of melting iron away. The flood of blackness crashed into the burning nest, dousing it. A minute or so later, the white flames were gone. The surface of the dark sea continued to rise as though nothing had ever happened. Sonny sighed and turned to Nephi's. Now that they had reached their goal, it was time to face the real danger. With a grim expression on his face, he asked, "So now what?" He knew the general concept of how she was planning to reach the southern edges of the Forgotten Shore in a short time, but not the details. Changing Star glanced at him, lingered for a moment, and then said, "We arrived at the canyon faster than I expected. There are still 2 days left before we can act. So make yourself at home. We'll rest tomorrow and start preparing for it the next day." Rest, that sounded swell. Plus, he wasn't really looking forward to making use of the fast and comparatively safe method of traveling through the labyrinth that Nephi's had talked about. In fact, he would rather never have to use it at all. Just like that, the cohort found itself with nothing to do for the next 2 days. Before leaving the Dark City, Changing Star had anticipated that various things could slow them down and padded the schedule of the expedition with extra time. Who knew that they would actually make it to the broken bridge so fast? In any case, Sonny wasn't complaining. he had a lot to do and think about. For example, the mysterious connection between his Takai Effie's spear and the headless statues that stood around the forgotten shore. The statues represented the 7 valiant heroes that had made an oath to return light to this cursed land thousands of years ago. Sunny had seen 3 of them by now, the knight, the graceful woman, and now this mighty warrior. Did every statue have a connection with a specific memory? If so, what was that connection, and why was Nephi so reluctant to share this information with everyone? Well, it wasn't like he and Changing Star were very close now. Sunny had drawn a clear line to denote the nature of their relationship himself. He insisted that he was not a true member of the cohort, but merely a hired specialist. Why would she share her secret with him? This was a logical conclusion, but Sunny couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Despite the fact that he was her first partner, now the situation had changed. Nephi's had other people to rely on like Castor. So why would she say that Sunny was the only person she trusted on the Forgotten Shore except for Cassie, and then hide her technique from Castor? Everything felt so complicated. In any case, there was an invisible line drawn between the core members of the hunting party and the outsiders, Sunny and Kai. No one consciously avoided them, but it was clear that the line existed. When all was said and done, the 4 true members of the cohort preferred each other's company. That's why Sunny and Kai ended up spending a lot of time together chatting about this and that and generally having a nice time. Honestly, Sunny couldn't complain. As far as companions went, the charming archer was not the worst option. Plus, their conversations were extremely entertaining. Kai had a lot of fun stories about his life as a celebrity, while Sunny had plenty of macabre anecdotes about his life in the outskirts. Their life experiences were so vastly different that it was almost as if they were from different worlds. As a result, both felt like they were listening to fictional stories about some strange and fantastical land that they had never heard about before. Sunny spent the rest of his time training with his sword, trying to turn shadow dance from an ethereal concept into a practical set of core principles. The progress was painfully slow, but now there was progress at least. He was having so much trouble because his chosen battle style was so strange and elusive. Unlike most styles which started with certain movements and steps, this one was supposed to imitate any movement and any step instead of introducing its own. So it was more about the state of mind and the flexibility of his physical behavior. Sunny had to create a set of training exercises that would allow his body and muscle memory to become capable of adapting to any style and turn pliable like a shadow. On the first day of trying, his whole body ached. Despite his incredible physical shape and experience with tough training, Sunny ended up straining the muscles that he didn't even know he had, and forced those that he did know about to behave in a way that was utterly different from what they were used to. Actually, his previous training was even detrimental to the whole process. He had to make himself unlearn a lot of things to allow for this strange style to take root in his very bones. Thankfully, the foundation of his technique was Changing Star's flowing style, which itself was designed for maximum adaptability. If Sunny learned another style or was further into mastering any existing technique, this would have been 10 times harder, if not impossible. Needless to say, his exercises were in no way similar to the beautiful and graceful dance he had seen in his dream. In fact, from the side, Sunny must have looked as though he was having a seizure. He caught more than one amused stare while practicing. The only thing that mattered was that he was slowly pushing himself toward mastering the basics of shadow dance, and hopefully receiving his first relic. Chapter 226. The Fool. On the evening of the first of the 2 days that they had at their disposal, Sunny climbed all the way to the highest point of the statue and sat there alone looking at the setting sun. He felt as though he had to find a sense of balance that he had lost at some point along the way. Not because he missed it, but because he was going to need that balance to remain firm and steady when the moment of truth came. If he was right about the future, then this was probably the last day of peace he would experience until this whole thing was over. Not only the expedition, but all of it. Looking back, his behavior in these past few months was highly erratic. Where were the cold rationality and ruthlessness that saved him so many times in the past? The caution and devious cunning that allowed him to survive the first nightmare? He had not been acting like himself for a long time. Yes, his mental state had suffered greatly because of everything that had happened. But was it the only reason? Come to think of it, the first blow dealt to him was the bitter revelation that there was no gateway in the bright castle. After everything that Sunny had endured to make it to the Dark City, the crushing intensity of their journey through the labyrinth, the diabolical trap of the Soul Devourer, and their escape from it, the cold and harrowing night of traversing the Dark Sea, all of it turned out to have been for nothing. Not only were they not rewarded for their efforts, but all of their hopes were mercilessly destroyed and obliterated instead. This alone was enough to drive a person mad. Then came the feeling of alienation he felt while living with Nephi's Cassie and all the newcomers in the outer settlement. Instead of finding support and solace in the company of his friends, Sunny fell into his old habit. Unconsciously, he turned himself into an outcast to prevent anyone from making him one. This was the most noticeable, but not the only instance of him regressing to his old self. After fighting so hard to change and grow, Sunny ended up abandoning most of the lessons he had learned after becoming infected by the nightmare spell. He was almost like an addict relapsing after a few days of sobriety and giving up completely because of this one small mistake. But who could blame him? Sunny was already shaking under the pressure of the situation. One little push and he would fall under its weight. In the end, it was not one, but 3 blows that shattered him completely, as though the world wanted to make sure that he was truly broken. First was the terrible epiphany of what Cassie's vision really meant. Almost instantly after that, while Sunny was still reeling, came the fatal mistake in the conversation with Harper and the brutal murder that followed. And if that was not enough, the person he relied on the most to keep his sanity in this cursed place, Nephi's, made it impossible for him to trust her any longer. Anyone would have collapsed under that weight. And yet Sunny managed to keep his balance, even if just barely. The final straw that finally broke him was the excruciating, never-ending sea of torturous pain he suffered after being mortally wounded by the Black Knight. After that, Sunny had relinquished all pretense of having control, playing the fool, acting like a fool, and fooling around with Kai and Effie. Yes, his mental state wasn't great, but it was also very convenient to blame everything on this condition. The truth of it was that Sunny did not try to rein himself in at all. In fact, he welcomed this madness. Being a bit crazy was comforting, simple, and safe. It protected him from having to look at the heartbreaking truth and remember it. Sunny needed the shield of madness to save himself from the bottomless despair that threatened to destroy him completely. So what if he was prone to act recklessly in the state? So what if he made mistakes here and there and took unnecessary risks? Anything was better than having to face that despair. Just like Nephi's had said, one had to become a little insane to survive in the world that had gone mad. And yet Sunny knew that what he was doing was nothing but hiding his head in the sand. And now that the end was approaching, he had to stop hiding from the truth. He had to admit and endure it. This was the only way for him to survive. As the sun disappeared behind the horizon and the absolute darkness drowned the forgotten shore, he sighed deeply and whispered, "All right, it's time to wake up." The next day, 6 humans were standing at the edge of the vast canyon as the twilight of dusk drowned the world in shadows. Far below them, the black waters of the cursed sea were raging, rising from the depths in a terrifying, obliterating wave. In a few minutes, all light was going to be completely gone. And then the flood of darkness would wash over the world, destroying anyone left standing in its path. And yet the humans were not rushing to get away. Instead, they just stood there and waited. Looking down into the canyon, Sunny gritted his teeth and shivered. Then he glanced at Nephi's and licked his dry lips. "Are you sure about this?" Changing Star did not spare him a look and simply nodded. Despite the fact that the rising black water was quickly approaching them, her face was calm and composed. A moment later, the last vestiges of sunlight disappeared, leaving them in utter darkness. The silence that surrounded them was broken only by the sound of waves rushing against the walls of the canyon, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a blinding burst of white light pierced the darkness. Holding the incandescent sword in her hand, Nephi's closed her shining eyes for a second, and then raised the sword high above her head as if calling the monsters of the depths to come take her. Chapter 227. Comparatively safe. The embrace of impenetrable darkness was broken by the furious white light of Changing Star's incandescent sword. Illuminated by it, 6 people were standing on the shore of a raging river. Their faces were pale and grim. The canyon had disappeared, consumed by the rising surge of the black water. Now the cursed sea was flowing over its edges, ready to swell and flood the narrow passages of the great labyrinth in an unstoppable wave. Sunny felt cold water wash over his feet and shivered. The rest of the cohort reacted exactly the same. Even Kai, who could escape into the lightless skies at any moment, seemed to be deeply unnerved by the closeness of the encroaching sea. Among the 6 of them, only 3 had truly experienced the perils of this dark abyss. They knew that the real dread came not from the sea itself, but from the terrors that hid in its cursed depths, like the host of whispering voices that they had heard beneath the branches of the soul tree, or the gargantuan creature that had almost cost Nephis her life. However, Sunny was not going to make a remark to educate the rest of the cohort. After all, what they were trying to do right now was to summon one of these terrors from below, one that was different from all the others. Peering into the darkness, he lingered. "I don't see anything yet." The water was already to his shins and rising swiftly. Sunny grimaced and struggled with the desire to turn around and run away without looking back. If he was fast enough, if he was lucky enough, he could still make it to the giant statue before the torrent of darkness drowned him under its crushing weight. Instead, Sunny glanced at Nephis and Cassie. The blind girl had glimpsed the secret of the forgotten shore in her visions and shared it with Changing Star. Changing Star had devised a plan to make use of it. Both of them were confident that they were going to succeed, so he was going to be confident too. Sunny didn't fully trust either of his former companions, not anymore, but he trusted their judgment. Just as the thought appeared in his mind, there was a subtle movement at the edges of his vision. Turning his head, Sunny stared into the darkness and trembled. Out there in the distance, a massive shape was moving through the waves, attracted by the light of Changing Star's incandescent blade. The sea seethed and swirled around it, the black mass of water easily pushed away by the approaching creature. Nephis gritted her teeth and somehow made her flames burn even brighter, forcing the darkness to retreat another dozen steps. A few moments later, the furious sounds of a massive body moving through the dark water reached their ears. The creature was a true giant, easily towering above the waves even though it was walking on the bottom of the canyon. Full of terror and awe, Sunny watched as the thing they were waiting for came closer. Soon he could discern the general shape of it. 2 hills that rose above water were its shoulders, and right between them, where the head should have been, there was nothing but emptiness. There were 7 headless statues on the forgotten shore, but only 6 marks on the map created by Nephis. Not because she had failed to learn of the 7th one, but because the 7th statue never stayed in one place for too long. And now that stone colossus was walking through the flooded canyon, his shoulders scraping against one of its walls. The wide chest of the headless giant pushed the water away, creating whirlpools in his wake. Raising one colossal arm, the statue easily destroyed the protruding remnants of the ancient bridge that got in its way. The debris rained into the black waves, disappearing into them without a trace. This was their fast and safe, comparatively, method of traveling to the edges of the forgotten shore. Truly insane, Sunny thought, stunned by the sheer scale of everything that was happening. Come to think of it, it was really ironic. The next day, after he had decided to return to some semblance of sanity, something this crazy was about to transpire. It was as though the whole world was mocking him. Shaking his head, Sunny turned to the cohort and yelled, "He's coming." The black water was already to their knees. The members of the cohort tensed and prepared themselves for what was about to come. They only had one chance to do this. A few moments later, the massive shape of the stone colossus entered the circle of light created by Nephis. Its shoulders rose above the waves, close enough to the now invisible shore of the flooded canyon for them to see every tiny crack on the surface of the weathered stone. Now wasting any time, Changing Star ran forward and jumped. A moment later, the blade of her sword hit the surface of the statue and slid deep into it, as if melting the ancient stone. Using the sword as purchase, Nephis started to climb to the giant's shoulder. The other members of the cohort were following closely behind her. Kai was carrying Cassie in his arms, flying to the top of the colossus with no problem at all. Castor seemed to simply disappear and appear a moment later on the giant's shoulder, standing side by side with Changing Star. Only Sunny was having trouble. With him not being very tall and the water level rising with each second, he found it hard to gain enough momentum for a proper jump. However, before he could come up with a solution, Effie simply grabbed him by the collar and tossed Sunny into the air. For a few short moments, Sunny was flying. All he could hear was wind whistling in his ears. Then he landed on top of the giant statue, rolled, and barely prevented himself from falling back into the cold embrace of the dark sea. Before he could even stand up, the mighty huntress landed near him and grinned. Such a lie, however, before she could finish the phrase, the stone colossus moved, making everyone stumble and fall. Leaving the ruins of the bridge behind, he turned around and indifferently began walking away from it. He was walking south. Chapter 228. Crossing the canyon, the stone colossus wandered the forgotten shore aimlessly for thousands of years. She had seen a vision of the headless giant passing the ruins of the ancient bridge on a certain day and then traveling south to the very edges of this desolate land. She also knew that the leader of the cohort that had conquered the bright castle pursued the seventh statue across the labyrinth for a long time before leaving on his doomed journey. His reasons for doing so were presumably unknown. Sunny wasn't sure that the blind girl had told him the whole truth about the wandering colossus. In fact, he was certain that there was a deeper layer of secrets surrounding the seven ancient statues and their importance to the riddle of the forgotten shore. However, he was in no hurry to hunt these secrets down. Sunny knew that all three of them, Nephi's, Cassie, and himself, were bound together to this cursed place. The strings of fate were wrapped around them tightly, stretching far into the future where the final revelations waited. He was going to learn the truth sooner or later. Until then, Sunny was content knowing no more than he needed to know. The stone giant walked across the dark sea, cutting its surface with his wide chest. The 6 humans were gathered on the circular platform of his severed neck, pressing themselves against the swaying stone. The cold water was spraying into their faces, and the furious winds were threatening to throw them off the moving statue into the deadly waves below. Nephi's had long extinguished her flames, so they were surrounded by absolute darkness. Sunny was the only one who could see what was happening around them, so his role was to serve as the eyes of the cohort. Using the strength of the shadow to hold onto the slippery stones, he looked forward with a grim expression on his face. Currently, there was only one thought on his mind. Were they going to make it in time? The colossus was swiftly approaching the other side of the canyon. Sunny could identify it by the remnants of the ancient bridge that were still above the turbulent black waves. However, the water level was rising much faster. Looking toward Effie, who called out his name, he lingered for a few moments and then yelled, "Prepare yourself. We're going to be underwater for a couple of minutes at least." A chorus of curses served as the answer. Unseen by anyone, Sunny smiled darkly. This was going to be his second time diving into the dark sea. Wasn't this how Gunlod had begun his journey to the throne of the Dark City? Maybe Sunny would be a king himself one day. The black water rose higher and higher. The shoulders of the giant were already submerged in its lightless depths. The circular platform was going to be next. They were so close to the shore as the stone colossus moved across the bottom of the canyon. The platform rose and fell. After another fall, it was finally lost beneath the waves. The cold, salty water crashed into them and then swallowed the entire world. The members of the cohorts desperately held onto the cracks in the stone, trying to prevent themselves from being washed away by the raging current. No one would be able to save them if they were. Sunny would not be able to bend into the pit of the dark. Instead, he relied on his shadow sense, hoping that it was going to help him feel if something approached them from the depths. Now all Sunny had to do was hold tight and hope that the headless giant would reach the shore of the canyon before he ran out of breath. Thankfully, everyone present was strong and powerful. Their physical form was either at the pinnacle of human ability or slightly above it. Several minutes underwater were not going to kill them, most likely. Placating himself with this thought, Sunny waited and waited and waited, struggling against the terrible current with all his strength. At some point he thought that he sensed an unclear shape swim close to the walking statue, but then the sensation disappeared. Any second now, any second, but the relief he was so desperately waiting for was not coming for far longer than Sunny had expected. Soon his lungs began to burn and his muscles began to spasm. Damnation, if he was having trouble, then others must have been in far worse shape. After all, oxygen traveled through human bodies with blood, and their blood had not been altered and comprehensively enhanced by the forbidden legacy of the mysterious Weaver. Just as he thought so, Sunny felt one of the 6 shadows slipping from the circular platform. Fortunately, before the colossus plunged into the dark depths, the charming archer had been worried about Cassie and tied himself to her with the help of the golden rope. Surprisingly, the blind girl turned out to be more resilient than him in the end. Now she was holding both of their weights, desperately grabbing onto a narrow crack in the ancient stone. Kai's unconscious body was floating a few meters behind her. But how long would Cassie herself be able to hold on? When Sunny felt his mind weakening, his body was suddenly slammed into the platform with tremendous force. The stone giant was climbing out of the canyon. His massive hands grabbed onto the edge of it, and with one devastating pull, the colossus threw himself upward. Sunny felt as though he was aboard the worst amusement ride in human history. His bones groaned, being pressed down upon by an invisible weight. A few moments of this torture and they were above water once again. Desperately grasping for air, Sunny inhaled several times and then weakly looked at the unconscious form of Kai. Crawling toward the archer, he grabbed him and dragged the body back to the rest of the group. Entrusting him to Cassie, Sunny looked down at the dark water below and suddenly growled in a low voice. Turning her head, Nephi's asked with a deep frown on her pale face, "Sunny?" Looking at the torso of the giant statue, he gritted his teeth and lingered for a few moments before answering. Then, in a voice that was dreadfully grim, Sunny said it. Chapter 229. The passenger. The Colossus rose from beneath the turbulent waves, rivers of black water streaming down his stone body. Now that the walking statue had climbed out of the canyon, the cursed sea was barely up to its abdomen for the moment. Once the dark waters reached higher, the giant would be submerged in them up to his shoulders once again. Sunny had to get rid of the unwelcomed passenger until then. Far below, flattened against the chest of the Colossus, a strange creature had attached itself to the ancient statue. It looked like a cross between a translucent jellyfish and an eel. However, Sunny could see a deformed skeleton of a giant humanoid being trapped within the transparent flesh of the repulsive abomination. Compared to the stone giant, the eel looked rather small. However, this was just an illusion. Really, the creature was as large as a train. Its jaws were full of sharp fangs and wide enough to swallow a human whole. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that the eel did not seem to be a corrupted nightmare creature, but merely a fallen one. Perhaps it survived in the cursed sea by attaching itself to the true terrors of the depths and feeding off the remains of their prey. As soon as Nephi spoke, Sunny noticed long feelers of the creature tremble and move as though reacting to the sudden sound. The eel turned its head slightly in their direction. When he answered, the feelers rippled once again, and the monstrosity turned its head once more, this time staring directly at Sunny. A moment later, translucent tentacles appeared from beneath the abomination's body and shot up, finding cracks in the weathered stone and pulling it toward the neck of the Colossus, where the cohort was. Changing Star must have felt something, because tiny white sparks suddenly ignited in the depths of her eyes. Sunny put a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Stone giant or not, lighting a beacon in the middle of the cursed sea was not the best of ideas. Now that it had escaped the confines of the canyon, the real horrors were out and about. Just like the cohort had discussed before, a light was their last resort, something they would summon only if the moment came where there was no other choice but for all of them to fight. And whether Sunny liked it or not, that moment was not upon them yet. With a reluctant scowl, he turned away and said, "I'll handle it." The giant eel was his problem to solve. Yeah, that's great and all, but how the spell am I supposed to get rid of this thing? Looking down, Sunny calculated that he had a dozen or so seconds left before it was time to act. The repulsive abomination was slowly crawling toward them, scaling the torso of the giant statue at a disturbingly steady pace. Think. Several seconds later, Sunny approached Effie and kneeled by her side. Taking the huntress by the hand, he put something into her palm and said, "Do you feel the Colossus moving up and down? I need you to start counting them. If I'm not back after 30 steps, throw the thing I gave you in that direction as hard as you can." Effie gave him a nod. Her usual humor was gone, replaced by grim determination. The huntress lingered for a moment and then said, "Good luck." When he was ready to walk away, she suddenly gripped his arm. Sunny stopped and raised an eyebrow. Effie hesitated before speaking. "Listen, Sunny, if you die, I can have your soul shards, right?" He stared at her for a second, his face twitching. "If I die, all my shards are to be thrown into the sea. No one is to get anything, understand?" With that, he left the cohort behind and walked to the edge of the swaying stone platform. Jumping down, Sunny slid to the giant's shoulder and caught himself from falling all the way into the raging waves by grabbing onto a crack in the stone. To his right, the shoulder was slowly moving as the Colossus swung his hand. To his left, a curved path of stone led all the way across the chest of the statue to its other shoulder. This curving path was in fact the collar of the giant's tunic, carved masterfully from stone by the unknown sculptor. Stepping on it, Sunny struggled to keep his balance on the swaying slippery surface and hurried forward. Soon he was directly above the climbing eel. The abomination was already close, allowing Sunny to discern every repugnant detail of its translucent giant body. Why does everything have to be so disgusting? A moment later, he sighed. Summoning the prowling thorns, Sunny gritted his teeth and cut his forearm, smearing some blood on the blade of the kunai. Then he used all the strength he had in his body to hurl the dagger down. The prowling thorn spun in the air and hit the giant eel right in the place where its eye should have been. Sunny did not notice any visual organs on the creature's body, but on the deformed humanoid skull hiding beneath the flesh, that's where the eye socket was. The kunai wedged itself deep into the monster's head, causing a small fountain of crimson blood to erupt upward. Of course, such a tiny wound was nothing for a creature of this size. For a moment everything became silent. Then hundreds of slender tentacles suddenly exploded from the eel's flesh and shoot in Sunny's direction in a chaotic slithering mass of translucent flesh. Forced to dismiss the prowling thorn to avoid being thrown off the ledge, Sunny lunged forward. A moment later the tentacles reached his previous position and crashed into the stone, sending shards flying into the air. Sunny kept running, knowing that the tentacles were just a second away from piercing him. The sounds of breaking stone were thundering just behind his back, getting closer and closer with each moment. The prowling thorn appeared in his hand once again. Reaching the end of the path, and with nowhere left to run, Sunny cursed and jumped straight into the darkness. Chapter 230. Precarious battle. The eel tried to catch him, but was a second too late. Falling toward the dark waves, Sunny threw the kunai in the direction of the stone giant's hand. Instead of a weapon, the colossus was holding a tool that resembled a mason's hammer. The kunai curved in the air and wrapped the invisible string around its shaft. "This is going to hurt." Sunny plunged into the darkness. A moment later the string drew taut and he found himself swinging through the air at a terrible speed. Flying underneath the colossal stone fist, he almost touched the black water with his feet, but then the inertia pulled him up and away. After a few seconds of weightlessness, Sunny landed on the hammer's head and let out a shaky breath. Without wasting any time, he dislodged the prowling thorn and pulled it into his hand, then wedged the dagger in a narrow crack on the surface of the giant hammer. Landing on it was one thing. Staying here, though, that was something else entirely. The colossus was swinging his arms as he walked, so Sunny basically found himself on top of a giant pendulum. Not only was the hammer swaying back and forth, but the angle of the surface he was standing on also constantly changed, making it hard not to fly off or slid into the raging sea. Almost kneeling, Sunny held on to the kunai and tried to keep himself from falling. Then, his face pale and grim, he looked up and glanced at the eel. "I am right here, you slimy worm." The abomination lingered for a few moments, considering whether it should continue to climb up or follow the sound made by the prey. Finally, it twisted its long, repulsive body and slid over the shoulder of the giant, crawling down his arm. He was hoping that his blood will have the same effect on the giant eel as it had on the corpse eater. Both were presumably fallen creatures. If one was poisoned to death by blood weave, why couldn't the other? Sunny had not cut himself with the prowling thorn for the fun of it. Sadly, his blood seemed to have no effect on the eel whatsoever. The monster continued to pursue its prey without showing any signs of being poisoned. So it's not poisonous, really. It just tore that leech from inside because the stupid thing swallowed a whole lot, and the weave imbued my blood with the odd quality of always being attracted back to the larger mass of it. The corpse eater's innards were in the way, so his hopes of killing the eel were crushed. Now Sunny was stuck on the swinging hammer with his only path of escape blocked by the swiftly approaching abomination. Letting go of the kunai, Sunny summoned the midnight shard and slashed at the slender tentacle that approached him. Even enhanced by the shadow, the blade of the takai failed to cut the flesh of the fallen creature and instead simply batted it away. Not good, not good. The eel had two types of tentacles. Some were thick, powerful, and few in number. These ones were used to push its massive body forward and hold on to the swinging arm of the colossus. The other tentacles were slender, long, and numerous. These were the ones that Sunny now had to dodge and fight against. The closer the eel got, the more tentacles assaulted Sunny from all sides. Dodging and deflecting them while maintaining his balance on the chaotically swinging hammer was an almost impossible task. Luckily, Sunny had practiced the firm battle style of the Stone Saint and incorporated it into his own technique. Its steadiness and indomitability were translated through grounded footwork, which allowed him to plant himself on the stone surface of the hammer and refuse to be thrown off or moved even by an inch. Between choking breaths, Sunny couldn't help but think that Nephi's was right. The best fighters weren't those who were the strongest, but those who were the most adaptable. The foundational style he had learned from her had served him well on the streets of the Dark City. But if he had continued to follow it narrowly and neglected to add flexibility to his technique by incorporating the Stone Saint's style into it, he would be dead by now. The dream realm was wild, unpredictable, and often defied logic. It threw all kinds of horrors at those unfortunate enough to step foot inside its vast expanse. Take this situation, for example. What kind of a person would imagine that one day they would have to fight a translucent eel the size of a train atop a walking stone colossus? Sunny certainly never expected to find himself in such a situation. Only a complete lunatic would. That's why adaptability was the most important trait an awakened fighter could possess. But even though Sunny had taken all the right steps, the seconds he had left to live were numbered. The onslaught of the slender tentacles was already too much for him to handle, and they were only growing in number. With an inaudible sigh, Sunny allowed the shadow to slide off his body and rush toward the approaching eel. Instantly weakened, he gritted his teeth and tried to resist the attacking tentacles as best as he could. One of them hit against the blade of the midnight shard with tremendous force, sending it flying from his hand into the darkness of the night. The other hit him across the chest, causing Sunny to yelp in pain and roll back, almost sliding off the surface of the hammer. Catching himself at the last moment, he pushed away and rolled, barely avoiding being pierced through the chest by the third. He had nowhere to retreat anymore, but it was fine. Back at the circular platform, Effie strained her muscles and hurled the thing entrusted to her by Sunny into the air. It was the ordinary rock. Flying away, the memory suddenly screamed. 30 steps. Its loud scream caused the feelers on the eel's head to ripple. The giant creature suddenly turned its head in the direction of the noise, its terrifying maw opening in hunger. For a moment it paid Sunny no attention. Its weight also shifted, leaning over the abyss of black water. Right then a human shadow glided right in front of it, and two crimson eyes ignited in its depths. The stone saint stepped out of the shadow, which then instantly wrapped itself around the taciturn monster and filled her with immeasurable power. The shadow's sword flashed. Sunny wasn't trying to kill the eel. Despite all of the stone saint's might, she was too weak to slay something that abominable. He just wanted to sever one of the main tentacles that supported most of the eel's weight. Augmented with the power of shadows, the stone knight easily cut into the flesh of the eel and sliced one of the thickest tentacles apart. Losing its purchase, the repulsive creature shuddered and slid helplessly from the swinging arm of the colossus, falling into the turbulent black waves with a splash. Then it was gone, pulled away by the strong current. Sunny fell to his knees and drew in a deep breath. Then he said in a cold, raspy voice, "This ride ain't free, bastard. Next time buy a ticket." Chapter 231. Stone Giant. Sunny remained on the swinging hammer of the colossus for a while, resting and trying to catch his breath. However, very soon the dark sea rose high enough to make his position perilous. With a deep sigh, he stood up and dislodged the prowling thorn from the stones. Waiting for the colossus to raise his hands, Sunny jumped down. The wind whistled in his ears, and a few moments later, he landed on the wrist of the giant in a roll. As soon as Sunny got back to his feet, the stone surface beneath plummeted down. Thrusting the eye in another crack, he gritted his teeth and held on to his dear life. Soon the ground he was standing on sloped down and then turned into a vertical wall with nothing but the dark abyss of the cursed sea visible below. Hanging off that wall, Sunny cursed and waited for the colossus to bring his arm back up. When it finally happened, Sunny immediately dashed forward. He had several precious seconds before the pendulum swung again, and had to cover as much distance as possible with each swing of the giant's arm. Too slow, and the cursed sea would catch up to him. The closer he got to the elbow of the walking statue, the more inclined his path was. Eventually, Sunny had to climb instead of run. His hands were tired from fighting and supporting his weight, but he stubbornly continued moving forward and up. Once Sunny reached the elbow and climbed higher, the amplitude of the swinging reduced considerably. Now he just had to scale the vertical wall and reach the shoulder of the giant. Climbing the slippery stone was not easy, but he had gotten used to such tasks a long time ago. In any case, it was way better than that time Sunny had to race against the rising sea during a furious storm, only to get swept away by the black water and be saved by Nephi's at the last moment. This time, at least, he didn't need her to save his life. That would be embarrassing. Some time later, Sunny climbed over the edge of the circular platform, crawled to its center, and sprawled beside the other members of the cohort who were waiting for his return with tense expressions on their faces. Kai was back to his senses, looking a little bit disheveled but still ridiculously gorgeous. Sunny stared at him in dismay, then sighed. A short while later, Nephi's called out to him, "What were you fighting?" I threw him back into the water. With that, he reluctantly sat up and looked at the surface of the dark sea, which was already flowing over the shoulders of the stone giant. Its surface was black and tranquil. No one was pursuing them, it seemed. "It's gone now, so rest up." He stayed awake until the break of dawn and then woke the members of the cohort. When they rose to their feet, Sunny lay down on the cold stone and tiredly closed his eyes. Yesterday, he had thought that he would not be able to fall asleep atop the walking stone giant. However, Sunny had underestimated how exhausting this long night would end up being. Even the body of a powerful sleeper needed rest. Actually, the swinging of the stone platform was sort of soothing. Soon he was fast asleep. When Sunny woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Yawning, he sat up, summoned the endless spring, and greedily drank some water. Someone had left a plate of food near him, so without thinking too much, Sunny picked it up and had himself a late breakfast. Ah, that hits the spot. Recognizing the taste of Neff's cooking, he glanced at their intrepid leader and smiled. It was nice to laze around while others were working. While Sunny was sleeping, the stone platform had transformed. Plates of iron stripped of the abominable spiders and stored in Effie's bag were inserted around its perimeter, with the golden rope strung between them as an improvised railing. More of these plates were shaped into makeshift rods and placed in the center to serve as throwing spears in case the cohort was attacked from the air. Currently, Kai and Effie were building additional battlements on the left shoulder of the giant, while Nephi's observed their progress from above. They were taking no chances. A trip through the labyrinth, no matter how fantastical, was still full of danger. It was better to be safe than sorry. What's the worst unknown? I'm not going to finish that thought. On the stone beside him, the shadow applauded sarcastically. Shaking his head, Sunny finished his food in silence and moved to the edge of the platform to look down at the vista of the forgotten shore. Far below, the landscape of the labyrinth was slowly moving past them. The stone giant was marching south, indifferently crushing mountains of crimson coral under his feet with each step. The view was simultaneously hypnotic and depressing. In every direction, as far away as Sunny could see, there was nothing but red coral, with rare heights protruding from it into the gray skies here and there. The forgotten shore was truly vast, and every inch of it was full of unspeakable dangers. Not too far from him, Castor was also busy studying the landscape. However, his interest wasn't purely idle. Changing Stars map was on the stones beside him, and the proud legacy was drawing new marks on it from time to time. The cohort might have caught right on the shoulder of the stone giant to reach their destination at the edges of the forgotten shore, but they were going to have to walk all the way back to the dark city by themselves. That was months of traveling through this treacherous hellscape with nothing but their own strength and wit to keep them alive. The information Castor was putting on the map today was going to be priceless to them in the future, but that was a problem for tomorrow. Right now, Sunny deserved a little respite. Turning away from the handsome young man, he lowered his gaze and peered at the sights below. It was not every day that one got an opportunity to enjoy a beautiful view of hell. Chapter 232. Before the storm. In the next few hours, Sunny did nothing but leisurely gaze at the vistas of the labyrinth. While monotonous, they were still picturesque and breathtaking. The forgotten shore was a harrowing but beautiful place. The somber gray sky and the black earth created a perfect backdrop for the vibrant crimson sea of twisting coral blades. Here and there, strange landmarks broke the dullness of the landscape, igniting the flames of curiosity in Sunny's heart. After all, he was nothing if not a passionate explorer, provided most of his explorations ended with something dying at the end of his blade. But still, out there in the depths of the labyrinth, Sunny saw many things that piqued his interest. The skeletal remains of colossal monsters with signs of ferocious battles written in the marks on their bones. Broken wrecks of giant vessels with terrible breaches in their mighty hulls. Abyssal chasms that were full of darkness and emptiness leading into the depths of this cursed land where true horrors dwelt. And things he couldn't even describe, let alone identify. He even saw several vast ruins that must have been entire cities once. Now only unclear shapes of magnificent buildings remained, overgrown with crimson coral and barely resembling anything made by a human hand. He didn't know if they had existed before or simultaneously with the Dark City. Regardless, it seemed that no other human settlement on the forgotten shore had withstood the curse of darkness as the cursed city had. They were all destroyed and devoured, first by the crimson coral, then by the ruthless flow of time. Now no one was left to remember that these proud cities had ever existed. The 7 heroes that created the Starlight Legion were described as those born in all-consuming darkness. That suggested that humans had resisted the curse for a while at least. Maybe the Dark City was built long after the darkness had devoured this land as the last sanctuary and fortress for those who remained. A lot of good had that done in the end. His reverie was broken by Cassie, who suddenly turned south and frowned. Her quick movement drew everyone's attention. Sunny instantly had a bad feeling. Nephis turned to the blind girl and frowned. Do you feel something? Kasia lingered for a few moments and then said, her voice uncertain, I think a storm is coming. Sunny looked at the sky, which like always was covered in a gray veil of clouds. Nothing seemed to indicate that there was going to be a tempest, turning it impenetrably dark and furious soon. But that was just how things worked on the Forgotten Shore. Storms came out of nowhere and destroyed everyone unfortunate enough to be caught in their murderous embrace. If Cassie said that she felt one approaching, then it was. Their oracle had a good track record of sensing such things. A storm meant that the cursed sea would rise from the depths earlier than usual. It also meant that there would be rain and lightning, which would make the behavior of the dwellers of the depths unpredictable. It also meant hurricane winds, and that was really bad news when you were stuck on a moving colossus 200 meters above the ground. Nephi's gritted her teeth. Prepare, however, the blind girl interrupted her. There is something else. Changing Star lingered for a moment, then asked, You are sensing another threat? Cassie scowled, then said in a strange tone, I can hear something strange. Everyone stared at her for a few seconds, trying to understand the meaning behind her words. Strangely, Kai was the first one to react. Suddenly pale, he spun around and summoned his bow. Before anyone could understand what was happening, something whistled in the air and a dark shape forcefully crashed into the stone platform, smearing it with blood. A black arrow was protruding from its body. Sunny jumped out of the way and gasped, stunned by the force with which the monster impacted against the stone. It had to have been in a long dive before being pierced by Kai's arrow, mere moments away from snatching one of them away. The creature looked somewhat like a giant locust. Its body was covered in black chitin and comparatively small, no bigger than that of an adult human. Its wide wings were thin and transparent. As it convulsed in death throes, the wings moved, threatening to push the members of the cohort off of the platform. Nephi dashed forward, grabbed the disgusting creature, and threw it down. Kai was already grabbing another arrow. There was an expression of panic on his face. Why is he panicking? The monster is already. As though hearing his thoughts, Kai glanced at the members of the cohort with wide eyes and yelled, Swarms. These fiends hunt in swarms. Before he could finish, Sunny was already summoning the Midnight Shard and the Stone Saint. By now everyone could hear the rustling sound Cassie had told them about. It seemed to be coming from nowhere, surrounding them like a wave. For a few moments nothing happened. Before it could attack, though, Effie's spear collided with it. The giant locust practically exploded, sending a rain of blood splattering against the stone back of the colossus. Nephi raised her sword and yelled, Cassie. Flinching, the blind girl began to call upon her wooden staff. While white sparks of light were still weaving the shape of it in her hands, the quiet dancer flew out of its scabbard by itself and flashed into the air, piercing an approaching locust clean through. A few moments later, a powerful gale shot from the wooden staff into the skies, slowing the attacking locusts down and sending them staggering. One of these stragglers somehow managed to land on the platform and immediately jumped at Sunny. Changing his stance on the fly, Sunny slashed with his sword, decapitating the repulsive creature. However, because of the inertia, the massive body continued to move forward, slamming into him at great speed. With a curse, Sunny flew back and fell over the railing. Sliding on the stone, he rolled down to the stone giant's shoulder and caught himself on the part of the defensive fence built by Effie and Kai. Then he stood up and spat a mouthful of blood. A moment later, Sunny froze, his eyes widening. Because of the tumble, he accidentally looked down to the ground. What he saw there made him shiver. Numerous dark shapes were appearing from the labyrinth and jumping at the colossus, swiftly climbing up his giant stone body. Chapter 233. Swarm. As the members of the cohort killed several giant locusts, their repulsive black bodies fell to the ground, raining blood on the walking colossus and the crimson coral of the labyrinth. As soon as their corpses hit the ground, it suddenly moved. Dark figures appeared from beneath the mud, rushing at the dead locusts to devour them. Hundreds of monsters were suddenly competing for the few scraps of meat. After several bloody fights broke out and the winners were decided, those who had not gotten to satiate their hunger turned their heads and followed the smell of blood right back to the moving stone giant. Looking down with dark resentment, Sunny saw numerous creatures jumping at the legs of the walking statue from the mounds of coral and quickly climbing up. They were headed right to where the cohort was being besieged by the swarm of winged abominations. He couldn't see the shape of them clearly, but there was no doubt that these monsters were bad news. Slain an awakened beast. Flash Reaver. Your shadow grows stronger. Turning around, Sunny summoned the prowling thorn and hurled it upward. A moment later, using the invisible string as support, he was flying through the air. Grabbing onto the edge of the circular platform, he hoisted himself up and once again faced the carnage. The kunai flashed, cutting the wing of one of the locusts clean off. Suddenly crippled, the creature toppled and plummeted down, no doubt to be devoured by the horde of nightmare creatures approaching from below. The battle with the swarm was not going too great for the cohort. The turbulent wind summoned by Cassie's staff bought them some breathing room by making it hard for the locusts to approach the platform at high speed, but there were just too many of them. Kai was setting one arrow after another loose. After that one first shot, he had not used the blood arrow, choosing instead to rely on his mundane ones. In the chaotic mess of this sudden battle, it was too easy to miss. Plus, he didn't need a lot of power to deliver debilitating wounds to the locusts. They were basically skewering themselves on the arrows themselves by diving from the skies with incredible speed. Still, the abominable reavers were awakened beasts. It wasn't easy for a sleeper to kill one with just a single shot. Just as Sunny grabbed the kunai and spun to avoid a glancing blow from one of the creatures, another one landed on the platform. 2 arrows were sticking from its cracked chitin, but the locust was still alive. Not for long, though. Just a moment after the repulsive bug landed, Nef's sword flashed through the air, slicing it in half. Sending the mangled body off the platform with a powerful kick, Changing Star turned to Kai and yelled, "Don't try to kill them." With a sudden light of understanding in his eyes, the archer changed his approach. Indeed, that made sense. The members of the cohort didn't need to slay the locusts. They just needed to make it so the flying scourges weren't able to reach the stone platform. Effie, meanwhile, did not need this advice. Everything she hit simply exploded into a disgusting puddle of bloody goo. The problem the huntress faced was that there was no powerful ranged weapon she could use. Her beautiful spear was not really suited to be thrown that often. The memories were created from soul essence. Once a memory was dismissed, that essence returned to the core of the awakened that had summoned it. However, if it was too far away from them, the essence was simply wasted, unless the memory had a special enchantment like that of the blood arrow. The essence wasn't lost forever, as it would slowly accumulate inside the soul core until the peak capacity was reached once again. But this process took time, so one could not endlessly throw their memories at the enemy during a battle, especially not once they reached a rank where managing one's soul essence was of higher importance. Effie had not reached such a rank yet, but she was still limited by that principle. That's why she resorted to using makeshift darts fashioned out of plates of spider iron. There wasn't much of them left, however. Once the last dart was gone, she would have to either exhaust her pool of soul essence or risk fighting the attacking locusts in melee, just like the Stone Saint was doing right now. As Sunny rushed toward Nephi's, he noticed the shadow lowering her shoulder and raising her shield. In the next moment, one of the repulsive creatures crashed into it at full speed and simply crumbled, black blood exploding into the air through the cracks in the shattered chitin. You have slain. The huntress, however, does not have the benefit of weighing a literal ton. Despite her graceful appearance, the saint was made out of stone, and stone was much heavier than flesh. It was also much harder to rip and slice apart. Once Effie was forced to fight the locusts with nothing but her spear and shield, her life would be in real danger. Curses, curses, curse it all! Swiftly approaching Changing Star, Sunny kicked a disgusting piece of a killed creature off the platform and yelled, "We have a problem." Nephi sharply looked at him and scowled. Sunny hesitated for a moment and then gestured down. "There's a couple of hundred labyrinth creatures crawling all over the Colossus. They'll be here pretty soon." Nephi gritted her teeth and glanced at the members of the cohort. Cassie was holding the wooden staff, sending powerful bursts of wind into the sky to slow down the attacking swarm. The quiet dancer was flashing through the air, protecting her from the locusts to the best of its ability. Castor was spinning his strange sling, aiming at the wings of the repulsive creatures. His face was calm and grim. Everyone was barely holding on and one mistake away from death. With a dark look in her cold gray eyes, Nephi looked at Sunny. Chapter 234. Horde. Briefly giving Castor a few instructions, Nephi walked over to the edge of the platform and looked down. When she saw the numerous creatures climbing the stone giant, a grim expression appeared on her face. Sunny weighed the prowling thorn in his hand and asked, "So what's the plan?" Changing Star glanced at him and smiled darkly. "Kill as many as you can. With that, she jumped down and landed softly on the shoulder of the Colossus. With a sigh, Sunny followed. A moment later they separated. Nephi's dashed to the opposite side of the moving statue, running on the wide stone path of its collar. She was going to try and deal with those creatures that were climbing the front and the left side of the giant. Sunny was going to have to stop those coming from the right and the back. He wasn't sure that just 2 of them were going to be enough to cover all that space, but they didn't have a lot of choices. Sunny and Nephi's at least had the high ground advantage against the enemy. Those fighting against the swarm of monstrous locusts, however, did not. The cohort couldn't spare anyone else for this task. Looking down, he was finally able to discern the shape of the attacking labyrinth dwellers. They looked like massive primates covered in dirty gray fur. Their arms were strong and muscular, easily pulling their heavy bodies up the ancient stone surface. Each had a mouth full of sharp teeth, with 2 curved tusks protruding from it as long as daggers. The most disturbing fact about these beasts was that there were crimson flowers growing from within the bloody gaps in their flesh. Some even had pale stems slithering from one eye socket to another. With a shiver, Sunny realized that this tribe of nightmare creatures were simply hosts for a different, much more terrifying one. The primates were nothing but meat puppets for those ghoulish flowers. Oh God! Summoning the ordinary rock, Sunny wrapped his body in the shadows, strained his muscles, and threw it down as hard as he could. The small rock plunged through the air and collided with one of the creatures far below, hitting it right in the forehead and splitting its rotten skull apart. Not paying any attention to the fact that half of its head was missing, the primate continued climbing up. Sunny gritted his teeth and dismissed the rock. Nothing could ever be simple on the Forgotten Shore. The cohort would never be just attacked by a swarm of flying abominations. There had to be a horde of monstrous primates attacking them from the ground too. And gods forbid those powerful beasts were not parasitized by even more ghastly horrors. At least their bodies are not so tough due to their partially decomposed state. That was something he could work with. Just as the first primate climbed into the range of the prowling thorn, something thundered above Sunny, and in the next moment he was doused from head to toe in fetid black blood. A mangled corpse of a giant locust flew past him and fell down. Sunny frozen for a second, then growled, "I am a walking target now, aren't I? The more the merrier." Extending the invisible string to its maximum length, Sunny aimed and hurled the kunai down. He guided it by ever so slightly pulling on the string. The dagger flashed through the air and spun, drawing a curved path. A few moments later it cut across the wrist of one of the menacing primates, cleanly severing its hand. Suddenly losing purchase, the beast instantly fell down. After plummeting from the deadly height, it hit the crimson corals below and practically exploded into bloody chunks. Sunny listened to the emptiness, a tense expression on his face. "You have slain an awakened monster, blood flower. Your shadow grows stronger." A relieved expression appeared on his face. At least these things weren't indestructible. Raising a hand, he caught the returning kunai and instantly threw it again. There wasn't much time left. Countless beasts were climbing up the stone body of the ancient colossus, covering a frightening amount of distance with each second. He had to slaughter as many of them as he could before they reached the battlement constructed on the giant's shoulder, or else they were going to rip him apart. In the next few minutes, Sunny did nothing but control the prowling thorn as it flew through the air, cutting through flesh and bone alike. The heavy kunai never stayed in his hand for more than a second, reaping a bountiful harvest of lives. More than a dozen beasts, those who were ahead of the approaching horde, were thrown off the statue and fell to their deaths, rewarding Sunny with an enviable amount of shadow fragments. However, he was still too slow. Sunny had to be both swift and precise when throwing the dagger, lest he wanted to be pulled off the giant's swaying shoulder himself. The horde of terrible beasts was getting closer and closer, their arrival as inevitable as it would be fatal. The situation got even worse when another group of them reached the gargantuan statue's back. Now Sunny not only had to deal with the monsters climbing its side, but also rush from his perch on the shoulder of the steadily moving colossus to the treacherous path of his collar to prevent the fastest climbers from reaching too high. Bad, this is bad. Covered in blood and with his muscles burning, Sunny continued to slaughter the ghastly beast as fast as he could. But he wasn't fast enough. At some point, Sunny realized that the climbing monstrosities were now mere meters away from him. He could see every disturbing detail of their rotting bodies, with strangely graceful flowers growing from the bloody gaps. Their crimson petals trembled as they smelled prey. Suddenly, one of the primates strained its powerful legs and jumped into the air, instantly covering the remaining distance to Sunny's position. Before it could land, however, the midnight shard slashed the creature across its massive body, cutting it apart. What flowed out of the terrible wound, however, was not blood, but a vast cloud of red pollen. Before Sunny could register the fact, he had already breathed in a whole lungful of it. Chapter 235. Flower Boy. As the red pollen settled in his lungs, Sunny suddenly sensed something subtly moving inside them. That wave of excruciating pain pierced his chest. With a loud scream, he fell to his knees and grabbed at the puppeteer's shroud. A stream of blood escaped from his mouth and splashed on the ancient stone. In it, tiny blooms were sprouting roots, greedily drinking the crimson liquid and growing with visible speed. Looking at them with dark resentment, Sunny gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. By the time he straightened his back, the pain had subsided a little. The bloodthirsty flowers were already turning black and dying, destroyed by the odd blessing of the blood weave. The insidious nightmare creature tried to devour him from inside, but really it just signed its own death sentence. In a few short minutes it would be destroyed completely by the furnace of his tenacious body, and even if some part of it survived, Neff's purifying flames were going to finish the job. Until then, he would just have to endure this torture. "Come closer, you bastards!" As the midnight shard appeared in his hands, another monster was already climbing onto the shoulder of the walking colossus. Lunging forward, Sunny brandished his sword and decapitated the foul creature, then kicked it in the chest to send it flying down. A moment later, he jumped back, narrowly avoiding being grabbed by another primate. Before the beast could even react, the razor-sharp takai flashed across its body, severing both of its arms. More red pollen burst into the air. Holding his breath, Sunny shifted his stance and attacked once again in one swift, fluid motion. The midnight shard pierced the knee of the massive primate, making it topple. The creature wasn't dead, but any kind of mobility it once had was pretty much gone. Good enough, but it didn't really matter. 3 other monsters were already there, ready to take the fallen creature's place. And a few seconds later, there was going to be even more of them, and then even more still, until eventually Sunny was torn apart by the unstoppable flood of these harrowing fiends. He would have to think of something before that happened. If only I could breathe. Fighting through the excruciating pain that was tearing him from inside, Sunny grimaced and dashed forward to face the enemies. In the next minute or so, he forced himself to cut out all unnecessary thoughts, turning into a ruthless hurricane of steel. The midnight shard danced from one nightmare creature to another, piercing, slashing, and severing their rotting flesh. The air was soon obscured by a vast cloud of red pollen. At some point, Sunny gritted his teeth and disengaged from the fight, leaving a carpet of bleeding bodies in his wake. Launching himself back a few meters, he slid on the stone and left the cloud of red mist. Only then finally he allowed himself to draw in a deep breath. Sensing that their enemy was gone, the primates rushed forward. However, a moment later, something glistened in the mist and a heavy triangular blade suddenly pierced the head of the leading creature. The blood flower did not react to its host being damaged and continued its lunge. But in the next second, the head of the monstrous ape was violently jerked backward, and losing balance, it fell down. The string of the prowling thorn was coiled around the support pillars of the makeshift battlement, creating an invisible trap. By moving forward with the kunai still stuck in its skull, the unfortunate creature pulled the string taut, causing an invisible net to rise into the air. Entangled in it, half a dozen creatures tumbled to the ground, blocking the others from pursuing Sunny. Neither the battlement nor the invisible string were going to last long, but at least it bought him a few seconds. "You have slain an awakened monster, blood flower." The nightmare creature in his lungs was finally dead. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Sunny groaned, wiped his lips, and glanced back. What he saw made him curse. The group of monstrous primates climbing the back of the colossus was about to reach the collar of the stone tunic. Sunny was about to be surrounded, and he was all out of ideas. "If I die today, I am at least going to drag as many of you as possible with me into a deeper, darker hell. Prepare yourselves, gangrels." Lunging forward, he ran on the narrow stone path and got to the middle of the giant's back just in time to collide with the first of the advancing primates and send it flying all the way down to the distant surface of the labyrinth. Unlike the shoulder of the colossus, Sunny had no room to maneuver on the narrow path. In fact, he was having trouble simply keeping his balance due to the constant swaying. But the primates, with their wide shoulders and mighty frames, were in an even worse situation than him. On that narrow stone path, one man would be able to stop an entire army, provided that nothing attacked him from behind, of course, which was bound to happen. Cursing, Sunny slashed and slashed, sending one monster tumbling down in a billowing cloud of red pollen after another. Despite all his efforts, he had to retreat step after step to avoid being surrounded and killed by the ferocious abominations. The situation was becoming desperate, especially so because the creatures that had been slowed down for a bit by the string of the prowling thorn finally wrestled free of it and were seconds away from reaching his current position, sending a primate that was facing him staggering with a devastating blow of the midnight shard. Sunny desperately spun to deflect the attack from the creature approaching him from the back. However, he was a fraction of a second too late, realizing that he wouldn't be able to dodge the monster and so he tried to develop with a way to minimize the damage at least. But just as the claws of the creature were about to grab onto his neck, a swift shadow suddenly fell from the skies. Catching the primate with its sharp mandibles, one of the locusts easily tore its head off and dashed back, devouring the prey with terrifying speed as it flew. In the next moment, more flesh weavers fell from the skies, aiming at the climbing primates. The two tribes of nightmare creatures were suddenly locked in a ferocious battle with the 6 humans hopelessly stuck in between. Chapter 236, Ex Machina. With his back to the stone surface of the ancient statue, Sunny stared as the two tribes of nightmare creatures clashed in a cacophony of eerie roars and rustling noises. Discovering a new target, swarming locusts swiftly fell from the skies and cut into the horde of the blood flower hosts, devouring scores of unfortunate primates in mere moments. Torn and eviscerated by the sharp mandibles, their flesh seemed to almost melt in the terrible maws of the flying abominations. However, the massive beasts were not entirely defenseless. Any locust that lingered for a fraction of a second more than it should have was immediately grabbed and torn to pieces by the powerful primates, its black blood falling like dew on the petals of the crimson flowers that grew from their rotting bodies. Some hosts even jumped off the colossus to grab onto diving reavers and tumble together to the distant ground. In just a few seconds, the surface of the ancient giant and the air around him was consumed by utter chaos. Indifferent to everything, the colossus steadily marched south. Shaking off his astonishment, Sunny swiftly finished off the primate that he had staggered a second before and pushed the heavy creature from the narrow path. Despite the fact that their enemies were now fighting each other, the pressure on the cohort did not decrease. In fact, it only grew heavier. Cursing under his breath, Sunny threw the midnight shard at another lunging monster, turned his back to the enemies and jumped. Grabbing onto a crack in the ancient stone, he pulled his body up and nimbly scaled the neck of the ancient statue. For several seconds that seemed to last an eternity, Sunny was completely defenseless against the potential attacks by the monstrous locusts. However, to his luck, Nephis had chosen that exact moment to unleash her flames on the other side of the statue. A blinding flash of white drowned the skies for a second, confusing the reavers and buying him enough time to reach the stone platform. Climbing over its edge, Sunny rolled away and sprawled on the cold stone, trying to catch his breath. His body was in agony. The blood weave might have destroyed the flower growing in his lungs, but the damage was already done. Sunny had trouble breathing and felt bloody foam bubbling on his lips. Every time he inhaled, a sharp pain pierced his entire being. Not too terrible. Although troublesome, these wounds were not going to kill him. Sleepers healed better and faster than mundane humans, and Sunny in particular was also transformed by the drop of Weaver's ichor, making him much tougher and harder to kill than most. Sort of like a cockroach. As for the pain, he had been through worse and survived. As long as Sunny had adrenaline numbing it to some degree, he was capable of giving a fight still. Not that it would be pleasant. With a moan, Sunny picked himself up from the ground and looked around. Things were slowly turning from bad to worse. Kai was long out of arrows and had to resort to using his morbid ascended memory. Judging by how pale his face was, he had already missed a few shots, losing a lot of blood as the result. Cassie was still trying to maintain the powerful winds that slowed the attacking locusts down, but her face and hands were covered in blood. It seemed that even the powerful enchantment of her armor and the ardent protection of the quiet dancer were not enough to fully save her from harm. Effie was now fighting the flying abominations in melee, having only a fraction of a second to react every time they attacked her. Blood was streaming down her legs, her white chitin torn and soaked with it. Her bronze helmet was gone, lying shattered on the stones. Castor did not seem to be wounded, but his face was dark with exhaustion. Maintaining his incredible speed was taxing on both the mind and the body, so he would not be able to last much longer either. The Stone Saint was the Stone Saint. The taciturn shadow was covered in black blood from head to toe and completely indifferent to it, which only enhanced her dark and menacing visage. She continued to move with elegant grace, protecting the members of the cohort to the best of her ability. But she couldn't be everywhere all at once. And then there was Sunny himself, who was in the worst shape out of all of them by far. And the worst news was that now that he had to retreat back to the platform, the abominable primates were about to follow him, forcing the cohort to defend itself from two sides simultaneously. Even worse still, unlike Sunny, the other members didn't have blood weave to protect them from the red pollen. Bad, this is bad. Just as Sunny was thinking, the thought of bloodied hands suddenly appeared from the other side of the platform. A moment later, Nephi's slid under the golden rope and shakily rose to her feet. Changing Star had white flames dancing in her eyes. Her skin seemed to shine with a soft glow as though there was fire burning beneath it. That fire, if Sunny had to guess, was responsible for annihilating the red pollen as soon as it entered her body. The Starlight Legion armor was heavily damaged and seemed to be on the verge of melting, but still held, protecting the last daughter of the immortal Flame Clan to the end. Not paying any attention to the members of the cohort, Nephi's turned her head and looked south. What is she? Before Sunny could finish the thought, he was distracted by the sight of an ugly primate head rising above the edge of the circular platform. Cursing, he grabbed a jagged piece of chitin laying nearby and shoved it into the creature's eyes, forcibly pushing it back down. At the same moment, an especially large locust suddenly fell from the sky, batting the quiet dancer away, a dove right for Cassie. Before anyone could react, its mandibles clicked. However, instead of soft flesh, all they caught was the hard wood of the enchanted staff. The blind girl had managed to defend herself at the last moment. The impact was still strong enough to throw her far back nevertheless. Breaking the improvised barrier with her back, Cassie screamed and slipped from the platform, plummeting down like a broken doll. The prowling thorn was damaged and restoring itself in the Soul Sea, and the golden rope was tied around the platform. He didn't know what to as the sound of a bow clattering on the stone reached his ears. Sunny saw Kai diving down from the neck of the Colossus. Flying with incredible speed, he caught up with Cassie and grabbed her by the arm. The two of them froze in the air for a moment, absolutely defenseless against the approaching locusts. But the fatal attack never came. Suddenly the cacophony of the battle died down, turning into deathly silence. Several locusts were hovering in the air mere meters away from Cassie and Kai, but they were in no hurry to devour the helpless humans. In fact, they too seemed frozen. A moment later, the locusts suddenly turned around and dashed away. In fact, the whole swarm was swiftly retreating, flying away from the stone colossus with as much speed as the gluttonous abominations could muster. It was as if they were fleeing from something. Many of the locusts were carrying dead primates in their claws. It seemed as though the Reavers were the ultimate victors in this terrible battle against the monstrous apes. But Sunny was pretty sure that soon the whole tribe of these terrible creatures was going to have crimson blooms growing from the cracks in their chitin. Blood flowers were truly a horrifying enemy. Who knew what they would be capable of after subjugating a whole swarm of flying abominations? The more pressing question, however, was what were the locusts running from? Sunny looked down only to realize that the giant primates were also retreating, rushing down the body of the ancient statue in something that almost resembled panic. Then finally he turned and looked south, following the line of Changing Star's gaze. Out there, directly in the path of the walking statue, an inconceivably vast wall of furious darkness had devoured the whole world. It was swiftly moving in their direction, bolts of lightning illuminating the raging depths of clouds almost every second. The storm was approaching. Chapter 237, Wall of Darkness. Kai landed on the stone platform, gently placing Cassie down. The blind girl was deathly pale and visibly hurt, but her life didn't seem to be in danger. The archer smiled reassuringly and gripped her shoulder. Then, just like the rest of them, he turned his head and silently looked south. A wall of impenetrable, furious darkness was approaching from their devouring vast spans of the labyrinth with each second. To Sunny, it felt like an endless ocean of deranged shadows was rushing to drown them. The pressure he felt was almost as bad as that of the ominous crimson spire. The Colossus was marching toward the darkness, completely indifferent to its menacing oppression. The wind rustled Sunny's hair. In the stunned silence, Effie suddenly fell to her knees with a pained groan. Her hands were pressed against the breach in her archaic cuirass, bright blood streaming from beneath them. That sound brought everyone back to reality. With a grim expression on her face, Nephi's walked over to the wounded huntress and gently placed her hands on her body. A moment later, soft white radiance shone through the cracks of Effie's armor, healing her wounds and taking the pain away. Changing Star closed her eyes and bit her lip, drops of crimson blood rolling down her ivory skin. To take away her companion's suffering, she had to endure a much more harrowing torture. Sunny coughed, bloody foam flying from his lips, and weakly lowered himself to the ground. He didn't feel too well. The wall of darkness was growing closer with every moment. The wind was picking up, whistling in the cracks of the ancient statue. It brought the smell of the sea with it. Sunny grimaced and commanded the stone saint to walk over and stand above him. "What are we going to do now?" Kai shivered, glanced at the raging wall of clouds, and said, "Climb lower. The lightning is bound to be drawn to the neck of this giant." Sunny shook his head. "The sea is going to rise, so most of the statue will be submerged underwater. We will be lucky if the waves aren't high enough to reach this platform." The archer sighed and looked down. "Stone doesn't conduct electricity too well, so we will be safe from lightning. What you should really be afraid of are the things that all that commotion might attract." After that he bent over in another fit of painful coughing. "Ugh, that stings a little." By that time Nephi's was done healing Effie. Walking over, she kneeled and looked at Sunny. Unexpectedly, there was an expression of sincere worry on her face. Did you inhale that pollen?" Sunny tried to grin, but ended up coughing up more blood instead. "But don't fret, it's not. There are no flowers growing in my lungs." Neff's face twitched and she outstretched her hands to place them on Sunny's chest. However, he caught them in the air with his own and stopped her. Her skin was soft and cool to the touch. "Take a look at Cassie instead." Changing Star stared at him for a few moments. Then she suddenly asked, "But doesn't it hurt?" He pushed her hands away and shook his head. "Not as bad as it going to hurt you." Sunny looked at her for a long time, his expression hard to read. Then he said evenly, "I know, but I don't want you to be used to it. Especially not on my account." The weight of the things he left unsaid hung between them for a few moments. Nephi's titled her head slightly, then turned away. Finally she sighed, lingered for a few seconds, and walked away without saying another word. Sunny lowered his head and remained motionless for a while. It's better this way." Being afraid of pain was the most human emotion there was. He couldn't help but feel that every time Nephi silently endured the terrifying torture of her flaw, a part of her humanity was burned away by the merciless purity of the radiant white flames. He didn't want to see it happen, not to mention that he was the last person in the world that Changing Star should have been helping. Because suddenly a deafening thunderclap rolled over them, forcing the members of the cohort to flinch. The light of day dimmed and the cold wind furiously crashed into them, bearing drops of salty black water with it. Done checking up on Cassie, Nephi's glanced forward and scowled. They were almost out of time. With that she summoned her sword and held it with both hands. As the incandescent light ignited the silver blade, Changing Star thrust the sword deep into the stone, melting it. Kneeling down, she gripped the sword and prepared for the onslaught of the storm. But he sighed. Effie sighed and grabbed onto a crack in the stone with one hand. With the other she drew Cassie close and hugged her. Castor followed their leader's example and used his enchanted giant to anchor himself to the platform. Sunny glanced at them and grimaced. Standing above him, the stone saint discarded her shield and lowered one shoulder, preparing to withstand the hurricane winds. Without anything better to hold onto, Sunny hugged the thigh of his shadow and closed his eyes, embarrassed by the indignity. Before he could really revel in it, though, something plopped on the ground near him. Opening one eye, Sunny was surprised to see Kai. "What are you doing here?" The archer smiled with embarrassment and coughed. "I don't have a sword that can cut stone or Herculean strength. So I'll mind if I hold on to the other thigh of your beautiful stone companion?" Sunny glared at him for a couple of seconds and then scoffed. "Just don't grab onto me by mistake." As the endless wall of darkness approached, the headless colossus steadily walked forward and then dove straight into the furious embrace of the harrowing storm. Chapter 238. LNTO. The storm. A stray drop of rain fell on Sunny's cheek. The howling of the wind grew louder. A moment later the whole world suddenly darkened and he was assaulted by a furious gale. The water pelted him in the face, drowning the curse. Sunny was about to yell. The storm descended on them with terrifying violence. The corpses of repulsive locusts that were left on the platform suddenly moved. Then, picked up by the wind, they were thrown off the neck of the steadily walking colossus, disappearing into the darkness. Their black blood was washed away by the torrent of rain. A blinding flash of lightning pierced the veil of clouds, followed by a deafening thunderclap. As the stone became slippery and wet, Sunny felt his body being forcefully pushed away from its surface by the gale. Gripping the stone saint tighter, he gasped and grimaced. Pain pierced his damaged lungs. Worst amusement right ever. Fortunately, the heavy shadow was not moved by the tremendous pressure of the hurricane. Firmly planting herself on the surface of the platform, she turned her torso and lowered a shoulder, cutting the wind with her solid stone body. To her side, Nephi's caster and Effie were desperately holding on against the assault of the hurricane. With some effort, they were also able to resist it. But the worst was still to come. Hidden from the sun, the dark sea was rising from the depths. Sunny could hear the deep rumbling of the black water rushing through the twisting passages of the labyrinth and washing over the mounds of crimson coral. Soon the stone giant was walking through it, creating a furious whirlpool with each step of his gargantuan feet. Another lightning tore the skies apart, illuminating the world made of nothing but wind, water, and darkness. Hit by an especially violent gust of wind, the stone saint slid a few centimeters back and sent Sunny's heart into a momentary panic. The stone giant walked forward. After a while, the black water covered his knees, then his abdomen, and his chest. Following a long and torturous span of time spent holding on to the shadow and enduring the onslaught of the storm, Sunny saw the raging waves flowing over the broken battlements on the shoulder of the ancient statue. His face became grim. During the previous night, the dark sea had not risen high enough to reach the stone platform they were sheltering on. However, with how high the waves were, things were bound to change. As though answering his thoughts, a massive wave crashed into the neck of the colossus, washing over the platform. The members of the cohort were hit by a wall of blackness and instantly drenched from head to toe in salty seawater. Luckily, no one was washed away for now. The howling wind, the furious onslaught of rain, the constant flashes of lightning, and the violent cacophony of thunderclaps were already enough to instill in them the feeling that the whole world was about to split apart and crumble. With the dark waves rising to strike at the stone platform over and over again, the situation became truly disastrous. And yet they held on. Minute after minute, against all odds, the 6 humans clung to the ancient stone, refusing to be taken away by the raging tempest. Sunny didn't know how much time had passed or how far the stone giant had walked into the depths of the storm, but there was no sign of it growing weaker. In fact, it was only becoming more ferocious and terrible. However, this wasn't even what he was really afraid of. His true fear hid not in the skies that had gone mad, but in the lightless depths of the cursed sea. And soon, inevitably, his worst fears came true. With a harrowing sense of premonition, Sunny suddenly lowered his head and gazed down as though trying to see through the mass of ancient stone. Deep beneath them, he felt a gargantuan shadow rising from the depths. One of the unspeakable terrors of the dark sea was crawling from whatever abyss that had spawned it to face the marching colossus. Cursed at all, looking up, Sunny saw Kai desperately clinging to the stone saint beside him. For once, the archer did not seem dazzling. He was just wet, pale, and scared out of his wits. Behind him, Nephi's was kneeling on the stones, gripping the hilt of her silver sword, her fingers white and bloodless. Straining his hurting lungs, Sunny yelled, "B." The Due, however, before he could finish, her eyes suddenly grew wide. Swiftly turning around, Sunny saw a gargantuan tentacle slowly rising from the seething waves. Illuminated by a flash of lightning, it looked like a tall, grotesque black tower. It pierced the skies and froze for a moment, looming over the ancient colossus. Feeling his heart skip a bit, Sunny realized that he knew the sight of it. This was the same gigantic black tentacle he saw on his first night on the forgotten shore, the one that had effortlessly pulled the enormous monstrous shark under the waves and tore it in halves like a little fish. The abomination that even corrupted nightmare creatures were afraid of. Falling from above, the gargantuan tentacle crashed on the moving statue and coiled itself around its neck. Before Sunny could react, the gigantic tentacle was already wrapped around the neck of the colossus. Its bulbous flesh suddenly contracted as though trying to strangle the stone giant and pull him beneath the waves. Without ever slowing down, the ancient statue continued to walk forward. Then, in a roar of falling water, its colossal hand rose from the depths of the cursed sea and grabbed onto the tentacle. Grasping it in his stone fist, the colossus lingered for a moment and easily tore the tentacle apart. Sunny's eyes widened. One part of the gigantic black tentacle convulsed and slid off the neck of the ancient colossus, falling into the raging waves. The other part stubbornly tried to coil around his arm, but was pushed away by the stone palm and disappeared back into the depths of the cursed sea. For a few moments, the black water was silent, and then the whole surface of it suddenly exploded into the skies. Chapter 239. Clash of Titans. The surface of the cursed sea seethed and boiled, then exploded into the skies. Following the disappearance of the gargantuan tentacle, 6 others appeared from beneath the black waves. They rose and loomed above the marching colossus like twisted mountains, blocking the clamor of the storm for a fleeting moment. Sonny gritted his teeth and stared at the terrible image, trying to comprehend the scale of the approaching battle. How were tiny humans supposed to survive the fight between titans? A second later, the tentacles collapsed from the skies to assail the stone giant. Because of their size, it seemed as if they were moving in slow motion. However, Sonny knew that it was just an illusion. 4 of the arms of the unseen Leviathan submerged back under the water to coil around the legs and the torso of the Colossus, while 2 remaining ones slithered toward his hand. The ancient statue continued to walk south, seemingly unperturbed by the furious assault of the terrifying dweller of the depths. It batted one of the tentacles away and allowed the other to wrap around its wrist. Sonny didn't register whose shout that was, but followed the advice and grabbed onto the stone saint even tighter. In the furious roar of thunder and blinding lightning, the stone giant suddenly staggered and slightly careened to the side. The tentacle that was coiled around his wrist had tensed, trying to pull the hand down. The power hiding in its black, oily, bulbous flesh was so harrowing that several cracks appeared on the surface of the ancient stone. It almost looked as though the wrist of the Colossus was going to snap and explode into a torrent of shards. Instead, the giant turned his palm and grasped the tentacle, then squeezed it in an obliterating grip. The tentacle was trying to crush the ancient stone while being crushed in the fist of the stone giant in return. For a few moments, it wasn't clear which creature was more devastatingly powerful. But then the fingers of the Colossus slowly submerged into the black flash, sending rivers of dark fetid blood spilling down into the sea. Soon the tentacle was torn to shreds and had to retreat. However, the other 5 were already attacking the Colossus from below. Sonny couldn't see through the black waters of the cursed sea, but he could vividly imagine 2 of them coiling around the legs of the ancient statue, 2 wrapping around its torso, and another one holding down the hand and the mason's hammer. Whatever the gigantic tentacles were doing seemed to have worked. The pace of the walking statue slowed, as if it had to struggle against an unimaginable weight that was dragging it back. The Colossus staggered once more, then suddenly lurched forward and finally stopped. Not good. Through the soles of his feet, Sonny could feel the vibrations running through the ancient stone. The giant was trembling, as if straining to move his colossal body with all his strength. The circular platform they were hiding on slowly began to slope to the side, allowing even more waves to wash over it. The furious storm grew even stronger, as though celebrating the battle between 2 enormous creatures. The hurricane wind crushed into the cohort, pelting them with rain and seawater. The thunderclaps merged into one continuous deafening roar, and the flashes of lightning were surrounding them like a net woven from celestial flame. Suddenly the ancient statue shuddered and changed its angle. It was almost as if the Colossus was bending his waist and leaning forward. Sonny's eyes widened. He instinctively understood what was about to happen. He wasn't the only one. As the stone saint followed his command and fell to her knees to thrust a hand into a crack in the stone, Nephi screamed, "We're going under." In the next second, the Colossus leaned forward and dove under the turbulent surface of the waves. Sonny barely had time to inhale deeply. Then the cohort was once again in the cold embrace of the cursed sea. Only unlike the previous day when they had to cross the canyon, this time they were being pulled deep into the void of darkness instead of across it. Feeling a powerful current rush past him, Sonny held on for his dear life and waited. If he was right about what the Colossus was doing, they still had a chance to survive. As the pressure of the black water grew heavier and the cold of the lightless void seeped into his bones, the circular platform suddenly stopped and swayed lightly. Despite being submerged deep underwater, Sonny could hear a loud, indescribable sound spreading through the vast expanse of the cursed sea. Even though he knew that the gods were dead, he couldn't help but call out to them. But all that answered him was silence. Then finally, the body of the Colossus swayed once more and suddenly began to move up. With the same speed that they were pulled into the depths, the cohort was now being lifted from the darkness of the cursed sea back into the furious embrace of the storm. Sonny was barely conscious by the time the shoulders of the Colossus broke the surface of the water and the circular platform appeared above the waves. Glancing around, he counted the members of the cohort and made sure that no one was washed away during this harrowing dive. Then he steeled himself and turned his head to peer forward. The ancient giant had not been pulled into the black water by the unseen horror of the depths. Instead, once the gigantic tentacles had proven to be a nuisance, he had simply leaned forward and scooped the abyssal creature from the bottom of the sea. And now the Colossus was holding it in his hand, rising the Leviathan into the raging skies. Even knowing that gazing upon the true appearance of the horror of the depths was not the safest of ideas, Sunny couldn't help but look. What he saw made him shiver. Chapter 240. Shadow's slave held in the ancient statue's hand was a gargantuan skull that looked almost like that of a human, but simultaneously vastly different. Apart from the size, the shape of it was all wrong. If Sunny had to describe what exactly was different about it, he would have trouble putting it into words, but everything about the skull screamed of wrongness, malignity, and evil. The vile aura it radiated was almost palpable to the touch. Sunny suddenly felt nauseous and weak, as if just looking at the gargantuan skull was seeping the life out of him. This sensation was somewhat similar to that he had experienced when trying to read the runes describing the unknown, only magnified by 1,000 times. The most prominent and obvious difference, though, was that the gargantuan skull had 3 eye sockets instead of 2, the third one situated above the other ones right in the middle of its forehead. Its canines were also more prominent and heavy than that of a human. The lower jaw of the skull was missing, and it was from there that the 7 gigantic tentacles protruded. Surprisingly, looking at the tentacles themselves did not have the same sickening effect on Sunny. With a sense of dark astonishment, he realized that the horror of the depths was using the terrible skull as a shell, hiding inside of it like a weak and vulnerable sea creature would. Only, of course, nothing weak or vulnerable would have ever survived the corruption of these ancient bones. In fact, he could see the black, oily flash bulging from the dark chasms of the skull's 3 cavernous eye sockets. In a flash of lightning, Sunny noticed that the tentacles were moving, coiling themselves around the arm of the stone colossus. 3 of them were heavily damaged, but the remaining 4 were still full of unimaginable power. Their combined strength was more than enough to shatter the ancient stone. Despite the fact that his arm was already starting to crack, the colossus seemed indifferent to the devastating embrace of the abyssal creature. What is he doing? As if answering his question, the dark sea suddenly surged and split apart, releasing the stone giant's other arm from its cold depths. With rivers of black water streaming from it, the hand of the colossus slowly rose, reaching all the way into the raging skies. The hurricane winds broke against it, powerless to move the arm of the colossus even by a centimeter. The hammer gripped in his hand was suddenly enveloped in a ghostly blue glow. No, it wasn't really a glow. In were arcs of electricity running all over its surface. They were the harbingers of Sunny's eyes widened. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning connected the hammer to the skies. And then another and another. Dozens of lightnings landed on the stone hammer in short succession, the roar of thunder almost shattering the whole world. Enveloped in the raging shroud of electricity, the ancient stone heated and turned incandescently bright, emanating a furious orange glow. For a moment everything was still, and then with the same calm indifference the colossus brought his burning hammer down and delivered a devastating blow to the abhorrent skull. The beak of the hammer easily shattered the ancient bone and sank deep into the flesh of the horror hiding within. Sunny stared, paralyzed by awe, but in the next moment he was thrown back by a terrible, ear-piercing, cacophonous wail. That wail was like nothing that a living being should ever have been able to produce, and much louder than even the deafening thunder tearing the raging skies. It came from the dweller of the depth, whose body was deeply wounded by the stone colossus. Peering at it, Sunny saw a vast wave of dark blood gush from the terrible wound it delivered to the abyssal creature. It was something different. What flowed from the body of the horror of the depths was nothing but pure darkness, and a wall that was heading right for them. Suddenly Sunny was overwhelmed by a sense of mortal danger. What to the rest of the cohort, the darkness spilling from the terror's body must have looked no different from the tenebrous mass of storm clouds that surrounded them, the black surface of the sea, or even the fetid blood of the giant locusts that they had slain earlier. But Sunny, who could see through any shadow, knew instantly that it was not the same, because his gaze could not penetrate the lightless, undulating surface of it at all. Somehow he was certain that if that darkness touched their bodies, all of them would be done for, doomed to a fate 100 times worse than death. The kind of fate he couldn't even conceive of, let alone imagine. Twisting his body, Sunny opened his mouth and screamed as loud as he could, "Neff!" There was no more than a second left before the wave of darkness washed over them. If Changing Star was late even by a moment, or wasted time thinking over his words and deciding whether she should listen to him, but she didn't. As soon as Nephis heard the unreserved panic in Sunny's voice, she instantly summoned her flames and channeled them into her sword. A blinding white radiance suddenly enveloped the cohort, pushing the blackness of the storm away. When the wave of true darkness that flowed from the abyssal creature's wound touched the purer light, it simply ceased to exist, disappearing like a vestige of nightmare in the brightness of the day. Sunny exhaled and fell to the stones, drained of all strength. Glancing forward, he saw the ancient colossus remove his hammer and indifferently drop the harrowing giant's skull back into the surging waters of the cursed sea. The black tentacles weakly convulsed and unwrapped themselves from his arm, disappearing into the waves a few moments later. Without paying them any attention, the ancient statue lowered the hammer and continued its march south. It was as if nothing had happened. Sunny gritted his teeth and gathered whatever endurance he had left to grab onto the stone saint once again. The storm was still not over. However, somehow it didn't seem as frightening and dangerous anymore. Indeed, nothing else happened to them. Hours later, the raging winds grew weaker and the torrent of rain slowly turned into a light drizzle. The veil of tenebrous clouds was slowly torn apart and the rays of sunshine shone through the tears. Lying on the cold stone surface, Sunny stared at the sky and grimaced. Comparatively safe, my ass. Chapter 241. Halfway. As it turned out, the cohort had endured the fury of the heavens for almost an entire day. Before the storm had appeared, the night had still been far away, and now it was already a new morning. The Colossus was steadily marching south, completely unshaken by his terrifying battle with the abyssal Leviathan. Sunny was growing more and more certain that the ancient statue, while brought to a semblance of life by some unknown power, was not truly sentient. The headless giant was more like an echo than a living thing, but then even echoes seemed to possess some remnants of a personality. At least his poor scavenger had one. Quiet Dancer often behaved like a prudish and cantankerous young woman too, no matter how strange it was to describe a flying rapier in that way. Not to mention Shadows, who were much more alive than Sunny felt comfortable admitting. Compared to all of them, the Colossus seemed rather lifeless. Just what kind of a being was he? Sprawled on the ground, Sunny glanced sideways and observed the stone saint, who was standing indifferently at the edge of the platform. He wondered what this living statue thought of her strange colossal sibling. Was she in awe of him, or didn't care one way or another? But then again, he was not in the mood to think too much right now. Sunny was truly exhausted and hurting all over. Despite the incredible achievement of surviving the onslaught of 2 entire tribes of nightmare creatures, the storm, and an encounter with an actual horror of the depths, or rather because of it, the members of the cohort looked truly pathetic. Each of them was either laying on the stone surface of the swaying platform or sitting with a lost look on their face. They were all wounded, tired, and wet. Even Kai had lost his usual luster, and that alone screamed of how rough this recent hardship had been on them, even when compared to the usual ruthless reality of the forgotten shore. More than that, if Sunny wasn't wrong, the stone giant had already brought them more than 1,000 kilometers to the south, and by the evening that number was going to double. A quick way to travel across the labyrinth indeed. In 2 days, they were going to traverse 10 times more ground than Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie had managed in 2 months of their bloody journey to the Dark City, and they had only achieved that much thanks to the desperate decision to travel by boat. Not bad, even if they had to endure a few hours of pure torture and a couple of near-death moments. Plus, the speed wasn't the only benefit that riding atop the ancient colossus had brought them. With a subtly satisfied expression, Sunny listened to his body and smiled. Even without summoning the runes, he knew that he was once again at the same level as he had been before creating the Shadow Saint, and even above it. But there was no harm in looking right. As the shimmering runes appeared in the air in front of him, Sunny found the familiar cluster and blinked. Shadow fragments, 494 by 1,000. This is what? Although he knew that the battle against giant locusts and ghastly flowers brought him a bountiful harvest of fragments, he was still astonished to see just how many he had gained. In the short span of time after Cassie had warned them about the coming storm and before the wall of darkness appeared on the horizon, Sunny managed to read more than 100 of them. 132 to be exact. Most came from the blood flowers. In a direct confrontation, Sunny would have never been able to kill that many, but yesterday all he had to do was cause their hosts to plummet to the ground and let gravity do the rest. Between those sent to their deaths by the prowling thorn and those he had cut down with the midnight shard, about 24 abominations had died by his hand, and another one by his blood, but Sunny didn't want to even think about that experience ever again. Each of the ghastly flowers was an awakened monster, bringing him 4 fragments per kill. With the addition of a dozen or so locusts slain by the stone saint, Sunny ended up with this mind-boggling windfall. Not only did he return to his peak form, but he was now stronger by just shy of 100 shadow fragments. All in a day's work. Still stunned, Sunny couldn't help but shake his head. If this continued, he was going to come close to fully saturating his shadow core by the end of this expedition, which was one of the reasons he had joined it in the first place. But before today, his ambitious plans had been just a conjecture. Now they were becoming reality. By accumulating 1,000 fragments and saturating his core, Sunny was also going to learn yet another secret of his divine aspect. What exactly was going to happen once the runes showed shadow fragments 1,000 by 1,000? He was now almost halfway to finding out. But even that wasn't all. Looking at another cluster of runes, Sunny read: Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Ordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring. And right after that, 2 new sets glimmered in the air: Blood Blossom, Dark Wing. The only thing that slightly ruined his exhilaration was the fact that recently Sunny was having trouble finding memories that were actually useful to him. Of course, the Stone Saint had a ferocious appetite and could consume anything that he wasn't going to incorporate into his arsenal, but simply feeding his spoils to the shadow while rewarding in its own way was not as pleasant as acquiring a new powerful tool. With a sense of cautious anticipation, Sunny concentrated on the new memories. Well, let's take a look. Maybe it's something useful after all. Chapter 242. New Toys. Sunny decided to take a look at the Dark Wing first. Let's see what my shadow brought me. He looked at the glimmering runes. Memory rank: Awakened. Memory type: Garment. Memory description: this cloak is as light as a dragonfly's wing and as durable. Sunny stared at the description, his eyes twitching. And what does this spell mean, as durable as a bug's wing? Those aren't durable at all. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and read at the runes again. Well, maybe it has an incredible enchantment. Memory enchantments: Glide. Enchantment description: allows one to levitate slightly above the ground and slowly move in any direction or glide down softly from any height. Sunny frowned slightly, thinking about whether that memory could be useful. Then he dove into the Soul Sea and summoned the sphere of light containing the Dark Wing to take a look at its spellweave. The descriptions provided by the spell were not always very informative. It was better to study the thing himself. At first glance, the ability to fly was nothing short of incredible. Sunny had heard that there were memories that gave their owners literal wings, but never expected to encounter one before becoming an awakened or even a master. However, their usefulness differed from case to case. There were questions of height, speed, and control. No memory could have given someone the ability to fly as fast and as unrestrained as Kai could. But some came close. However, as far as these memories went, Dark Wing turned out to be of the lowest standard. It seemed that it only allowed a person to levitate or hover a couple of meters above ground and move with a very modest speed. Sunny could achieve pretty much everything that such an ability provided with the help of the Prowling Thorn and its invisible string, and do it better too. Of course, he couldn't fight while using the kunai to swing around on the string. In that regard, this new memory was better. However, after imagining himself fighting while using the Dark Wing to hover above ground, or even worse, glide in the sky, Sunny shuddered. The beautiful transparent cloak indeed looked like a pair of dragonfly's wings. It was extremely thin and brittle. The slightest strike would rip it apart, causing the wielder to plummet down. So unless Sunny wanted to die using this memory in a battle was out of the question. In short, it had little utility value compared to the Prowling Thorn and couldn't be used for aerial fights. Sunny glanced at the Stone Saint. Should I feed it to her? But after thinking about it for a couple more seconds, he shook his head. No, despite all its flaws, the Dark Wing was still a real boon. The ability to glide alone was priceless. With it, he did not need to be afraid of falling down from deadly heights. Like from the height of an ancient walking colossus, for example. The thing would only give his shadow one fragment anyway. Looking up, Sunny noticed a transparent cloak that looked like a pair of dragonfly wings suddenly appear on Cassie's shoulders. The sunlight refracted through it, making the wings glimmer slightly with all the colors of the rainbow. With an expression of wonder on her face, the blind girl made the wings move. A moment later, they disappeared into a blur, and Cassie suddenly hovered a few centimeters above the ground. So the quiet dancer had earned her the same memory his shadow had earned him. While the weak levitation ability was mostly useless to Sunny, to the blind girl it would be of tremendous help. The terrain of the Forgotten Shore was often uneven and treacherous, so being able to float above it was a true gift for someone who could not see. Sunny smiled softly and looked away. It's nice that she still knows how to laugh. A moment later his expression darkened. Closing his eyes, Sunny sighed heavily and turned his attention to the second memory he had gotten. Don't think about it. Memory, blood blossom. Memory rank, awakened. Sunny's heart skipped a bit. Charms were a rare type of memories that took the form of a small accessory, most often an amulet or a talisman. Unlike weapons, armor, and tools, they obviously had no practical value. However, charms made up for it by possessing unique and powerful enchantments. Among the elite awakened, these were the memories everyone hunted for the most. Please be good memory description. No matter how much blood was spilled, her hunger only grew. Memory enchantments, flower of evil. Enchantment description. This beautiful charm imbues all memories and echoes of its wielder. As Sunny read the description, the runes suddenly changed right before his eyes. After a moment, a new one appeared between them. This beautiful charm imbues all memories, echoes, and shadows of its wielder with an unquenching thirst for blood. They receive an overall enhancement when used against a bleeding foe and grow more powerful the more their prey bleeds. Not even paying attention to the way the spell changed the runes on the fly, Sunny froze. Or it's an aura enchantment. Aura enchantments were an extremely rare thing. Unlike the usual enchantments, they affected not only the wielder, but everything that fit their target criteria in a certain radius. No need to mention how precious such things were. And Sunny didn't just get an aura charm, but also one that provided a comprehensive augmentation to the power of all his memories, echoes, and shadows as long as his enemy bled. And the more they bled, the stronger that augmentation would grow. Beautiful Sunny was so stunned that he accidentally whispered that word out loud. A moment later, he suddenly shuddered and quickly glanced around to make sure that Effie wasn't anywhere near him when he had said it. To his relief, the huntress was on the opposite side of the platform working on the map of the forgotten shore. Sunny exhaled and furtively wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then a wide grin slowly appeared on his face. With a satisfied sigh, he rested his head on the stone and thought, "Sorry, Saint. Today you shall remain hungry." Chapter 243. Fans of a dragon. By the middle of their second day of traveling through the labyrinth atop the ancient colossus, an ominous dark line appeared on the horizon. With every minute it slowly grew closer. Pretty soon Sunny was able to tell that they were headed toward a vast mountain chain. The mountains seemed to serve as a border between the forgotten shore and the rest of the dream realm. They were tall and jagged, piercing the skies like the fangs of a giant dragon. Their distant peaks were covered in pristine white snow and wrapped in a veil of mist that streamed into the ravines and onto the ridges below. This was the place where the first lord of the castle had disappeared all those years ago, as well as the goal of their own perilous journey. As the stone giant came closer to the mountain, Sunny finally understood just how tall, magnificent, and imposing they were. Even the colossus himself looked like a tiny ant in front of these towering peaks. It was hard not to feel small and insignificant in their oppressive shadow. Slowly the terrain of the labyrinth began to rise. The mounds of coral grew smaller, the distance between them increased until finally there were as much black soil and stone outcroppings visible beneath as there were islands of vivid crimson. Finally, the blades of coral became scarce. It was as though the labyrinth was reluctant to approach the foothills of the misty mountains. As the gargantuan statue approached the border of the crimson forest, its steps slowed. The colossus seemed to be struggling to move any further. His body was slightly bent, as if he was fighting against strong wind or some invisible force that was relentlessly pulling him back into the labyrinth. Even his prodigious might was not enough to defeat the pull of the ancient curse. Finally, the stone giant staggered and stopped. This was the moment they were waiting for. Castor, Effie, and Nephi's were already climbing down, while Sunny, Cassie, and Kai stood at the edge of the circular platform. Looking down, Sunny sighed and glanced at the charming archer. "If this doesn't work, you're going to catch me, right?" Kai raised his elegant eyebrows, then smiled at him dazzlingly. "It would be my pleasure." Sunny's eye twitched. Shaking his head, he summoned the dark wing and turned away. Immediately, a cloak in the shape of two transparent wings appeared on his back. If there was one thing calming Sunny down, it was that his shadow was already on the ground. He had sent it down in advance to scout out the landing zone and make sure that nothing was waiting for the members of the cohort below. No sense in prolonging this. Gritting his teeth, Sunny commanded the dark wing to raise him above ground and stepped into emptiness. For a moment he was consumed by primal fear, but then Sunny felt that instead of plummeting down to shatter on the rocks, his body was smoothly gliding through the air. He was still losing altitude, but at a safe and pleasant pace. Two transparent wings had turned into a blur behind his back. Actually, this feeling was exhilarating. Trying to keep a wide smile from appearing on his face, Sunny reminded himself how brittle his wings were and tried to control the direction of his descent. All it took was a slight shift of his posture and a mental command to the dark wing. Soon Sunny was gliding down in a wide spiral, enjoying the feeling of wind whistling in his ears. It's a shame that others can't experience this. Initially, he was planning to take Effie on the ride of her life. With Kai and Cassie carrying the other two members of the cohort, reaching the ground would have been really easy. However, after a little bit of experimentation, they had found out that memories left behind by the terrible locusts couldn't carry too much weight. Even supporting Sunny himself was already close to the dark wing's limit, so he got to enjoy this pleasant feeling of weightlessness all by himself. After a few minutes of smooth gliding, Sunny softly landed near the stone saint and looked up. Kai and Cassie were right behind him and slightly above, already reaching the knees of the Colossus, were the other three members of the cohort. This memory might be better than I gave it credit for. Still not usable in a battle, but very handy nevertheless. Soon they were all reunited in the shadow of the ancient statue. A few moments later, the Colossus trembled. Slowly it turned around and took a giant step. The ground trembled as his feet landed on it. The six humans stood silently watching the ancient statue walk away. It was heading east, moving parallel to the impregnable wall of the Draconian mountains. Sunny suspected that the stone giant had walked all around the forgotten shore thousands of times and now was at the start, or the end, of another loop. The stone saint was watching the headless giant walk away too. Sunny glanced at her, wondering once again if his shadow felt something toward this enormous creature. He got a strange sensation that she did. However, it wasn't awe as Sunny had suspected. If anything, the hint of emotion hiding deep in the ruby eyes of the stone saint was that of disdain. Back at the ruined cathedral, Sunny had noticed that the Black Knight's armor bore a visible resemblance to that of his taciturn shadow. However, it didn't seem as though both came from the same source. It was more like the armor of the fallen devil was derived from that of the living statues, almost as if someone had tried to replicate their armaments but only managed to create a lesser facsimile. Was the stone giant the same? A failed attempt at repeating the same miraculous act of creation that had put a spark of true life into the stone saint and her brethren? There was no way to know, but still Sunny couldn't help but wonder. Soon the ground stopped trembling and the figure of the mechanically marching Colossus disappeared into the gray fog. A few moments later, Nephi's sighed and turned around to face the mountains. It was time to find a place to spend the night. Tomorrow morning they were going to start their search for the lost expedition. Chapter 244. Death Zone. This high into the foothills of the mountains, they didn't have to look long for a suitable shelter. In fact, they could have simply camped in the open. The dark sea couldn't get to them anymore. As the night descended and enveloped the world in the familiar veil of absolute darkness, Sunny volunteered to be the first one to stand watch. Gazing down the sloping surface of the rocky ground, he watched as the black waters slowly rose from the distant crimson forest to the labyrinth. It crawled up the steep slope of the foothills, straining to devour as much of them as it could, but then stopped hundreds of meters away from the place where the cohort had made their camp and swayed gently, unable to move any further, just like the headless Colossus had not been able to. Looking at the powerless waves, Sunny finally allowed himself to believe that they were now outside of the forgotten shore, or more precisely, at the very edge of it. In any case, the cursed sea was no longer a threat to them. Sunny had grown accustomed to living in the constant fear of this transient abyss. Even in the dark city, he was constantly aware of its oppressive presence. No one was free of the frightening thoughts about what would happen if the seemingly unassailable wall of the city finally gave in and fell, opening the way to the flood of darkness. But now they were safe from it. With a sigh, Sunny summoned the blood blossom. An intricate pendant in the shape of a beautiful red flower soon appeared, hanging on a black thread around his neck. He admired it for a few short moments and then hid the charm under his armor. It was better to be safe than sorry. Relaxing now was not the brightest of ideas. Yes, the dangers of the dark sea were now behind them, but he was ready to bet that actually escaping the clutches of the forgotten shore was not going to be that easy. And who said that the place beyond this desolate hell was any better? With his luck, it was only going to be worse. Consumed in thought, Sunny stared at the dark sea and waited. In the morning, the members of the cohort prepared to start the search, but before they could get to it, Nephi suddenly stopped them and peered at the towering peaks that loomed above in a veil of mist. There was a dark expression on her face. After a while, Changing Star suddenly kneeled and picked up a large rock. Straining her muscles, she crushed it in her fist and then looked at the shards with an inquisitive look. Finally, she threw the shattered pieces away and sighed. A few seconds later, Nephi spoke in a heavy tone. What was that supposed to mean? Echoing his thought, Effie scoffed. We all know where we are, princess. The southern edge of the Forgotten Shore, about 2,000 kilometers away from the Dark City. Nephi shook her head and stood up. I mean, I know where we are in the Dream Realm. What did you just say? The members of the cohort stared at her with their eyes open wide. The words Changing Star had said hit them like a bolt of lightning. She pointed at the Draconian peaks and said, her voice even. We are north of the Hollow Mountains. The name rang a bell, but Sunny couldn't quite put his finger on where exactly he had heard it. Glancing at the other members of the cohort, he noticed that everyone shared the same expression, except for Castor, who seemed to know something. Nephi lingered for a few moments and then explained. Human sphere of influence in the Dream Realms is not very large, but it has been slowly expanding for the last 30 years. There are 3 great citadels, the most prosperous of which Bastion is ruled by the noble scions of the Valor clan, and numerous lesser ones. For a time, the allies and vassals of Clan Valor used to conquer one lesser citadel after another, expanding human territory far into the north. But then their expansion in that direction stalled, because they encountered Hollow Mountains. I think I heard that from Teacher Julius. The northern border of the human territory is a wild place. Are these Hollow Mountains very dangerous? Changing Star gritted her teeth. As dangerous as it gets. Actually, beyond that. The mountain chain stretches for thousands of kilometers, forming a whole region of its own. It is marked as a death zone. Even saints don't come back from there alive. Death zones were regions of the Dream Realm populated by nightmare creatures of the 3 highest ranks, great, cursed, and unholy. Since no human had survived the 4th nightmare yet, facing even the weakest of them was a death sentence to anyone below the saint rank, and even saints had only a slight chance of prevailing against a great creature, let alone a cursed one. Somehow Sunny managed to become one of the few people alive to slay a great devil, but he had only survived that encounter by pure luck. If not for his weird trait of possessing a shadow core instead of a soul core, the unborn spawn of the vile thieving bird would have stolen his life force and killed him on the spot. And if Nephi was right, the Hollow Mountains were populated by many creatures of that caliber and higher. So what you're telling us is that this place is even worse than the Forgotten Shore? Without having to say anything, Nephi simply nodded. He had been right after all. Escaping the Forgotten Shore was simply impossible. The only way out lay in the cursed Crimson Spire, and that was where they were headed, whether he wanted to or not. With a dark expression on his face, Sunny stared at the jagged peaks of the Hollow Mountains and said, So we are going there. Nephi lingered for a few moments and then answered calmly, Let's hope not. We only need to get as far as the First Lord had gotten. That should be close to where we are right now. Sunny looked at her and nodded. In that case, let's not waste any time. The sooner we return into the labyrinth, the better. I never thought I would be impatient to return to that damned hellhole. You just never know what the future holds, huh? Chapter 245. Theater of Giants. Armed with the understanding of just how dangerous the beautiful mountains towering above them were, the cohorts set out deeper into the foothills. Because they didn't know much about the area and what type of creatures populated it, they decided to stay together. While it would have been much easier to send Kai to take a look around from above, no one wanted to take this risk. As the result, the 6 humans moved in a tight group, much like they had on the narrow streets of the Dark City and in the labyrinth. However, the landscape around them was vastly different. There were no growths of crimson coral covering the ground, just grass and outcroppings of gray rock. It almost felt like they were back on Earth. Strangely, that made Sunny feel uncomfortable. Looking around, he could see far in every direction, with no walls of coral or ancient ruined buildings obscuring his view. That made it harder for the nightmare creatures to ambush the cohort, but also impossible for the cohort to hide from anything that could have been watching. That is true, but where are all the monsters? Indeed, no matter how hard Sunny looked, he couldn't see any movement whatsoever. It was as if the entire area was completely dead. They were surrounded by complete silence, which was broken only when a member of the cohort made a sound. The picturesque scenery could have been peaceful, but felt eerie instead. Even Sunny's shadow seemed uncharacteristically listless. Full of unease, they continued to move forward. The plan was very simple. Because of Cassie's vision, they knew that the First Lord and his companions had traveled to the mountains the same way that they did, or at least followed the same route. That meant that both cohorts entered the foothills at approximately the same spot. The other thing Cassie had told them was that they were searching for a vast pit in the stone. It was hard to miss something like that, so all they had to do was to move deeper into the foothills and look around. The ground beneath their feet gently sloped upward. As time passed, it grew more and more rocky, and the incline became rather steep. Soon they were surrounded by tall boulders and had to walk on bare stone. At some point, Sunny looked back and was surprised to realize how high above the labyrinth they had climbed. By now it was far away and below them, looking like a vast crimson sea. A strange sensation settled in his heart. With a bit of introspection, Sunny realized that it was something he had lost a long time ago. The feeling of being connected to the rest of humanity. Even though all of them understood that crossing the hollow mountains was an impossible task, simply knowing where they were in relation to the rest of the Awakened made all the difference. They might have been just as stranded as they had been before, but at least they weren't lost anymore. What a nice, but useless thought. With a sigh, he turned around and hurried to catch up with the rest of the cohort. The sun was still high in the sky when they found the pit Cassie had described. It was situated in a valley just at the point where the foothills turned into proper mountains, and turned out to be something different from what everyone had imagined. Disturbingly, throughout the whole day they had not met a single living thing. In any other circumstances, Sunny would have been glad because of this strange lack of nightmare creatures, but now it was just making him nervous. Standing at the edge of it, he looked down with a feeling of awe. Cut into the flesh of the mountains, a vast quarry lay below them. Despite its incredible scale, it was clearly made by humans. A road clinging to the slope of the circular pit led to the bottom of it, wide enough for 10 carriages to ride side by side. At the far end of the quarry, the gray slope of the mountain was cut and hollowed, creating something that resembled either colossal steps or seats of an amphitheater built for giants. Here and there, massive blocks of stone stood as though ready to be transported back to the ancient city. Sunny studied the monolithic blocks of gray stone and the size of the deep quarry. Something connected in his mind. So this is where the materials for the mighty wall of the Dark City had come from. He was certain of it. To think that the ancient inhabitants of the Forgotten Shore had transported all that stone from this far away, the thought of it was nothing short of humbling. Effie, meanwhile, was staring at something with a tense look on her face. She pointed to the center of the deep quarry and said, "Over there, look." Following her gaze, Sunny strained his eyes. For a couple of moments he couldn't understand what the huntress was talking about, but then his heart skipped a bit. At the bottom of the quarry there was a giant nightmare creature. The abomination was enormous, easily twice the size of the carapace demon, who had already been as tall as a house. It looked like a strange insect, somewhat resembling a weird mix of a rhinoceros beetle and a praying mantis, with a smooth carapace, massive horn, and deadly blades attached to the joints of its limbs. The whole creature seemed to be made out of stone and was the same color as the floor of the quarry. In fact, if not for Effie's warning, Sunny might have not even noticed it. That flesh, however, was broken and shattered, lying in piles on the ground. The giant stone demon was dead, and from the looks of it, it died by a human hand. Sunny turned to Nephis and hesitated for a moment. "Those are sword cuts, aren't they?" Changing Star was silent for a bit and then said in a dark tone, "It's hard to tell. We'll need to get closer to take a proper look." Chapter 246. Irrefutable proof. Ready for the worst, the cohort summoned their weapons and slowly moved down the wide road that led to the bottom of the quarry. From reaching the foothills of the Hollow Mountains till now, they had not met a single nightmare creature, but that was not a reason to lower their guard. Walking on the ancient path, all of them couldn't help but steal glances at the corpse of the giant stone demon, as though expecting it to come back to life and attack them at any moment. If living on the Forgotten Shore had taught him anything, it was to always expect the worst. Some time later, Effie spoke. "See those deep fractures on the floor of the quarry? I think that this thing had burrowed from below." Remembering his encounter with the rolling stone, Sunny looked down with a sour expression. That clumsy creature was more funny than dangerous, but only because its teeth were vastly outclassed by a puppeteer's shroud. If something with more bite were to ambush them from below, who knew what was going to happen? With a simple thought, Sunny summoned the stone saint and ordered her to keep close. The taciturn monster stared at the tall peaks of the Hollow Mountains for a few moments, as though subtly affected by the sight of them. Then she lowered her head and silently followed his command. After tense and exhausting half an hour of descending into the deep pit, the cohort finally got close to the remains of the giant stone insect. Cautiously stopping a few dozen meters away from it, they hesitated, not sure how to proceed. Finally, Nephi sighed and walked forward, approaching the shattered body of the dead demon, if that was what it had been or was. As their leader came close enough to the carcass to touch it with her hand, all of them held their breaths. A few seconds went by, then a few more. Nothing jumped at Changing Star from below the stones. The giant creature had not moved, nor had it shown any signs of coming back to life. The demon just lay there, its body shattered and broken, terrifying even in death. And it indeed was truly, really dead. Glancing at the indifferent Saint, Sonny let out a sigh of relief. Even though he was prepared for a tough battle, he hoped that this time they would be able to avoid it. The members of the cohort had yet to fully recover from the harrowing journey atop the walking colossus, so they weren't in the best of shapes. Well, at least Sonny was not, partially because he had refused Neff's offer to vanquish his wounds with her purifying flame. They were healing fast thanks to the blood weave and the 500 shadow fragmentomos that he had accumulated, but his body was yet to fully recover. Turning her head, Nephi looked at them and said, "Come closer." Encouraged by her words, the members of the cohort finally put their caution to rest and walked over to the dead creature. Of course, they were still prepared to instantly react in case something unexpected happened. The 6 of them spent a few minutes studying the remains to determine whether the terrible creature was killed by a human or something of its own kind. Sonny glanced at the tall mountains and spent a few seconds watching as the white mist rolled down from their peaks, flowing down the jagged slopes like a waterfall made of clouds. With a sigh, he turned away from the wall of mist that was still some distance away from the valley where the quarry was situated, and concentrated on the corpse of the stone demon. Whatever had killed it was not something Sonny would wish to meet in a battle. The flesh of the creature was indeed made of stone. That had not stopped the fearsome attackers, however. The carapace of the giant granite abomination was shattered in many places and melted in others, but mostly it was cut and pierced. Apart from a few enormous wounds, there were numerous smaller ones, many of them looking as though they could have come from a sword, an axe, or a spear. And yet he wasn't sure. Sonny was not really an expert in such things. However, he was an expert in all things having to do with greed and avarice. Instead of focusing on the nature of the damage done to the giant abomination, Sonny walked around and found its abdomen, which was damaged especially severely. With a reluctant sigh, he climbed atop the stone corpse and then inside of it. The other members of the cohort stared at him with expressions ranging from surprise to revulsion. A couple of minutes later, Sonny climbed out of the dead demon and shook off stone dust from his armor and hair. Then he glanced at his companions and frowned. Kai stared at him with a complicated expression and then asked, "Sonny, do you want to tell us something?" Sonny gave him a nod and grinned. This thing was indeed killed by a human. The charming archer raised an eyebrow and asked in a dubious tone, "Really?" Sonny jumped down and shrugged. "The soul shards are missing." A few moments later, an expression of understanding appeared on Kai's face. Indeed, most nightmare creatures had no use for the soul shards. Just like humans who directly absorbed soul essence after killing one of their own kind, they fed from the kill itself as opposed to the act of retrieving and crushing the remnants of broken soul cores. If they weren't bizarre terrors like the Soul Devourer, of course, but the chances of encountering another one of those here were rather low. It was reasonable to assume that the soul shards were removed by humans. His discovery was solid enough proof of the fact that it was indeed the First Lord's cohort that had battled and slain the terrifying creature. They had really found the signs of the lost expedition. But there was another proof for this conclusion, this one irrefutable. Nephi, who had wandered away from the remains of the demon at some point, suddenly called them over. The members of the cohort glanced at each other, then slowly approached her, trying to understand what was it that she had found. Changing Star was standing near one of the piles of rocks that were littering the ground around the body of the dead creature, looking at it with a solemn expression. Most of them came from its shattered carapace, while some were created because the floor of the quarry was broken apart and churned during the ferocious battle. Why was Nephi so interested in that one in particular? Looking closer, Sonny suddenly realized that this pile of rocks was different from all others. It was lower, roughly oval in shape, its contour too perfect to be the result of a pure coincidence. It seemed as though each rock was painstakingly placed here by a human hand, perhaps in hopes to make the pile as orderly and sturdy as possible. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down Sonny's spine. he finally realized what he was looking at. This was not really a pile of rocks. Chapter 247. The mist standing around the cairn. The members of the cohort looked at it with somber expressions, except for Cassie, who turned away and faced the mountainside as though trying to hide her emotions. Now that they knew what they were looking at, their mood suddenly became forlorn and solemn. People stranded on the forgotten shore were well acquainted with death and tragedy, but finding this lonely grave so far away from any place where another human could find it lost under the alien gray sky of the dream realm was still a poignant revelation. None of them had ever met the dreamers of the first cohort, but after living in the shadow of their legendary achievements and hearing stories of their deeds for so long, it felt as though this grave belonged to one of their own. Because of how bleak and tense the reality of the bright castle was, it was easy to forget that in this cursed world all of them were fellow humans. But in front of the quiet grave the truth was stark and cutting. It was them alone against the endless tide of nightmare creatures, and every human life lost diminished them all. Sunny sighed and noticed that there were words carved into one of the stones placed on top of the cairn. It took him a while to make sense of the inscription because it wasn't written with the runes he had grown accustomed to. Instead, it was written in simple letters of the human language, which looked strange and alien in this forsaken land. Cut into the stone by unknown means, a single sentence was left behind on the otherwise unmarked grave. Her nightmare is over. With a heavy heart, Sunny silently repeated it several times. It was strange how much meaning could be expressed with so few words. They echoed in his mind and lingered there, leaving a deep and mournful mark. Rest in peace, whoever you are. I hope that your dreams are sweet and serene now. With that, he turned away and gritted his teeth. When would their own nightmares be over? The other members of the cohort were slowly coming back from their sudden reverie. Kai sighed and looked at Changing Star, his face full of sadness. I guess this is what we've been looking for. The First Lord and his expedition definitely passed this way. Nephi threw a last glance at the grave and turned to face the charming archer. There should be an entrance to an old mine somewhere nearby. From what Cassie had seen, this is where they went. Something in what she said made him uneasy. Turning his head, he looked at Cassie, who was still silently standing a few steps away from them, her head turned to the mountains. It seemed as though the blind girl was enjoying the sight of white mist that was flowing down the mountain slopes, slowly approaching the valley. She had been awfully quiet all this time. With an ominous feeling suddenly gripping his heart, Sunny gestured to Nephi to draw her attention. Changing Star frowned, then followed his gaze and slightly changed in the face. Walking over to her friend, she carefully placed her hand on the blind girl's shoulder. Instantly Cassie flinched and turned around, her face pale. Did you see something? There was an expression of terror written on the blind girl's face. For a few moments she just breathed heavily, as though trying to control herself. Finally she spoke, her voice quiet but steady. The mist. We must get underground before the mist comes. If not, all of us will die. Nephi didn't waste any time questioning Cassie further. Turning around, she shouted, Sunny Knight, find the entrance to the mine quick. A moment later, Kai rose into the air and dashed toward the giant amphitheater on the opposite side of the quarry. Sunny did not hesitate too. His shadow detached from his feet and glided away with startling speed. Despite the urgency of the situation, he remained calm. So, I guess there is a reason why we haven't met a single living creature in this place after all. Sunny had expected something like this to happen from the very moment they entered the foothills of the Hollow Mountains. Even before learning about how dangerous these peaks were, he had already known that no land that the Crimson Coral was incapable of growing on could be safe. Prepare to move as soon as the scouts find anything. Glancing at the white wall of mist that was already starting to seep into the valley, Nephi lingered for a moment, then summoned her sword. Behind her, Cassie rose slightly above the ground and unsheathed the quiet dancer, holding the elegant rapier in her left hand. Two transparent wings turned into a blur behind her back. Looking at them, Sunny sighed and walked over to stand near the stone saint. His mind was preoccupied with perceiving the world through the shadow. Then he closed his eyes to concentrate on his other senses. The shadow and Kai found the entrance to the mine almost simultaneously. A tall archway was cut right into the side of the mountain with false columns carved into the rock around it. The mouth of the tunnel was dark and ominous. There was a twisting path leading away from the mine into the quarry. Sunny couldn't see where it exited the maze of stone blocks, but was sure that Kai would see it from above. Opening his eyes, he noticed that the wall of mist was now looming above them, mere seconds from falling down into the quarry, and said, Follow me." With that he ran toward the general direction of where the mine was situated. The others ran behind him, exerting as much speed as they could manage, except for Castor, of course. Halfway to the wall of the quarry, Kai landed near them and gestured to a barely visible opening between the stone steps. They entered the hidden path and ran as fast as they could, soon approaching the wide tunnel. At the very edge of darkness, Sunny stopped for a second and looked back at the swiftly approaching wall of mist. As he gazed into the milky fog, a cold and heavy feeling of dread suddenly grasped his heart. Not wasting any more time, he turned around and dove into the shadows. A few moments later, the mist swirled around the entrance of the tunnel and devoured the rest of the world. Chapter 248. Those who survived. Leaving the mouth of the tunnel and the swirling white mist behind, the cohort cautiously went further into the darkness. As they walked, they summoned the memories that produced light to illuminate the way. The tunnel leading into the mine was wide and spacious. Despite the ruthless flow of time, it had remained in perfect condition, just like the ancient wall that surrounded the dark city. The floor was inclined and led down deep into the belly of the mountain. Sunny sighed, not happy with the idea that they had to travel further into this deadly region of the dream realm. Who knew what horrors lived in the darkness at the roots of the hollow mountains? The only thing that consoled him was that with some luck the cohort wouldn't have to go too far. They just had to find the remains of the doomed expedition that had disappeared somewhere down below. He wasn't entirely comfortable hoping that those people had died sooner rather than later, but they were dead either way. What Sunny cared about the most was for him and his companions to not follow suit. Walking at the back of the party, he glanced at the 5 people in front of him. How did Changing Stars' cohort stacked against that of the First Lord? Were they weaker, stronger, or just about the same? Regarding Nephise herself, he doubted that the young man who had led a group of sleepers to conquer the Bright Castle could have been more powerful or driven than her, at least not at the start. However, he had much more time to accumulate power and resources before venturing into the Hollow Mountains to find his death. 15 years ago, when he had entered the Dream Realm and got stranded on the Forgotten Shore, things were much different from now. The Immortal Flame Clan was yet to fall, for one. In fact, it was not long after Broken Sword Neff's father had become the first human to conquer the third nightmare and achieve the rank of saint. Would the world be different if the First Lord managed to find a way out and return to reality? If the era of the nightmare spell had shown anything to humanity, it was that history was often changed by individuals as opposed to events and invisible currents. The influence one extraordinary person could exert on history in a time of adversity was hard to deny. From everything that Sunny knew about the First Lord, a man like him could have done a lot to improve the position humanity was in. What a shame that he had perished in this god-forsaken hell, the story of his incredible deeds known only to a handful of people as unfortunate as him. But how many were there of such brilliant youths killed before their time by the nightmare spell? In the end, history was not written by the best, but by those who survived. Glancing at the people walking in front of him, Sunny couldn't help but think, how many of us will survive? Each member of the cohort was incredibly strong. Just like Nephise was at least an equal to the First Lord, her companions were most likely equal to his. Because of Effie's light-hearted and carefree demeanor, it was easy to forget how fearsome of a warrior she was. The huntress had not survived 3 years of stalking monsters on the cursed streets of the Dark City alone by accident. Hundreds upon hundreds of vicious nightmare creatures fell by her hand. As much as Sunny hated to admit it, Castor was a true powerhouse among the sleepers too. His incredible aspect ability, outstanding skill, cold intelligence, and the wide arsenal of inherited memories made him a deadly threat to anyone foolish enough to become his enemy. Kai was not as ferocious of a fighter as the core members of the cohort, but his ability to fly, coupled with the mastery of the bow and the ascended arrow that Sunny had sold him, made him a real menace in a battle too. Cassie was not much of a fighter, but her gift was arguably more important than any combat aspect ability could ever be. Especially so on the Forgotten Shore, where inconceivable dangers lurked under each rock. And then there was Sunny himself. Sunny was perhaps the deadliest of them all. If he wanted to, he could have killed every member of the cohort twice over. With the exception of Nephise himself, of course. If the two of them had to face each other in battle, he didn't count his chances too high. As they walked deeper into the mine, there were more tunnels forking away from the main one. The cohort turned a few times, choosing the path that led further down underground. Soon the walls surrounding them changed. More and more they were decorated with the intricate stone carving that the inhabitants of the ancient city had loved so much. At first these carvings were strictly decorative and mostly senseless, shaped into beautiful patterns of lines and simple images. But then slowly something about them changed. Sunny was perhaps the only one who paid attention to the carvings. He was still planning to clear the floor of the ruined library of rubble and study the vast fresco that was hidden beneath. The project he had been working on before the events of these recent weeks had taken him away. However, the condition of the carvings back in the ancient city was mostly terrible. The unknown disaster that had wiped out its inhabitants, the passage of time, and the nightmare creatures left most of them in ruins. Here in a remote mine, however, the carvings were preserved in pristine condition. When Sunny finally saw what was depicted on them, his breath became faster. The answers to many questions that were tormenting him were right there, carved into these walls. Chapter 249. Curse of Darkness. Depicted on the ancient engravings, a beautiful land was bathed in sunlight. Lush forests, glistening rivers, and fields of flowers surrounded human cities built of stone. From what Sunny could tell, this was the forgotten shore before the mysterious and terrifying curse had turned it into the desolate hell it was today. In the next mural, the beautiful land rested under the sky that was full of stars. Suddenly one of them fell to the ground, causing a wave of destruction to wash over the human cities. When people approached the center of the crater left behind by the falling star, Sunny almost stumbled when he saw the next engraving. In it, a naked human figure was standing at the bottom of the crater, wreathed in light. The inhabitants of the stone cities were surrounding the radiant figure, dressed in archaic garments and armor. The figure seemed beautiful and pure, as though untouched by the imperfections of the mundane world. What made Sunny lose his composure was not its beauty and not how eerily familiar the soft radiance emanated by its skin was, but on it 3 eyes were burning with pure incandescent light. 2 were just like that of a human, with the third one situated above the other ones, right in the middle of the creature's forehead, just like that of the terrible skull that the walking colossus had shattered with his stone hammer in the middle of a raging storm. To Sunny's dismay, the next engraving was heavily damaged. He couldn't discern anything of what was depicted on it. However, the one after that was in almost perfect condition. On it, the radiant figure was kneeling on the ground, its chest pierced by the spear of the tallest human among the inhabitants of the beautiful land. What flowed from the terrible wound, however, was not blood, but an endless flood of pure darkness. Why did they attack it? Left without an answer, Sunny walked forward and soon reached the next mural. He saw darkness devouring the humans scattered around the fatally wounded creature and spread. Soon it devoured the crater left by the fallen star too, and then it devoured the entire world. The curse of all-consuming darkness, he whispered. Finally, Sunny got a glimpse at the origin of the terrible disaster that had destroyed this land and turned it into a hellish nightmare. Although the details of it were still unclear, one of the mysteries he had been trying to solve now had an answer. But the story told by the engravings was not yet over. Walking further into the ancient mine, Sunny learned of what had happened next. As the darkness spread across the world, it reached the skies. The stars were either devoured by it or fell down, turning the sky into a terrible lightless abyss. The sun never rose above the cursed land again, leaving humans trembling in the cold. Soon horrifying creatures came from the darkness to devour them. The best and the brightest of the ancient civilization took arms to defend their cities, and for a while they were able to resist the tide of monsters. But then humans themselves started to turn into abominable horrors. At that point, Sunny felt a cold shiver running down his spine and couldn't help but tremble. Not because he was affected by the tragic disaster that had befallen these ancient people, but because it all seemed so terrifyingly familiar. The details might not have been the same, but the end result was eerily similar to what was happening in the real world right now. A curse that suddenly appeared and spread across the entire world. The horrible monsters that came from nowhere to attack settlements and devour humans. The champions who had taken charge of defending their kind from the abominable creatures. And the fact that some humans had begun turning into those creatures themselves. Was it not the same as the nightmare spell spreading like a plague across the globe, the nightmare creatures coming through the gates, the awakened rising to fight against them, and the unfortunate souls who failed their first nightmare transforming into monstrous abominations? The only difference was that the story of the civilization of the Forgotten Shore was already over. Eventually the curse had destroyed it. The people of his own world, however, were still trying to resist such fate. But was it even possible to defeat fate? The inhabitants of the Forgotten Shore were proud and mighty. They were capable of building cities that stood for thousands of years and fighting against the most terrifying monsters on equal footing. and yet in the end they were utterly obliterated and wiped out. Their land had become a cursed desert. Would the real world turn into a desolate hell like the Forgotten Shore too one day? With a dark expression on his face, Sonny turned away from the engraving he was staring at and walked away. There were a few more left ahead still. On one of them, 7 heroes came together from different parts of the Dark Land. Under their protection and guidance, people living in the darkness migrated from their half-destroyed cities and came to the shore of the vast crater. There they built a new home for themselves, one surrounded by a mighty wall that no monster could scale or breach. One of the heroes, a man depicted with a mason's hammer in his hand, was in charge of building the wall. Despite the fact that the part of the engraving depicting his face was damaged, it was unmistakably one of the 7 founders of the Starlight Legion, the man whose statue had carried them across the Forgotten Shore. In the second-to-last engraving, the mighty wall was finished and the city was prospering amidst the darkness. The 7 heroes stood at some distance from its surroundings. Sonny's eyes narrowed. The 7 heroes were surrounding an inconceivably tall tower. It loomed above them, connecting heaven and earth like the axis of the world. Despite its cyclopean height, the tower was still unfinished. Only it was not crimson yet, as there were no growths of cursed coral covering its walls. On the last engraving, the tower was complete, and on top of it, a new sun was burning bright, bathing the land and the celebrating people in the light once again. The darkness was gone. Chapter 250. Defiant Oath. Sonny stared at the last engraving for a few moments and then continued walking. The revelations he had uncovered on the walls of the ancient mine gave him a lot to think about. The truth that he had been piecing together for a very long time was finally more complete than fragmented. So something had indeed fallen from the sky and put a start to the eventual destruction of this land. Sonny had suspected that this was the case for a while now, especially after witnessing the colossal impact crater that was situated between the Dark City and the Ashen Barrow. At times he had been almost ready to believe that it was really the result of the vile thieving bird dropping the Weaver's eye on the mortal realm below, as written in the description of the lineage memory he had consumed. The thieving bird had gone mad after looking at the reflection of the unknown, which was apparently forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupil. The madness and corruption that reigned over the Forgotten Shore were similar enough for him to draw a parallel. However, now he knew that it had been an actual being that had fallen from the skies, wreathed in light and flame. A beautiful figure that emanated brilliant radiance and had 3 eyes on its terrible, perfect face. Sonny didn't know what led the ancient humans to attack it, but they had killed the creature, perhaps managing such a feat only because it was already weakened by its fall from the heavens and the events that had sent it plummeting down. But by doing so, they had unleashed the flood of darkness and caused the destruction of their land. Sonny was under the impression that the annihilation of the ancient civilization had been instantaneous, but as it turned out, humans had continued to fight against the curse for a long time. Generations even. That's why the founders of the Starlight Legion were described as being born in the all-consuming darkness. He didn't know whether the monsters that came to feast on the human flesh had been contained within the body of the fallen being along with the ocean of darkness, or whether they were all humans corrupted by the curse, with those present at the moment of the creature's death becoming the most terrifying ones. What he did know, however, was that the Starlight Legion had managed to push the monsters back and build an impregnable fortress for the humans under their protection. That fortress would later become the Dark City. And then the founders of the Legion had achieved something even more inconceivable. They had built the Cyclopean Spire and somehow used it to create an artificial star. Yes, the sun shining above the Forgotten Shore was not real. It was in fact a human creation. Speak about ambition. It was hard not to feel awe after learning that those 7 madmen had actually managed to create a sun. They had made a defiant oath to return light to the cursed land and gone about it with terrifying resolve and sincerity. The story depicted in the ancient engravings ended with a celebration. The forces of good had vanquished the curse of darkness and brought a new era of light and prosperity to the inhabitants of the ancient city. However, that was not where history ended. Something happened between then and now that had caused the obliteration of the ancient civilization, the corruption of the spire, and the appearance of the Crimson Labyrinth. That was a mystery for another day. Perhaps he would be able to find the answer to it back at the Dark City. What Sonny did note, however, was the difference between the dark reality shown in the engravings and the state the Forgotten Shore was now. Yes, the ancient murals showed a world completely devoid of light, but it was different from the hell that Sonny and the other members of the cohort knew. The engravings did not show the curse of darkness as a literal sea. With no sun and no sea, there was no cycle of tides that turned the forgotten shore into an ocean of black water every night. The dark sea had appeared at the same time as the labyrinth then, or at least as the result of the same event. Sunny was sure that the two were connected, but he didn't know what significance that information hid. The other thing he had noted was that while other members of the party were initially indifferent to the ancient engravings, some that changed when they had been walking past the mural depicting the radiant being with three incandescent eyes. Neff's had stopped and looked at it for several long moments. Then she turned her head away, lingered for a second, and continued walking. Sunny had not missed that detail. However, he couldn't even begin to guess what it meant. Some time later they entered a wide circular hall. In the center of it a dark chasm opened into the depths of the mountains, leading so far down that Sunny couldn't even see its bottom. It looked like the gates of the underworld. 1,000 years ago, there were wooden ladders and platforms leading down the main shaft of the mine, as well as a system of ropes and pulleys to lower the miners and lift containers full of precious ores up. Of course, all of that had rotten and collapsed a long time ago. With a sigh, Sunny glanced at Neff's and asked, "We are climbing down, aren't we?" Instead of answering, she simply summoned the golden rope and shrugged. "At least give me some time to scout ahead and see if anything is waiting for us at the bottom of this thing." With that, he sent his shadow down the wall of the endless shaft. The shadow wasn't very ecstatic at the prospect of gliding down into the depths of the scary well, though. Giving Sunny a resentful glare, it sighed and dove down with visible reluctance. A few minutes later, the shadow reached as far down as the range of shadow control allowed. It was still not at the bottom of the mine, but at least there were no primordial horrors in its sight. Sunny summoned the Dark Wing and gave the members of the cohort a nod. Who knows what might happen? Chapter 251. Boundary of the Underworld. Standing on the edge of the bottomless well, Sunny sighed and summoned the prowling thorn. Then he commanded the Dark Wing to come to life and took a step into the emptiness. The dragonfly wings of his enchanted cloak were too fragile to rely on them alone in a situation that posed unknown risks. It was better to have a backup at hand. Softly gliding down, he descended in a straight line for a few moments, then made a turn and glanced at the other members of the party. The golden rope had been thrown into the darkness. Nephis, Effie, and Castor were already climbing down, while Kai hovered near them ready to draw his bow should anything attack the cohort. Cassie was by his side, holding the quiet dancer in her hand. The elegant rapier served as her guide as well as support, allowing the blind girl to make better use of the transparent wings. With it she was able to zip around with considerable speed or stay in one place without any surface beneath her feet. Just like that, the cohort descended to the bottom of the ancient mine. Sunny was gliding down in a wide spiral, sometimes close enough to the wall of the well to touch it with his hand. He was slightly ahead of the rest of the group. When the distance between them grew too much, he would insert the dagger into a crack in the stone and wait for others attached to the vertical wall like a strange insect. His shadow moved further and further down, exploring the darkness below. Despite the tension that permeated the air, in the end, nothing had attacked the group of descending humans. They discovered the reason for this unexpected respite at the bottom of the mine. Sunny was the first one to land on solid ground. With other members of the cohort still a few dozen meters away, for some time he was left in complete darkness. As soon as he took a step, something crunched under his foot. Looking down, Sunny saw a piece of pale bone. A few meters away from him, the remains of a giant skeletal creature lay broken on the ground. It resembled a snake with hundreds of tiny claws growing from its belly and a terrifying round maw. Glancing up, he judged that the length of the dead abomination was enough to coil around the whole shaft of the mine at least several times. While Sunny was thinking, the other members of the cohort approached the ground. The light of their lantern memories fell on him and shone further, revealing the remains of the colossal bone worm. Exposed by this light, a nimble shadow glided on the stone and attached itself to Sunny's feet. Nephis was the first one to jump down. Glancing at the repulsive nightmare creature, she outstretched one hand and asked, "Sunny, nothing is moving out here." Soon all of them were on the ground. Gathering around the giant worm, everyone had the same thought. Fighting the thing on the vertical wall of the well would have been a true nightmare. Sunny didn't know how the members of the Lost Expedition had managed to defeat the terrifying creature, but was thankful to them. He would not have wanted to test the durability of the Dark Wing if that thing suddenly lunged at him from the dark. There was a disturbing question now in his mind, however. If the cohort of the First Lord was strong and capable enough to slay the stone abomination that used to guard the quarry and the worm that lived in the well of the mine, then was kind of a horror had killed them all in the end. With a dark expression on his face, Sunny turned away from the dead creature and walked into the darkness. Not too far from the corpse of the abominable worm, they stumbled upon an abandoned campsite. A makeshift fire pit was built on the rock floor with 5 large stones surrounding it for the humans to sit on. A bit further, a low barricade was constructed out of the rubble, protecting the camp from unwelcomed visitors. The lost expedition had definitely been here. Since they had been walking, climbing, and running for the better half of the day, the cohorts decided to settle for the night and continue the search tomorrow. Soon the orange glow of a bonfire chased away the darkness. It was a bit strange to relax and cook food in the same place where the First Lord and his companions had rested and prepared theirs all those years ago. Sunny felt as though he was touching history. However, he didn't have too much time for empty thoughts. If what Nephis had told him at the start of this expedition was true, tomorrow was going to be his time to shine. The next day, the cohort ventured further into the tunnels of the ancient mine. No one could tell how deep underground they were exactly, but the feeling of countless tons of stone looming over their heads ready to come crashing down and bury them under their terrible weight was not a pleasant one. They were in the belly of the mountains now. After several hours of walking through narrow tunnels, Sunny suddenly felt a soft breeze touch his cheeks. A few minutes later, a distant rustle reached his ears. The deeper they went into the darkness, the louder that rustle became, until finally turning into an easily discernible murmur of running water. Soon they reached the dark shore of a wide underground river. The running water was black as ink, but not in the way that the waves of the cursed sea had been. There was no smell of salt in the air too. Wisps of mist were rising above the surface of the subterranean river, swirling in the silent darkness. It looked like a boundary of the underworld. There was a stone pillar built on the shore, and tied to it a beautiful boat made of pale wood swayed gently on the cold black surface of the dark river. Looking at the graceful boat, Sunny sighed. It was time to earn his keep. Chapter 252 Unseen. This was the last secret about the fate of the lost expedition that Cassie had gleaned from her visions. But even then, the knowledge she had received was fragmented and incomplete. All she could tell the members of the cohort was that once they crossed the dark river, and until reaching the next boundary, they had to keep their eyes closed at all costs, no matter what happened. No living thing could see what lay beyond these cold waters and remain. At least that was what she told them. Cassie didn't really know herself what would happen if someone failed to follow that rule, but said that she had never felt more terror than in the short moment before the vision showing her the fate of the lost expedition had shattered and everything had grown dark. This was telling a lot, considering what kinds of horrors the blind girl saw in her vision routinely. In any case, this was where Sunny came in. While looking through the eyes of the shadow was still too dangerous, he could lead the cohort to their destination with the help of his ability to sense space through the shapes of shadows populating it. Standing on the shore of the dark river, 6 humans tied the golden rope around their waists. When everyone was ready, Nephis took out 6 strips of cloth and a block of wax. Lighting a small white flame on her palm, she sighed and turned to Effie. The huntress made a complicated face, but then obediently approached their leader. What followed next looked simultaneously intimate and disturbing. Using her flames to melt the wax, Changing Star gently took Effie's face in her hands, and after the huntress shut her eyes tightly, sealed them with melted wax. Then she tied the strip of cloth around Effie's head to hold it in place. One after another, every member of the cohort went through the same procedure. When Sunny's turn came, he shifted slightly when Neff's cool hands touched his cheeks. A few moments later, he was blind. Is this how Cassie lives? Commanding his shadow to not see anything, Sunny was left in utter darkness. However, he still had it better than the blind girl. His shadow sense was still working, at least. With its help, Sunny could more or less tell what was where. This form of perception was vastly different from sight, but could serve the same purpose in a pinch, be it very poorly, if conditions were right. Luckily, he had practiced navigating the world with the help of nothing else but shadow sense in the past. This was how he had defeated the strange basilisk creature in the dark city, among other things. Leading the group of staggering humans to the graceful boat, he helped them to board it and untied the rope holding it in place. Then Sunny found the oar and pulled on it, propelling the boat across the dark river. Soon cold mist shrouded everything around. The deeper into the mist they sailed, the more it felt like they were leaving one world behind and entering another. A much darker, much more ancient, much more terrifying world. No one felt compelled to speak, so the silence was broken only by the murmur of rushing water and the creaking of the wooden oar. "This is not too bad. I am not scared witless at all." Calming himself down with these silly thoughts, Sunny continued to guide the boat. However, one thing kept making him shiver. Being surrounded by mist and having to keep his eyes closed, Sunny couldn't help but remember the harrowing encounter with the being that appeared in a veil of fog and tried and lure him into gazing at it using a stolen voice. Was this where it came from? After some time had passed, he couldn't tell how much. No matter how hard he tried, Sunny suddenly sensed a solid mass in the distance. This was the opposite shore of the dark river. Soon they were drawing near to it. As the bottom of the boat scraped against stone, Sunny jumped to the pier and tied the rope around the stone pillar. Then he helped the others disembark. Turning his head, he sensed another shape swaying on the surface of the water. There was a second boat here, presumably the one First Lord and his companions used to cross. But unlike Nephi's and her cohorts, there had not been an oracle in their ranks. No one had warned them to keep their eyes shut. Maybe this was the reason why none of them had returned. Turning his back to the river with a strong feeling of unease, Sunny faced the mouth of the tunnel that led deeper underground. Letting out a resentful sigh, he slightly tugged on the golden rope and took a step forward. The other members of the cohort had no choice but to follow him. A few seconds later they disappeared into the tunnel, leaving the shore of the silent river behind. As soon as Sunny stepped into the tunnel, he felt cold shivers running down his spine. Although he couldn't see anything about it, he could tell that it was different from the ones they had traversed earlier. This one still felt like it had been cut through the flesh of the mountains by someone or something, as opposed to being formed by a natural process. However, its creators were unmistakably different from the humans that had created the mine and the quarry outside. Everything about it was more pronounced, more skillful. The shadows populating the tunnel were different too. They were much deeper, much darker, and much more ancient. Soon the tunnel turned into a maze of wide passages, all filled with nothing but mist and silence. Of course, it's a maze. Everything in this damn place just has to be a maze. Before Sunny could finish the thought, though, he suddenly froze, paralyzed by fear. Because right in front of them he felt the presence of a shadow that was different from all the others. Chapter 253. Without a master, the human shadow stood lonesomely in the mist, strangely aloof and motionless. As Sunny pulled on the golden rope to command his companions to stop, it shifted slightly and turned away, then became still once again. Sunny sensed a cold, dreadful feeling settle in his heart. The possibility of encountering another human in this dark and terrifying place was already unsettling enough. He did not consider even for a second that one of the members of the lost expedition could have survived down here in the darkness for all these years, not unless they were no longer human. But even that was not the cause for the coldness and dread he felt. The real reason had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with his unique aspect. Because of it, Sunny sensed that there was something terribly, utterly wrong with the shadow. The feeling he got from it was one of eerie and utter rawness. However, it didn't seem to be dangerous or hostile. Instead, it felt lost, empty, and mournful. The shadow was full of sorrow and anguish that he could not describe with words. Sunny was not that empathetic when it came to humans, but strangely he couldn't help but share in the suffering of this lonely shadow. Maybe because in a sense they were kin. As he was observing the shadow, unsure what to do, it made a few steps in a random direction and then stopped, hesitantly lingering there without moving. Then it walked back and froze once again. It was as though the shadow was lost. A few moments later, Sunny finally understood the nature of the deep feeling of rawness he felt in the lonesome shadow. When he did, a cold shiver ran through his entire body. The reason why this shadow was so strange and eerie was because it wasn't connected to anyone. There was no human casting it. Not anymore, at least. The human that the shadow had once belonged to was gone, cut from existence by some unknown power. Sunny couldn't sense any bones anywhere either. It was as if the human had not been killed but simply erased, while the shadow remained to wander aimlessly in the mist for all eternity. What a terrible fate, but the question remained, what was he supposed to do now? The shadow was in his way. Sunny had to either walk past it or return back and try to find another way through the maze. But what threat could this pitiful thing pose? It was just a shadow after all. His own couldn't harm a fly no matter how hard it tried. This one had to be the same. With a deep sigh, Sunny slowly walked forward. With each step he took, he could sense the lonesome shadow better. At some point it sensed him too. Turning to face Sunny, the shadow hesitated for a few moments, then tentatively glided closer. He could feel an outburst of muted emotions radiating from it: surprise, hope, and then sudden despair. Realizing that he wasn't its long-lost master, the shadow froze. Its shoulders dropped. Sensing the deep well of loneliness, anguish, and sorrow in front of him, Sunny tilted his head to the side. Then, following an impulse, he outstretched his hand to the shadow. "Here, take my hand. You don't have to be alone anymore." The shadow trembled as if it heard his silent invitation. Then it lingered for a few moments and approached him with uncertainty. Finally, it raised its hand and tentatively placed it in the hand of his own shadow. A moment later, it disappeared. Your shadow grows stronger. Diving into the soul sea, he walked along the rows of silent shadows standing on the surface of the tranquil water. And there, just as he had expected, he saw a new one. A shadow of a graceful young woman was standing among them, as motionless and still as the rest of them. Her anguish, sorrow, and loneliness were gone. The shadow seemed to finally be at peace. Sunny looked at her for a few moments, his heart heavy. Finally, he said, "Welcome. Your nightmare is over." With that, he left the silent sea and sighed again. Standing in the darkness with his eyes sealed shut, Sunny remained motionless for some time. Then he pulled on the golden rope and led the cohort further into the mist. Sunny didn't know how long they wandered around the dark maze. More than once he had ended up at a dead end and had to search for another path. It was hard to not lose track of all the turns of the twisting tunnels, but he had somehow managed to stay on track. On the way, he had found 3 more shadows. Each of them was just like the first one, lost and lonesome. And just like the first one, they eventually took his hand and were absorbed into his soul sea. The 4 of them, 1 young woman and 3 men, now stood silently together, united once again, even though their masters were long gone. Seeing them together gave Sunny a little solace, no matter how misguided it was. There were 5 stones arranged around the fire at the campsite left behind by the lost expedition, hinting that 5 people had descended into the ancient mine. 4 of them had eventually perished in this eerie dark place. But no matter how hard Sunny searched, he couldn't find the 5th shadow. The First Lord himself was not here. Could it be that he had somehow managed to survive and leave the maze of mist? At some point, Sunny felt someone pull on the golden rope. Turning around, he walked a few steps back and stopped near Cassie. Feeling his approach, the blind girl raised her hand and pointed at one of the tunnels. Understanding what she wanted to say, Sunny led the cohort in that direction. Soon the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Some time later, they came to the shore of another subterranean river. They had reached the second boundary. Chapter 254. The First Lord. For a moment, Sunny was afraid that they had been walking in circles all this time and now returned exactly to where they had started. But then he calmed himself down and noted that this river, while as eerie as the one they had crossed on a wooden boat, was rather different. He couldn't exactly explain it, but it didn't feel the same. Plus, there was no pier with 2 boats tied to stone pillars anywhere in sight, or rather sense. Instead, there was a bridge. Sunny could feel its shadow falling on the cold water, solid and firm as the stone it was built from. The bridge arched over the river, leading far into the distance. Not wishing to spend another minute in the terrible maze that no living thing could see if it hoped to remain alive, Sunny led the cohort toward the bridge. If Cassie was correct, they would be safe after crossing the second river. Sunny surely hoped that it was true, because the long journey where he had to play the role of a guide for 5 blind people had been nothing short of exhausting. After spending 7, or was it 8 by now, months on the forgotten shore, Sunny had thought that he possessed a high tolerance for terror. But this last ordeal tested the limits of his mental endurance. Walking through that dark place with his sight taken away, it was a miracle that Cassie had somehow managed to remain sane at all. He tensed up when they entered the bridge, expecting for something dreadful to happen at the last moment. But the silence was not broken by anything except for the sound of rushing water, their steps, and laborious breathing. The cohort walked on the bridge, leaving the dark maze behind. Soon they could feel the mist surrounding them grow thinner, and at some point it was gone. They crossed the river without any trouble and returned to solid ground again. Making several more steps, Sunny stopped and finally allowed himself to tremble. Then he opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Are we through?" Although Cassie had not said anything about the need to remain quiet, each of them subconsciously avoided speaking ever since entering the mist. Because of that, the sound of his own voice startled Sunny a little. A few moments later, Cassie answered in a hesitant tone, I think so." Without wasting any more time, Sunny untied the cloth that covered his eyes and removed the wax from them. Then he carefully opened them and looked around. They were standing on a stone shore inside a vast cave through which the underground river was flowing unobstructed. Some distance away from them, the wall of the cave came down with the mouth of a wide tunnel visible in it. By his side, other members of the cohort were removing the strips of cloth. Sunny could hear the sighs of relief coming from them. However, his attention was instantly drawn to Nephi's, who had already opened her calm gray eyes and was looking at something behind him. Turning around, Sunny followed her gaze and froze. Just a few meters away from them on the shore of the dark river, he saw a human skeleton. It was sitting on the cold stones, its back straight facing the water. Unlike the ferocious undead from the catacombs of the Dark City, this one was tranquil and untouched by the corruption of the forgotten shore. This was the place where the first lord of the Bright Castle had died. The young man, whom the members of the cohort only knew by his title, had died on the shores of the cold underground river just a few meters away from the bridge that he had used to escape the terrible place which, according to Cassie, no living being should have been able to escape. Somehow he had survived even without knowing that anyone entering the mist had to keep their eyes closed at all times. But in the end, the wounds he had received there, or somewhere up ahead perhaps, turned out to be too grievous. Before the last vestiges of life abandoned him, the young man, the first lord who had wrestled the Bright Castle from the nightmare creatures, created a safe place for the humans sent to the forgotten shore to live and lead an expedition to find a way out of this cursed place, sat down and looked in the direction of the misty dark maze, the place where his friends and companions had died, leaving him alone in the darkness of this forsaken underworld. Looking at the skeleton that sat quietly on the shore of the river, Sunny couldn't help but feel a deep feeling of awe and sorrow. He had never met this young man, but somehow it felt as though they knew each other very well. Everything that humans had on the forgotten shore was thanks to his bravery, power, and skill. What a shame that he had died here in this lonesome place with no one to share his last moments and tell the tale of his last deeds. The skeleton was strangely well preserved. It was sitting with its legs crossed back straight, its hands resting on the hips as if meditating. The skull of the First Lord gazed at the river with the dark chams of its empty eyes, strangely calm and at peace. What Sunny noticed, though, was not the whiteness of the bone nor the eternal grin of the bare skull, but a thin strip of light metal resting on it like a humble crown. There was a single bright gemstone on the metal band placed right above the middle of the skull's forehead. After the six of them gathered around the remains of the First Lord and stood there for a while in silence to express their respect for this extraordinary human, Nephi sighed and approached the skeleton. Gently she took the strip of metal and removed it from the First Lord's head. A moment later the band suddenly broke into countless sparks of light, which then disappeared, absorbed into her soul core. Sunny's eyes widened. The crown of the First Lord was a memory. Chapter 255. Dawn Shard. As the last spark of light disappeared, Nephi tilted her head to the side and remained silent for a few moments. Then she lowered her gaze and said, addressing the First Lord, "Thank you." She hesitated as though wishing to say more, but eventually just took a step back. Kai, however, wasn't that reserved. Bowing deeply, he remained with his head down for a while, then straightened his back, looked at the skeleton, and voiced something that a few of them must have been thinking, "Thank you. We will finish what you started." His words echoed above the cold water, eventually disappearing into the darkness. A heavy silence settled above the shore of the underground river. A few seconds later, the charming archer turned to the rest of them and asked with uncertainty, "I think, should we bury him?" The members of the cohort looked at each other. Before anyone could voice their opinion, though, Sunny suddenly spoke, "No, just leave him as he is. He wanted to be closer to his friends when he died, so just don't touch him." With that, he turned his head and looked away. Since the First Lord died outside of the terrible maze, his shadow is gone too. Now it was just dumb and empty, like most shadows cast by inanimate objects. He had not shared in the harrowing fate of his companions, which meant that Sunny couldn't help him reunite with them even slightly. Neither could they bring the remains of the First Lord back outside to bury him near the girl who had died in the quarry. It was better to just leave him be. Think of something else. Sunny had other matters to consider anyway. That strange memory that Nephi's had absorbed, he had never even heard of a memory that could exist outside of someone's soul. Had the First Lord somehow relinquished the ownership of it, or was this a quality that all shard memories possess? And it was without a doubt another shard memory, just like Effie's spear and his own stalwart blade. That memory was the reason why Changing Star had ventured on this expedition to begin with. The thing that was supposed to somehow give her a chance of defeating Gunlong. Sunny stared at Nephi's, then said, "That had been, what is it called?" "No, actually, let me guess." Neph looked at him and didn't answer. Her ivory face was calm and inexorable. Full of secrets are we? A hint of some deep, sharp emotion appeared in her cold gray eyes. A few moments later she said, "Weren't you the one who made it clear that you don't want to be a true member of this cohort? You chose to be a hired blade yourself, did you not? Why should I share my secrets with you?" Sunny remained silent for a bit, then sighed. "I did, and you have no good reason to share anything with me." Suddenly Nephi smiled. "You can change your mind, you know. If you do, I'll naturally tell you everything." He stared at her for a while, then shook his head. "Answer me one question though. How exactly is that thing supposed to help us defeat Gunlog?" Changing Star lingered for a bit, then simply shrugged. A moment later the headband left behind by the First Lord weaved itself from sparks of light on her forehead. The bright gemstone in its center softly gleamed, and then something about the world around Sunny changed. What he blinked a couple of times, then slowly lowered his gaze and looked at the fabric of the puppeteer's shroud, or rather on the spell weave beneath it. What he saw left Sunny breathless. The 5 glowing embers that served as nexuses for the complicated pattern of ethereal strains permeating the memory suddenly shone brighter. In fact, their radiance was now almost as intense as of those inside the black onyx armor he had purchased at the memory market. Which was an ascended memory. Pulling on the thread tied around his neck, Sunny fished out the blood blossom from under his armor and stared at it perplexed. The 2 embers inside the intricate pendant had become much brighter too. Not knowing that Sunny had the ability to peer into the inner weave of memories, Nephi explained, "The Dawn Shard possesses a single but also singularly powerful enchantment. It empowers all memories around it. The area of effect of the enchantment is very large, but the enhancement it provides is ever larger." Staring at his memories, Sunny felt as though he was on the verge of being dumbstruck. Singular was the right word to describe the effect of the Dawn Shard. He had never heard of a memory being capable of raising the power of another one by almost an entire rank. Wait, did she say all memories? All memories, all of them in a very large radius? With that crown on her head, Nephi would not only be able to stand a chance in a fight against Gunlog, but also make each one of her followers so much more dangerous. She would become a perfect general for a small army of Awaken. But wasn't there something wrong with that statement? All memories, hold on. Glancing at Changing Star, he asked, "So that thing makes every memory around you vastly more powerful?" Nephi gave him a silent nod. Sunny's frown deepened. "Then do you not see a problem here? Won't it enhance that damn golden armor of Gunlog's too? How exactly does it give you a chance against him then?" She lingered for a few moments, then smiled slightly. "It would not, would it? But hey, do you want me to tell you another secret?" Sunny glared at her without saying anything. He knew better than to get himself into such a clumsy trap. Only as it turned out, there was no trap. Nephi just waited for a bit and continued, "It will help me because the golden armor Gunlog wears is not a memory." Before he could say anything, she added, "In fact, it is an echo." Chapter 256, True Reason. Sunny was silent for a while. An echo? That weird golden armor was actually a copy of some strange corrupted nightmare creature? What kind of creature took the shape of an armor? But then again, the fact that it looked like an armor didn't mean that it was all it could look like. The main trait of the golden armor was that it seemed to be made out of liquid metal. That metal always flowed and moved around, enveloping Gunlog's body like a second layer of skin. The only thing that never changed was the mirror-like surface that served him as a face. It wasn't impossible to imagine that the mass of living metal was in fact not a memory, but a bizarre echo. Not impossible, but a bit of a stretch. Glancing at Nephi, Sunny asked, "How do you even know this?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said, "You already know that we have an ally inside the castle. She was the one who told us." That mysterious spy against Sunny became even more convinced that this person was of a very high rank among the Bright Lord's servants. Only someone extremely close to him would know such an important secret. In fact, Sunny expected that the paranoid tyrant would never let anyone learn of it. Why would one of Gunlog's most loyal minions help his enemy? Was it all an elaborate trap orchestrated by the Bright Lord himself? Looking at Changing Star with a deep scowl on his face, he asked, "Can this ally of yours even be trusted?" If he was right in his guess about the identity of the spy, well, things would become complicated. She was silent for a while, then said evenly, "Trusted? Not really, never actually. However, we can trust in the information that was provided to us." He raised his eyebrows. Nephi shrugged and then answered, her voice indifferent, "Because I am the only chance anyone here has of ever getting out of this cursed place." Interesting, so one of the top ranks of the Bright Lord's forces was an opportunist who desired to return to the real world desperately enough to risk betraying the ruthless tyrant. That person had been loyal to Gunlog because there was no better alternative, but then changed sides once the last daughter of the Immortal Flame clan appeared like a miracle and promised to save the people of the Forgotten Shore. That ally of hers was either swayed by Neth's rhetoric like the rest of the unfortunate fools in the Dark City, or was confident of ending up among the few lucky people who would actually have the chance of surviving what was about to come, or just knew something that Sunny did not. In any case, Changing Star seemed to be confident in the information the spy provided, so he did not see the point of doubting it. She wasn't any more naive or trusting than he was after all. Nephi's had learned the art of cynicism from the best. Kai, who had been listening to their conversation with a fair bit of curiosity, suddenly cleared his throat. I am very sorry to interrupt you guys, but I just wanted to ask, since we have found the remains of the First Lord and came into possession of this memory you were discussing, does that mean that the expedition is over? Have we actually accomplished our goal? That indeed would seem to be the case. However, Sunny knew better. With a friendly smile, he shook his head. No, buddy, the goal of this expedition has not been achieved yet. The charming archer looked at him with surprise. But didn't we get the thing that will help us defeat Gunalog? Nephi's was staring at Sunny too, a subtle smile on her lips. What else do we have to do? Well, it's very simple really. Yes, you told us that the reason for this adventure of ours was to find the means of overthrowing the Bright Lord, and it certainly was a reason. But it's not the whole reason, is it? Cassie turned her head slightly to listen to him and sighed. Castor's face meanwhile had turned grim. Effie didn't seem to care one way or another. Nephi's on the other hand just smiled wider. What is the whole reason then? Sunny gestured at the mouth of the tunnel in front of them. To finish what the First Lord had started, of course. Kai was looking between him and Changing Star, unsure of what was going on. What were the symbols drawn at the very edge of it near the place where the First Lord's expedition had disappeared? The charming archer frowned. There were 3 of them? A crown, a question mark. There were 6 crosses drawn on the map, each marking one of the headless statues. 2 to the east of the Dark City, 1 to the north, 1 to the west, and 2 to the south. We had visited one of the 2 statues situated to the south already. That's where the spider matriarch had weaved her nest. He turned to Nephi's and said, his smile gone. So the truth of it all is that the First Lord never really intended to find a way through the Hollow Mountains, isn't it? He wasn't a fool who would do something so misguided. No, he came to this god-forsaken place for the same reason that we are here, to find the last statue. Changing Star was silent for a bit. When the silence was on the verge of growing uncomfortable, she suddenly said, that is correct. Kai stared at her in astonishment. No, wait, what's so important about that statue? This is something that people can only volunteer to do. Anyone who doesn't wish to proceed can stay behind and avoid risking their lives in the battle. In fact, some of us probably should. She turned to face the tunnel, remained silent for a bit, and then said, yes, somewhere up ahead lies another ancient statue. There will be a powerful creature guarding it. I don't know what that guardian is exactly, but we have to kill it. Anyone who is willing to fight can join me. Others can stay back and wait for my return. She glanced at the members of the cohort and added, however, if you do join me, you'll have to follow one simple rule. No matter what happens, it's imperative that you don't deliver the final blow to the creature, unless you have reached and touched the statue first. Chapter 257, Nightmare Champion. So that is how it works. Initially, Sunny had suspected that the mysterious shard memories were just rewarded to those who managed to slay certain powerful nightmare creatures who dwelled close to the headless statues. The truth, however, turned out to be more complicated. The creature itself most likely did not even matter. It was the act of vanquishing a powerful foe after coming in contact with a statue that summoned the memory from oblivion. That was why they had received the Midnight Shard before even learning about how important these ancient monuments were. Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie had taken shelter atop the statue of the ancient knight and killed the carapace demon long after. But no, that didn't make a lot of sense. If this was true, Sunny would have received another shard memory after defeating the corpse eater. So not any powerful abomination would do. Each statue seemed to have a nightmare champion tied to it by some invisible bond. The carapace demon, whom the creatures described as cursed soldiers of the fallen legion used to obey, was connected to the statue of the knight. The iron matriarch was tied to the statue of the hunter. Which statue had the dawn shard come from? The builder, whose monument had somehow come to life and was now wandering the forgotten shore. Rumors said that the First Lord chased it around the labyrinth for a long time after all, but somehow Sunny felt that the metal headband had nothing to do with the walking colossus. How many champions were still around anyway? Nephi's had not even tried to search for one tied to the builder nor for one tied to the priestess. How many shard memories were already in the hands of humans? Among the members of the cohort there were now 3, and they were about to challenge some abominable horror for a chance of receiving the 4th one. Why do I even assume that there are only 3? Sunny tilted his head. Indeed, the fact that he had only seen the Midnight Shard, the Zenith Shard, and the Dawn Shard did not mean that Changing Star had not gotten other ones already. Not counting the memory they were currently hunting, 3 more were unaccounted for. How many had she found already? Well, it's going to be revealed sooner or later. Right now, however, there is a more pressing issue. Glancing at Nephi's, he asked, "What happens if I get the memory? As you reminded so astutely, I am not one of your lackeys. That would throw a wrench in your plans, wouldn't it?" Sunny couldn't imagine Changing Star leaving something that important to chance. However, to his surprise, she just shrugged. "Keep it if you want." Why was Nephi so nonchalant about the possibility of a shard memory falling into his hands? Wait, why was she so indifferent about him already possessing the Midnight Shard? One possible explanation was that it didn't matter who held the shard memory, as long as it was in human hands. The other explanation made Sunny very uncomfortable. Maybe she was just sure that fate would push the 2 in the same direction. If this was true, then it didn't really matter which one of them possessed the shards. He lingered for a bit, then shook his head and said, "Well, what are we waiting for? You didn't really expect any of us to stay behind while others fight, right? Let's go and hunt this monster." Honestly, while Sunny couldn't even imagine what type of terrible creature guarded the hidden statue, he was almost excited to find out. He wanted to see what the 6 of them were capable of under the miraculous effect of the Dawn Shard, himself in particular. Eventually, they arrived at a vast cavern situated somewhere in the depths of the Draconian Mountains. The cavern was large enough to fit the entire bright castle, and the hill it stood upon, inside of it. Witnessing its size, Sunny got an inkling that there was a reason why these mountains were called hollow. As his sight pierced the darkness ruling over the vast cavern, Sunny couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. The floor of it was covered by black sand while its walls glistened like obsidian. In the center of the cavern stood a giant pillar of dark stone. It was surrounded by massive scaffolds which nevertheless looked tiny and insignificant on its surface. The silhouette of an unfinished statue was easily discernible, cut from the giant pillar by the unknown sculptor. Its upper torso was almost finished while the lower half was still encased inside the stone. It was as though a dark giant was struggling to free himself from the pillar of stone that imprisoned him. With a feeling of surprise, Sunny realized that he recognized the details of the unfinished giant's armor and shield. They were eerily similar to the armaments that the Black Knight guarding the ruined cathedral wore, and to the ones the stone saint wielded too. Looking up, he made sure that the head of the giant statue was missing. All of that only took a fraction of a second. Then Sunny hastily looked down, trying to notice the guardian of this obsidian cave before the creature noticed them. But it was too late. As soon as the members of the cohort entered the cavern, something moved in the darkness at the base of the statue and then stepped forward. Standing on the black sand, a monstrous creature that resembled a cross between a lion and a raven stretched its numerous limbs. Its body was pale as a corpse while its head and chest were covered with dark feathers. It was massive in size, with muscles rolling like steel cables under the skin. The creature had 2 powerful hind legs and 6 more protruding messily from its wide chest, each ending with a set of deadly claws. But the most terrifying feature it possessed was a long, jagged black beak. That was all Sunny had time to yell before the vile abomination lunged forward, exploding into a whirlwind of hunger, madness, and death. Chapter 258. Herald of the Crimson Terror. Sunny had already faced off against a Spire messenger once. Back then, the vile creature had killed several experienced hunters in a span of just a few seconds, and the rest had only been spared this fate because of Effie's strength, that and the fact that the messenger had no need to fight them and chose to retreat in search for easier prey. There was nowhere to retreat in this hidden cavern. Sunny didn't even know how the flying abomination had gotten here in the first place. However, he was not the same inexperienced kid he had been all those months ago either. Sunny had grown considerably stronger. His arsenal of memories was better now. His skill and technique were far beyond what he had known in the past, and his kill count had crossed 100 nightmare creatures a long time ago. There was the Stone Saint too, but most importantly, his memories were empowered by the Crown of Dawn. Theoretically, Sunny could stack 3 augmentations on the Midnight Shard, 1 from his shadow, 1 from the miraculous crown, and 1 from the blood blossom, as long as someone managed to make the messenger bleed. Hopefully that would be enough to breach the gap between a dormant human and a fallen beast and allow him to actually wound the abomination, unlike the previous 2 times he had tried to cut into the flesh of similar horrors, Corpse Eater and the giant eel that had tried to hitch a ride on the ancient colossus. But first he had to survive. Judging that the puppeteer's shroud had a decent chance of withstanding a blow from the messenger thanks to the enhancement of the Dawn Shard, but also not even remotely willing to put that to the test, Sunny dove to the side. A moment later the massive abomination collided against 2 shields, one belonging to Effie, the other to the Stone Saint. The terrible beak came down, aiming at the huntress. If it was before, the round shield that protected Effie from knee to shoulder would have been easily pierced and torn apart as if it was made out of paper instead of metal. But due to the empowering aura that emanated from the Dawn Shard, it somehow held. The force of the impact, however, still threw both of them back. Even Shadow Saint, whose flesh was made of stone and weighed accordingly, was launched into the air like a doll made of feathers and rags. But they had bought the cohort the precious second to regroup and counterattack. As Kai and Cassie flew in different directions, creating some distance between them and the ferocious abomination, Nephi's and Castor attacked from the sides. One sword shined with brilliant white radiance while the other gleamed with ghostly green light. However, the messenger was still terrifyingly formidable. The memories wielded by the cohort might have been enhanced, but their masters remained the same. They couldn't compete with a fallen creature in terms of raw power and speed. 2 of the beast's 6 front limbs swiped forward, deflecting the swords. 2 more shot at the attacking humans, forcing them to retreat while barely staying alive. Then the messenger twisted its neck and caught Kai in its sight. Its powerful black wings slashed down, creating a small hurricane that threw Nephi's and Castor aside. Using powerful hind legs to throw itself into the air, the abomination lunged at the retreating archer, who twisted his body in a desperate attempt to aim his bow. And then suddenly a triangular blade cut an arc around one of the legs and tied an invisible string around it. That was all Sunny had time to think before his hand was jerked forward with incredible force. However, this was exactly what he wanted. With the dark wing turning into a blur behind his back, Sunny used the momentum of the pull to turn his laughably slow levitation into real flight. In fact, he shot in the direction of the messenger as though someone had launched him from a cannon. The Midnight Shard flashed through the air and bit into the abomination's flesh. Indeed, with both the Shadow and the Dawn Shard augmenting it, the stalwart blade was able to cut into the flesh of the fallen beast. Granted, it felt as though he was trying to cut stone. Sunny aimed at the base of the messenger's wing. With all the speed given to him by the combination of using the dark wing to levitate and the prowling thorn to create momentum, the blow Sunny had delivered was truly devastating. In fact, it was so forceful that every bone in his hand almost shattered. But he wasn't the one on the sharp end of the sword. The Midnight Shard cut deep into the wing of the vile abomination, sending rivers of blood streaming down its pale body. As soon as they did, the enchantment of the blood blossom awakened, making the blade even sharper. The elegant tack tore through the wing, crippling it. The messenger suddenly lost control of its flight and crashed back to the ground. After a moment of glee, however, Sunny hurriedly dismissed the dark wing and plummeted down, landing on the sand some distance away from the monstrous beast. While gliding all the way back to the floor of the cavern would have been more comfortable, he wasn't going to become a sitting duck. Crippled wing or not, the messenger could still jump and use the other one. At the same time as Sunny hit the ground and rolled, a menacing black arrow suddenly fell from above, piercing the second wing of the fearsome creature. There was no blood coming from the wound, though. The arrow greedily drank it, preventing the blood blossom augmentation from growing a bit stronger. The abomination did not stagger and slowly turn into a mummy like the iron spiders had, however. It simply shook its body, causing the arrow to shatter and crumble into a stream of white sparks. But Sunny didn't see any of that. With his back to the messenger, he was already running toward the giant statue with all the speed he had. Chapter 259. Bloody Mayhem. Sunny ran to the statue with every bit of speed he could manage, which was quite a considerable amount by human standards. No, even by those of other sleepers. As the wind whistles in his ears, the shadow flew off the blade of the Midnight Shard and turned around, observing the wounded abomination. Despite the fact that its wings were mangled, the messenger did not seem perturbed. On the contrary, it opened its terrible beak and let out a blood-curdling shriek, then lunged at the tiny humans with even more bestial fury. I think it's not happy. Despite the mortal peril his companions found themselves in, Sunny did not stop to help them. Nephi's had said that the creature guarding the cave had to be killed by a person who had touched the ancient statue. Until someone did, this battle was nothing but a futile and stupidly dangerous game. The essence of combat was murder after all. If no one truly aimed to kill the damn thing, how could they ever hope to survive? So Sunny was helping them after all, in a way. Behind him things weren't going well for the cohort. The messenger was too big, too strong, too swift for a group of sleepers no matter how talented. It was already a miracle that none of them had been torn to pieces already. But how long would that last? As the shadow watched, the terrifying beak came down again and once again bounced off Effie's stalwart shield. However, this time a wide crack appeared on the surface of the round shield. Before the huntress could even react, several powerful limbs shot at the cracked shield, each striking it with the force of a cannonball. Finally the memory gave in and shattered, along with Effie's arm. Sunny saw fragments of bone piercing her olive skin as it twisted at an unnatural angle. As the pillar of dark stone approached, he watched the messenger try to finish the wounded huntress off and be thwarted by the stone saints. Simultaneously, Nephi's managed to penetrate the barrier created by the creature's front limbs. Her sword flashed and bit into the pale flesh, leaving a deep gash on the abomination's side. Judging that he was far enough to not be afraid of a sudden attack aimed at his back, Sunny commanded the shadow to turn around and return to his side. His view of the battle immediately disappeared, and soon the shadow caught up and wrapped itself around his body. Sunny's speed doubled. Pursued by the sounds of a ferocious battle, he neared the unfinished statue. However, before he could touch it, a human figure suddenly appeared in front of him in a blur and slid on the black sand, stopping right in front of the stone pillar. The proud legacy didn't look all too well. His shiny scale armor was torn by the claws of the terrible beast, leaving 4 deep wounds on his muscular chest. Blood was streaming from them, leaving the handsome young man pale and disheveled. No, it wasn't just that. Castor seemed a bit off somehow. Sunny just couldn't tell what was wrong with him exactly. He did notice, however, a crystal amulet in the form of an hourglass hanging on a silver chain around his neck. I didn't know that Castor had a charm. Not wasting any time, the legacy put his bloodied hand on the statue and closed his eyes for a moment. He wasn't wearing one. Back on the marble arch. Opening his eyes a second later, Castor glanced at Sunny with a dark expression and turned into a blur once again, rushing back to rejoin the battle. Just as soon as he disappeared, Sunny crashed into the stone pillar, unceremoniously using it to stop his momentum. Bouncing off the hard surface, he rolled on the ground and shakily rose to his feet. That counted as touching the statue, right? Glancing back, Sunny saw another blood arrow piercing the flesh of the spire messenger and shattering a moment later. It wasn't destroyed, at least just returned to Kai. Quiet Dancer was zipping around the massive abomination, aiming at its eyes. The elegant rapier was an echo and as such did not enjoy the gift of the Dawn Shard, so it was more of a nuisance than a real threat to the beast. Still, it managed to deliver a couple of shallow cuts, causing the bastard to bleed. That was exactly what Sunny needed. Blood, as much blood as possible. Launching himself forward, he held the midnight shard behind him and dashed toward the messenger. Let's see which one of us can kill it first, Castor. Wouldn't it be funny if an outskirt rat like me got a third ascended memory while a lofty legacy like you still had none? Some distance away from his prey, Sunny commanded the stone saint to switch her battle style. The one the menacing shadow liked to use the most, or simply saw as most suited to her equipment and the situation, was deliberate, elegant, and steady. But that wasn't what Sunny needed right now. What he needed was carnage, savagery, and bloody mayhem. Lingering for a fraction of a second, the stone saint suddenly threw her shield away, grasped her sword with both hands, and lunged forward. Any sort of grace she had possessed earlier was now gone. Instead of a noble knight, the shadow now appeared as a barbarous butcher. It seemed as though she cared neither about self-preservation nor about protecting the members of the cohort anymore. She didn't even care about killing the enemy that much. All she aimed to do was inflict the maximum amount of pain, the maximum amount of damage, and most importantly, the maximum amount of bleeding. Just like Sunny had commanded her to do. As he ran back, more and more small but heavily bleeding wounds appeared on the messenger's massive frame. Its pale body was now half covered in dark blood. Castor's enchanted sword added 1 or 2, but most came from the berserk shadow and changing star. Effie was still in the fight as well. Despite the fact that her arm was severely broken and there was bloody foam on her lips, the beautiful spear broke through the abomination's defenses and left a bloody mark on its skin too. But none of these attacks were powerful enough to end the creature once and for all. Already nearing the scene of the massacre, Sunny willed his shadow to flow onto the midnight shard. The power of the dawn shard was burning inside of it, making the stalwart blades sing. And on top of it all, the vile blood blossom was filling it with insatiable bloodlust and hunger. Without slowing down, Sunny lunged at the spire messenger and fell on his back. As momentum pushed him forward, he slid on the black sand and thrust the midnight shard upward. Piercing the abdomen of the terrible creature, the razor-sharp sword easily cut through skin and muscle, gutting the abomination and causing it to stagger and fall. Chapter 260. How to be a hero indeed. With so much blood streaming down the messenger's pale body, the savage augmentation of the blood blossom had grown vastly more powerful. If before Sunny had felt as though he was cutting stone, now the midnight shard sliced through the tough flesh of the abomination with just a moderate amount of trouble. Of course, the fact that it was aimed at the soft belly of the monster instead of the adamantine black feather also played its part. The tack cut through the pale skin and muscle tissue, tearing its abdomen open. As blood, guts, and viscera fell from the terrible wound, Sunny slid from under the massive creature, just in time to avoid being crushed under its weight. Even then, however, the messenger was not yet dead. Lying on his back in an awkward position, Sunny was momentarily left defenseless. He had hoped that his strike would, if not kill the monstrous abomination outright, then at least leave it stunned for a few seconds, giving him time to disengage and get away to a safe distance. But the creature seemed to be impervious to pain and the fear of death that all living beings felt. Despite receiving a mortal wound, it only became more ferocious. Staggered by the unexpected attack, the messenger lost balance and fell to the ground. Its head hit the black sand, sending a cloud of it into the air. Then its round corvine eye locked onto Sunny and flushed with eerie madness. Knowing that he was not going to be fast enough, Sunny desperately tried to roll away. The terrifying jagged beak shot in his direction, threatening to impale him through the chest. Damn it! However, at the last moment, a human figure in an elegant black and white armor suddenly appeared between him and the abhorrent beast. The incandescent sword lashed out, pushing the beak slightly to the side. As the result, the messenger failed to kill Sunny. Instead, the beak pierced the Starlight Legion armor and tore through Changing Star's shoulder, almost severing her left arm. Nephi's was thrown aside in a rain of blood, while the abomination opened its mouth and let out another deafening shriek. For a moment, time slowed. Sunny, who had just rose to one knee, noticed a sword surrounded by ghostly green lights approaching the messenger's neck. Castor was seconds away from finishing the cursed creature off, but before he got the chance, a heavy triangular dagger flashed in the air and sunk into the creature's eye, penetrating through it deep enough to reach the brain. Its ugly, raven-like head swayed slightly. The beak fell open, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a long, wet crimson tongue. Looking at the monster with a dark expression, Sunny pulled on the string of the prowling thorn, wreaking havoc inside its skull. The kunai tore through the round black eye on the way back, flying into the air in a stream of blood, bone, and chunks of brain matter. Finally, the creature convulsed and crashed onto the ground. Its eyes dimmed, then glossed over. The corner of Sunny's mouth curled upward. "You have slain a fallen monster," cursed Harold. "Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." A triumphant gleam appeared in his dark eyes. The cohort was in a pathetic state. Effie had the bones in her arm shattered into tiny pieces, with sharp splinters tearing through her skin. Her ribs and lungs were wounded too. Castor was bleeding heavily from the 4 gashes left on his torso by the messenger's claws. Kai lost too much blood to the blood arrow and was now on the verge of fainting. Neff's left arm was partially severed and barely attached to her body. The sight of it was ghastly. Even the stone saint was severely damaged. Only Sunny and Cassie were more or less in one piece. It was all worth it though. The spire messenger was actually dead while they were not. Lying on the black sand, Effie suddenly laughed. Sunny gave her a strange look. "Have you lost your mind? What are you laughing at?" The huntress shrugged, then grimaced from pain. "Oh, it's just I was thinking whether we are legendary heroes now, or just, fools of legendary proportions. All of us in the outer settlement. The castle too, I guess, heard the stories about the incredible exploits of the first cohort hundreds of times. Killing a spire messenger who made its nest in the throne room and all that. But I never once thought that I would actually do something that impossible as well." She grew silent and then added, "It's weird. Sunny sort of understood her feelings. However, he wasn't going to admit it. He didn't want his name to ever appear in the same sentence as the word hero. After everything he had experienced, Sunny had become allergic to it. You don't know how one becomes a mythical hero, right? It's really easy, you just have to do something outlandish and then die. The death part is the key actually. So, I would rather not be a hero ever. With that he stood up, entirely dismissed his battle memories and the stone saint. Since only Cassie and he were unscathed, it fell to them to help everyone treat their wounds. Well, in this case they just had to make sure that no one died before Neff summoned her flames and healed everyone. Sunny wasn't sure that she'll be able to remain conscious after that though. Walking over to their leader, he sat down, looked at her, and then asked. She glanced at him with her usual indifferent expression, straightened her back and said, "What do you mean? Why did you get between me and the messenger? Look at the state you're in." She looked at him, then shrugged with one shoulder. "I can heal myself, remember. I also remember that my armor is 2 whole tiers above yours. Chances are I wouldn't be even wounded that terribly." Neff's eyes was silent for a bit. Then she simply said, and Sunny couldn't help but laugh. "I just don't get you. You are so morbidly cunning sometimes, but other times you are so stupidly naive. It doesn't make any sense." Changing Star did not respond for a long time and just stared at him. When she responded, her tone was as flat as usual. "Right back at you." Chapter 261, Moon Shards. Some time later, Sunny found the time to dove into the Soul Sea and take a look at the new memory he had gotten. It was a heavy round shield forged from dull lusterless dark steel. Inside of it, visible only to him, a complex weave of ethereal strings shone with stark radiance. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory description, forged from a shard of a fallen star, this shield contains the weight of the heavens. Depending on the heart of its wielder, it can be light as a feather or heavy as regret. Memory enchantments, Indomitable. Enchantment description, following the will of its master, the dusk shard can change its weight. This enchantment, at first glance, it seemed very unassuming. People usually thought about the weight of their weapons only when they considered how much endurance they would need to wield them. In that regard, the lighter the weapon was, the better. A light weapon could allow a person to fight longer without growing tired, which often meant the difference between victory and defeat. However, things changed when it came to the Awakened, who often possessed inhuman strength and endurance. Light weapons had their role to play, but more often than not what you really needed was force. And the more mass something had, the more force it could produce. In the past, Sunny had only considered shields as a defensive tool, but after watching Effie and Stone Saint use them in battle, he realized that in the hands of a trained warrior, a shield could be as destructive and deadly as a sword, sometimes much more so. Just imagining Effie bashing someone with a shield that weighed a few hundred kilograms sent shivers running down his spine. Not to mention that the weight could be changed on the fly, making it light to maneuver faster, then turning it into an improvised siege ram at the right moment. But even in terms of pure defense, a shield that could be turned into a literal wall was priceless. He could see a monster such as the Spire Messenger colliding with it and simply bouncing off in the chorus of shattering bones. Granted, Sunny never trained with a shield, and the sword he used demanded 2 hands to be wielded properly. But where there was a will, there would be a way. With a slight smile, Sunny summoned the Dusk Shard. The sparks of light appeared in a whirlwind around his arm. A few long seconds later, the silhouette of a large round shield weaved itself into reality. After a few more seconds, and the memory was fully formed. With a surprised yelp, Sunny staggered and toppled over. Luckily, he fell on top of the dull iron shield. Otherwise, he might have been crushed under its weight. The damn thing was heavier than he had ever expected. In fact, it was probably too heavy for him to even lift, let alone carry around. The members of the cohort glanced at Sunny, who was struggling to stand up with perplexed expressions. Gritting his teeth, Sunny rose to one knee and awkwardly tried to lift the shield off the ground. However, no matter how hard he tried, he only managed to drag it by a few centimeters. Let's reduce the weight a little, but a few seconds later his face froze. However, the truth was hard to deny. Couldn't change the Dusk Shard's weight at all. The enchantment that was supposed to allow Sunny to do that was there, but it required him to actively manipulate the soul essence, shadow essence in his case, to access it. The most powerful enchantments were all like that, and the higher a memory rank, the more probable it was for the enchantments it possessed to be really powerful. The problem was that sleepers had no way to control and manipulate their soul essence. Sunny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What were the chances of him coming to possess not 1, not 2, The three whole ascended memories only find out that two of them were completely neutral, while the third one required him to somehow become a Mr. Marksman to avoid blood loss. But especially damn that damned fated attribute. While Sunny was grinding his teeth in outrage, Effie approached him and glanced down from her considerable height. Then she leaned forward, took the dust shard by the rim and lifted it, along with Sunny, from the ground seemingly without too much strain. "The memory you got from the pale bastard?" Finally standing up with the help of the huntress, he stared at her for a long time, his expression unreadable. Then he suddenly smiled. "Yes. We're friends, aren't we? See, I couldn't help but notice that your shield memory was destroyed in that last fight. How about," she rolled her eyes, "Sunny's shady emporium is open for business again?" He blinked a couple of times, then grinned. "Why, yes." The huntress glanced down at the heavy shield, squinted, and said in a cautious tone, "Well, what do you want in exchange?" Sunny thought for a bit. "That bottomless bag of yours, and 2 other awakened memories." Before Effie could come to a decision, though, Nephi's interrupted their conversation. Coming closer, she glanced at the huntress first, then at Sunny, and finally at the shield. Finally, she asked, "How about giving it to Effie in exchange for another ascended memory? One more suited to your technique?" Sunny dismissed the dust shard and hesitated for a bit, looking at Changing Star with doubt. Was this her ploy to get the shard memory from him? If she had an ascended memory all this time, why had she been hiding it? And where could she have gotten one to begin with? After a while he said, "I don't know. Show me the memory and then we'll decide." Nephi silently stepped closer and took his hand. Then a spark of energy traveled from her body to his. The spell whispered, "You have received the memory." Throwing a dubious glance at Nephi's, Sunny summoned the runes and found the name of the memory he had received. His shadow tilted its head, surprised. Shimmering in the air in front of him, a string of runes read, "Memory, Moon Shard." Chapter 262, Path to Damnation. Another shard memory. Sunny raised an eyebrow, glanced at Nephi's, and turned back to the runes. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory description, when the stars were extinguished and fell, a lonely moon remained in the empty sky. With no sun to shine upon it, the moon grew dim, withered, and died. As the last remnants of moonlight were devoured by darkness, one small shard was forged into this subtle blade. Memory enchantments, unseen. Enchantment description, forged from moonlight, this blade appears in the hand of its wielder without delay. Sunny's pupils widened slightly. With a tense frown, he summoned the moon shard. A graceful dagger with a long and slender blade appeared in his hand. It tapered to a needle-like point and had a simple crossguard with a handle made from glossy black wood. The most striking feature of the dagger was that it seemed to be forged out of clear, misty glass. That glass, however, appeared to be as strong as steel and much, much sharper. In the darkness of the underground cavern, the ghostly stiletto was nearly invisible. What really stunned Sunny, though, was not its look or its rank, but the fact that the moonlight blade had appeared in his hand instantaneously. There had been no sparks of light, no process of weaving itself into existence from nothingness. The dagger was simply suddenly there, as if it had always been that way. This was an incredible enchantment. It might not have seemed that powerful, but Sunny instantly understood that there was a lot more to this simple trait than most people would assume. Once summoned memories took time to form. The dust shard had weaved itself into existence in about 6 to 8 seconds. But even if it was just a single second, like the time it took Nef's silver sword to appear, the process was still not instantaneous. What's more, the appearance of a memory was telegraphed in advance by the dancing sparks of light. In short, it was very hard to take the enemy by surprise by suddenly summoning a memory. A skilled opponent would always have enough time to notice it and react accordingly, unless they were lured into a cunning trap by a sword savant like Changing Star. But even then, it wasn't easy to plan and execute such a move. Yet all of that didn't apply to the moon shard. The slender blade of the ghostly dagger could appear out of nowhere in an instant and immediately strike at the target. What an insidious little thing. It was uniquely suited to Sunny's preferred method of engaging the enemy indeed. He liked to strike from the shadows and kill with one strike. With the ghostly blade in his arsenal, though, he would not even have to hide in the darkness in order to deliver an unexpected and deadly blow. No one would see it coming. Not to mention that it was an ascended memory. Armed with the moon shard, Sunny would finally be able to wound and kill fallen creatures, even without the miraculous enhancement of the Crown of Dawn. His own shadow would be more than enough. Granted, he would have to get really close and personal to a monster in order to use the dagger. but still at least with it he stood a chance. Suppressing his satisfied smile from appearing on his lips, Sunny turned to Nephi's and asked in an incredulous tone, "Where did you get this thing?" She lingered for a few moments, then said, "North of the Dark City." There was another red cross on her map about a week's worth of traveling time north of the ruins. It was drawn near a symbol resembling a grotesque misshapen skull. Changing Star had indeed been busy in the 3 months that he had spent hunting monsters on the dark streets of the cursed city. Now 5 of the shard memories were accounted for: Dawn Shard, Zenith Shard, Dusk Shard, Midnight Shard, and Moon Shards. Sunny wondered which statue they were tied to and whether someone out there already held them in their hands. It didn't matter that much for now, though. With a sigh, he dismissed the ghostly dagger and said, "I have to warn you that the enchantment on that shield requires an awakened to activate it. It is supposed to be able to change its weight and mass freely, but actually it's just stuck being stupidly heavy." Nephi's glanced at Effie, who just shrugged. "I'm fine with it as is." Sunny finally allowed himself to smile. "Ah, that's great then." In the end, they had to spend a couple of days in the vast underground cavern. Nephi's had to recover from her ghastly wound and the strain of healing the rest of the cohort, while all of them had not liked the idea of venturing back into the mist with their memories damaged. Eventually, though, they were ready to head back. Sunny used this short moment of respite to rest and practice shadow dance, slowly moving toward his goal of mastering its first step. He knew that there was nothing but bloodshed ahead of them. First, they would have to fight their way through the untold horrors of the labyrinth, and once they reached the Dark City, the last act of this messed up play would begin. Looking back, he couldn't believe how far he had come in these past 8 months. When Sunny arrived on the Forgotten Shore, he was weak and inexperienced. His first fight against a single carapace scavenger almost cost him his life. And now here he was standing near the corpse of the fallen monster he had killed with his own 2 hands. From barely killing a single carapace scavenger to almost losing his life in a fight against a carapace centurion to summoning a horror of the depths and finishing off the carapace demon. From entering the Dark City not knowing anything about it to hunting down dozens of nightmare creatures on its cursed streets to fighting against a horde of undead monsters in the catacombs beneath it. From venturing back into the labyrinth of his own free will and waging war against the tribe of monstrous spiders to riding on the shoulder of an ancient giant and battling fallen abominations and hordes of awakened creatures. From finding a nameless grave in the foothills of the Hollow Mountains to witnessing the last resting place of the First Lord in their depths. He had lived through so much, endured so much, and accomplished so much. Of course, there had not been only victories. He had tasted defeat too, both in battle and in his tentative attempts to build human relationships with other prisoners of this desolate hell. He had experienced pain, sorrow, and despair, and he was going to taste even more of it soon. Turning his head slightly, Sunny looked at his companions. Nephi's Cassie, Kai, Effie, and Castor were busy with final preparations for their long return journey. How many of them would be alive by the end of all of this? Closing his eyes, he sighed. It was not going to be easy to survive the finale, but Sunny was determined to show the rest of the world what he was really made of. He was going to be the last one standing, no matter what he had to do, even if doing it would break him. Chapter 263. The beginning of the end. 3 months later, a group of 6 battered humans appeared from the sea of crimson coral and approached a magnificent white arch. Moving with the precision of experienced predators, they swiftly slaughtered a few transient creatures that hid in the deep shadow cast by the ancient structure, stripped them down for meat, and swiftly climbed up. Against all odds, the cohort had survived the journey back to the Dark City. Looking north from the top of the marble arch, Sunny saw the distant gray wall. His gaze lingered on it, full of exhaustion, triumph, and dark apprehension. Finally, they had returned. The past 3 months had been an endless bloody nightmare with countless horrors and battles leaving their marks on him. And yet they had also been an anvil against which he was tested, tempered, and made stronger as the result. Sunny didn't have a mirror, but was sure that his appearance changed a lot. He could tell just by looking at other members of the cohort. Changing Star's white armor was now covered by numerous scratches and tears that even the restorative effect of the Soul Sea couldn't heal. Her silver hair was longer, reaching to the middle of her back. The ivory face of their leader had grown thin, with dark circles visible under her striking burning gray eyes. Castor changed even more. The neat and dignified young scion was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a man with disheveled hair and a short, scruffy beard stood in his place, his face dark and grim. Sometimes Sunny thought that he could even see a gray hair or two in his luscious mane. Kai was still beautiful and elegant, but most of his charm was hidden under layers and layers of dirt, dust, and dried blood. The stylish armor he had worn was now long gone, destroyed in one of the vicious battles they had fought, and replaced by a rather unflattering garment that seemed to be woven out of bluish seaweed. The archer also wielded a new bow, this one long and powerful, fashioned out of two curved horns that had belonged to a creature that Sunny would rather not think about. Suffice it to say, this memory was of the 5th tier and truly deadly. Effie was much the same except for the fact that she had become even leaner, her robust musculature not covered even by a gram of fat. The huntress wielded 2 shard memories, both responsible for sending dozens upon dozens of nightmare creatures to their deaths. Her archaic bronze armor was dented all over, but somehow still held together. Cassie was the youngest of them, so the changes that had happened to her were perhaps the most pronounced. By now she had lost most of her childish softness and had turned into a beautiful young woman that looked to be on the cusp of adulthood. She had 3 echoes tied to her core now, one given to her by Nephi's, the other one by Kai. And then there was Sunny himself. He was perhaps even more beaten and battered than the rest of them, the puppeteer's shroud almost coming apart at the seams. His hair was long, messy, and in desperate need of a good wash. Sadly, his skin was still as pale as that of a corpse. He was also unable to grow even a bit of scruff, let alone a real beard. But oh well, why care about the little things? Summoning the runes, Sunny found a particular cluster and glanced at it. The runes shimmered in the twilight of the approaching night. Shadow fragments, 938 by 1000. A dark smile appeared on his lips. In the past 3 months, Sunny had participated in countless battles. His main responsibility was that of a scout, and as such he was not a part of the cohort's main strike force. But even then he had faced and slain more than 100 nightmare creatures. Closer to 200 in fact. Among them were beasts, monsters, as well as a few demons and even a devil or 2. Sunny absorbed the remnants of their shadows and used his share of the soul shards to trade for memories with other members of the cohort, which he then fed to the Stone Saint. And now he was so close to reaching full saturation of his shadow core. His prowess and physique were considerably enhanced too. Somewhere along the way Sunny had crossed the line of humanly possible and was now firmly in the realm of inhuman ability. He was faster, stronger, and more enduring than any mundane human could ever hope to be. His shadow had grown much more potent too, since its enhancement increased proportionally to his own power. Or was it the other way around? In any case, Sunny felt that when the shadow was wrapped around his body, he was now almost at the level of an actual awakened. Very few sleepers on the Forgotten Shore could challenge him in terms of raw power. Of course, all of them had deadly aspect abilities of their own, and several of the most deadly sleepers among them were all right here with him, setting up camp and getting ready to cook him food. Sunny wasn't sure, but guessed that Effie and Castor had already fully saturated their soul cores, beating him to it. The huntress, because of the years she had spent hunting monsters on the streets of the Dark City, and the legacy because of the soul shards his clan must have provided him before his first journey into the dream realm. Nephi's Sunny wasn't sure. Logic dictated that she should have reached the point of saturation before Sunny did, but he still saw her absorbing shards after each battle. So either she did not, or her aspect had other uses for the excess soul essence, or she was just putting on an expensive show. Kai and Cassie were behind him in terms of the amount of accumulated essence, but not by much. Each of them was now a powerhouse, just like the rest of the cohort. Looking at the people busying themselves with mundane tasks of setting up the camp, Sunny inhaled deeply and smiled. Aren't we a sight to behold? Chapter 264. First things first, they truly were. When leaving the Dark City behind, Sunny had known how powerful the members of the cohort were. However, he had not quite realized just how well-rounded and perfectly suited to face various challenges presented by the labyrinth their group was. With Nephi's Effie and Castor leading the charge, most nightmare creatures populating the forest of crimson coral had little chance to survive, not with the crown of dawn pouring raw power into the armor and weapons of the cohort at least. Each of the 3 was a deadly and versatile fighter with their own unique approach to combat and strengths that complemented each other. With the 3 slayers holding off the opponents while being supported by Kai from above, very few things could stand in their way. Night himself had turned out to be an astonishingly deadly presence on the battlefield as well. With the blood arrow providing him with a conditionally endless supply of arrows, he could just stay in the air out of reach of the abominations that had no way to attack at range. which was most of them, and pick them out with well-aimed shots. With the addition of the formidable horn bow, the distance at which he could hit the target had increased tremendously, allowing him to eliminate some of the enemies long before they had gotten close enough to the cohort for an effective attack. His opening salvo had made a lot of battles much less problematic. Of course, Kai couldn't fly above the labyrinth with impunity. The gray sky was full of danger too, and by separating himself from his companions he risked being attacked and torn apart by the abominations that populated it. He had to maintain a fragile balance, but the flying nightmare creatures were a threat to the cohort regardless of whether or not the charming archer rose into the air or not. Actually, this was the type of enemy they were equipped to fight the least. That's why Kai's ability to fly had turned out to be priceless, especially because he was usually able to fly faster or at least maneuver better than most of the creatures that dwelled in the sky. Sunny and Cassie usually protected the rear of the cohort to prevent anything from attacking their companions from the back, which happened more often than one would hope. With the help of the Stone Saint and the Quiet Dancer, and later the other two echoes belonging to the blind girls, they were able to hold off anything until the main force was done with their share of the opponents and joined the fray. That was not to say that their role in the cohort was less important. If anything, Sunny was convinced that what they did was more vital to the survival of each member of the cohort than what the fighters were doing. It was true that with the help of the Dawn Shard, the cohort was well equipped to handle most monsters of the labyrinth. What they truly had to fear were the creatures that defied all logic, the perils that the human mind could not even comprehend in the labyrinth itself, as well as the dark waters of the cursed sea and the ancient horrors that dwell beneath them. That was what Sunny and Cassie had to protect the group from. As Sunny absorbed more and more shadow fragments, the range at which he could control his shadow grew exponentially. By now the shadow could move almost as far as a whole kilometer ahead of the cohort, scouting for any potential threat and giving them plenty of time to decide if they wanted to fight or change course and avoid the danger entirely. If anything, it had become a little feral and now preferred to wander around aimlessly and far away, returning to Sunny only when specifically commanded to do so. But regardless of that, the value of being able to see and identify their enemies in advance was impossible to overestimate. It was just too valuable. In battle, the tiniest advantage could decide the difference between life and death, and the advantages of knowledge and the first strike were possibly the most important. However, there were things on the Forgotten Shore that even Sunny could not see, predict, or escape from. That was where Cassie's affinity to revelations and miraculous intuition came into play. She was responsible for preventing the cohort from stumbling into anything that would destroy their very souls before anyone could even understand what was happening, or something that simply could not be defeated. If not for Cassie, a sudden storm or a creature akin to the Soul Devourer, or something even more terrifying, would have ended their lives long before they returned back to the Dark City. But even with all that, every day in the labyrinth brought them to the very verge of death. No matter how strong, well-rounded, and well-equipped the cohort was, the nightmares of the Forgotten Shore were always more powerful, unpredictable, and bizarre, making any and all preparations useless. In the end, the only reason that none of them had died from grievous wounds, sickness, or infection was because of Changing Star's healing flames. In the 3 months that they had spent traveling through the labyrinth, Sunny fully understood why healers were so sought after among the Awakened. He knew it before in theory, but only after being subjected to the daily terror of their journey had he realized how life-changing, literary, the presence of a healer in the cohort truly was. And so, just like that, they had done the unthinkable and managed to travel all the way from the edges of the Forgotten Shore back to its center. Thanks to their power and resolve, their foresight, their strength, and their ability to rely on and help each other, as well as in large part pure dumb luck. And now that they were about to return to the cursed haven of the Dark City, their luck was about to be tested as it had never been tested before. But that was for later. First, the members of the cohort had to fulfill their obligation to Sunny. He had joined this expedition on a certain condition, after all. Glancing once again at the distant gray wall, Sunny clenched his fists. The corner of his mouth curled up in a vicious grin. Wait a bit more, bastard. Your day of reckoning is coming. In 2 days they were going to kill the Black Knight. Chapter 265. Hateful shadow. Turning away from the distant wall of the Dark City, Sunny closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and let go of his anger. He had to keep his head cool for now. Killing a fallen devil was not going to be an easy task. It might even turn out to be his undoing. but he was determined to see it done. The debt of blood he owed that creature had to be repaid no matter what. Walking over to the fire, Sunny sat down and tried to remember the details of their previous day on this old weathered marble arch. What a fun couple of days that had been. Rather pleasing on the eye too. His shadow shook its head dejectedly and turned away. Soon Nephi's handed him his share of the food. Her culinary skills had improved a lot during these months, despite the fact that there had not been a large variety of ingredients at their disposal. Still, being able to turn the most repulsive of monsters into a delicious meal was something that not everyone was capable of. This should be a separate course at the academy. Teacher Julius had taught him how to consume various things in the dream realm without ending up poisoned to death, but he had neglected to go in depth on how to actually make them taste good. Sinking his teeth into a juicy piece of meat, Sunny forgot about his troubles for a bit and simply enjoyed this rare moment of bliss. Disposing of the meat, he smiled in satisfaction and wiped his hands on the soft fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. Then he glanced at Nephi's and asked, "We should be able to reach the city tomorrow, yes?" Sunny thought for a bit, then said in a curious tone, "Do you think Gunlog knows that we are coming back?" Nephi's thought for a few moments before replying. Her voice was calm and indifferent. This was his conclusion as well. Back when he had first entered the Bright Castle, he had learned from Castor about a certain artisan that could track the general location of anyone a person had ever met. This was how Castor knew how many sleepers of their crop had been sent to the Forgotten Shore. Even if Gunlog possessed no other method to learn of their approach, all he had to do was ask that woman. Sunny shifted a little and asked, "Should we expect a welcoming party?" Changing Star shook her head. "There's no need for him to do anything. Gunlog knows that we will come to him of our own free will simply because there's nowhere else for us to go." She fell silent for a while and then added, "But most of all, this has never been about killing me or my people. It was always about destroying the ideas I represent. What's the point of crushing me if no one is there to see it? Gunlog won't do anything without an audience. He had sent Horus to stop us from escaping the stage, but now that we are back on it, there is no need for him to rush the inevitable." Everyone listened to the conversation with dark expressions. Sunny glanced at them, hesitated for a bit, and asked, "Are you confident that you can defeat him?" Nephi stared at the fire. After a while she simply said, "Yes." Hearing that, Sunny smiled sweetly. "Well, good for you, but I am not. So let's finish our deal before the lot of you get killed by that maniac." A corner of Nev's mouth curled upward. "You are talking about the fallen devil? You promised to help me kill him, remember?" Meanwhile, Pi was looking at him with a complicated expression. Finally, not able to hold back, he asked, "Sunny, are you really not going to join us? Don't you see that we only have one chance to escape this place? Not to mention all the lives we can save." To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure on that point himself. On one hand, he had no desire of helping Nephi's achieve her insane goal. On the other hand, things that she had set in motion were going to happen with or without him. What was he going to do? Hide in his cathedral and wait until there was no one else left alive on the Forgotten Shore? Some fate that would be, maybe I'll join you and maybe I won't. Who knows what will happen? He fell silent and cast a sideways glance at Cassie. Actually, at least 3 people here knew what would happen, more or less. It's hard to escape fate. That's not the point though, is it? The point is that you should conclude our deal first and do whatever it is you wish to do later. Changing Star faced the two of them and calmly ended that conversation. "Sure. We'll go to the cathedral first. A deal is a deal after all." Sunny smiled with satisfaction. Nephi's glanced at him and added, "But Sunny, how exactly are we supposed to kill a fallen devil?" "I'm glad that you asked." Sunny had been making plans on how exactly to kill the Black Knight for more than half a year now. Prior to leaving the Dark City, he had spent 2 entire months observing the terrifying fiend and trying to learn everything there was to know about him. Needless to say, the task of slaying a creature that powerful was not going to be trivial. In fact, it was going to be the hardest battle they had fought yet. It almost seemed impossible. The fight against the Spire Messenger, who had turned to be a fallen monster, nearly cost several members of the cohort their lives. They had barely been able to hold off against the creature of its class, and a devil was 10 times more dreadful. However, there was a big difference between the messenger they had faced and the Black Knight. That difference was basically very simple. It was that Sunny did not hate the messenger with all his dark, vindictive heart, and now that hate was going to tip the scales in their favor.